Chapter 1. EC Windmill Village. In a bustling tavern, filled to the brim with pirates, laughter and revelry echoed through the air. At the bar, a man with striking red hair and a straw hat stood out, accompanied by two children. One of those children was none other than Chen. His full name was Monkey D. Chen. In truth, he was not from this world, but had traversed through dimensions, ultimately saved from the depths of the sea by Garp. Upon discovering he had entered the world of One Piece, Chen, eager to align himself with power, declared himself to be Garp's grandson. Seated beside him was, of course, Garp's true grandson, Monkey D. Luffy. Yet, Chen's attention was predominantly drawn to the pirates present. The four emperors, red-haired Shanks. Alongside him were his crew members, Beckman, Kurokas, and others. Though he had long known of Shanks' affable nature, experiencing it firsthand was still profoundly astonishing. To survive in this world of pirates, Chen knew he must rely on the system he had awakened earlier. Host, Chen. Level F. Skills, Swordsmanship E, Cooking G. Talent. Simplification of skills allows the simplification of skills by consuming energy points. Energy, 0. Through the talent of skill simplification, Chen had successfully streamlined his swordsmanship. Ding. Swordsmanship skill simplified successfully. Swordsmanship swinging sword. Thus, he had elevated his swordsmanship to level E. At that moment, Luffy suddenly exclaimed, "Next time we set sail, take me with you, Shanks. I want to be a pirate too." Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Shanks burst into hearty laughter. "You? A pirate? Why not? My fists are as powerful as a pistol." Luffy insisted, raising his fist in defiance. "Is that so?" Shanks asked with genuine curiosity. Luffy, mouth agape, retorted, "What kind of tone is that? To put it simply, Luffy, you are simply too small." "Yeah, just the same age as my kid." Several crew members chimed in. Yet Luffy, baring his teeth, protested vehemently, "I am not a little brat. I have grown up. All right, don't be upset. Here, have a glass of juice." At that moment, Shanks casually handed him a glass of juice. "Thank you." Luffy, upon seeing the juice, eagerly took a sip. He was quite pleased. "Ha! See? You're still just a kid." Shanks laughed heartily, slapping the bar. Instantly, Luffy became incensed, exclaiming, "You're so despicable, Shanks." Ha ha ha. This scene sent the tavern's crew into fits of laughter. The more Luffy thought about it, the angrier he became. "Don't laugh. What the heck? You're such a cheapskate, Shanks." Just then, Shanks handed another drink to Chen. "Chen here. In a few years, you'll be able to drink alcohol." Chen was a few years older than Luffy. "Thank you." Accepting the drink, Chen took a sip. The taste was pure, yet rather unremarkable. Without advanced technology or refined skills, the flavor left much to be desired. "What do you plan to do in the future, Chen?" Luffy asked while sipping his drink. It seemed that sharing a drink with someone made it more enjoyable. "Join the Navy, specifically to capture pirates like you." Chen joked. "Oomph. I'm not afraid of you. I'm going to be the Pirate King." With that, Luffy stood on his stool, hands on his hips. Ha ha ha. At this proclamation, laughter erupted once again, but suddenly a loud crash sounded at the door. Bang! Half of the door was kicked off its hinges, landing directly at the feet of Chen and his companions. Instantly, the tavern fell silent. All eyes turned toward the entrance. Is this what they call pirates? They all look like fools. A tall man with black hair, clad in a long coat and wielding a sheathed sword, strode in. Following him were 4 or 5 mountain bandits. Chen's eyes gleamed as he recognized the figure, Sieg, the leader of the Siegfried Mountain Bandits, one of the few who dared to challenge the 4 emperors. Character, Sieg. Level E. Skills, Swordsmanship D, hand-to-hand combat F. The moment Chen laid eyes on him, he heard the system's notification chime in his ear. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a quest. Defeat Sieg. System rewards. Energy points 2, Quick Blade 1. It seemed that regardless of the circumstances, he would have to defeat Sieg here. At that moment, Chen's gaze towards Sieg hardened with determination. Noticing this, the tavern's proprietress, Makino, quickly approached with a welcoming smile. "Welcome. We're mountain bandits, but we're not here to cause trouble. Quickly, serve us some alcohol. We want about 10 barrels." Sieg urged, a hint of disdain curling at the corner of his mouth. Makino replied, "I'm sorry, but we've run out of alcohol." "That's peculiar. Are you saying these pirates are drinking plain water?" Sieg's displeasure was evident. Upon hearing this, Makino hurriedly explained, "The alcohol we had is all sold out." Sieg's eyes flashed with a hint of menace. Just as he was about to act, Shanks suddenly raised a bottle of wine, smiling as he said, "My apologies. It seems we finished the alcohol." "Sorry about that. If you don't mind, this bottle is for you. It hasn't been opened." Sieg reached for it, but suddenly clenched his left hand into a fist, shattering the wine bottle with a single blow. Bang! The bottle shattered, the wine and shards scattering across Shanks. "I'm a bounty criminal with an 8 million berry bounty. A single bottle of wine isn't even enough for me to rinse my mouth. Don't underestimate me." Sieg growled. At that moment, Shanks' expression darkened, a glint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Yet he quickly regained his composure, glancing at the broken bottle on the floor, and calmly remarked, "I'm truly sorry, Miss Makino. The floor is all wet. Do you have a cloth? Oh, let me clean it up." Makino quickly dashed out from behind the counter. Before she could reach them, Sieg suddenly drew his long knife, slashing at everything on the bar. The bottles and glasses shattered into pieces, littering the floor. Sieg sneered, "Looks like you enjoy cleaning now. You can really scrub to your heart's content. TCH, without alcohol, it's just no fun. I'm leaving. Useless fools." Before departing, he made sure to insult them one last time. Luffy, sitting nearby, was so furious that his teeth clattered, his gaze fixated on the mountain bandits' retreating figures, the drink in his hand trembling. Just as the bandits were about to exit, a voice suddenly called out to them. "Stop!" Chen stood up, his voice firm. Turning around, Sieg noticed that it was a child who had yet to grow a single hair, dismissively retorting, "Kid, are you looking for death? You broke my friend's wine bottle. Either pay for it or apologize." Chen stated with seriousness. This proclamation sent the mountain bandits into uproarious laughter. "Ha ha ha! He dares to demand our captain pay him. This little brat must be out of his mind." "Exactly, Captain. Let me teach him a lesson." "Chen, come back," Makino shouted worriedly. Simultaneously, Shanks and the others, though silent, had their eyes fixed on Sieg and his men, prepared to act at a moment's notice. Sieg scoffed repeatedly, waving his hand slightly, signaling his subordinates, "Go on, teach this ignorant brat a proper lesson." "Understood, Captain." The subordinate grinned wickedly, drawing his katana. Character, Barney. Level F. Skills, Swordsmanship F, hand-to-hand combat G. Chen cast a glance at his opponent's attributes, slowly unsheathing his long knife. At the moment he gripped the hilt tightly, a fierce determination surged within him. His entire demeanor appeared to shift, radiating an aura of resolve. Shanks, observing from behind, was momentarily taken aback. Sword intent. This kid has already grasped sword intent. He might soon become a swordsman of great repute. Oof, what a pretentious display. However, Barney was completely oblivious, angrily charging forward with his blade. At that moment, in Chen's eyes, Barney's movements seemed to slow down, allowing him to easily spot the flaws in his attack. He sidestepped, evading the strike. With a swift motion, he countered with a precise slash to Barney's back. "Ah!" Barney screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground. Blood gushed forth. "What?" Sieg's expression shifted, yet he still did not regard Chen as a significant threat. Striding forward, "Kid, I didn't expect you to have some strength, but before the mountain bandit King Sieg, it's insufficient." "Humph. You'll find out soon enough," Chen replied, unperturbed. Seeking death. With a furious roar, Sieg raised his hand and swung his sword. Standing at a towering height of nearly 2 meters, he had the advantage over Chen, and with his sudden strike, Chen had no choice but to brace himself. He could only block with his sword. Clang! The two blades met with a sharp sound. The tremendous force nearly knocked Chen off balance, but he gritted his teeth and managed to steady himself. Indeed, being at a higher level, Sieg's strength was formidable. A smirk played on Sieg's lips as he relentlessly swung his long blade at Chen, taunting, "Kid, you're not all that impressive either." Chen could do nothing but continue to parry. In an instant, Sieg's strikes grew increasingly swift, the clash of blades ringing out in a series of crisp sounds. Each blow carried immense power, like a tempest descending upon him. Liu Chen was forced to retreat repeatedly. Suddenly, he noticed a small crack forming on his sword, which widened with each of Sig's attacks. Trouble. His expression shifted slightly, and seizing the moment of Sig's assault, he executed a roll and swiftly fell back. Meanwhile, Sig's blade had already struck against his sword's edge. Clang! A sharp sound echoed. The sword was cleaved in two. Gazing at the broken blade, Liu Chen felt a wave of helplessness and cursed silently. This worthless sword. His weapon was merely an ordinary blade, while Sig's was evidently of superior quality. Ha! Without your sword, how will you contend with me? If you kneel and beg for mercy now, I might consider sparing you. Sig laughed with reckless abandon. However, Liu Chen would not submit. Wielding the broken blade, his eyes narrowed. He stepped forward, raising a cloud of dust. With a sudden burst of speed, he charged, swinging his weapon. Sig's brow furrowed, instinctively raising his sword to block. In that fleeting moment, he was unsure whether he had successfully defended against the strike, ultimately not hearing the sound of blades clashing. The next second, a sharp pain shot through his abdomen, and a stream of crimson blood began to seep forth. Looking down in disbelief, Sig realized he had been wounded. He lunged forward with his sword, fury boiling over as he bellowed. "Ah, kid, you shall perish today." Trouble. Seeing this, Liu Chen's expression changed. His blade was too short. Defeating Sig would be exceedingly difficult, and he could only execute that attack once more. Victory was utterly unattainable. As Sig charged towards him, Shanks suddenly hurled a long sword. Liu Chen catch the sword. All right. Liu Chen's face lit up with joy as he leaped forward to grasp Shanks' weapon. Griffin. The Griffin. An unparalleled, great blade. With one hand, he seized the emerald green hilt, drawing Griffin from its sheath. In an instant, the blade gleamed with radiant light. The onlookers squinted against its brilliance. Upon closer inspection, Griffin appeared as a slender sword, possessing the resilience to withstand molten fists and the elegance of a griffin. Then Liu Chen landed firmly, gripping Griffin, his expression aflame with excitement. Griffin, an unparalleled, great blade. It felt as if a mere swing could cleave through everything in sight. Just a foolish pirate's sword. Sig scoffed, a derisive smile crossing his face. Once more, he swung his blade toward Liu Chen's head, intent on delivering a lethal blow. Suddenly, Liu Chen returned Griffin to his waist, taking a step forward and adopting a draw stance. "Brother Liu Chen," Luffy shouted anxiously, rushing down from his seat. Fortunately, Shanks swiftly caught him, reassuring, "Don't worry, Liu Chen will be fine." Luffy gazed at him with suspicion, perhaps pondering why someone who had just refrained from action would utter such words, just as the long blade was poised to strike at Liu Chen's head. He finally made his move. With a swift and sudden motion, he drew Griffin from its sheath and executed a rapid slash. Having already grasped a hint of the sword's intent, Liu Chen, bolstered by Shanks' Griffin, unleashed a fierce sword light. The blade flashed. Sig suddenly froze in place, as if immobilized by an unseen force. Meanwhile, Liu Chen slowly retracted the long blade, exhaling a breath of stale air. Captain, are you all right? Is everything fine, Captain? The mountain bandits rushed forward, inquiring anxiously. However, Sig did not respond, his gaze still fixed ahead. Disbelief etched on his face. In an instant, his long blade split in two as the severed blade fell. A spray of blood erupted from Sig, who staggered heavily backward. Captain! The captain is dead. The bandits immediately turned and fled in a frenzy. That moment, the system's notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. System reward. Quick Blade 1. Energy points 2. Upon seeing the system notification, a satisfied smile crept across Liu Chen's lips as he returned Griffin to Shanks. Thank you, Shanks. Haha, it's nothing. I should be thanking you for letting me witness such a fine swordsman. Shanks boomed with laughter before continuing. Who taught you your swordsmanship? Just as Liu Chen was about to speak, he swallowed his words and replied with a smile. That's a secret that I'll tell you when the time is right. A secret? I'll have to wait for that moment. Then I have a friend whose swordsmanship is quite impressive. Perhaps I could introduce you to him later, Shanks said, Sounds good, Chen readily agreed, fully aware that Shanks' friend was likely the world's strongest swordsman. Dracula Mihawk. Suddenly, a crisp voice rang out. Shanks turned towards the sound and discovered Luffy munching on something. Luffy, are you eating something to relieve your frustration? Quit the chatter, Luffy replied. His mouth full. He was devouring something voraciously. Chen glanced over and smiled faintly, thinking, let him enjoy that gum fruit for now. Ultimately, the fruit was merely an external object, one that could be countered. Therefore, an individual should rely on their own strength above all else. Before long, Shanks sensed something amiss, his eyes widening as he asked, what are you eating, Luffy? Luffy swallowed noisily, completely ignoring his question. Immediately, Shanks sprang to his feet, pressing further. Is it from that box? Did you eat something from that box? Luffy looked at him, suspicion in his eyes, half of a devil fruit still in hand. Observing this, Shanks seized it from him, gripping his legs and turning him upside down, shaking him vigorously in an attempt to dislodge the recently consumed fruit. Spit it out right now. Ah, what are you doing, Shanks? Luffy shouted loudly. Yet, Shanks did not relent. Rather, he shook him even harder. Suddenly, Luffy's legs began to stretch downward, elongating like rubber bands, and his face smashed against the ground. The onlookers stood frozen in shock. Shanks halted as well. Meanwhile, Luffy's legs began to retract, but his large head remained planted on the ground. As his body returned to normal, his neck elongated grotesquely. Finally, he regained his original form. What just happened? Luffy exclaimed, bewildered. Shanks, with a resigned expression, explained, you just ate the gum fruit, also known as a devil fruit. Once consumed, your entire body becomes rubber. Furthermore, you will never be able to swim again. Ah, you're kidding, right? Luffy exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Fool, Shanks retorted. Meanwhile, Chen merely observed from the sidelines, chuckling silently to himself. This kid has always been rather foolish. Looking back, he noted that Sig, who had been lying on the ground, had disappeared, leaving only a trail of blood leading outside. Witnessing this, Chen's lips curled into a knowing smile. As expected, he is not dead. His survival could prove useful. Chen currently possessed only 2 skills, swordsmanship and cooking. To learn new skills, he needed someone to demonstrate them before him, by utilizing energy points to learn skills and subsequently simplifying them. It was essential for Sig to remain alive to provoke Shanks and his crew into action, thereby providing Chen the opportunity to acquire new skills. As he recalled his childhood, Chen stepped outside and fortuitously heard a sweet, melodious voice emanating from a ship not far away. Raising his gaze, he beheld a girl with striking features, purple eyes and hair that was half red and half white, sitting at the bow of the ship, singing. Her name was Yuta, the adopted daughter of Shanks. Yuta, your singing is truly enchanting. Chen approached, offering his praise. Upon hearing this, Yuta's cheeks flushed slightly as she stood up, hands on her hips, declaring, of course, I am the musician of the red-haired pirates. Ha! Chen chuckled in silence. It was difficult to imagine that such a girl could bring about the demise of an entire nation. Suddenly, the system's voice resounded. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering the task. Assist Yuta in breaking her curse on Music Island. System reward. Energy points 10, Supreme Quick Blade 1, Random Devil Fruit 1. Chen regarded the system task with a satisfied smile. The rewards were indeed substantial. It seemed he would need to visit Music Island soon. And he must be quite powerful to succeed. Yuta furrowed her brows and asked, Chen, what are you smiling about? I'm just pondering whether, in the future, if I were to strike you, would you come after me? Chen teased. Humph, Yuta huffed, forming her fists and striking a combat pose. If you have the guts, come and give it a try. No thanks, I still have to go practice my swordsmanship. Practicing swordsmanship. Practicing swordsmanship. Is that all you do? I do. I enjoy listening to you sing. I can hear you practicing swordsmanship from where I sing. Humph, Yuta's cheeks flushed again as she turned her head away, choosing to ignore him. Thus, after chatting for a while longer, Chen returned to his dwelling, retrieving the quick blade rewarded by the system. The hilt was a deep blue, and the scabbard matched, drawing the blade. A flash of light glimmered before him. A fine blade. From now on, you shall be called Lingfeng. Chen exclaimed joyfully. This blade was far superior to the ordinary sword he had possessed before. Famous swords were categorized into 3 tiers. 1. Supreme Quick Blade, 12 Craftsmanship. 2. Great Quick Blade, 21 craftsmanship. Point 3 to good quick blade. 50 craftsmanship. The blade in Lu Chen's possession could only be classified as an ordinary quick blade. A tier below a good quick blade. However, it was certainly an improvement over his previous inferior weapon. Promptly, Lu Chen took Lingfeng and began to practice sword techniques in the open area outside his dwelling, striving to enhance his swordsmanship level. Ding! Swordsmanship experience gained. Each swing of the sword would grant an experience point. Concurrently, Lu Chen's comprehension of swordsmanship would increment by 1 at the Technique 1 sword style. Draw/slash had been grasped when his swordsmanship reached E level. Meanwhile, Yuda's melodious voice continued to resonate in the distance. After practicing swordsmanship, night had fallen. Lu Chen took a shower and lay down on his bed to rest, simultaneously reviewing his attributes. Host. Lu Chen level. F skills. Swordsmanship. E. Cooking. G. Talent. Skill simplification energy. 2 with 2 energy points, he could learn one more skill and simplify another. Although skill simplification and experience accumulation were relatively straightforward, time was still a factor. It would take several days for his swordsmanship to advance. According to the original storyline, Luffy would actively provoke Sig today, only to discover a series of subsequent events. However, after being injured by his own hand, Sig remains uncertain about how matters will unfold. It is certain that Sig will not easily relinquish his desire for revenge. Meanwhile, not far from Windmill Town, on a mountainside, Sig, with a long bandage wrapped around his chest, his face pale and his eyes filled with fury, scolded, "A bunch of foolish pirates, possessing such renowned blades, and that brat, exhibiting such formidable swordsmanship. Boss, your sword is broken. Why don't we go seize theirs?" suggested one of his subordinates with a grin. Sig raised an eyebrow slightly and replied, "All right, you go capture that kid. With leverage in hand, those foolish pirates will naturally comply and hand over the renowned blades." "Understood, boss." The subordinate nodded eagerly before departing to make arrangements. The following morning, Lu Chen was not awakened naturally, but rather by a series of urgent knocks on the door. Bang, bang. "Lu Chen, are you there? Wake up!" Upon recognizing the voice of Makino, Lu Chen sprang up and hurried to open the door. "What's the matter?" he inquired. "Is Luffy here with you, Lu Chen?" Makino asked anxiously, her eyes scanning his room. "He is not here." "Has he disappeared?" Lu Chen questioned, feigning confusion while secretly feeling a sense of glee. Luffy's absence likely meant he had been captured by the mountain bandits. "Oh no. This morning, when I woke up, I found Luffy missing, and then I saw this." Makino produced a note. Accepting the note, Lu Chen glanced down to read. "Foolish pirates, trade the sword for the person, Sig Mountain Bandit Group." Upon seeing the note, his conviction that Sig had sent men to capture Luffy solidified, and his expression turned serious as he stated, "Makino, let us go inform Mr. Shanks. He is the only one who can save Luffy now." "All right, let us hurry." Thus, the two made their way to Shanks and his crew's residence, relaying the note and the situation to them. "Looking for death?" Shanks growled softly, a hint of murderous intent gleaming in his eyes as he called to his crew. "Let us go. Bring Luffy back." "Yes, Captain." The crew promptly followed behind Shanks, with Lu Chen among them. "Hey, Lu Chen, are you really going to? That's incredibly dangerous." Upon seeing Lu Chen's determination, Makino grabbed him, concerned. "They are mountain bandits. Even if your swordsmanship is impressive, you have never seen blood." "Makino, don't worry, I am a man now, capable of protecting myself, and besides, Luffy is my brother," Lu Chen asserted, standing tall at that moment. Shanks interjected, "Makino, let him go. I will ensure his safety." "All right, just be careful." Makino looked on with a worried expression. "Okay, Makino." With that, the group set off towards the village entrance, preparing to head to the Sig Mountain Bandit Group's hideout. Lu Chen walked beside Shanks, observing the attributes of those around him. Character, Shanks level. Skills, weapon. For all primary members of the red-haired pirates, information was largely marked with question marks. The system could not detect anything beyond 5 levels above the host. Meanwhile, at the village entrance, Sig, bandaged and flanked by his comrades, was holding Luffy captive, waiting for Lu Chen and the others. Luffy struggled while shouting, "Let me go. Shanks will definitely come to rescue me. Those worthless pirates? Once I obtain his renowned blade, watch how I eliminate him." Sig spat dismissively. Yet Luffy remained defiant, rebuking, "I won't allow you to speak of Shanks that way. Apologize to them." "Apologize? Foolish. Sig's eyes narrowed as he raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap. Smack. The sound echoed, leaving a vivid red imprint on Luffy's cheek, his small eyes brimming with tears, yet he chose to endure without crying out. Haha. Kid, what will it be? Admit they are worthless pirates, and I will release you now. Sig sneered coldly, biting his lip. Luffy yelled defiantly, Shanks and the others are not worthless pirates. Looking for death. Sig's anger flared as he drew his blade, aiming it at Luffy's arm, just as it seemed he would strike. A voice rang out, Stop. Chen, Shanks, and his crew had arrived just in time, their gazes fixed on the mountain bandits. Hearing the command, Sig lowered his weapon, intrigued as he eyed Shanks' sword. You've arrived? Hand over your sword. And I will release this reckless brat. His sole desire was to obtain the blade swiftly and deal with Chen and the others afterward. However, Shanks chose to ignore him, jesting, Luffy, didn't you say your fists are as powerful as a gun? Stop with the nonsense, Luffy retorted, gritting his teeth in frustration at the jesting in such a dire moment. Shanks chuckled lightly, walking forward. Seeing this, Sig furrowed his brow and urged, Hey, didn't you hear what I said? Hand over the renowned blade. Shanks didn't even glance in his direction, calmly continuing his approach. Suddenly, a mountain bandit aimed a gun at Shanks' head, threatening, Take another step closer, and I'll blow your brains out. Coward. At this point, Shanks halted but still refrained from taking action, his voice steady. If you've drawn your gun, be prepared for a life-or-death gamble. Chen observed closely from behind, focused intently on Shanks, ready to utilize the system that he could only learn skills when the opponent used them. Thus he eagerly anticipated the onset of battle. The bandit, confused, asked, What do you mean? I'm saying that this thing isn't meant for intimidation. Shanks remarked, pointing at the gun with a light laugh. As his words fell, the sound of gunfire erupted. Bang! A cloud of smoke billowed forth. The bandit's head was pierced by the bullet, blood spraying as he collapsed instantly. The assailant was none other than Shanks' other crew member, Lucky Roo, clad in a watermelon-patterned outfit, devouring a large chunk of meat with great relish. The mountain bandits were taken aback. They attacked. This is utterly despicable. Despicable? Beckman scoffed. You think your opponents are saints? Standing before you are pirates. Humph. Do you not fear I will kill this kid? Sig frowned, pressing his blade against Luffy's neck. Instantly, Shanks' expression darkened as he growled. Whether you douse me with drinks or spit at me, I might chuckle it off. However, regardless of your reasons, I will not allow anyone to harm my friends. Hearing this, Luffy's gaze flickered, and he quietly called, Shanks. Yet Sig disregarded Shanks entirely, his eyes bloodshot as he roared, A mere pirate. Men, let us finish them off. Charge. Kill them. The mountain bandits surged forward. At that moment, Beckman stepped forward, calmly stating, Leave this to me. I can handle it. As the bandits prepared to charge, Beckman was about to make his move when Chen suddenly heard the system prompt. Upon seeing the task, Chen raised an eyebrow and swiftly drew his sword. Ling Feng, charging forward. Uncle Beckman, I'm here to assist. Haha, great. Beckman replied with a smile. In his eyes, Chen was merely a child. Although his swordsmanship was commendable, he lacked the necessary experience, despite being at F rank. The mountain bandits before him were predominantly E rank, and few posed any real challenge. With just a few strikes, they would undoubtedly be defeated. However, Beckman's speed was even more impressive, his figure darting through the multitude of bandits like a wraith. Resembling a black dragon in flight, not a single bandit could catch a glimpse of him. With merely a spear, he dispatched the majority of the bandits present. Simultaneously, Chen's system emitted a notification sound. Ding! Skill physical technique detected. Would you like to learn it? No. Chen decisively declined. That skill was something anyone could learn. What he truly desired was Shanks' Haki skills. Before long, all the bandits were vanquished. Beckman pointed his spear at the remaining bandit. Sneering, if you wish to confront us, you ought to at least bring a warship. So powerful. Luffy stood frozen in place, utterly astonished by the might of Shanks and his crew. Observing this, Sig grew anxious, not expecting these seemingly pathetic pirates to possess such hidden strength, and he hastily pleaded for mercy. Wait, I didn't mean it. I bear no ill will. I hear your head is quite valuable. Shanks chuckled lightly at this remark. Upon hearing it, Sig broke out in a cold sweat, gritting his teeth as he glared at Shanks and the others, roaring, Damn it! He threw a black smoke bomb to the ground. Boom! The smoke bomb exploded. enveloping the area in thick black fog, obscuring everyone's vision. Once the smoke cleared, Sig and Luffy had already vanished. Luffy. Oh no. I was careless. What will happen to Luffy now? Everyone, Shanks exclaimed, clutching his head in surprise. Lu reassured him. Chief, do not panic. As long as we search together, we will surely find him. That I really can't stand this person, Beckman thought, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Nearby, Lu Chun remained unfazed, thinking to himself, Luffy is the main character. He certainly won't die. What he was truly concerned about was the reward from earlier. Ding! Congratulations, host. Task completed. System reward. 1 energy point. Another point of energy, allowing for the acquisition of yet another skill, but for now. Following Shanks is of utmost importance. Soon, everyone began to search separately, while Lu Chen stayed close to Shanks. Meanwhile, on the East Sea, Sig stood on a small boat, dragging Luffy by his right hand while laughing maniacally. Ha ha! I managed to escape so easily. They would never expect a bandit to flee to the sea. Let go of me. You stupid monkey. Someone like you deserves to die. Luffy struggled in vain, unable to break free. Resorting to loud curses instead, in response, Sig scoffed. Idiot. It's you who is about to die for angering me. With that, he raised his hand and tossed Luffy into the sea. Damn it, that scoundrel. I didn't even land a punch. Luffy gritted his teeth in fury, helplessly watching himself plummet into the ocean. Having consumed a devil fruit, he was rendered useless and could only flail helplessly in the water. I'm sorry, but you are of no further use to me. Sig laughed heartily as he watched Luffy struggle for his life. However, before he could revel in his triumph for long, a massive figure suddenly erupted from the ocean behind him. The gigantic head emerged, with blood-red eyes resembling that of a tyrannosaurus, emitting deep, guttural breaths. Hearing the commotion behind him, Sig slowly turned around and, upon spotting the colossal creature, widened his eyes in shock, exclaiming, What in the world is that? Not far away, Lu Chen was rowing a small boat when he caught sight of the enormous figure. It was the Sea King, the king of the Near Sea. The Near Sea King glanced at Sig before opening its gaping maw, devouring Sig along with his boat in one swift motion. Boom! Instantly, a tremendous wave surged forth. Luffy also saw the Near Sea King and was filled with terror, shouting, Help me! At that moment, Shanks had already spotted Luffy. His gaze sharp as he unleashed an overwhelming aura. Transforming into a fleeting shadow, he raced toward Luffy with incredible speed, gliding effortlessly over the surface of the water. Shanks, wait for me! Lu Chun exclaimed helplessly, hastily rowing his boat. Once I arrive, you can save Luffy. Otherwise, how will I learn the skills? He was not worried about Luffy's fate. He was certain he would survive, but he was anxious about whether he could learn the skills. As the Near Sea King opened its cavernous mouth and lunged towards Luffy, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, embracing him. The Near Sea King swept past Luffy and Shanks, failing to devour him. At that moment, Luffy sensed something was amiss and slowly turned his head, recognizing the familiar face and hat. Shanks, the Near Sea King, having missed its target, intended to attack again, but suddenly noticed the human before it. Get lost, Shanks growled, unleashing his Conqueror's Haki towards the Near Sea King. Instantly, the creature felt a chill run down its spine and fled in terror. Even Lu Chun, who was at a distance, sensed a trace of pressure. Though fortunately, he did not faint. Ding! Skill Conqueror's Haki detected. Would you like to learn it? Learn? Hearing the system prompt, Lu Chen made a decisive choice. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully learned the skill by consuming 1 energy point. Skills: Swordsmanship, E. Conqueror's Haki, G. Cooking, G. Immediately afterward, Lu Chen consumed another energy point to simplify the Conqueror's Haki skill. Simplifying Conqueror's Haki. Conqueror's Haki sleep. Observing the system's notification, Lu Chen's face lit up with joy. Simplified successfully? I just need to sleep? Truly deserving of its title as a simplification talent. Since Conqueror's Haki is inherently a form of mental pressure, enhancing one's mental strength through sleep seems like an excellent choice. During the time he was simplifying the skill, Shanks had already rescued Luffy and brought him onto Lu Chen's boat. Lu Chun, let us go, Shanks urged. Your hand. Lu Chun immediately noticed the empty sleeve of Shanks' left arm. One of the 4 emperors, gambling away a hand in the East Sea. Was it truly worth it? It's nothing. I will take you back. All right. Thus, the group made their way back to Fusha village, with Shanks' assistance. The boat traveled much faster, and within a mere 10 minutes, they returned to the village. The villagers had long awaited their arrival on the shore, and upon seeing Luffy unharmed, they expressed their joy with bright smiles. However, upon noticing Shanks' empty sleeve, they couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt. Just as Chen was about to head home for some rest, someone called out to him from behind, Chen. Turning around, he saw Yuta jogging towards him with concern. Are you all right? I'm fine. What could possibly happen to me? Chen shrugged that he intended to return home to train his Conqueror's Haki. Hearing his words, Yuta examined him more closely, seemingly confirming that he was indeed unscathed. I just found out that we have to leave tomorrow. As she spoke, a hint of reluctance flickered in her eyes. However, Chen was utterly oblivious, exclaiming, we're leaving tomorrow. So soon? I still wanted to learn the armament Haki and observation Haki from Shanks. Yes, Yuta replied with a gentle smile, her cheeks flushing slightly. She wanted to ask him if he would miss her, but hesitated to voice it. After a moment of contemplation, Chen continued, I will see you off tomorrow. No matter what difficulties you encounter in the future, I will be the first to come to your aid. Thank you. Yuta's face instantly flushed a deeper shade of red, resembling a perfectly ripened red apple. However, Chen's words were not intended to flirt. Rather, they served to trigger a task. The system did not disappoint. Activating the mission. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered the task. Rescue Yuta in Eregia. System reward. Energy 2, Supreme Great Blade 1. Observing the task initiated by the system, Chen wore a broad smile. No worries. I will keep my promise. The Supreme Great Blade. This task is one I must accomplish. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shanks also noticed Chen and Yuta engaged in conversation, raising an eyebrow, seemingly displeased. That kid. After exchanging a few words, Chen and Yuta excused themselves, citing fatigue, and returned home. Once back, Chen could hardly contain his eagerness to test his Conqueror's Haki that he stood before a vase, fixated on it, and unleashed his Conqueror's Haki. Instantly, an invisible pressure radiated outward. The vase trembled slightly and developed a tiny crack. Seeing this, Chen shook his head. The G-grade Conqueror's Haki is still too weak. No sooner had he spoken than he suddenly felt dizzy. Why was everything spinning? After 2 spins, he collapsed heavily onto the ground, slipping into a deep slumber. Simultaneously, the system continued to provide notifications. Ding! Windmill Village Inn. Shanks directed his gaze towards Chen's room, frowning. Why do I sense a familiar presence? Conqueror's Haki. Could someone else here possess Conqueror's Haki? The following morning, Luffy's voice echoed from outside. Chen. Hurry, Shanks and the others are leaving. Oh, I'm coming. You go ahead. Chen, roused by Luffy's voice, realized he was lying on the ground, stretched his sore body, and dashed towards the door. On the way, he glanced at the system interface. Host. Chen level. F skills. Swordsmanship. E. Conqueror's Haki. F. Cooking. G. Talent. Skill simplification energy. 1. After just 1 night of sleep, his Conqueror's Haki had leveled up, and his strength had increased a notch. Truly, the Golden Finger system is impressive. Upon reaching the shore, Chen arrived just in time to witness Shanks placing the straw hat atop Luffy's head. Hee. A familiar and iconic scene unfolded before him, eliciting an involuntary smile. Suddenly, Yuta, already on the ship, spotted Chen and hurriedly waved from the bow. Chen, over here. Yuta. Chen also waved back eagerly. Before long, he approached Shanks, a smile gracing his face. Shanks, weren't you curious about who taught me swordsmanship? Who? Shanks's interest was piqued. Chen chuckled and replied. I learned from Luffy's grandfather, Monkey D. Garp. What? In an instant, Shanks's eyes widened in astonishment. Garp? The naval hero Garp, the man who made even his former captain flee in terror. And now his grandson aspires to become the pirate king. This? Oh well, it must be fate. Shanks shook his head in resignation and continued. So it's Garp. No wonder your swordsmanship is so formidable. I hope that when we meet again, your skills will surpass mine. Absolutely. I will surpass you. Chen nodded confidently to AT that moment. The system prompt suddenly sounded. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered the task. Defeat Shanks using swordsmanship. System rewards. Energy 10, Supreme Great Blade 1, Swordsmanship 1. Ha ha ha. Splendid. I await your challenge. With that, Shanks leisurely boarded the ship, waving goodbye to the villagers of Windmill Village. Everyone watched as Shanks' ship gradually sailed away. Luffy. Chen, your grandfather said he would come to see you this afternoon, Makino said with a smile. I don't want him to come. Luffy replied with a look of resignation. However, Chen was intrigued. Grandpa is coming. Alone. The letter didn't specify. Makino shook her head. Oh. Chen nodded slightly, lost in thought. When Grandpa arrives and learns that Luffy has eaten a devil fruit, he will surely send him to the Marines. At this stage, following Luffy won't yield any useful skills. Perhaps I should join Grandpa in the Navy instead. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered the task. Join the Navy. System rewards. Energy point 1, Swordsmanship 1. Upon seeing this reward, Chen's eyes brightened. Swordsmanship can either be self-taught, learned from others with energy points, or granted by the system. In any case, system rewards are undoubtedly the best. Moreover, the slash technique is part of completing system task rewards. This is indeed a valuable acquisition. In the afternoon, Chen and Luffy were enjoying a lively conversation with the villagers in the tavern. During this, Luffy even began to demonstrate his newly acquired skill. Rubber gun. With a swing of his arm, his rubbery limb extended infinitely toward the door. Bang! Suddenly, a dull thud reverberated. The tavern door swung open, and a robust figure appeared in the entrance. Chen looked up to see a man dressed in a black jacket, sporting a beard and graying hair, gazing intently at the crowd. Grandpa, Vice Admiral Garp. In an instant, everyone present recognized Garp. The villagers held Garp in high esteem, for it was thanks to him that no one dared to cause trouble in Windmill Village. Garp nodded slightly, his piercing gaze fixed on Luffy, questioning, "What happened to your hand? Why is it like this? Didn't I tell you to study diligently in Windmill Village?" His tone carried an undertone of reproach. "Grandpa, I've been studying hard," Luffy replied earnestly. Humph. At his words, Garp snorted coldly and turned to Chen, asking, "Chen, what is going on here?" Luffy ate a devil fruit, and that's how it turned out. Chen replied truthfully. Recounting the incident involving Shanks, he dared not incur Garp's wrath. Upon hearing this, Garp's expression froze, and he stepped forward, delivering a punch to Luffy's head. "Luffy, how dare you associate with pirates and eat a devil fruit?" Bang! A dull thud echoed as a large, round bump instantly appeared on Luffy's head. That hurts. Didn't my body turn into rubber? Why does it still hurt? Luffy cried out, cradling his head in agony. Meanwhile, Chen couldn't help but feel a tinge of joy. Thinking, Armament Haki. Ding. Skill Armament Haki detected. Would you like to learn it? Yes. Chen chose without hesitation. He must learn Armament Haki. Moments later, Garp's anger had somewhat subsided, and he spoke earnestly. Luffy, Chen, and Ace, you all must become the strongest Marines. Especially you. Luffy. It was a grave mistake to leave you in the peaceful Windmill Village while you mingled with pirates. You fool. Associating with Shanks. But Luffy, unwilling to yield, retorted, I want to become a powerful man like Shanks. I am going to be the Pirate King. Before he could finish, Garp's expression darkened, and he delivered 2 more punches. Bang! Bang! Ah, that hurts, Luffy cried out, 2 new bumps forming on his head. Chen could hardly bear to watch. Garp's punches may not deal significant harm, but the lingering pain must be unbearable. After a moment of silence, Garp suddenly noticed Chen standing nearby and asked, Chen, you're no longer a child. You don't harbor the same aspirations as Luffy to become a pirate, do you? No. I want to be a Marine. Chen quickly shook his head in denial. Who wants to endure a punch? That's good. Upon hearing this, Garp finally felt somewhat relieved. Luffy, you can no longer remain in Windmill Village. Come with me to another place. Grandpa, I want to go, Luffy declared, plopping down onto the ground. However, Garp was not one to concede easily. He advanced and hoisted Luffy up, marching away in a huff. You have no say in this, Sister Makino. I'm going with Grandpa for now. See you tonight. With that, Chen bid farewell to the patrons in the tavern and quickly followed. All right, be careful, Makino responded at the Golbo Mountain. Garp tugged at Luffy in front, while Chen trailed behind. The mountain before them was indeed Golbo Mountain, a place the villagers of Windmill Village dared not enter at will. For it was a realm governed by the law of the jungle. Upon sighting the mountain, Chen understood that Garp intended to take Luffy to the home of Dayton. Approximately half an hour later, the trio arrived at a wooden cabin. Throughout the journey, Luffy had been struggling, but against Garp, it was all in vain. Garp approached and knocked on the door. Bang! Bang! Meanwhile, Luffy curiously gazed at the house, wondering what kind of place it was. Seizing the opportunity while Garp was distracted, he darted towards the cabin. Hey, Luffy, don't run off. Chen quickly followed and caught hold of him. Before long, a plump woman with orange hair and a cigarette in her mouth emerged. Exclaiming, "Who's there?" The person was none other than Dayton, the bandit of Golbo Mountain. Upon seeing Garp, her previously arrogant demeanor vanished, replaced by a respectful expression that, it's Mr. Garp. Subsequently, Garp engaged in conversation with Dayton. Entrusting Luffy to her care, Chen, however, was surveying the surroundings and suddenly noticed a figure to the side, prompting him to approach. As he took a few steps, he suddenly sensed something hurtling towards him at high speed. Chen furrowed his brow and swiftly dodged to the side, successfully evading a flying stone. He then looked up to see a boy clad in a red shirt, with a few freckles on his face. Perched on a branch. Character: Portgast D.Ace level. G skill: Martial Arts. F. Without needing to consult the system interface, Chen recognized the boy as Ace and smiled, saying, "You must be Ace." "I'm Chen, Luffy's brother. My little brother might need your guidance in the future." Ace glanced at Chen but said nothing, leaping down from the tree and walking towards the cabin. Although he remained silent, he was somewhat surprised. The ability to dodge my attack indicates he should be stronger than I thought. Chen felt no anger at Ace's reticence, instead observing the massive bison nearby. It was likely slain by Ace, showcasing such strength at such a young age. Unfortunately, 10 years later, he would perish in the Marineford War. What could be expected of the son of the Pirate King? Suddenly, a notification from the system popped up. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered the mission. Save Ace during the Marineford War. System reward: Energy 1000, Swordsmanship 2, and the option to enhance 3 specified skills by 2 levels each. The rewards were substantial, yet the mission was undeniably challenging. Rescuing Ace in that location would be tantamount to opposing the Marines. Nevertheless, Chen was eager to give it a try. Before long, Garp handed Luffy over to Dayton and approached Chen, saying, "Chen, let us go. Follow me to the Marine base." "Okay, Grandpa." After bidding farewell to Luffy, Chen followed Garp away. On the journey back to Windmill Village, Garp suddenly inquired, "Chen, I heard you defeated the bandit Sig, and it seems your sword isn't the same as before?" Chen hesitated for a moment. Realizing these matters could not be concealed from his grandfather, he explained, "Yes, the previous sword was broken by Sig. This one was gifted to me by Shanks. He had no money. After all, he had borrowed the funds for the original sword from Garp." Garp responded, "Let me see it." "Sure." Chen handed the sword over to Garp. Taking the sword, Garp drew Lingfeng, examining the gleaming blade with satisfaction. "Not bad. It's a decent sword. I didn't expect that little rascal Shanks to part with something like this." Chen smiled silently, thinking, "Shanks, I'm sorry, but I'll have to use this for now." Garp then returned the sword to Chen and advised, "As long as you train diligently in the Marines, I promise to get you a superior sword in the future." "Thank you, Grandpa." Garp nodded. Pleased, with 3 grandsons, both Ace and Luffy aspired to be pirates. Fortunately, one grandson was willing to join the Marines. Otherwise, how would they navigate the days ahead? Soon, the grandfather and grandson returned to the dock in Windmill Village. After bidding farewell to the villagers, Chen boarded Garp's ship, setting sail towards the Marine headquarters. The Marine headquarters lay within the Grand Line, and reaching it would take at least 2 months. Thus, Chen had ample time to enhance his strength along the way, while also triggering several missions to gain energy points. He needed to acquire more skills from Garp as well. With clear skies and calm seas, Chen exited the cabin, stepping onto the deck, drawing Lingfeng, and began swinging the sword repeatedly. Ding. Although each swing only granted 1 point of experience, regardless of the swordsmanship level, the experience would still increment by 1. This was the remarkable advantage of simplified skills. One swing followed another, and Chen never ceased, remaining in place to practice his swordsmanship, even though he was merely executing basic swings after such a prolonged effort. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Suddenly, a drop of sweat fell from his brow, landing on the edge of Lingfeng. The blade sliced through the droplet, cleaving it in twain. At that moment, Chen's gaze was pristine, his mind clear, as if he had entered a wondrous state. The experience in swordsmanship surged exponentially. Not far away, Garp emerged from the cabin, munching on a donut, and happened to witness Chen practicing his swordplay. Upon seeing Chen slice through the sweat, he was momentarily stunned. "How has this kid trained? He has developed a sword aura. I never taught him that." His forte lay in martial arts, and he had little knowledge of swordsmanship. Yet he could discern that Lu Chen's current skills were formidable that in the Marines, he would possess the strength of a sergeant. After a considerable time, Lu Chen finally halted, sheathing Lingfeng, and with a thud, he collapsed onto the ground, breathing heavily. Huff, huff. Having practiced swordplay for so long was exhausting, but it also served to enhance his physical stamina. At that moment, Garp approached and asked, Lu Chen, did you train your swordsmanship by yourself? Yes, Grandpa, Lu Chen replied earnestly that I truly did practice on my own. There was no slacking. Not bad, Garp responded. It's a pity there aren't many skilled swordsmen at the Marine headquarters. Otherwise, I could find you a good master. Garp shook his head helplessly. If you can achieve this level through self-study, such talent should not be wasted. Lu Chen smiled and reassured, Grandpa, it's fine. I feel I can manage on my own. I'll find a way to help you with this matter, Garp assured. With only one child willing to join the Marines, he couldn't let such potential go to waste. All right, thank you, Grandpa. Lu Chen conceded. If Garp truly found him a formidable mentor, he might learn a great deal of skills from that individual. However, Garp's aide, Bogart, was a master swordsman, though Lu Chen wasn't certain of his strength. He was currently not on the ship, likely at the Marine headquarters. After resting for a moment, Lu Chen resumed his sword practice, training until he was too exhausted to continue, collapsing into a deep slumber. After all, this would also help increase his mastery of the Conqueror's Haki. The days that followed remained consistent. As long as the weather was calm, he practiced swordsmanship during the day and slept soundly at night. Days later, in the New World, the red-haired pirates, led by Shanks, were anchored at a small island. Shanks lay leisurely, feasting on meat and drinking heartily, when he suddenly broke into a grin, saying, Guests are arriving. Bring out more fine wine. Yes, Captain. Upon hearing these words, several crew members immediately rushed to fetch some wine. Simultaneously, a small boat gradually emerged from the nearby sea, upon which sat a man clad in a red and black trench coat. With short black hair and eyes as sharp as an eagle's, he was none other than one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Dracul Mihawk. His vessel sliced through the waters like a razor-sharp sword, advancing towards the island with an air of formidable purpose. Haha, come to spar with me again, Shanks chuckled, slowly rising to his feet and approaching. Suddenly, Mihawk drew the long blade from his back, one of the supreme great swords. His gaze hardened, and with a swift motion, he unleashed a sword strike. A terrifying sword intent surged forth with lightning speed, sweeping towards the red-haired pirate. The chilling aura of the blade even cleaved through the sea's surface, revealing the ocean floor beneath. Waves parted as if yielding to the sword's might. Shanks laughed, his entire being radiating a powerful aura as he drew his own sword and executed a horizontal slash. Swish! A massive wave of sword intent surged forth, seemingly slicing through the very air around him, resonating with the sound of clashing steel. In an instant, the 2 sword intents collided, producing a deafening roar. Boom! The violent energy radiated outward, creating a massive crater in the sea, with torrents of water shooting skyward. Yet, Mihawk remained steady aboard his vessel. Moments later, the ocean returned to its tranquil state, as if nothing had transpired, though. Of course, one could hardly overlook the lifeless sea creatures surrounding them. Mihawk stepped onto the island, his gaze fixed on Shanks's empty left hand, brow slightly furrowed. Your left hand merely took a trip to the East Blue. I refuse to believe there are such formidable warriors there. What's lost is lost. I still have my right hand, Shanks remarked, stepping closer to embrace Mihawk's shoulders with a jovial grin, just in time for a drink. Yet, Mihawk remained fixated on the topic of Shanks's left hand. You wield your sword with your left hand. Is it truly inconsequential to be without it? Shanks chuckled, his expression suddenly turning serious. Why does everyone ask about my hand? Even Whitebeard, he continued, I've wagered my left hand on the New World. I believe you will soon witness the star of that New World. Now I'm somewhat intrigued. Mihawk replied that by the way, your position as the world's greatest swordsman might be at risk. I encountered a remarkable swordsman in the East Blue. Oh, now that piques my interest. Meanwhile, the warship carrying Lu Chen and Garp was approaching the Navy headquarters. Standing at the bow, Lu Chen could clearly see the Navy headquarters ahead. Its azure walls and towering fortifications resembling an impregnable fortress. The Navy headquarters was still located at Marine Fort, but after the battle on the top in 10 years, it would be reduced to ruins, prompting the relocation of the base. Lu Chen, We are nearing the Navy headquarters. You must make your grandfather proud, Garp said with a serious expression. Chen nodded. Yes, Grandpa, the Navy headquarters. Here I come. After sailing for 18 days without triggering a single mission, his armament Haki had seen no improvement. Thus, it was imperative to join the Navy and simplify his armament Haki. Nevertheless, his overall strength had indeed improved considerably. Host, Chen level, E skills, swordsmanship, D. Conqueror's Haki, E. Armament Haki, G. Cooking, G. Talent, skills simplification. Moments later, the warship arrived at the dock of the Navy headquarters. Chen followed Garp off the ship, surveying the surrounding Navy personnel. There were ordinary sailors clad in blue and white uniforms, as well as those adorned with cloaks bearing the word justice. The ordinary sailors were primarily of E-rank strength, while those wearing cloaks held at least the rank of ensign, boasting B-rank strength. Suddenly, a slender man donning a gray round hat approached them at a brisk pace. Vice Admiral Garp. Garp nodded slightly, introducing Chen to the man behind him. Chen, this is my aide, Bogart. You can consult him if you have any questions about swordsmanship. Understood, Grandpa. Hearing this, Chen's expression brightened as he turned to the man before him, smiling. Major Bogart, I look forward to your guidance. The man's swordsmanship was undoubtedly formidable, as the system could not detect his specific information, character, Bogart level, skills. Alas, not being able to glean any information is indeed quite frustrating, though energy points can be used to upgrade the system. Chen was reluctant to part with them, especially since he lacked sufficient energy points for upgrades. Of course, Bogart nodded slightly. Come, follow me to complete the formalities. Yes, Grandpa. Under Garp's lead, the group made their way toward a large building ahead. Along the way, everyone cast curious glances at Chen, whispering among themselves. Who is he? Why is he following Vice Admiral Garp? Unknown. Could he be Garp's new disciple? That can't be right. He carries a sword, so he must be studying swordsmanship. Before long, the trio arrived at the marshal's office. Garp halted and said, Chen, you two wait here at the door. I'll go in for a moment. All right, Grandpa. Yes, Vice Admiral Garp. The two had no choice but to wait at the door. Soon, Garp pushed open the large door and strode in without ceremony, tossing Chen's information onto the desk. Sengoku, sign this document so my grandson can attend the Navy training camp. What? Your grandson? Is he old enough? Sengoku adjusted his black-rimmed glasses. Looking skeptical, he assumed Garp was referring to Luffy or Ace. Especially Ace. It would be quite difficult for the son of the Pirate King to join the Navy. No, it's my grandson whom I adopted in the East Blue last time. His name is Chen, Garp said while picking his nose. Oh him. I remember you mentioning him before. I had forgotten due to his age. Upon hearing this, Sengoku finally realized, picking up the document and frowning. Intermediate training camp? Is he not starting in the beginner camp? No need. Just sign it. Garp insisted firmly. Fine. Sengoku complied without further argument, signing the document. Regardless of the circumstances, he should know better about Garp's grandson. Let's go. Garp took the document and turned to leave, suddenly remembering something. Oh, by the way, if you have time, help me find a skilled swordsman to teach my grandson. Oh, certainly. Upon hearing this, Sengoku became intrigued. Garp rarely made such requests. Clearly, his grandson must possess considerable talent in swordsmanship. Time passed, and eventually, the office door opened, with Garp emerging to hand the document to Bogart. You take care of Chen's formalities. I have other matters to attend to. Yes. Bogart accepted the document and watched Garp depart. At the same time, the system's notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. System reward. 1 energy point. 1 level up for the skill four-sided slash. As the system alerted him, a blue skill book fell into his system backpack, and his energy points increased by 1. Chen eagerly began learning the sword technique and simplifying his armament Haki. Ding! Successfully learned the skill four-sided slash. Ding! Simplified armament Haki. Ding! Simplification successful. Armament Haki taking hits. What? Taking hits? That seems feasible. Chen glanced at the system's simplified skill, his mouth twitching in resignation. At that moment, Bogart smiled and said, Chen, let's go. I'll take you to the new recruit training camp. All right. Vice Admiral Garp seemed to have enrolled you in the intermediate training camp. I hope you can adapt to the training there. Bogart advised. Huh. Is there a difference? Chen countered, as he truly had little knowledge of the Navy's training camps. The Navy training camps are divided into 3 levels: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. Only those who have completed the basic training camp can advance to the intermediate training camp. And the same goes for the advanced camp. Furthermore, upon graduating from the advanced training camp, there is no necessity to start from the rank of private. Some may even be directly promoted to warrant officer. Bogart patiently explained this to Lu Chen. Oh, I see. After hearing his words, Lu Chen gained a rudimentary understanding of the naval training camps. That it is highly likely that one would struggle to adapt to the high-intensity training of the intermediate camp without first attending the basic training camp. Hence, the concern. A few minutes later, Bogart led Lu Chen to the naval training camp. The location was quite distant from the headquarters, situated on a nearby small island. As they walked along the path, numerous naval personnel could be seen engaged in various forms of training: basic firearms drills, swordsmanship, physical conditioning, and martial arts training. Occasionally, the sounds of the naval personnel shouting in unison could be heard. Before long, Bogart brought Lu Chen to the office of the chief instructor of the intermediate training camp, pushed the door open, and strode in. "Peter, I brought you a newcomer." "A newcomer? What sort of newcomer warrants your personal escort?" Pising's Peter looked suspiciously at the pair at the door. His curiosity deepened upon seeing Lu Chen. "Isn't he rather young? Are we certain he is fit for our intermediate training camp?" "Indeed," Bogart affirmed with a nod. "Very well." As he spoke, Peter took the documents and began to peruse them. Suddenly, he noticed the name Garp, and his expression shifted subtly. "Is his sponsor Rear Admiral Garp? What is his relationship with Rear Admiral Garp?" "He is my grandfather." Lu Chen smiled and added, "Instructor, I hope you won't give me any special treatment because of my grandfather's status. I would prefer to be treated just like everyone else." "Of course, that is only natural," Peter replied. "Well, I've delivered him, so I must take my leave." "Understood." Watching Bogart depart, Lu Chen did not inquire further, trusting that Grandfather Garp would have his plans in place. Peter looked at the name on the document and asked, "Lu Chen?" "Yes, instructor," Lu Chen replied. "Well, today happens to be the first day of the intermediate training camp. Follow me to the training ground." "Yes, instructor." Observing Lu Chen's respectful demeanor and his composed mannerisms, one would assume he had attended the basic training camp. Though the documentation did not indicate as much, Peter mused that perhaps he had been trained by Rear Admiral Garp. Otherwise, he wouldn't be entering the intermediate training camp directly. Before long, Peter led Lu Chen to the training ground of the intermediate camp, where 50 naval personnel stood in neat rows. All had transitioned from the basic training camp to this intermediate level. After scanning the crowd, Lu Chen did not recognize any familiar faces. Was there no one he knew? Logically, Xiuzhua and Ein should also be at the naval training camp at this time. "Everyone, allow me to introduce the new recruit joining our training camp, Lu Chen." After introducing him, Peter gestured. "All right, Lu Chen, please stand at the back of the line." With 50 individuals arranged in 5 rows of 10, Lu Chen found himself standing alone, akin to a transfer student. Suddenly, a Navy personnel with blue hair stepped forward and inquired, "Instructor, who is he? What gives him the right to join our intermediate training camp? I didn't see him in the basic training camp." At this remark, all the personnel in the training camp turned to look at Lu Chen. Their eyes filled with disdain. Clearly, he was someone's privileged offspring, allowed to bypass the basic training camp to muddle through here. Peter paused momentarily at the comment, then retorted sharply, "He has been specially approved by the Marshal." "Is there a problem? If so, take it up with the Marshal." The document earlier had indeed borne the signature of Admiral Sengoku. "Instructor, I refuse to accept this." The blue-haired Navy personnel persisted, rebutting, "Instructor, we fought tooth and nail to emerge from the basic training camp. And now anyone can just waltz in. Where is the dignity of the Navy? Where is its justice? You." Peter was momentarily at a loss for words. However, Lu Chen suddenly interjected, "If you are dissatisfied, we can settle this with a duel." The crowd gasped at his declaration. "A duel? He dares to challenge Berta Barton. Is he courting death? A second generation who knows nothing truly believes he can stand against us? Barton, fight him." Even Peter was taken aback. "Lu Chen, are you certain you wish to compete with him? He ranked in the top 5 of the basic training camp." "Yes, instructor." Lu Chen nodded assuredly, glancing at the task prompt from the system. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered the task, silenced the crowd, and gained the recognition of all in the intermediate training camp. System reward: 1 energy point. Defeating Barton would undoubtedly earn him the respect of everyone present." For the majority of the naval personnel here came from humble backgrounds. "Then let us have you compete against Barton." Peter nodded in agreement. He was also eager to assess Lu Chen's capabilities and resolve this hassle for him. Thank you, instructor. Barton bowed his head in gratitude and stepped forward from the ranks. The other naval personnel swiftly cleared a large area, creating an ample space for the duel. Lu Chen stepped forward a few paces and noticed that his opponent seemed to be unarmed. Aren't you bringing a blade? He wondered if it might be somewhat unfair to not use weapons. Barton shook his head. No need. With these fists, I can defeat you. That if you lose, you must withdraw from the training camp. How about that? Agreed. But if I win, you will serve as my sparring partner from now on. Lu Chen proposed. Deal. The two reached an agreement. In truth, Lu Chen had already discerned Barton's strength through the system. Character: Berta Barton. Level: E. Skills: Martial Arts. D. Swordsmanship. E. Firearms. E. Martial Arts was his strongest skill, making him ideal as a sparring partner to hone Lu Chen's Busashoka Haki. Be careful. I am coming in. Barton tightened his fists, completely dismissing Lu Chen. No sooner had he spoken than he unleashed his foot strength. The ground cracked beneath him as he charged toward Lu Chen at breakneck speed, delivering a straight punch. Yet, Lu Chen stood his ground, not even drawing a weapon. Can't catch my shadow, are you afraid? Barton's expression shifted, believing Lu Chen lacked the strength to compete. Without further thought, he lunged forward, delivering a punch directly to Lu Chen's chest. Bang! A dull thud echoed. The immense force sent Lu Chen stumbling back a few paces, leaving marks on the ground before he managed to halt. Ding! Congratulations, host. 20 experience in Busashoka Haki. Noticing the notification, Lu Chen brushed aside the pain and smiled slightly. What a surprise. Taking a beating grants so much experience. This is far more efficient than swinging a sword or sleeping. Barton raised an eyebrow, growling. What are you laughing at? You think getting hit is amusing? Lu Chen retorted. I'm just laughing at your weak strength. It hardly seems to harm me. With that, Barton's fury ignited, and he charged once more, launching a relentless assault on Lu Chen with fists and feet, pounding him with one blow after another. Like a torrential storm, Lu Chen crossed his arms, attempting to shield himself from some of the damage. Yet he was continually pushed back, appearing to be on the defensive. However, internally, he reveled in delight. Ding! Congratulations, host. 30 experience in Busashoka Haki. Ding! Congratulations, host. 40 experience in Busashoka Haki. Ding! Congratulations, host. Busashoka Haki has leveled up. The system notifications rang incessantly, fueling his experience gain. Moreover, Lu Chen discovered that the harder he was hit, the more experience he accrued, seemingly enhancing his physical strength as well. Such a splendid experience-gaining opportunity could not be squandered easily. Observers in the crowd began to whisper among themselves. He is far too weak. He hasn't even had a chance to retaliate against Barton. Indeed, he, as a second generation, has no need to be here. He might as well go home. Exactly. Nearby, Peter furrowed his brow, anxiously observing the battered Lu Chen. Why isn't he fighting back? Could he truly be a worthless waste? If he gets hurt, how am I supposed to explain this to Vice Admiral Garp? Meanwhile, Sengoku stood high above, surveying the battle below, frowning as he remarked, Garp's grandson? This shouldn't be the case. If that were true, why would Garp allow him to enter the intermediate training camp? Just to suffer? The battle continued for approximately a quarter of an hour. Huff, huff. Barton gasped for breath, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, forcing him to cease his assault and step aside. In contrast, Lu Chen, aside from the bruises on his body, appeared to have sustained no significant injuries, a faint smile still gracing his face. Hey, don't stop. Keep attacking. You. Barton hesitated, a spark igniting in his mind as he finally realized Lu Chen's intention behind this farce. The opponent was clearly attempting to exhaust his stamina before seizing the opportunity to defeat him. How cunning. He wouldn't fall for it. Lu Chen looked at Barton in confusion, frowning. Hey, why aren't you attacking me? Are you afraid? Don't think I'll fall for your tricks. If you want to defeat me, do it fairly. Barton retorted sharply. He absolutely would not strike first before Lu Chen made his move. Instead, he would rest and recover his strength. Observing this, Lu Chen smiled, gripping his sword with his left hand and firmly holding the hilt with his right. Since that's the case, let me defeat you first. You think you can best me? Barton scoffed disdainfully. Yet, before his words had fully escaped his lips, Lu Chen had already taken action, launching himself like a cannonball toward Barton with remarkable speed. Simultaneously, he drew the blade. Spirit Wind .1 sword style draw slash. What? Barton's expression shifted in shock. Unable to fathom Lu Chen's astonishing swiftness, he couldn't even catch a glimpse of the opponent's figure and could only cross his arms in a desperate attempt to block the incoming strike. Spirit Wind unsheathed. A flash of emerald cold light. The blade grazed past Barton, while Lu Chen appeared behind him. Spirit Wind perfectly returned to its sheath. However, none of the onlookers had a clear understanding of what had just transpired. Puffed. Barton suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, collapsing heavily to the ground, a deep gash marking his chest. What? Barton lost. How did that happen? I didn't even see it clearly. Is he really that strong? The crowd buzzed with speculation, their gazes toward Lu Chen no longer laced with contempt. Simultaneously, Sengoku smiled faintly from above, chuckling. Garp, your grandson is quite interesting. He enjoys seeking out challenges. Didn't he win just with that previous move? I don't understand. I really don't. I'm off. With that, Sengoku turned and returned to his office. In the training grounds, Lu Chen looked at the assembled crowd and cheerfully asked, So, do I qualify for the intermediate training camp now? The crowd fell silent, yet none dared to refute him. Lu Chen declared. Then let us consider it your tacit approval. At that moment, Peter stepped forward to alleviate the tension. All right, let us welcome our newcomer, Lu Chen, into the training camp. Also, let a few of you carry Barton away to recuperate. Yes, instructor. Several sailors swiftly carried Barton away. Lu Chen resumed his position in the lineup, naturally taking the spot previously occupied by Barton. Fourth in the first row, the positions in the training camp were ranked according to performance and strength. Thus it was only fitting for Lu Chen to occupy this position. No one dared to utter a word of dissent. At this moment, a notification chimed from the system. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. System reward. Energy point 1. Peter stood before the crowd with a serious demeanor and stated, All right, we are about to commence formal training. Those of you who have entered the intermediate training camp are indeed exceptional. You will not undergo extensive physical training, swordsmanship, or strength training. There is but one requirement, the Navy's 6 styles. As long as you can master 3 of the 6 styles, you may graduate from the intermediate training camp at any time. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged excited glances filled with anticipation. Finally, they would learn the Navy's 6 styles. It was said that some individuals graduated from the intermediate training camp within 3 months, mastering 3 techniques, while others struggled to learn even one. They sought no more than the hope of graduating. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised, to think they would begin learning the Navy's 6 styles at the intermediate training camp. Observing the crowd's reaction, Peter smiled and nonchalantly added, Of course, if you do not master 3 techniques before the training camp concludes, don't even think about moving on to the advanced training camp. You'll have to obediently serve as a regular soldier. Yes, instructor, the crowd replied in unison. Peter nodded slightly and proceeded to explain. The Navy's 6 styles consist of iron block, shave, paper drawing, moonstep, storm leg, and finger gun. Today, we will teach iron block. Iron block involves tensing and compressing all the muscles in your body while controlling blood flow to make your body as hard as iron. It is primarily used for defense. You attack me with your sword. Peter pointed to a nearby sailor, lifting his shirt to reveal an impressive set of 8-pack abs resembling steel, coupled with his sun-kissed skin. He truly resembled a block of iron. Yes, instructor. With that, the sailor drew his sword and struck at Peter's abdomen. Sizzle! The blade met Peter's abdomen, producing a sound akin to striking iron, resonating with a crisp echo. The sailor's sword vibrated violently from the impact. Witnessing this, the other sailors displayed expressions of envy and admiration. So, this is iron block. With such strength, wouldn't he be impervious to bullets? I wonder how difficult it is to cultivate. Perhaps only Lu Chen remained unfazed, pondering. I already possess the ability of armament haki. Learning iron block seems somewhat redundant. The system had just notified him of the discovery of a new skill, iron block. But he chose to forego learning it. Peter lowered his shirt, a slight, unintentional smile gracing his lips. This is iron block from the Navy's 6 styles. For the next month, we will focus on iron block. Each month we will switch to a different style. And whether you can master them depends entirely on your own efforts. Instructor, how many can you do? A curious sailor inquired. Peter chuckled, Not many, just the 6 styles. Teaching you should be sufficient. He could perform all 6, but was only proficient in 3, iron block being one of them. The instructor is amazing. He can do all 6 styles. No wonder he is the instructor of the intermediate training camp. Hearing the student's remarks, Peter felt a twinge of pride, raising his hand to say, All right, I will now begin teaching you the formal iron block. For this month, I hope you won't be crying. Instructor, can I opt out of learning? Just as he finished speaking, an out-of-place voice suddenly rang out. Everyone turned toward the source of the voice, discovering it was Chen who had spoken. Its him. Not learning? Does he believe that being skilled in swordsmanship is enough? Peter wore a bewildered expression, his brow furrowed, thinking, didn't you say you wanted to be treated equally? Why do you suddenly not wish to learn the Navy's 6 styles? Is this a joke? After a brief silence, he cleared his throat and stated seriously, why don't you want to learn? Could it be that you already know how? Even if Chen was reluctant, he ought to have a reason, right? Even Garp would be met with this question here. Did I suppose I've learned it? Chen scratched his head. Yet, no one believed him. If he truly had mastered it, why had he just taken a beating from Barton? The bruises on his arm had yet to fade. Naturally, Chen refrained from arguing. Whether they believed him or not was their concern, that he merely felt it would be a waste of time to learn iron block when he could dedicate more time to honing his swordsmanship and armament haki, which were far more practical. Peter rubbed his nose and replied, all right then, since you claim to have mastered it, come forth and give it a try. If you truly have, then you need not train for the entire month. Yes, instructor. Upon hearing this, Chen stepped forward, extending his arm towards the nearby Navy officer, and declared, strike my arm. The Navy officer glanced at Peter, and upon receiving his nod, swung his blade towards Chen's arm. However, the force was not substantial. Just as the blade was about to make contact, Chen's gaze sharpened, his fist clenched, and he unleashed his armament haki. A surge of dark energy enveloped the area where the blade would strike, gleaming with a metallic luster. Clang! A crisp sound resonated as the Navy officer's sword was unexpectedly deflected, even slipping from his grasp. Simultaneously, Chen's arm returned to its normal state, unscathed. What? He truly knows iron block? With such formidable swordsmanship, one would think that was enough. Yet he has also mastered the iron block technique from the Navy's 6 styles. How is he even still alive? Incredible. He appears to be several years younger than us. The expressions of the Navy personnel present were filled with astonishment, their eyes brimming with admiration. Only Peter maintained a serious demeanor, fixating on Chen's arm, seemingly wanting to say something but refraining. Well, it appears you indeed possess the iron block technique. You may practice whatever you wish, but your schedule must align with the others. Yes, thank you, instructor. Chen promptly expressed his gratitude, judging by Peter's gaze. It was evident he had likely noticed the armament haki but chose not to expose it. If the others were to discover that Chen could wield armament haki, the shock would be profound and discouraging. At that moment, Peter finally understood why Vice Admiral Garp had sent Chen to the intermediate training camp. Given his abilities, he was more than qualified for this level. Subsequently, Peter began instructing the others in their training. However, upon seeing the training exercises, Chen suddenly felt a twinge of regret. Everyone was taking hits. Pairs of trainees were pushing a sturdy tree trunk against each other's bodies to master iron block. One must at least control their muscle movements and utilize them to withstand damage. Even the female Navy recruits were no exception. Thus, the training ground was filled with pairs of trainees exchanging blows. Accompanied by their anguished cries, Chen was tempted to join in, as it would provide an excellent opportunity to enhance his experience with armament haki. The earlier confrontation had already elevated his armament haki to F rank, bringing him close to E rank. After much contemplation, Chen approached a lone Navy recruit and said, I happen to be free now. Would you like to practice together? Sure. Let's introduce ourselves first. My name is Charlotte Zeiss. But you can call me Zeiss. Zeiss smiled and nodded. All right, you can call me Chen. The two shook hands, marking the beginning of their acquaintance. They soon commenced their training, using wooden stakes to strike each other's bodies. Ding, congratulations. Meanwhile, Peter watched in astonishment, his brow furrowed as he focused intently on Chen. What is this kid thinking? Didn't he say he wasn't interested in training? Why is he participating now? Is he merely seeking punishment? After all, just moments ago, Chen had not even utilized armament haki during his battle with Barton. The training continued for an hour before the group was finally allowed to rest. Upon hearing the word break, all the recruits collapsed onto the ground. Chen, do you have any tips for mastering iron block? Could you share them with me? Zeiss suddenly inquired. This question silenced the entire training ground. All eyes turned to Chen, eager to hear his insights. Taken aback by the question, Chen hesitated for a moment before rambling. Well, mastering iron block is all about controlling your muscles and blood flow throughout your body. So, in addition to having a strong physique, we must also get adequate rest to ensure our mind and body are in harmony. Zeiss seemed to understand, responding with an "Oh, I see." The others quietly noted Chen's words. perhaps unaware of the significant impact his seemingly casual remarks would have on the Navy recruits present. After a brief respite, the group resumed training. Perhaps due to Lu Chen's influence, all the recruits trained with remarkable diligence. After all, Lu Chen's background was likely impressive. He was younger than them, yet possessed greater strength and a more rigorous training regimen. What reason did they have not to strive for improvement? Throughout the day. The intermediate training camp echoed with the sounds of exertion, leading one to think a fresh batch of prisoners had just arrived. In the evening, Peter observed the trainees in the training yard and said flatly, "All right, you may return to your quarters for rest. The medicinal supplies for your injuries have been delivered to your dormitories. Tend to yourselves." "Yes, instructor." With that, the trainees scurried back to their dormitory area like frenzied rabbits. Lu Chen, however, took his time, casually opening the system interface to check. Host, Lu Chen level, E skills, Swordsmanship, D, Conqueror's Haki, E, Armament Haki, E, Cooking G, Talent, Simplified Skills Energy. 1. My strength is still too low. I must train diligently during this month. A few minutes later, Lu Chen returned to the dormitory area, where each room was a single occupancy suite, and the environment was quite pleasant. After taking a shower, he lay down on his bed and fell into a deep slumber. Ding! Congratulations. The next morning, the grueling and painful training commenced once more. However, Lu Chen did not join the others for training. Instead, he continued honing his swordsmanship on the side. He swung his sword, repeatedly, tirelessly. It wasn't until the afternoon that he joined the others for their training. For the following month, he trained incessantly, never taking a break. During this time, Barton's injuries healed, and he returned to resume training. With him present, Lu Chen had an additional sparring partner, allowing for significant growth in his armament hockey experience. 1 month later, Peter stood before the group of trainees, nodding in satisfaction. You all performed remarkably well. In just a month, an astonishing 23 of you have mastered Iron Block. This is the highest number I have ever seen in a single cohort. Instructor, are we the largest group to have learned it? Someone raised their hand, curious. More than half, perhaps the best in the Navy. Peter chuckled, then solemnly remarked, among training camps, those taught by Admiral Zifa are the strongest. He once trained an entire team that graduated from the intermediate training camp. Admiral Zifa, the chief instructor. The realization dawned on the crowd. Their expressions filled with awe. Chen became intrigued. Blackarm Zifa, was he still at Navy headquarters? It seemed his training ship had yet to be attacked. Though his family must have perished. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in the training camp. Peter continued, well, the month has passed, and it's time for us to learn new techniques from the Navy's 6 styles. We will now focus on Su, a technique that allows for rapid movement by repeatedly kicking the ground within a very short time frame, generating immense rebound force. Just like some individuals can unleash their maximum speed in an instant, as long as one's body, stamina, and strength are adequate, it is relatively easy to learn. After finishing his explanation, Peter demonstrated the technique for the Navy recruits. He took a step back with his right foot, slightly bending his body, his gaze sharpening, and then suddenly exerted force with his right foot, kicking the ground multiple times. Whoosh! With a sound, he appeared as if he had teleported, now standing several dozen meters away. The trainees present were left speechless, unable to comprehend what had just transpired, as it all seemed to occur in the blink of an eye. Incredible! Is this sorrow? If I master it, I should become even stronger. Barton stared at Peter, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Can Sora really achieve such speed? If I learn it, perhaps I can defeat Lu Chen after a month of torment. He had grown weary of being Lu Chen's sparring partner. It was simply inhumane. He felt more like a masochist. Even if he is engaged in combat with Lu Chen, his entire body aches every day. Fortunately, he later learned the technique of shaving with iron blocks, or he truly would not have been able to endure it. Nearby, Lu Chen gazed at the information on the system interface, a hint of satisfaction gracing his features. Quite good. The technique of shaving has been successfully mastered. Ding. Skill Navy 6 styles shave detected. Would you like to learn? Yes. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully learned, of course. If Barton were to discover that Lu Chen had already mastered the shave, he would likely be devastated. Immediately, Peter was preparing to organize the trainees for training, with various training equipment already at the ready. However, a Navy soldier suddenly rushed over, panting heavily. Instructor, there is an order from above, instructing the intermediate training camp Navy trainees to board a ship and follow the fleet to eradicate pirates. All right, I will lead the team immediately. Peter's expression turned serious as he turned to the trainees and spoke earnestly. Everyone, A mission has come up. Grab your weapons and follow me. Yes, instructor. The group promptly moved to collect their weapons, trailing behind Peter. Chen, looking bewildered, inquired of Shiza. What is going on? Aren't we in a training camp? Why are we being dispatched on a mission? This is quite common. The current seas are chaotic, and many incidents occur daily. The Navy forces are insufficient, so we often go out to engage in battles even from the junior training camp. By the way, this should be your first time in combat, right? Shiza asked curiously, having trained together for a month and learned that Chen had not attended the junior training camp. Yes, Chen nodded. Shiza smiled and cautioned, then you should be careful. These pirates are not to be trifled with, and our strength is limited, so just do your best. Understood. Let's board the ship. All right. Thus, all 41 trainees followed Peter onto the Navy warship. Everyone stood ready on the deck, surrounded by numerous Navy ships, at least several dozen. At that moment, Instructor Peter had donned the Navy cloak, emblazoned with the word justice in bold characters. The cloak billowed in the wind. The war drums resounded, exuding an air of authority. Among the fleet was the largest warship, which was occupied by the overall commander of this operation, a man who, judging by the insignia on his shoulder, appeared to be a lieutenant commander. The distance was too great for the system to detect any information about the other party. Damn system, it seems I must spend 1 energy point to upgrade it. The lieutenant commander stood at the bow of the ship, shouting loudly. Set sail. Yes, lieutenant commander. With a single command, dozens of ships set off in unison. Heading towards the sea region. Chen surveyed his surroundings and realized that the trainees participating in the battle seemed to be just their group. The others were all regular Navy personnel. After a moment of silence, he turned to Shiza and inquired if he knew what was happening. It seems a Navy ship was attacked by pirates, and we are going to provide assistance. Shiza explained. Oh, who? Colonel Monka. Is it him? What? Do you know him? Just heard of him. Oh. Just as they exchanged a few words, Peter suddenly shot them a glare, prompting the two to cease their conversation. Chen focused his gaze ahead, a knowing smile creeping onto his lips. So it's him, Monka, the axe hand, one among those who were previously beaten by Luffy, and also someone Zoro encountered there. How did he come under attack? It seems I must see for myself. Perhaps I can even receive a mission and earn rewards, simplifying the shave I just learned. Approximately an hour later, the warship arrived at the site of the incident. From a distance, Chen spotted 2 vessels. One was a Navy warship, and the other was a pirate ship, its flag depicting a black skull, the Black Pirate crew. So, it was them. How did these 2 parties come to cross paths? Chen realized, astonished he didn't know many details about One Piece, but he was familiar with the Black Pirate crew. Just then, the lieutenant commander issued a command. All ships, accelerate, block them, let not a single pirate escape. Yes, Lieutenant Commander. In an instant, all the warships surged forward with full force towards the site of the incident. As they drew nearer, Chen suddenly noticed that the sea around the warships had turned a deep crimson. Stained with blood, the deck was littered with the bodies of Navy soldiers, with not a single living soul in sight. At that moment, a system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a mission. Eliminate the captain of the Black Pirate crew. Kuro. System reward. 2 energy points. 2 energy points. It seems Kuro will not be an easy adversary. The greater the reward, the stronger the enemy. As they were about to reach the pirate ship, Peter turned around. His expression grave and solemnly instructed. Everyone, be cautious. We are dealing with the Black Pirate crew, and their captain is cunning and adept at psychological warfare. Do not underestimate them. Yes, instructor, the group responded in unison. Charge. With Peter's command, he led all the trainees forward. Chen followed closely behind, leaping onto the Black Pirate crew's ship. At that moment, the crew members of the Black Pirate crew engaged them in a fierce battle. Chen trailed Peter, just in time to see a hefty pirate clad in a black headscarf charging at him, wielding a spiked club. Kid, take this, the pirate shouted, and Chen deftly sidestepped the attack. Drawing his blade, he slashed towards the pirate's arm. The sharp edge sliced through the pirate's arm effortlessly, severing both flesh and bone. Splurt! Blood gushed forth. The pirate clutched his arm, collapsing to the ground and emitting a pained cry. Ah! It hurts! My arm! The sight of the crimson blood had a profound impact on Chen, leaving him momentarily stunned. A denizen of Blue Star, he had experienced such scenes far too infrequently. Suddenly, a voice from behind broke through his daze. Chen, what are you doing standing there? Kill him. Huh. Hearing the voice, Chen snapped back to reality and raised his blade to strike at the pirate once more. Ah, kid, you'll pay for this. The pirate, not one to be trifled with, took advantage of Lu Chen's moment of distraction to retaliate, swinging his spiked club in a sweeping motion. Fortunately, Lu Chen regained his wits and deflected the pirate's club with his blade. Following up with a swift strike aimed at the pirate's neck, the glinting edge of the blade sliced through the air, blood spraying forth. The pirate's head was severed from his body in an instant. At that moment, Shiza approached, patting Lu Chen on the shoulder, offering reassurance. Be careful. Just familiarize yourself with it. We all went through this. Lu Chen nodded, with his expression firm and resolute. He surged forth to engage the other pirates. This was no longer the world he once knew. It was a realm where the strong preyed upon the weak. It was a matter of survival. Either you die, or I do. Only formidable strength could ensure one's protection. In the heat of battle, Lu Chen moved with incredible speed, weaving through both navy and pirate alike, leaving no one able to capture his form. Especially notable was the swiftness with which he struck. To the ordinary eye, only fleeting glimpses of his blade were visible. With each flash of the blade, a pirate would fall. Before long, Peter noticed Lu Chen's prowess, chuckling. This kid has adapted so quickly. Truly worthy of being the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp. As an instructor, he refrained from engaging directly, leaving opportunities for the trainees. He would only intervene when a trainee was on the verge of collapse. Minutes later, Lu Chen found himself unknowingly at the center of the battlefield, surrounded by pirates who, upon witnessing his ruthless efficiency, dared not approach him. As he surveyed the area, he suddenly realized that all the surrounding crew members were ordinary sailors. Their strengths at levels F and D. He had yet to catch sight of the mission target, Captain Kuro of the Black Pirate crew. Could it be that they were hiding aboard the Navy's ship? According to the narrative, it seemed the Navy believed Captain Kuro to be dead, when in fact he was alive. There must be some hidden circumstances at play. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chen ceased his hesitation and strode purposefully toward the ship's edge. Stepping off with a single leap. He soared through the air, landing firmly on the adjacent naval warship. The entire vessel was strewn with the bodies of sailors, transformed into a veritable sea of blood. With not a single soul alive, the corpses bore 3 distinct claw marks, likely inflicted by Kilo. With utmost caution, Lu Chen proceeded into the ship's cabin, ever vigilant of his surroundings. Outside, there was no one. Kilo and his cohorts were undoubtedly hiding within. Shortly thereafter, he spotted a naval officer lying prone, still clad in a naval cloak, his robust physique somewhat familiar. Lu Chen hurried forward and, upon bending down for a closer look, gasped, Monka. Despite the man's jaw being shattered, he was still recognizable. It dawned on Lu Chen that the iron shard responsible for Monka's condition was the handiwork of Kilo. Suddenly, a chill crept in from behind. Lu Chen's body tensed, a shiver coursed down his spine, and instinctively, he sidestepped while executing the newly learned technique of shave. Bang! His right foot struck the ground with remarkable speed, propelling him forward. In an instant, Lu Chen found himself 5 meters away, swiftly turning to confront the man before him. Kilo, the man, clad in a black jacket, bore 10 razor-sharp claws and sported black-framed glasses. It required no further scrutiny. He was indeed the captain of the Black Pirate crew. Kilo character, Kilo level, C skills, silent step, C spoon, C martial arts, D a naval recruit. You managed to evade my attack, Kilo remarked with interest. Pushing up his glasses with his palm, he was taken aback to find a naval officer present, and upon seeing only Lu Chen, he prepared to eliminate him. It wasn't so much evasion as it was mere survival. Lu Chen gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. A persistent sting emanated from his back, but fortunately, the wound was superficial, merely a surface injury. It was a stroke of luck he had avoided a lethal blow. Otherwise, he would have been severed in half. Intriguing. Kilo smirked wickedly. Casting a glance around, Lu Chen inquired, Your crew is outside engaged in battle. Isn't it inappropriate for you to hide here? The external combatants were merely ordinary sailors. With the hypnotist Zhang and others unaccounted for, if they were present, facing 3 opponents alone was beyond his capability. Retreat was his only option. They are merely a part of my plan. As for you, do you truly believe you can kill me without calling for assistance? Kilo replied with a grin. The 2 men engaged in a mutual probe, testing for the presence of allies on either side. In truth, Kilo's other crew members had long since abandoned ship. As for Lu Chen, he was resolute in completing his mission, intending to eliminate Kilo single-handedly. It seems I have encountered an arrogant naval officer. You shall become a part of my plan. Kilo scoffed, crossing his 10 claws. In an instant, he vanished from sight, even eluding Lu Chen's gaze. Ding. Skill silent step detected. Would you like to learn it? Lu Chen furrowed his brow, remaining ever alert. His opponent had employed Silent Step, a stealthy assassination technique that involved moving at incredible speed without producing any sound. This was a formidable challenge. Ordinary naval personnel were no match for Kilo. Suddenly, a gust of power emanated from his left. Chen's gaze sharpened, and he raised his left hand defensively, activating Armament Haki. The dark Haki enveloped his arm, glinting with a metallic sheen. Ding! A crisp sound resonated. Kilo's 10 claws struck Lu Chen's arm, yet caused him no harm, causing Kilo's expression to shift. What is this? Haki. Though unfamiliar with it himself, he had heard of Haki, an ability possessed by rare individuals. How could it manifest in a mere naval pawn? Did he perhaps possess some formidable background? Heh. Lu Chen suddenly chuckled coldly. Seizing the opportunity while Kilo was momentarily taken aback, he drew Lingfeng with his right hand. Slashing toward Kilo. .1 sword style. Draw slash. The blade gleamed as it sliced through the air, narrowly missing Kilo's form. Kilo's pupils constricted as he swiftly evaded. Despite this, Lu Chen's sword aura still inflicted a grievous wound upon Kilo's chest. Blood streaming forth incessantly. Fixing his gaze on Kilo, Lu Chen shook his head slightly, dissatisfied. His attack had been too slow. A bit more speed, and he could have delivered a fatal blow. Ha! Kilo exclaimed, raising his right hand to push up his glasses. In that instant, his eyes brimmed with murderous intent. Young man, although you wield Haki, you are far too arrogant. You shouldn't presume that one individual can defeat me. Why not test that theory? Lu Chen replied with a faint smile. Gripping Lingfeng tightly, bracing for what was to come, Kilo's speed was extraordinary. He needed to be on high alert. Had he known, he would have learned Konbanshika Haki as well. What was he afraid of? Spoon. Kilo suddenly crossed his arms, bending his body. He swayed left twice, then right twice, as if intoxicated. With the movement of his 10 razor claws, a fierce gust of wind stirred up dust, scattering it in all directions. Once more, he vanished from sight, making it exceedingly difficult to track his movements. Ding! Skill spoon detected. Would you like to learn it? Upon hearing the system's voice, Lu Chen's brow furrowed tightly. Fists clenched as he resolved to hold nothing back. Armament Haki. He fortified every vital area of his body, becoming akin to an Iron Man. Spoon was Kilo's strongest technique, an indiscriminate attack derived from Silent Step, by utilizing rapid movement and claw strikes. It could eliminate numerous foes, so fast that even the attacker was unaware of what they would strike. It was more troublesome than Silent Step. In an instant, a tremendous crash erupted from behind. Bang! The claws shattered a crate behind Lu Chen into splinters. Suddenly, a powerful wind surged from the front as Kilo's razor claws raked across Lu Chen's chest. Ding! A surge of force struck him, sending him crashing backward until he slammed against the ship's hull. Finally coming to a stop, his shirt was torn to shreds, yet miraculously, he remained uninjured, thanks to Armament Haki as protective barrier. Before long, signs of Kilo's assaults reappeared in the area ahead. Even Kilo himself could not predict where to strike. This skill was indeed troublesome, and perhaps there was nowhere left to flee. The exit might very well become Kilo's next target. After pondering for a moment, Lu Chen rose, exhaling a deep breath. He adjusted his breathing, focusing intently. His eyes were fixed on the area where Kilo had attacked, seeking an opportunity. Suddenly, a shadow flickered before Lu Chen, undoubtedly Kilo's moving form. .4 direction slash. He lifted his right hand lightly. The speed appeared slow, yet it was deceptively fast, creating mere afterimages. In his presence, it seemed as though 4 right arms had manifested. Each arm slashed in different directions, unleashing 4 blades of sword aura. All aimed forward. The 4 sword auras, both vertical and horizontal, formed a perfect character, slicing ahead. Kilo's previously detected silhouette resided within this zone. Regardless of his movements, there was no escape. The chilling sword aura swept through, severing all obstructions in its path, before bursting forth from the ship's cabin. Bang! A resounding crash echoed. A massive square hole appeared in the ship, and as the sword aura passed through Kilo, it cleaved off the right half of his body. The 2 halves collapsed to the ground, blood gushing forth, pooling at Lu Chen's feet. Only after confirming Kilo's demise did Lu Chen dare to take deep breaths. Good riddance. If I had to fight again, I wouldn't have the strength. His Armament Haki was only at level D, hardly sustainable for long. Moreover, he could not overlay Haki onto his weapon. At that moment, a white figure dashed into the cabin, inquiring, what happened here? The sudden voice startled Lu Chen. Turning around, he saw it was the previously encountered Major, and he felt reassured. Major, I discovered a pirate and have eliminated him. Kilo, the captain of the Black Pirate crew. You actually managed to kill him. The naval lieutenant commander exclaimed in astonishment. What a stroke of luck. What a stroke of luck, Lu Chen humbly replied. However, the lieutenant commander stared intently at Lu Chen's face for a moment, suddenly realizing something, and chuckled. So it's you. No wonder you managed to slay Kuro. I never expected to encounter you here, Lieutenant Commander. You know me? Lu Chen questioned. His face filled with skepticism. He searched his mind for any memory of the man before him. But it seemed they had never met. It should have been their first encounter. The naval lieutenant commander smiled and said, Your name is Lu Chen, is it not? Yes. Lu Chen nodded. Then it is true. Remember my name. I am Rabbani, and I shall be awaiting your arrival. With that, the naval lieutenant commander, known as Rabbani, hurriedly departed. What on earth? It's all my fault for hastily watching One Piece, which caused me to forget some of the plot. Lu Chen shook his head helplessly. And no matter how he pondered, he could not come up with an answer, so he decided to leave, carrying Kuro's severed head with him. As the captain of the Black Pirate crew, his head was worth a staggering 16 million berries. Such a sum could not be overlooked. By the way, let us simplify the Navy's 6 styles. Shave. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. System reward. Energy points 2. Ding. Simplifying the Navy's 6 styles. Shave. Ding. Successfully simplified the Navy's 6 styles. Shave to walking. Not bad. Walking can enhance the skill in the future as my skills multiply. Who knows what might contribute to skill experience. A satisfied smile spread across Lu Chen's face as he walked out, carrying Kuro's head. Meanwhile, outside, the battle had concluded. The trainees at the training camp looked at Lu Chen, who returned holding a head. With puzzled expressions to Lu Chen, what are you doing bringing back a head? This is not just any head. This is money. Lu Chen lamented. Kuro's face had been almost entirely severed, making it difficult to recognize. However, Instructor Peter immediately identified it, exclaiming in surprise, It's Kuro, the captain of the Black Pirate crew. You actually killed him. Good eye, Instructor. Although I am just a trainee, I should still receive the bounty, right? Lu Chen tossed the head over. Typically, when the Navy slays a pirate, they hand it over to their superiors, who report it up the chain and collect the bounty. Certainly, I will help you apply for it. Peter accepted the head and placed it into a sack. At this moment, although the trainees were somewhat shocked, they had grown accustomed to such occurrences. They never expected Lu Chen to be so formidable, capable of single-handedly taking down Kuro. It was said that his ultimate move, Silent Step, was exceptionally powerful. Perhaps only those with observation haki could perceive it. At the very least, I am not his match. To be this strong on his first battle. Cough, cough. Peter cleared his throat and commanded. All right, everyone tidy up, clean the battlefield. We are heading back shortly. Yes, Instructor. On the way back to the naval headquarters, Shiza inquired suspiciously. Lu Chen, you've been pacing back and forth here, nearly making me dizzy. Are you worried about something? Hee. Nothing at all, just simply wanting to stretch my legs. Lu Chen awkwardly responded. Walking, of course, was to increase the experience points for Shave. An hour later, they finally arrived at the naval headquarters, after a brief rest. They resumed training in the Navy's 6 styles, focusing on Shave. Each trainee had weights strapped to their feet and bodies, continuously kicking their legs. Naturally, Lu Chen was among those training. He walked while kicking, not only torturing himself with the weights but also increasing his armament haki experience. Ding, congratulations to the host for gaining 2 armament haki experience. Ding, congratulations to the host for gaining 1 Navy 6 styles. Shave experience. Ding, congratulations. What followed was naturally another month of relentless training. Meanwhile, on the sea, a small boat carrying 3 pirates sailed across the waves, and these 3 were key members of the Black Pirate crew, the hypnotist Zhang Combatants Sam and Buji. Sam glanced behind and asked, Why hasn't the captain arrived yet? It's been ages. He may have encountered some trouble. After all, he had a plan in place. Perhaps he altered it, Zhang replied. Oh, then let us head to the agreed-upon location and wait for him. All right. Thus, the 3 continued their voyage. Days later, Garp was leisurely enjoying donuts in his office when a sudden knock echoed at the door. Who is it? Don't bother me, he grumbled, taking another bite of his donut. Outside, Bogart's voice rang out. Vice Admiral Garp, it's me. Oh, it's you. Come in. Yes. Bogart pushed the door open and entered, handing over a stack of documents. Vice Admiral Garp, this is the bounty for your grandson, who killed the pirate Kuro. My grandson? Oh, it's Lu Chen. Upon hearing this, Garp finally remembered, nearly forgetting that he had a grandson in the naval headquarters. Indeed, Bogart had long since grown accustomed to it, and said no more. Garp opened the documents and scrutinized them. This kid is impressive. He actually managed to kill Kuro, though Kuro isn't particularly strong. I could take him out with a single punch. Hee hee. Bogart chuckled silently. Pirates of such caliber were indeed insignificant in Garp's eyes. All right, since I have some free time, I'll go check on my grandson. Yes, Vice Admiral. With that, Garp stood up and left his office after a long time. On the other side, at the Navy training camp, most trainees were still engaged in weighted training, while Lu Chen had removed his weights and was attempting shave. Others noticed and turned to look at him, eager to see what he was doing. What is Lu Chen doing? Why has he removed his weights? Has he mastered shave? Impossible. It's only been a few days. No, that actually seems plausible. Lu Chen took a deep breath, stepped back with his right foot, and slightly bent his body. In an instant, he exerted force with his right foot. Within a very brief moment, he stomped on the ground multiple times, unleashing tremendous explosive power. Particularly with the final stomp, the force was the strongest. With a loud bang, even the air was stirred, creating a sound. In a flash, Lu Chen shot forward like a cannonball, covering dozens of meters in an instant. Witnessing this, everyone present was astounded. Ha ha ha, it worked. He actually learned it. Truly, Lu Chen is a genius. Ha ha ha. Incredible. Barton shook his head helplessly, murmuring to himself. Sigh, when will I be able to defeat him? No, I must learn shave as soon as possible. At that moment, Instructor Peter stepped forward and barked. What are you all gawking at? It's not like you've mastered it yet. Why are you still standing there? Get back to training. Yes, Instructor. The trainees, startled into action, resumed their training. Peter turned to Lu Chen, his eyes filled with shock and admiration. A genius. Absolutely a genius. I never expected to have taught such a prodigy. While others were in awe, Lu Chen felt somewhat dissatisfied. Was E-level shave limited to this? Although the speed was impressive, it seemed not as formidable as Kuro's silent step. Suddenly, a familiar voice resonated. Lu Chen. How has your time in the training camp been? Garp approached the training camp accompanied by his aide, Bogart. Upon seeing the two, all naval personnel present stood straight, respectfully saluting. Vice Admiral Garp. Vice Admiral Garp. Garp nodded slightly in acknowledgement and continued walking towards Lu Chen. Grandpa, you're here? Lu Chen rushed forward, smiling. It's been so long. I've missed you. Regardless, Garp is indeed a relative of his in this world. Yes, you've done well, killing Kuro, but don't let it get to your head. Once you advance to the advanced training camp, you better join Zephyr's elite unit. Otherwise, you want to be recognized as Garp's grandson. Garp gently patted Lu Chen's shoulder, offering words of praise. Understood, Grandpa, Lu Chen nodded. Simultaneously, the system displayed a task notification. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering the task. Join the elite training camp affiliated with Zephyr. System rewards: 2 energy points, 1 good quality sword. With the task at hand, even if Garp had not urged him, Lu Chen would have undoubtedly joined. However, joining the elite training camp might not be as simple as it seems. Garp suddenly tapped his head, recalling something. Oh right, you've learned the shave technique now. I was planning to return and check on Luffy's progress. Could you go in my stead? Consider it a vacation. There were 2 reasons for sending Lu Chen. Firstly, Garp was too lazy to go himself and preferred to lounge in the office. Secondly, as Lu Chen was already a Navy member, he might persuade Ace and Luffy to reconsider their choices. Sure, Grandpa, I was just thinking about visiting Luffy. Lu Chen eagerly nodded. Training at the Navy headquarters was indeed exhausting, but it was also exceedingly monotonous. It was incredibly dull. A trip back to Windmill Village would be delightful. Garp nodded slightly, glancing at Peter beside him, and explained, Lu Chen is on leave. I will inform Admiral Sengoku of the situation. Understood, Vice Admiral Garp. Peter replied. Shortly after, Garp departed with Lu Chen. Once they left, the others in the training camp immediately began to whisper among themselves. Lu Chen's grandfather is Vice Admiral Garp, the legendary hero of the Navy. No wonder he is so formidable. Indeed, with such a powerful background, he remains so humble. Typically, Lu Chen had never disclosed his identity to others and had not received any special treatment. His respect was solely earned through his own capabilities. Soon, Garp completed the necessary procedures with Sengoku and joined a Navy fleet heading towards the East Sea to avoid any unforeseen incidents. Curiously, the leading officer of this fleet was Vice Admiral Tsuru. Garp specifically introduced Lu Chen to her, saying, Little Tsuru, this is my grandson Lu Chen. I trust you will take care of him on the journey. Garp, this is your grandson. Vice Admiral Tsuru frowned slightly. In her recollection, Garp's grandson shouldn't be this grown. He is adopted, but don't underestimate him. My grandson has only been in the Navy for a few months and has already taken down Kuro. Garp said, his mouth involuntarily curling into a proud smile. A grandfather. He relished the opportunity to boast about his grandson. Finally, he had a grandson to brag about. However, perhaps Lu Chen would be his only grandson to showcase in front of the Navy. Considering one son was a revolutionary leader and 2 grandsons were pirates, after pondering for a moment, Vice Admiral Tsuru remarked, "Kuro, the captain of the Black Pirate crew, that fellow is quite formidable. Young man, how did you manage to defeat him?" "It was merely luck, Vice Admiral Tsuru," Lu Chen humbly replied. However, Vice Admiral Tsuru appeared unconvinced, her face breaking into a kind smile. "All right then, calling me Vice Admiral feels too formal. Your grandfather and I are from the same generation. Just call me Granny Tsuru." "Sure, Granny Tsuru," Lu Chen responded with a smile. Upon seeing this, Garp quickly pulled Lu Chen back, saying, "Little Tsuru, this is my grandson. Don't try to steal him away. I have no intention of that." Vice Admiral Tsuru shook her head. Suddenly, Garp had a brilliant idea. "Oh right, don't you have a granddaughter? Introduce her to Lu Chen. Who knows, they might hit it off. Forget it. Let us not meddle in the affairs of the young." Vice Admiral Tsuru waved her hand. Hearing this, Garp fell silent. Lu Chen, however, became intrigued. Vice Admiral Tsuru's granddaughter must be a peacock, right? The one with the whip fruit ability. At that moment, an image flashed through his mind. A woman clad in high heels and fiery red lips, wielding a black whip, continuously cracking it against the ground, producing a series of clap-clap sounds. At the thought of this, Lu Chen felt goosebumps rise all over his body. In the afternoon, Lu Chen boarded Vice Admiral Tsuru's ship, making his way to the East Sea. The ship commanded by the Vice Admiral was indeed grand, with a massive sail emblazoned with the character Tsuru. Moreover, it was because of Vice Admiral Tsuru's ship that Doflamingo chose to flee, with her protection. Their journey was smooth and uneventful. No reckless pirate dared to provoke them. Thus, on the way, Lu Chen found time to train. Every night, he would rest and cultivate his Conqueror's Haki. In the mornings and afternoons, he practiced swordsmanship. In the evenings, he would walk and hone his 6 forms of the Navy shave. His routine was unwaveringly disciplined, earning him recognition from everyone aboard the ship. 2 months later, Vice Admiral Tsuru's ship arrived at the East Sea. With other matters to attend to, she entrusted Lu Chen to another Navy vessel. Before parting, Vice Admiral Tsuru kindly reminded him, "Young man, I will be waiting for you here in a month so we can return together." "Thank you, Granny Tsuru." Lu Chen promptly expressed his gratitude. "Goodbye. Farewell." Watching Vice Admiral Tsuru's ship sail away, Lu Chen clenched his fists, vowing inwardly that his current strength was still too feeble. He must possess his own warship in the future. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the task. Achieve the rank of Lieutenant Junior grade and acquire your own warship. System rewards: 1 warship, 3 energy points, 1 swordsmanship, 1 physical skills, in the Navy. Only those who reached the rank of Lieutenant Junior grade could possess their own warship and troops. Thus, this task was perfectly timed, though it seemed there was still something lacking. Lu Chen opened the system interface to inspect. Host: Lu Chen level D. Skills: Swordsmanship D. Conqueror's Haki D. Armament Haki D. Navy 6 forms Shave D. Cooking G. Talent: Simplified Skills Energy 1 over the 2 months. All skills except for Armament Haki had leveled up. He was not far from reaching C rank. A few days later, Lu Chen returned to Windmill Village aboard a Navy ship. As they neared the dock, he noticed many people standing by the pier, watching. The Navy is here. A Navy ship has arrived. I wonder if it's Vice Admiral Garp. It might be. Perhaps Lu Chen is back with them. As they got closer, Lu Chen waved and shouted, "Uncle, Grandpa Roy." Hearing the familiar voice, the people on the shore realized it was Lu Chen. "It's Lu Chen. Ha ha ha, it really is him. Has he returned as a Navy member to see us?" Lu Chen's loud voice reached even the hard-of-hearing elders. Soon after, the Navy ship docked, and Lu Chen leaped off, cheerfully calling out, "Uncle, Grandpa Roy. I'm back. Have you found a wife in the Navy yet? I can introduce you to one with a nice figure. Don't worry, Granny Jo has some too." In an instant, a swarm of aunts and uncles surrounded Lu Chen. After quite some time, he finally managed to break free and made a beeline for the tavern. Opening the tavern door, he spotted Makino standing behind the bar. And their eyes met. "Sister Makino." Lu Chen. Makino's face lit up with a radiant smile as she hurriedly approached, taking Lu Chen's hands and starting to inspect him from head to toe. "How have you been? Was training in the Navy tough? Did Vice Admiral Garp take good care of you? You've gotten tanned and stronger since we last met." "Hee hee, Sister Makino. I'm fine," Lu Chen replied sheepishly, scratching his head. He continued, "I even went along to take down a pirate, taking out one with a bounty of 16 million berries. As an inexperienced young man, being so closely examined by a woman inevitably elicited a reaction from him." "What? 16 million berries? Lu Chen, you're already that impressive. It seems you'll surely become as formidable as your grandfather in the future. Upon hearing these words, everyone was taken aback. Only Machino displayed an expression of deep concern. A bounty of 16 million berries for such a notorious pirate surely indicated formidable strength. You weren't hurt, were you? It's nothing, Machine. Chen replied with a smile. Ever since arriving in this world, he had remained in Windmill Village. Largely thanks to Machino's care.to claim, he didn't hold affection for Machino would be somewhat disingenuous. Despite this, a trace of worry lingered on Machino's face. Chen, what brings you back this time? The village chief inquired, leaning on his cane. Grandpa asked me to check on Luffy and Ace. Machine, would you like to come along? Sure. I wonder how Luffy is faring on Golbo's mountain. Machino nodded eagerly. Being an ordinary person, she dared not venture into Golbo's mountain alone. The area was rife with mountain bandits, thugs, and pirates. Consequently, Machino began to prepare, packing a substantial amount of food for Luffy, readying herself to enter the mountain alongside Chen. Approximately an hour later, the duo arrived near the residence of the Dayton family. Suddenly, several mountain bandits rushed out from the side, blocking Chen and Machino's path. Hey, what are you two doing? Machino gasped in surprise. Clutching Chen's clothing and hiding behind him. It's all right. Chen quickly reassured her and explained to the mountain bandits, I am Chen, the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp. I've come to check on Luffy and Ace. My grandpa sent me. Upon hearing the name of Vice Admiral Garp, one of the bandits froze, beads of sweat appearing on his brow as he hurriedly dashed towards the house. Boss, Garp's grandson has arrived. Chen then turned to Machino with a smile. It's fine. This group of bandits is friends with my grandpa. Is Luffy and Ace here? Machino asked, her expression still skeptical. It was difficult to fathom why Garp would place Luffy in such a location. Would he truly be safe? Yes, Chen affirmed. Just then, Dayton emerged from the house, and an interface displaying her information materialized before him. Character, Dayton level, E skills, hand-to-hand combat, E, axe mastery, E. Dayton glanced at Chen, confirming his identity before stating, Luffy and the others aren't home. They should be with Ace at the junkyard. Sabo too? Chen inquired further. Dayton shook her head. Who? I don't know anyone by that name. Chen chuckled softly. It's nothing. Judging by her demeanor, her words seemed sincere. Thus, Sabo had yet to take up residence with Dayton, and there was still time before the fire incident at the junkyard occurred. After pondering for a moment, Chen addressed Machino. I'm going to find Luffy and Ace. Machine, you stay here. I'll be back soon. All right, be careful, Machino advised, pursing her cherry lips. She understood the dangers that lurked within the mountains. Upon hearing Chen's intent to leave, Dayton furrowed her brow slightly. Are you sure you can manage? To reach the junkyard, you must traverse this forest. Don't worry. Chen smiled, and as his words fell, he suddenly stomped his right foot onto the ground, utilizing the Sora technique to vanish from sight. Reappearing on a nearby branch, he executed the Sora once more, dashing between the trees with astonishing speed. In no time, his figure faded into the dense foliage. Dayton gazed in the direction Chen had vanished, exclaiming, he has only been with the Navy for a short while. Has he truly grown this powerful? He has mastered the 6 styles, although her strength was modest. As a pirate, she had some understanding of the Navy's techniques. Meanwhile, half an hour later, Chen emerged from the forest, standing atop a high point and gazing below, murmuring, I wonder where Luffy and Ace are? Did they clash with Bridgem? Below lay a vast junkyard, and even from the mountain's peak, the myriad of unpleasant odors wafting up was palpable. Surrounding the junkyard was a high wall, beyond which resided the nobles of the Goa Kingdom. The Goa Kingdom was renowned as the most beautiful country in the East Sea, and Sabo was also a noble from this land. Never mind, I'll just descend and inquire. With that, Chen leaped from the mountain, skillfully navigating the cliffs, employing Sora to reach the junkyard at the swiftest pace. Inside, ragged thugs scavenged through the refuse, where a single piece of jewelry could incite fierce competition among them. Only when one remained standing would the treasure find its true owner. Clad in clean attire, Chen stood in stark contrast to the squalor around him. Before long, several thugs surrounded him, each bearing sinister grins, their intentions unmistakable. Simultaneously, a system notification triggered. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a mission. Eliminate the thugs to discover Luffy's whereabouts. System reward. 1 energy point. Hee. Upon hearing the mission, Chen's expression brightened, surveying the thugs around him. All 3 were rated G, with one slightly stronger, a G named Hage Rex, sporting golden hair and a scar across his face. Kid, you don't belong here. Hand over anything valuable you have. I have money, but it depends on whether you can take it. Chen retorted with a cold smile. You, before the thug could finish. Chen stomped the ground, instantly appearing before the other two thugs. Drawing his blade, Spirit Wind, he swung at a flash of steel. The two were struck, gaping wounds appearing in their chests as they collapsed to the ground. What is happening? Rex was bewildered, unable to comprehend the speed of the attack. His face a mask of shock. Chen pressed his blade against Rex's throat, smiling gently. They merely passed on. If you wish to avoid the same fate, it would be prudent to answer my questions truthfully. All right, I'll talk. Rex nodded quickly, nearly prostrating himself before Chen, pleading for mercy. With such overwhelming strength, he knew he was no match. Where are Ace and Sabo? Chen inquired. Rex hesitated momentarily before hastily responding. Ace should be at Pirate Harbor, the base of the Bridgem pirates. Bridgem is searching for them. Understood. After a moment of contemplation, Chen sheathed Spirit Wind. Thank you. Rex's gratitude was cut short as Chen delivered a powerful kick to his chest. Bang! The sound echoed as Rex's body bent like a shrimp, crashing into a heap of refuse several dozen meters away. Blood pouring from his mouth. One kick had pierced his heart, sealing his fate. Chen had no habit of sparing enemies. He was well aware that many villains met their demise through excessive chatter or misplaced compassion. If a kill was warranted, it should be executed. In this world, survival was paramount. The remaining thugs, witnessing the scene, regarded Chen with newfound trepidation, hesitating to provoke him further. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed the mission. System reward. 1 energy point. Following this, Chen set off alone towards Pirate Harbor, intent on finding Luffy. That rascal was likely captured by Bridgem's crew and poised to face a beating. A few minutes later, upon arriving at Pirate Harbor, Chen spotted 2 children entering a dilapidated building. One of them was Ace, clad in a red coat, while the other, wearing a tall hat and sporting golden hair with a blue jacket, could only be Sabo. Upon witnessing the scene, Chen promptly followed suit. Upon arriving outside the room, he was met with the sounds of a fierce struggle emanating from within. Peering through the grand door, he discerned that, apart from Ace, Sabo, and Luffy, the remainder were all members of the Sapphire Pirates. The figure leading them was Bergim, a robust man towering over Chen by several heads. His well-developed shoulder muscles gave him the appearance of lacking a neck entirely. Character: Bergim. Level: F. Skills: Martial Arts, F. Marksmanship, F. At that moment, Sabo had successfully rescued Luffy, leaving only Ace determined to confront Bergim. He shouted to Sabo, "You go ahead. Let us leave together." Sabo urged, struggling to carry Luffy along. Their priority was to ensure Luffy's safety. The two of them were not necessarily a match for their adversaries. "I will not flee. You must go." Ace's eyes were resolute as he stood his ground against Bergim. Bergim, with a disdainful expression, retorted, "If you wish to leave, there's no chance. Hold them back." Understood. With that command, all the pirates surged forward, encircling Ace and Sabo. Meanwhile, Chen refrained from intervening, awaiting the system to trigger a mission. Were it not for the mission, he would have certainly taken action. As Sabo struggled to keep Luffy steady, he was swiftly overpowered by the surrounding pirates. "Sabo!" Ace exclaimed urgently, turning back. Seizing the opportunity of Ace's distractions, Bergim raised his hand and swung down with a deadly strike aimed at Ace, bellowing, "Die. Not good." Ace's expression shifted as he raised his iron rod to defend himself. Yet, the overwhelming force exerted by Bergim caused him to kneel with a gasp. He could only watch in horror as the sharp blade drew ever closer to his body. Despite being restrained, Luffy and Sabo continued to roar in anger. Bang! Just as Ace was about to be struck, Chen's gaze sharpened, and he forcefully stepped forward. Shave. In an instant, he appeared before Ace. "What?" Bergim gasped in astonishment at the sudden appearance of this newcomer, his eyes widening. Chen smiled faintly, slightly bending his body as he unsheathed his long blade. With a swift draw, he executed a cutting slash. The ethereal wind swept past Bergim's blade and his form. A flash of cold light. The blade was cleaved in twain, and simultaneously, a deep wound appeared on Bergim, blood gushing forth as he collapsed heavily to the ground. Poof! Ace, now saved, turned to see his rescuer, exclaiming in astonishment, "It's you." The last time he had encountered Chen, he had been the grandson of their grandfather. Moreover, he had joined the Navy not long ago. How had he become so formidable? "It's been a while. Ace, Luffy." Chen retracted the ethereal wind and spoke. The remaining pirates, witnessing Bergim's demise, panicked and fled in all directions. "Bergim is dead. Run. Quickly, make haste." Suddenly, 2 arms wrapped around Chen, and a figure leaped onto his face with a whoosh. It was Luffy, clinging tightly to Chen's body, sobbing uncontrollably. "Wah, Chen, I thought I was going to die." Isn't it fine now? Chen replied with exasperation, pulling Luffy away with effort. I came back to see Grandpa, and didn't he expect you to be here? Yet, Luffy's tears and snot covered his clothes. Oh, did Grandpa not come? Luffy asked cautiously. No, that's good. Upon hearing this, Luffy finally relaxed. If Grandpa had come along, he would undoubtedly have faced a beating. Chen, how have you become so powerful? Luffy exclaimed. Having joined the Navy alongside Grandpa. I am currently training at the Naval Headquarters boot camp. If you wish to join, you are welcome, Chen offered. Not going. I want to be a pirate, Luffy declared without a moment's hesitation. Chen chuckled silently. Fully aware that Luffy would never choose the path of a Navy officer, he was merely jesting. We should leave quickly. Those pirates will likely inform their captain, Sabo urged. Indeed, Ace nodded, glancing at Chen. However, Chen halted them. You go ahead, Chen. What are you staying here for? There are those who dare to bully my two younger brothers. Naturally, I must teach them a proper lesson, Chen asserted with righteous fury. You head back. I shall deal with their lair alone. In addition to avenging his brothers, he sought to accomplish the mission that had just been triggered by the system. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered the mission. Eliminate the captain of the Sapphire Pirates. Brigam. System reward. 2 energy points. I want to go too. With that, Luffy clung to Chen's leg. Ace and Sabo exchanged glances and chimed in unison. We shall go too. Very well, then let us all go together. Chen felt no concern for their safety. The will of this world would not allow them to perish so swiftly, especially Ace. Yay! Let us go take our revenge, Luffy exclaimed joyfully, leaping into the air. Meanwhile, at the pirate harbor, Captain Brigam has been slain. A few fleeing pirates returned to their base, kneeling before a towering man with a slight baldness. The man was none other than the captain of the Sapphire Pirates. Brigam. Instantly, Brigam's countenance twisted with rage, a hint of disbelief crossing his face. He was killed. How dare anyone kill our men at the rubbish dump? Yes, it was a newcomer. I have never seen him before. He does not seem to be from our territory. He is allied with Ace and Sabo, a pirate added. Brigam rose, barking. He stole my treasure and now dares to kill my men. These two wretches are seeking death. Let us go capture them. Yes, Captain. With that command, numerous pirates immediately seized their weapons. At this moment, Chen and his companions arrived, boldly declaring, No need for your trouble. We have already arrived. Yes. I will send you flying with my fists, Luffy stated with utmost seriousness. Only Ace and Sabo remained silent, drawing their weapons and preparing for the confrontation. The Sapphire Pirates were not to be trifled with. Brigam's lips curled into a grotesque smile, revealing his jagged teeth as he sneered, You have come seeking death. I shall gladly send you to the afterlife. Brothers, charge and eliminate them. Yes, Captain. With the command given, all the pirates surged forth from all directions, attacking Chen and his companions. You are the ones courting death. Chen's eyes turned icy, his tone unyielding. Soon, the multitude of pirates surrounded Chen and his companions, encasing them in an impenetrable barrier. Yet, Chen's face bore no trace of concern. Instead, he wore a cryptic smile. Brigam frowned, barking, Boy, how can you still be smiling at this moment? Conqueror's Haki. Suddenly, Chen's gaze sharpened, his aura solidifying as the Conqueror's Haki erupted forth. A powerful presence emanated from him, radiating outward. Those pirates who fell within its influence rolled their eyes back and collapsed to the ground. In the blink of an eye, only Brigam remained standing, staring in astonishment at the fallen crew members around him. What on earth? Just now, I indeed sensed an overwhelming force. Fortunately, my body is robust, and my will is strong, allowing me to escape unscathed. How formidable! What is this? Chen, what kind of technique is this? How did you knock everyone down in an instant? Luffy, Ace, and Sabo gazed up at Chen, their eyes filled with astonishment. You will possess it in the future. Upon hearing those words, Chen smiled faintly, unsheathing his blade, Ling Feng, as he slowly approached Brigam across from him. Now it is your turn. Just a moment ago, it was he who had first utilized the Conqueror's Haki in combat. The D-grade Conqueror's Haki seemed somewhat ineffective against Brigam, who was also at the D-grade level. However, he had anticipated this outcome. Conqueror's Haki is essentially a form of level suppression. Humph. Do not think that I fear you. Brigam scoffed coldly, raising his large sword and charging fiercely at Chen. Unfazed, Chen equally brandished his long sword to meet the onslaught head-on. The two engaged in a relentless exchange, their arms moving faster with each clash of blade against blade. The swords and knives collided in midair, producing intense sparks and a crisp sound. Their speed had reached a point where Luffy and his companions could scarcely perceive Chen's figure. So fast. Ace exclaimed in astonishment. However, as time passed, Bridgem began to struggle to keep up with Lu Chen's pace. You seem to be slowing down. Ah, bastard. Bridgem's eyes reddened, and with a furious roar, he abandoned his right-hand sword, launching a powerful punch aimed at Lu Chen's chest. Armament. Lu Chen smiled slightly. Having awaited this very moment, he fortified his chest with armament haki, successfully blocking Bridgem's assault. Bang! A dull thud echoed. The immense force caused Lu Chen to stagger backwards several steps, carving 2 grooves into the ground. Thanks to the armament haki, he sustained no significant injury. Moreover, his experience with armament haki had increased considerably. Ding! Congratulations, host. Armament haki experience gained. 50. Having finally encountered a stronger adversary, Lu Chen was determined not to miss the opportunity to accumulate experience. In contrast, Bridgem's left hand was already swollen and bruised, as if he had struck an iron block. Yet he had begun to deduce Lu Chen's true identity. Only the Navy employs the 6 styles of the Navy. Iron block. Kid, you are a Navy officer. Indeed. Lu Chen nodded, stepping forward once more. At this moment, Bridgem was clearly frightened, instinctively retreating 2 steps. Since you are Navy, then we are family. I have connections with the nobility of the Goya Kingdom, and if you kill me, those nobles will not let you off easily. The opponent not only wielded iron block but also possessed strength comparable to his own. He was certain he could not win. Heh. Hearing this, Lu Chen couldn't help but scoff. Nobility? Do you really think they would wish to avenge your death? Would the nobility acknowledge their collaboration with a pirate? In their eyes, you are merely a tool. He held little regard for the nobility. You. Bridgem was struck with sudden realization, momentarily at a loss for words. At this juncture, Lu Chen had already approached him, chuckling lightly. You might as well fight me earnestly. Who knows, you might even triumph. Seeking death. Bridgem, filled with rage, swung his sword fiercely at Lu Chen. The force was considerably greater, yet his heart was already in disarray. There was no coherence to his attack. Throughout their combat, Lu Chen's experience with armament haki continued to grow. At times, he even allowed himself to be struck by Bridgem's large sword deliberately in order to gain even more experience. Ding! Congratulations, host. Armament haki experience gained. 30. Ding! Congratulations, host. Armament haki experience gained. 20. Ding! Congratulations, host. After several minutes of intense combat, armament haki finally leveled up to D. Meanwhile, Bridgem's attacks had begun to yield diminishing returns against Lu Chen. Navy 6 styles. Shave. Observing this, Lu Chen's demeanor turned icy. He stomped his right foot against the ground and accelerated abruptly. In an instant, his body vanished from sight, leaving only an afterimage before reappearing behind Bridgem. With a swift stroke of his longsword, he cleaved through Bridgem's form, severing him in 2. Blood gushed forth as he fell lifelessly to the ground. Ding! Congratulations, host. Mission accomplished. System reward. Energy points 2. Immediately after, Lu Chen severed Bridgem's head and placed it into a bag. After all, as a pirate, his head could still fetch a price. Lu Chen, gee, you are so strong. Teach me. I want to become stronger too, Luffy exclaimed, trotting over and wrapping his rubbery limbs around Lu Chen's leg. Only with greater strength can one protect friends and comrades. Lu Chen, feeling somewhat exasperated, dragged him along and called out towards a nearby pile of refuse. Friends, no need to hide. I have discovered you. Young man, I never thought you would find me. Just as Luffy, Ace, and the others were puzzled, an elderly man emerged slowly from behind the refuse. The old man donned a tattered top hat and orange sunglasses, his hair disheveled, and a pipe nestled in his mouth. Character, Nagli level. Skills, Conqueror's Haki, A. Armament Haki, A. Martial Arts, A. Upon seeing the attributes of the individual, a glimmer of surprise flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. I never expected him to be this formidable. But then again, it is no wonder, considering he has challenged the Pirate King. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chen smiled and remarked, it was merely luck. When he released his Conqueror's Haki, he had vaguely sensed a powerful presence behind him. To his astonishment, it was Nagli, who could be considered Luffy's mentor. Young man, you are overly modest. Your talent is not to be underestimated. Nagli puffed on his pipe, expressing his admiration. Not only does he wield armament haki, the Navy 6 styles, but he also possesses Conqueror's Haki. That is a rarity indeed. Your strength is not lacking either. My 3 younger brothers may require your guidance in the future. I hope you can teach them. Lu Chen stated. As soon as he finished speaking, Ace and Sabo exchanged bewildered glances and muttered softly, Nagli, isn't he often bullied by the Sapphire Pirates? Can he really take care of us? Do not underestimate this old man. His strength surpasses even mine. Lu Chen chuckled. Upon hearing this, Luffy and the others were taken aback. their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. They could hardly fathom that Nagli possessed such strength. In response to Lu Chen's praise, Nagli merely smiled faintly. Rest assured, these 3 young ones are to my liking. I will take good care of them. Thank you. Lu Chen expressed his gratitude. However, Luffy wore a worried expression. Whispering, he won't be planning to eat us, will he? You fool. Ace retaliated with a punch, sending Luffy's head into a puffed-up state. Shortly thereafter, Lu Chen led Luffy and the others back to Daiden's residence. Upon seeing Lu Chen return safely with Luffy and Ace, Makino felt a sense of relief and proceeded to share the pastries she had brought with Luffy and the others. Lu Chen. How long will you be staying this time? Makino inquired. I'll be leaving in a month. Lu Chen replied candidly. However, Makino's expression darkened. Will you return afterward? If I have the chance, I will definitely come back to see you. Makino Jia, Lu Chen assured her. He noticed Makino's demeanor but knew he needed to grow stronger. Otherwise, survival in this world would be impossible. Ever since he acquired the system, he felt an inexplicable sense that it was extraordinary. Although he couldn't be considered a main character in this world, akin to Luffy, he sensed something unusual. The road ahead may not be easy. His very presence had already altered the fates of some individuals. The more unknowns there were, the greater the danger. In the afternoon, Lu Chen returned to Windmill Village with Makino and resumed his daily training. During a break, he suddenly recalled that he had earned a considerable number of energy points today. Energy, for with a total of 4 points, perhaps he could upgrade the system, as it only required 1 point for an upgrade. Ding! Consuming 1 energy point. System upgrade successful. Simultaneously, a surge of information flooded into Lu Chen's mind. Revealing the upgraded functions of the system, the exploration of information was no longer restricted by levels or distance, and the interface now boasted several additional attributes. Host, Lu Chen level, D position. Member of the Navy Training Camp skills, Swordsmanship, D. Conqueror's Haki, D. Armament Haki, D. Navy 6 style shave, D. Cooking, G. Talent. Simplified skills energy, 3 berries. 24 million originally, the 16 million berries were the bounty for defeating Kuro, while the subsequent 8 million was for taking down Bridgem. Having more money, yet its utility seemed limited. In the following time, Lu Chen dedicated himself to training, relentlessly honing his abilities. As a result, his strength saw notable improvement, finally reaching C level, with his swordsmanship attaining C grade. Additionally, he learned Kinbunchika Haki from Nagli, which he subsequently simplified. Ding! Simplification succeeded. Kinbunchika Haki 6 senses. Kinbunchika Haki is fundamentally a form of perception. It allows one to sense changes in the surroundings, situations, sense, and more, facilitating the anticipation of an opponent's next move, even predicting their actions. A glimpse into the future. After the system's simplification, it transformed into a process of experiencing the 6 senses: smell, touch, hearing, taste, sight, and intuition. Thus, it can be concluded that the experience of Kinbunchika Haki would continuously grow. Though it remains uncertain whether it accumulates during sleep, a month passed swiftly. Lu Chen boarded a nearby Navy vessel, preparing to rendezvous with Vice Admiral Tsuru, sailing across the sea, feeling the ocean breeze, and listening to the cheerful chimes of the system notifications, he felt particularly joyful. Ding! Congratulations, host. Suddenly, a black dot appeared in the distance ahead. What is that? Lu Chen lifted his telescope for a closer look. He soon discerned that the black dot was a ship, a pirate ship. The dark pirate flag bore the image of a red shark, and the bow of the ship resembled a shark's head. It was the Arlong pirates, the Fishman pirates. Quick! Change course and steer away from them. Hurry! Hurry! The Navy crew erupted into chaos, swiftly turning the ship around. Lu Chen shook his head slightly, uninterested in their panic, murmuring to himself, so it's Arlong's pirate crew. Shouldn't they be at Kokoyashi Village? Could it be that they are heading to Kokoyashi Village now? Nami is in Kokoyashi Village. It was precisely because of Arlong that her adoptive mother was shot, forcing her to join the Arlong pirates. Suddenly, the system's notification chimed again. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a mission. Defeat the Arlong pirates and resolve the situation in Kokoyashi Village. System rewards: 3 energy points, 1 great blade, 1 sword technique, and an increase of 1 level in any skill. The rewards were indeed substantial, but challenging a pirate crew single-handedly seemed rather daunting. Furthermore, there was a great blade involved. What does the system ultimately desire? To alter the course of the world. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chen turned around and declared loudly, "Everyone, halt." With a fierce roar, all the Navy personnel ceased their actions and turned to look at Lu Chen. They were aware of Lu Chen's unusual identity, having accompanied a Vice Admiral. Lu Chen continued, "As members of the Navy, It is our duty to uphold justice and eliminate pirates, now that you see pirates turning tail and fleeing. Do you still deserve to call yourselves Navy personnel? This is a disgrace to us. The Navy crew collectively bowed their heads in shame. I am going to defeat the pirates. Who among you is willing to join me? Regardless of success or failure, we shall become the pride of the Navy. Chen stood tall, his words imbued with righteous fervor. He knew he couldn't do it alone. So he aimed to rally more people. These Navy personnel were not entirely useless. As his words fell, the crew exchanged glances, still hesitant to speak up, until one Navy Chief Petty Officer, Gus, stepped forward, exclaiming helplessly, "Brother Lou, it is not that we don't want to go, but the Arlong pirates are not to be trifled with. With so few of us, we are no match for them. No worries, we will go ahead and lay in wait. You should use the Den Den Mushi to request backup. Just tell them I am Garp's grandson and ask for naval support." Chen articulated each word clearly, the moment those words left his mouth. The Navy crew gasped. What, Garp's grandson? The Navy hero who chases the Pirate King all over the world. I can't believe he is Garp's grandson. After a moment of contemplation, Gus could only agree. All right. I'll request backup right away. Given the fact that he was Garp's grandson, refusing might lead to repercussions for himself. Moreover, based on his identity, he might genuinely receive assistance. He quickly picked up the Den Den Mushi and contacted the Navy headquarters. Hello. Hello. Is this the Navy headquarters? We've spotted the Arlong pirates in the East Sea, and Garp's grandson is aboard our ship. Yes. We are about to go eliminate the Arlong pirates. Please send immediate support. Yes, Garp's grandson. Moments later, Gus hung up the phone. Brother Lou, they said they would send someone. Well then, let us maintain our speed and catch up. Chen nodded slightly. He believed that his grandfather Garp would not let them down. All right. Gus immediately ordered the helmsman to maintain speed and follow the Arlong pirates. Meanwhile, aboard the Arlong pirate ship, a blue-skinned male fishman set down his telescope and spoke to the fishman known as Shark Mouth beside him. Captain, we spotted a Navy ship. Should we go over and take care of them? Oh, the Shark Mouth man picked up the telescope, glanced over, and replied indifferently, Forget it. It's just a small ship. What could they possibly offer us? The blue fishman replied, Understood, Captain. Their mission was to head to Kokoyasi village, not to engage the Navy. Of course, if Arlong had seen the Navy ship turning away, he would undoubtedly have attacked the Navy headquarters. Sengoku hung up the phone, muttering, Garp, your grandson sure knows how to stir up trouble. Killing Kuro wasn't enough. Now he wants to take down the Arlong pirates. Chen is merely doing what a Navy officer should do. Have you dispatched anyone for support? Garp's expression grew serious for the first time. He understood the strength of the Arlong pirates, and it was natural for him to feel some concern. Don't worry. Since he is your grandson, I will ensure everything is arranged. Sengoku reassured him. Fine. With that, Garp picked his nose and walked straight out. Watching his retreating figure, Sengoku could only shake his head helplessly. On the other side, the ship Chen was on continued to follow the Arlong pirates. Their destination was indeed Kokoyasi village. Upon arriving at Kokoyasi village, they immediately led numerous pirates into the village. Change direction. We will land from the other side. Gus commanded loudly. Yes. Before he could finish, Chen suddenly interrupted him, stating firmly, No need. We will land from the front, but that will lead us straight into the Arlong pirates' crew. Gus looked worried. With only 30 men total. If they were discovered while landing from the front, wouldn't they all be doomed? At that moment, Chen frowned, revealing his displeasure. Trust me, I have my methods. Gus could only comply. Were it not for the fact that the other party's grandfather was Garp, he would never have agreed. Minutes later, the Navy ship drew closer to the Arlong pirates vessel, and they could clearly see the pirates stationed alongside their ship. There were a total of 11 pirates, most of whom were fishman lackeys, possessing F-level strength. The strongest among them was a blue-skinned, soft-bodied fishman, remarkably tall, standing 2 heads above an average person, with 2 braids on his head. Character, Karubi race, fishman level. C skills, fishman karate C. Swordsmanship, E, bounty. 9 million berries. The Navy is coming. The Navy is coming. The pirates aboard the ship quickly noticed the approaching Navy vessel and hurried to report to Karubi. Kirby fixated his gaze. Observing merely a handful of Navy personnel, not even a warrant officer among them, he bellowed. What is there to panic about? It's just a few sailors. Eliminate them. Yes. With that command, all the fishermen swiftly plunged into the sea, propelling themselves towards the naval vessel with extraordinary speed. Within the water, the fishermen moved like sharks in a rapid frenzy. Their velocity was astounding. The sailors aboard the ship were already in a state of chaos, struggling to maintain their grip on their weapons. The fishmen pirates are here. Beware. The pirates are coming. Luching fixed his eyes on the horizon, instructing, I will handle that blue-skinned fish. The rest are up to you. Understood. Upon hearing this, Jess's countenance brightened. He discerned that the blue fishman's speed was the fastest, and his strength was undoubtedly the greatest. Soon, the fishmen pirates surged towards the naval vessel, shouting boisterously as they climbed aboard. Encircling the sailors, they've come to their doom. Brothers, let us slay them and toss their corpses into the sea to feed the sharks. Kirby revealed his sharp teeth, growling lowly. Yes, with that order, the pirates and sailors engaged in fierce combat. The Navy's 6 forms, shave. Luching's eyes narrowed as he planted his right foot firmly on the ground. In an instant, his figure vanished from sight, reappearing behind Kirby, his right hand drawing forth Ling Fing and swinging his sword. The blade shimmered, slicing through the air, grazing Kirby's back. This is bad. Kirby's expression changed drastically, yet he was unable to evade, enduring the blow with sheer force. Thud. A long gash appeared on his back, blood gushing forth incessantly. Nonetheless, Kirby gritted his teeth and retaliated. His muscles swelled, his right hand forming a fist, striking backward. Fishman martial arts, elbow strike. The speed of the elbow strike was astonishing. Luching barely had time to dodge. Resorting to blocking Kirby's attack with his arm. Bang. A muffled sound echoed. His arm felt as though it had been struck by a hammer weighing 1,000 pounds, causing excruciating pain. He was sent flying backward, skidding several meters before finally stabilizing his stance. Luching lowered his head, gazing at the large bruise on his arm, inhaling sharply. What agony! His martial arts were formidable. At that moment, he had not unleashed his armament haki. He had to endure. Yet, the stronger the foe, the more he relished the challenge that it would significantly bolster his experience in armament haki. At this juncture, Kirby was assessing the Navy soldier before him, recognizing the prowess in his swordsmanship and the application of the Navy's 6 forms. Shave. So young, not even a private, yet so powerful, you are quite impressive. I shall entertain you. Luching chuckled lightly, employing Shave once more, appearing instantaneously at Kirby's left side. Another slash ensued. However, this time, Kirby reacted swiftly, lifting his leg and delivering a rapid kick. Fishman martial arts. Upward kick, clang. The sword blade met Kirby's foot with a crisp sound. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, neither yielding to the other. However, Luching wielded a fast blade, and its speed ensured it would always find its mark. Each strike drew forth a copious amount of blood. Naturally, Kirby also landed blows upon Luching, yet each time they were parried, akin to striking against an iron block. In a short span, Kirby was already adorned with sword wounds, his attire stained crimson with blood, panting heavily as he glared at his opponent. In contrast, Luching maintained an air of composure, his demeanor unperturbed. Your 10-fist punch and 100-fist punch seem utterly ineffective against me. If you possess no other techniques, prepare to meet your end. Luching's gaze turned frigid, his tone indifferent. You. Kirby gritted his teeth in fury, yet found himself speechless. His martial arts seemed futile against Luching. Abruptly, Kirby roared, muscles bulging as he clenched his fists. Arrogant brat, allow me to demonstrate my 1,000-fist punch. Excellent. Luching eagerly acquiesced, even feeling a tinge of impatience. The 100-fist punch had significantly enhanced his armament haki experience. The 1,000-fist punch would likely yield even greater gains. Kirby hesitated, having never encountered someone so eager to receive a beating. However, he dismissed such thoughts. 1,000-fist punch. The veins on both hands bulged, muscles quivering in tandem. He lunged toward Luching, delivering a barrage of punches, each creating a sound of air being torn apart, striking forcefully against Luching's chest. Moreover, the speed of his punches was astonishing. This was the hallmark of his 1,000-fist punch, delivering 1,000 blows in an incredibly short time, inflicting sustained damage upon the enemy. Yet, Luching had already enveloped his chest with armament haki, effortlessly defending against Kirby's onslaught. He made no effort to retaliate, merely fixating on the system's incessant notifications. Ding, congratulations to the host. Armament haki experience 20. Ding, congratulations to the host. Armament haki experience 30. Ding, congratulations to the host. Moments later, Kirby's final punch landed on Luching's chest. Thud. A muffled impact reverberated. The tremendous force compelled Luching to stagger back several meters before he steadied himself. Yet, his countenance remained serene, a smile gracing his lips as he brushed off the dust from his chest, casually remarking, seems not so formidable after all. Armament haki served merely as a defense, yet some pain lingered. Moreover, that last punch had directly elevated Luching's armament haki skill. Devil, are you even human? How can you possess such strength? Kirby's eyes widened in disbelief. especially his hands, now swollen and red from striking Luching. You simply have a narrow perspective. Having never encountered someone stronger, Luching shook his head, slightly bending his body, his gaze growing cold as he fixed it upon Kruby, coldly stating, "It's time to conclude this. This is bad." At once, Kruby sensed a chilling aura approaching. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to flee. If he could reach the sea, no one would be able to pursue him. However, he had underestimated Luching's might. Navy 6 forms, shave, one sword style, draw sword slash. Luching abruptly vanished, utilizing shave to appear behind Kruby. With Lingfeng drawn, he executed a seemingly gentle swing. The blade glided through the air, slicing through Kruby's body. Thud. In an instant, an overwhelming torrent of blood erupted. Kruby was cleaved in two, plummeting into the sea, staining the waters a vivid crimson. Not bad. Merging shave and draw sword slash allowed for even greater speed. Luching surveyed the sea, nodding in satisfaction at the sight of the pirate's corpse. He leaped into the water, severing Kruby's head and storing it in his system backpack. Such a bounty. Subsequently, Luching returned to the ship, assisting the other sailors in eliminating nearly all the pirates aboard. Yet, one fisherman managed to leap into the sea and escape. Quick, pursue him. Just immediately commanded. As several sailors prepared to chase, Luching intervened. Let him go. Let him alert his comrades. But that would expose us. Reinforcements from the evil dragon pirates could arrive at any moment, Jess remarked, his mouth twitching in resignation. Upon hearing this, Luching smiled. What is there to fear? By the time their reinforcements arrive, we may not even be here. You mean? Jess's eyes lit up with realization. Luching nodded. Precisely. We'll set their pirate ship ablaze, keeping ours intact. They will undoubtedly send someone to investigate. And we can seamlessly infiltrate the village. Understood. Jess agreed. The evil dragon pirate's ship would be incinerated, ensuring they would not destroy the Navy's vessel, or else they would be left without a ship. All they had to do was patiently await reinforcements, and the mission would be accomplished. They might even earn military honors and promotions. Ha ha ha. Thus, Jess promptly ordered the crew to sprinkle explosives and gasoline on the evil dragon pirate's ship. Igniting it in flames, they divided into smaller teams to blend into the village. Meanwhile, Arlong was in the village collecting berries, demanding a monthly fee of 100,000 berries from adults and 50,000 berries from children. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted. Bang! The deafening sound captured the attention of every resident in the village of Kakochia. What is happening? Aaron inquired, turning his gaze towards the source of the noise. There. Clouds of dust and billowing smoke ascended, darkening the sky to an ominous black. Captain, it seems that is the direction where we anchored, exclaimed an octopus-like creature. Instantly, Aaron furrowed his brow and commanded, Xiao Ba, take some men and investigate promptly. Understood, just as Xiao Ba was about to lead the group. A disheveled crew member rushed over, panting heavily. The Navy has arrived. What, the Navy? Suddenly, Aaron appeared before the pirate, gripping him tightly. How many Navy personnel are there? Is Kruby among them? Wasn't he supposed to stay on the ship? His tone held an edge of accusation. Dead or alive, it matters not. The crew member murmured vacantly. Aaron's eyes reddened, and he spoke coldly. Xiao Ba, you two go. Inform me immediately of any developments. Yes, Captain. With that, a fisherman with lips resembling those stung by bees and Xiao Ba led their companions towards the shore. Aaron gazed ahead, his eyes blazing with fury as he bellowed, Navy, you are courting death. Suddenly, a crew member seemed to notice something, pointing ahead. Captain, there is smoke rising over there. Someone is cooking. Let us go investigate. Yes. Thus, Aaron led his crew towards the orange grove. The other villagers exchanged anxious glances, murmuring among themselves. Oh no, that is Belmir's house, and where are Nami and Nojiko? We hope the Navy arrives soon. Then we shall all be saved. Meanwhile, Lu Chen was stealthily entering Kakochia village with 4 or 5 Navy soldiers, weaving through the underbrush. Along the way, he encountered some fishermen pirates, but they were mere lackeys, which he left for the other Navy personnel to handle. He needed to conserve his strength for confronting Aaron. Not long after, not spotting Aaron in the village, he deduced that the pirate captain must have gone to Belmir's house. Following his memories and the scent, he made his way towards the orange grove. Soon, Lu Chen noticed the rising smoke. After walking in the direction of the smoke for about 10 minutes, he finally laid eyes on a white house not far off. However, the entrance was already surrounded by members of the evil dragon pirate crew, and Belmir had been captured, her firearm severed by Aaron's sharp teeth. Belmir, she is in grave danger. Lu Chen suddenly rose. But instead of heading for the front door, he moved towards the back. Nami and the others would enter through the back door. He was eager to meet one of the future protagonists. At the same time, at the back door, Two women were sprinting towards the house. One had blue hair and was clad in blue attire, while the other sported bright orange hair. They were, indeed, Nojiko and Nami. Quick, let us escape with her through the back door. However, the pirates might have already arrived. It's all right. Just as she spoke, a figure suddenly dashed out at an old man with white hair and sunglasses seized the two women, preventing their advance. You cannot go home. He was the doctor of Kokochia village. Let us pass. We must save Belmere. Nami and Nojiko protested as they struggled. Suddenly, the doctor released them, his expression grave. Nojiko, Nami. You must listen closely. I have some harsh truths to share with you. Before he could finish, a scream from Belmere pierced the air. Instantly, Nojiko and Nami's eyes reddened as they cried out in alarm. Suddenly, a strange voice resonated. Indeed, reality is cruel, but with formidable strength, perhaps it need not be so harsh. Chen, sword at his side, approached them slowly. Soon, Nami and Nojiko recognized the Navy uniform he wore and rushed over, clinging to his leg in desperation. Navy officer, please save Belmere. We beg you. We will agree to any condition. Tears streamed down their faces. Ha. Chen chuckled softly, ruffling their hair and reassuring them. Do not worry, as long as I am here. She will be safe. Hearing this, Nojiko and Nami felt a semblance of relief. However, the doctor still wore a worried expression and quietly said, Young man, the evil dragon pirate crew is formidable. Their captain Aaron is present as well. Perhaps it would be wiser to wait for your superior. Judging by his appearance, he was merely a Navy soldier. How could he possibly contend with Aaron? I alone am sufficient. Chen chuckled lightly and strode towards the front door. Just in time to witness Aaron aiming his gun at Belmere, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Inferior race, perish. With that, he pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunfire echoed, a cloud of smoke billowing from the barrel. Belmere had ceased her struggle, quietly closing her eyes. Yet moments later, she felt no pain. She opened her eyes and was astonished to see a familiar figure before her, the Navy officer. The attire was unmistakably familiar. The Navy officer, of course, was Chen, who had utilized the shave technique to appear before Belmere and had severed the bullet with a swift stroke. The two halves of the bullet clattered to the ground. A Navy officer. Aaron's face contorted with rage. How dare a mere soldier impede me? I am not here to obstruct you. Chen interjected, gesturing for Belmere to move aside, his demeanor indifferent. I am here to end your life. Arrogant. An inferior creature dares to be so presumptuous, especially a member of the Navy, those dogs of the world government, deserving of death. Aaron seethed with fury. The Fishman pirate crew harbored deep resentment towards the world government and the celestial dragons, with the Navy being their next target for disdain. One sword style, drawn blade slash. Chen, unwilling to engage in further banter, summoned his strength, muscles bulging as he drew his blade, aiming a strike at Aaron. What? Aaron's expression shifted in shock, having not anticipated that the Navy would launch a surprise attack. The blinding light of the blade left him with no choice but to endure the strike. The blade sliced through Aaron's body, carving a half-meter-long gash across his chest. Blood poured forth from the wound but was soon staunched. As a fishman, his physical resilience was formidable, coupled with an extraordinary control over his own blood. Interesting. Chen observed, his expression serious as he prepared for battle. Character. Aaron level. C. Skills. Physical combat. C. Sharp teeth. C. Bounty. 20 million berries. Aaron's teeth clenched tightly as he glared at Chen. Seeing him as nothing more than a dead man in his eyes. An inferior race dares to strike at me. You seek death. With that, he opened his massive jaws, lunging at Chen. Navy 6 styles. Shave. Chen's eyes sharpened as he vanished from sight. What? In an instant, Aaron's expression froze, his teeth clashing against a nearby pillar. The tremendous force of his bite shattered the thick wood, sending debris scattering across the ground, raising clouds of dust. The others had no idea Chen had vanished, believing he had been bitten to death. Our captain is magnificent. Oh no, that Navy officer is dead. Our captain is magnificent. How dare a Navy soldier provoke us? However, they remained oblivious to the fact that Chen had mastered the principle of smoke and injury. In the blink of an eye, he appeared at Aaron's right side, slashing with his long blade, aiming for Aaron's neck. The next moment, Aaron suddenly sensed a chilling presence and bit down fiercely. Clang! The spirit wind was caught between Aaron's teeth, rendering it immobile. Chen frowned, exerting a powerful force in retaliation. The long blade surged with formidable force, causing Arlong's teeth to throb with pain, compelling him to release his grip. Simultaneously, those teeth fell one after another, only to be swiftly replaced by new ones. Arlong spat out the blood in his mouth, baring his teeth defiantly. Your swordsmanship is impressive, but my teeth can regenerate infinitely. I doubt your sword can do the same." As he spoke, he extracted his teeth twice more, and they regenerated yet again. He wielded both sets of teeth as weapons. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen cast a glance at the Lingfeng in his hand. The spots where he had been bitten were marked with several teeth impressions, even showing some cracks. After all, Lingfeng was merely an ordinary swift blade, and it seemed somewhat inadequate against Arlong's formidable teeth. Yet, having accompanied him for so long, there was a certain sentiment attached to it. Was an ordinary swift blade truly insufficient? Perhaps this would be the last time they fought together. Let it be the one to slay this shark. Such foolish fantasies. The one destined to perish is you. Arlong roared, brandishing his sharp teeth, relentlessly launching attacks at Lu Chen. The latter could only rely on the long blade to evade incessantly. The long blade clashed with Arlong's teeth, erupting with fierce sparks. With each clash, the blade of Lingfeng would endure a jolt, adding another crack to its surface. It wouldn't be long before it was utterly shattered. Scoundrel! Lu Chen couldn't help but curse, swiftly retracting Lingfeng to use his hand to block Arlong's onslaught. Ha ha ha, seeking death. Arlong's lips curled into a triumphant smile at this sight. He had not anticipated that someone would forsake an arm for the sake of a sword. Yet, he would not hold back, biting towards Lu Chen's arm with his sharp teeth. Clang! A crisp sound echoed. Oh no, the Navy man's hand was gone. The captain was formidable, truly deserving of the title. Just as everyone assumed that Lu Chen's right hand was surely severed, Arlong's sharp teeth were unexpectedly shattered, scattering across the ground. Meanwhile, Lu Chen's right hand had long been enveloped in armed haki. And he chuckled lightly. Did you truly think you could injure me? I refrained from using haki merely to conserve it. You. Arlong's expression faltered slightly as he took 2 steps back, attempting to create distance. However, Lu Chen would not allow him to escape so easily. He extended his left hand, which was entirely covered in armed haki, seizing Arlong's shark-like mouth and firmly restraining him. Let go. Let go. Arlong struggled desperately, whether kicking with his feet or attacking Lu Chen's body with his sharp teeth. He could not break free. Meanwhile, his other hand slowly raised the longsword. Armed haki enveloped it. The haki on his right hand gradually spread over Lingfeng, completely covering it and transforming it into a black blade. Since his armed haki had risen to C rank, he could now arm swords. The haki-covered Lingfeng turned pitch black, gleaming with a metallic sheen, reminiscent of its former splendor. Die for me. Lu Chen wasted no time, striking towards Arlong's head with a single sword slash. Cleaving down along the hardened mouth, the black blade swept past Arlong's head as effortlessly as slicing through a watermelon. Puff. In an instant, blood gushed forth, splattering across Lu Chen's face, and coupled with his reddened eyes. He resembled a deity of slaughter. Captain, with the captain dead, avenge him. Kill, avenge the captain. The myriad of fishmen pirates were filled with rage, seizing their weapons to charge at Lu Chen, united in their shared identity as fishmen. However, humans were not so united. Get lost. Lu Chen's gaze hardened, his haki coalescing around him. Conqueror's Haki. An invisible force radiated from him, incapacitating all the rushing pirates, rendering them unconscious on the ground. Yet, he too, exhausted from the exertion, collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Huff, huff. The expenditure of haki and stamina was excessive. Rest was imperative. He anticipated that Arlong would be so difficult to deal with, were it not for the lack of water. He might not have been able to defeat him. Before long, Belmel and the 2 girls, Nami and Nojiko, approached, concerned as they asked, "Are you all right?" "I will not perish. The Navy's reinforcements should arrive shortly, so there is no need for you to worry." Lu Chen reassured them. "Thank you." Belmel expressed her gratitude hurriedly, her eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. As a former Navy soldier, she recognized the immense strength of this Navy man standing before them. One who could wield armed haki and the 6 powers of the Navy. He was certainly no ordinary individual. Moreover, he had single-handedly slain Arlong. His prowess was extraordinary. Following this, Belmel invited Lu Chen to rest in a room. Silently sitting nearby, she said nothing and asked nothing. Suddenly, Nami rose from her chair, cautiously walking to Lu Chen's side, her round eyes fixed upon him as she inquired, "Brother, what is your name?" "Lu Chen. Are you leaving soon?" Nami asked. "Yes, I believe we will meet again in the future, and my foolish younger brother may still need your care." Hearing this, Nami appeared bewildered, unsure of its meaning. Lu Chen smiled. "You will understand in due time." After recuperating, he departed, intending to check the shore. Before leaving, Belmel gifted him a bounty of oranges. A mere 10 minutes later, upon reaching the shore, Lu Chen witnessed numerous Navy personnel subduing the evil dragon pirates. Scanning the horizon, he immediately spotted a ship emblazoned with the character Crane. It was none other than Vice Admiral Crane. Simultaneously, a system notification chimed in. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. System rewards: 3 energy points, 1 large swift blade. 1 sword technique, 1 to any skill level. The system's inventory expanded to include 2 items, a new large swift blade and a tome on the sword technique, Magic Flame Slash. The rewarded large swift blade was broader than Lingfeng, nearly double its width, and heavier, with a blade of a light black hue. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chun decided upon a name for it. Henceforth, you shall be called Black Blade. This was indeed a large swift blade, superior to an ordinary swift blade. With this blade, he would undoubtedly be capable of severing Arlong's teeth. Without delay, Lu Chun hurried towards the shore. Vice Admiral Crane, positioned at the bow of the ship, immediately noticed Lu Chun, swiftly appearing before him, fixating on the severed head in his hand. Astonished, "You killed Arlong?" "Yes," Lu Chun nodded. Upon receiving his affirmation, Vice Admiral Crane could not help but express her astonishment. "Just how much power have you been concealing to have slain Arlong?" "Vice Admiral, I haven't concealed any strength. I relied solely on my own abilities," Lu Chun replied earnestly. However, Vice Admiral Crane had no intention of pursuing the matter further. "All right, as long as you are safe. I can report to Garp. Time is of the essence. We should return to the Navy headquarters." "Understood." Lu Chun followed Vice Admiral Crane back onto the ship. After freshening up, he found himself without new clothes. Suddenly, a voice called from outside. "Lu Chun, are you there?" "I am here, Vice Admiral." Lu Chun donned his old trousers and opened the door. Just as he did, Vice Admiral Crane tossed him a garment and a cloak. "Put this on." "Kid." Lu Chun picked it up to find a cloak inscribed with the word justice, presumably a lieutenant's cloak. He asked, "Vice Admiral, why are you giving me this? I cannot wear this yet, can I? You have already slain several pirates. And with the 2 from the evil dragon pirates, your achievements are sufficient to be promoted to lieutenant. Consider this an early gift." Having said this, Vice Admiral Crane turned and left. "Thank you, Vice Admiral." Lu Chun expressed his gratitude hastily. At least he now had new clothes to wear, as the old ones had long since become tattered. Meanwhile, not far away on the hillside, Belmel held Nami and Nojiko, gazing at the Navy ship as it gradually receded into the distance, her expression exceedingly complex, remaining silent. Suddenly, Nami nudged Belmel's hand, inquiring, "Mom, is that brother very strong in the Navy?" "He may not be considered strong, but his talent is exceptional. He has the potential to become a Navy admiral in the future," Belmel stated earnestly. At such a tender age, coupled with the strength to vanquish Arlong, she possesses the audacity to utter such words. "A general, you say?" Nami pondered as she gazed at the receding silhouette of the naval vessel. 2 months later, Lu Chun returned to the naval headquarters. Without disembarking, he spotted a familiar figure on the shore. A person donning a gray dog-headed hat, with their head bowed in slumber, a large mucus bubble protruding from their nose. Without needing to see his face, it was evident that this was Lu Chun's grandfather. "Garp. Surprisingly, Garp actually knows to come and fetch you," remarked Vice Admiral Crane with a faint smile. Given Garp's notoriously unreliable nature, one would expect him to show little concern even for his own grandson. "Hee." Lu Chun chuckled silently. Whether he came to fetch him or not made little difference. This grandfather was not to be trifled with. On the shore, Bogart, upon seeing Vice Admiral Crane's ship, reminded Vice Admiral Garp. "Vice Admiral Crane's ship has arrived." "Ah." Garp awoke with a start, casting a glance at Crane's vessel. In an instant, he vanished from his spot and materialized beside Lu Chun, jovially patting his shoulder. "Ha, Lu Chun. You've truly brought honor to your grandfather. Your achievements have reached the rank of ensign." "Well, it's all thanks to my excellent teaching." Lu Chun felt a surge of pressure on his shoulder, gritting his teeth to endure. The system interface revealed Garp's attributes: character, Garp position, Vice Admiral level, SSS skills, armament Haki. Gazing at that string of SSS level skills, Lu Chun's eyes widened in astonishment. How formidable! Is this the extent of Garp's strength? "Ha ha ha, little Crane. How about introducing your granddaughter to my grandson now? It wouldn't be a loss, would it?" Garp bellowed with laughter. However, Vice Admiral Crane showed no inclination to engage, rolling her eyes. "How old is the peacock?" "You know very well. Why must you introduce her to Lu Chun?" Indeed. Garp suddenly realized. Subsequently, Garp escorted Lu Chun off the ship, personally delivering him to the naval training camp. Along the way, he introduced Lu Chun to acquaintances, proclaiming, "This is my grandson, Lu Chun." Though it sounded rather awkward, it was indeed the truth. Ordinary sailors, upon spotting Lu Chun, would salute and call out, ensign. At that moment, he felt as though he had been unexpectedly promoted, which was rather delightful. Not long after, the group arrived at the naval training camp, coincidentally witnessing instructor Peter conducting training with the recruits. They had just begun learning paper drawing. Judging by their appearance, it seemed they had only recently started, and none had yet mastered it. The system hadn't even indicated the possibility of learning skills. As the two entered, they quickly drew the attention of others. Lu Chen. It's Lu Chen returning. What Lu Chen? He is now an ensign. We must salute and greet him. Vice Admiral Garp. Upon seeing this, Peter hurried over, respectfully saluting Vice Admiral Garp. Garp nodded slightly, instructing. I brought Lu Chen back. You must train him well and do not coddle him. Yes, Vice Admiral Garp. All right then, he is in your hands. With that, Garp turned to leave. However, after taking only a few steps, he once again lowered his head and fell asleep. Peter, having grown accustomed to this, turned to Lu Chen with a smile. Lu Chen, I never expected that in just a few months, you would have become an ensign and grown stronger. News of Lu Chen's triumph over the evil dragon pirate crew had already spread throughout the naval training camp. Not much stronger. Lu Chen waved his hand dismissively. Suddenly, a voice interrupted their conversation. Instructor, I wish to challenge Lu Chen and see just how much stronger he has become. Barton stepped forward, his voice resolute. For the past few months, he had trained diligently. Not only had he mastered all the Navy's 6 styles taught in class, but he had also rigorously practiced martial arts, all with the aim of defeating Lu Chen. Now that Lu Chen had yet to master the moonwalk and galefoot, it was the perfect opportunity to best him. If he could defeat Lu Chen, he would no longer have to serve as his sparring partner. The grueling days of torment were ones he wished to leave behind. Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Barton was challenging Lu Chen again. It seemed he had confidence. His strength had indeed increased significantly, and he had basically mastered the Navy's 6 styles. Perhaps he could genuinely defeat Lu Chen. Peter raised an eyebrow, not refusing but instead looking at Lu Chen, saying, he is challenging you. You may decide for yourself. At that moment, he too was eager to witness Lu Chen's current strength. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a task. Defeat Barton again. System reward. Energy point 1. Observing the task triggered by the system, Lu Chen decisively replied. All right, I accept the challenge. Not only could he complete the task, but he could also learn a few skills from Barton. Why not take advantage of this opportunity? Character. Barton position. Intermediate Naval Training Camp recruit level. D skills. Martial arts D. Navy 6 styles. Shave. F. Navy 6 styles. Moonwalk. F. Navy 6 styles. Galefoot. F. Firearms technique. E. Shortly, the onlookers cleared a space in the training field for Lu Chen and Barton. The two stood on opposite sides, sizing each other up. Lu Chen, if I win this time, I shall no longer be your sparring partner. How about that? Barton initiated the conversation. Fine. First, win against me, then we shall see. Lu Chen replied with a smile. All right, prepare yourself. As soon as the words left his mouth, Barton kicked off the ground with his right foot, swiftly utilizing Shave to appear in front of Lu Chen. Clenching his fist, he delivered a heavy blow. Thanks to his observation Haki, Lu Chen had already detected the trajectory of the attack. However, he chose not to evade but rather crossed his arms, opting to block Barton's strike. Armament Haki, activate. In an instant, a layer of black armament Haki enveloped his arms, successfully thwarting Barton's attack. Bang! A dull thud resonated. Lu Chen skidded back, leaving 2 trails in the ground as he retreated several steps before regaining his balance. Looking up at Barton and smiling, you've certainly improved quite a bit. This is not even my full strength. Upon hearing this, Barton's lips curled into a smirk, a flicker of pride crossing his face. Yet before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly noticed Lu Chen's arms gleaming with a metallic sheen, exclaiming in surprise, Haki, armament Haki, you actually know Haki. Haki is notoriously difficult to master. Hardly anyone in the training camp possesses this ability. It can be considered a rare talent. Some individuals, no matter how hard they practice, may never attain Haki. Indeed, it is Haki. Lu Chen replied nonchalantly. Meanwhile, the others stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with astonishment. It truly was armament Haki. Who would have thought he could wield Haki? After all, Lu Chen is the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp. How could he not know Haki? That makes sense. Even Garp appeared somewhat astonished. This kid knows Haki and didn't even inform me. He had remained to watch a little longer upon hearing someone challenge his grandson. The only one unfazed was Instructor Peter. After all, he had already discerned that Lu Chen could utilize Haki. So what if he knows Haki? I am no pushover either. Barton's gaze sharpened, fists clenched, as he relentlessly attacked Lu Chen. Strangely, Chen chose not to counterattack, remaining in a defensive stance, while he perceived it as defense. To the others, it appeared as though he were merely taking a beating. Barton's fist rained down upon Chen like a tempest, one punch after another, even creating dozens of shadowy fists. Thousand Shadows Fist. With each punch delivered, it produced a whooshing sound through the air. However, Chen heard only the delightful chime of the system's notification, his body seemingly impervious to pain. Ding, congratulations. Not only did he gain a significant amount of experience, but he also inadvertently learned the skill martial arts from Barton. Ding. Simplified skill martial arts. Ding. Successfully simplified martial arts into motion. Energy points -2. Moments later, Barton abruptly retreated, staring at Chen with furrowed brows. Why are you unscathed? I don't know. Perhaps your attacks are simply too weak. Chen chuckled lightly. In truth, he could feel the pain, but the armament Haki significantly alleviated the pressure. Barton was momentarily at a loss for words, gritting his teeth and declaring, just wait. I'll show you my newly learned Marine 6 styles. Bring it on. Chen replied, eagerly anticipating the challenge. Raging Foot. In an instant, Barton lifted his right leg and unleashed a rapid and powerful kick. The kick generated a crescent-shaped vacuum slash that hurtled toward Chen with astonishing speed. This was precisely the principle behind the Raging Foot technique. Simultaneously, a notification chimed in the system. Ding. Skill Raging Foot detected. Would you like to learn it? Yes. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have learned the skill Raging Foot. Ding. Simplification of the skill Raging Foot successful. Raging Foot walking. The simplified skill turned out to be akin to the shave technique. Thus, as long as he walked, both skills would simultaneously gain experience. The moment Barton executed the Raging Foot, Chen utilized the shave to retreat and create some distance, awaiting the system's prompt to learn Raging Foot. Barton's lips curled into a smirk, a hint of arrogance in his demeanor. Chen, you can't dodge this. He was proficient in martial arts, so the vacuum slash produced by the Raging Foot was incredibly swift. Even with Chen's armament Haki, it could still inflict injury. I'm not trying to dodge. Suddenly, Chen halted, firmly planting his foot on the ground, and swiftly retaliated with a kick. He unleashed Raging Foot. Similarly, a silvery vacuum slash surged toward Barton, matching the speed of Barton's strike. Boom, the two slashes collided, producing a tremendous sound. A gust of wind erupted, kicking up clouds of dust that swept outward. The onlookers stood frozen in place, astonished. What? Chen can also execute Raging Foot. Didn't he say he hadn't learned it? Are you foolish? Just because he didn't learn it at the training camp doesn't mean he didn't study elsewhere. You're right. Barton furrowed his brow, asking, when did you learn Raging Foot? Just now. Chen replied truthfully. However, Barton clearly had no intention of believing him, retorting, if you're going to lie, at least offer a more convincing reason. Don't think just because you can perform Raging Foot, I will lose. While I may not win against you, you won't defeat me either. He merely viewed Chen as boasting about his talent. Learning Raging Foot on site? How could that be possible? I'm speaking the truth. Why does no one believe me? Chen shook his head in exasperation. He then drew the newly acquired large knife, the black blade, from his waist. The obsidian sheath and the dark blade instantly captivated everyone's attention. After all, Chen's true strength lay in his swordsmanship. The black sword. Chen has switched swords, it seems so. And it looks even better than the previous one. With a bounty on pirate kills, he certainly needed to upgrade to a better sword. Meanwhile, Barton felt a shiver run down his spine. Chen's previous sword strike was still fresh in his memory. I need to be cautious. Shave. Chen's eyes narrowed, suddenly launching an attack. Utilizing the shave to move rapidly, he swung his sword toward Barton's position. Just as it seemed he would strike, Barton suddenly kicked off the ground with both legs, unleashing a powerful force that propelled him into the air. In midair, he once again exerted explosive force with his legs, as if kicking against the very air itself, granting him a brief ability to soar. This caused Chen's slash to miss its mark. Ding. Skill Moonwalk detected. Would you like to learn it? Yes. Ding. Successful simplification of the skill Moonwalk. Moonwalk walking. Barton continuously employed the moonwalk in midair, chuckling. Chen, I told you before, while I may not win against you, you won't defeat me this time either. As long as I am not bested by you, I will no longer be your sparring partner. Oh, Chen smiled. Although he had learned the moonwalk, his current level was quite low, likely not matching Barton's prowess. Therefore, he decided against using it. Instead, he held the sword with both hands, his gaze sharpening as an overwhelming aura erupted from him. A faint black energy seemed to swirl around him, extending toward the black blade, gradually enveloping it. Suddenly, Chen's muscles bulged, and he swung his sword at an astonishing speed toward the airborne Barton. Demon Flame Slash. The black blade generated friction with the air in an incredibly short time, igniting flames, and combined with the black aura, it formed a dark flame. A massive slash, resembling black flames, surged toward Barton. What? Its speed was blinding, and Barton's eyes widened in shock, his expression shifting drastically. There was no way to evade. This kid. Garp beamed with delight, witnessing the colossal slash hurtling toward Barton when a white figure suddenly appeared before him. The figure was none other than Lu Chen's grandfather, Garp. Garp clenched his right fist, armament Haki instantly enveloping it, and struck out toward the demon flame slash with a powerful punch. Iron Fist. A massive and oppressive Haki coiled around Garp's iron fist. With faint red currents crackling across the black fist, he firmly intercepted the demon flame slash unleashed by Lu Chen. In an instant, the slash shattered upon contact with Garp's iron fist, exploding like glass. Bang! A deafening noise erupted. With just one strike, the enormous slash was obliterated, transforming into countless tiny flames that cascaded from the sky, resembling a rain of fire. The onlookers stared in stunned silence at Garp hovering in midair. Speechless, so powerful. Is this the strength of Vice Admiral Garp? Incredible. I could never be his match. Does it even matter to say that? How could you possibly be a match for Vice Admiral Garp? So strong. Lu Chen's eyes lit up, instinctively exclaiming. Suddenly, a notification popped up in the system. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have discovered the Haki skill Haki coding. Would you like to learn it? Yes. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully learned Haki coding. Haki coding is a skill of Haki. It is not counted among skills but regarded as a technique. However, it is not something just anyone can master. Unexpectedly, I learned it from Garp. Moments later, Garp landed on the ground and approached Lu Chen. Raising his fist above Lu Chen's head to deliver a strike. You brat. Who taught you swordsmanship? Is it necessary to use such formidable techniques against your comrades? Ah. Lu Chen yelped in pain, clutching his head. Looking utterly speechless, Grandpa, I know I was wrong. That really hurt. I have a bump on my head. Now, he could truly empathize with Luffy's pain. Speak. Who taught you swordsmanship? Garp continued his inquiry. His strike at Lu Chen was not only to address the issue of Lu Chen's aggression against his comrades, but also to teach him a lesson for not informing him about his mastery of Haki. I taught myself, Lu Chen replied honestly. Upon hearing this, Garp frowned slightly, still somewhat skeptical. However, upon further reflection, he realized that this swordsmanship differed from Shanks, so it likely wasn't taught by him. Moreover, Lu Chen seemed to lack the time for anyone to mentor him. So it could only have been self-taught. You're quite honest. The elite training camp selection is just around the corner. Make sure to prepare well and enter Admiral Zephyr's elite camp. Understood? Yes, Grandpa, Lu Chen replied earnestly. Even saluting. All right, I'm off. With that, Garp turned and departed. As soon as he left, everyone immediately surrounded Lu Chen, bombarding him with questions. Lu Chen, did you really teach yourself swordsmanship? Can you teach me? Yeah, we could spar together. That move was so cool. How did you do it? Witnessing this, Lu Chen felt awkward, unsure of how to respond. After all, he truly had taught himself, albeit with the aid of the system. How could he explain that? Not long after, Barton approached, his head lowered, looking resigned. Lu Chen, this time I lost, but I will definitely defeat you next time. All right, I await your challenge at any time. Lu Chen nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, a system notification chimed in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. System reward. Energy point 1. After this battle, his energy points were running low. Energy points 2. However, he still possessed one opportunity to upgrade a specific skill. Fortunately, he could save it for later use, ensuring that this opportunity would be maximized. Subsequently, Lu Chen immersed himself once more into the rigorous training regimen. Each day was filled with relentless practice. A few days later, as Lu Chen perused a newspaper, he suddenly came across a familiar headline. Fire at the waste station of the Kingdom of Goya. Numerous refugees perish. King expresses deep grief. At that moment, his heart echoed with but 2 words. Hypocrisy. There was no need for further elaboration. This fire was undoubtedly orchestrated by the nobility of the Kingdom of Goya, although Bridgem of the Sapphire pirate crew had been slain by Lu Chen. The nobles could easily find another pawn to fulfill their sinister agenda. Thus, it seemed that Sabo had indeed parted ways with Luffy and Ace. The fates of the three had always diverged. And Lu Chen was not particularly surprised. Naturally, he had been keeping up with the news over the past few days. Not only reading the daily updates but also reviewing earlier editions. He discovered that the Empress Hancock had already been rescued by Fisher Tiger. An event that had transpired 2 years ago. Lu Chen felt a twinge of regret. Any man would harbor thoughts about the Empress. After finishing the newspaper, he promptly fell into slumber. Time flew rapidly. A month later, the intermediate training camp concluded. 18 individuals successfully met the requirements and graduated, gaining entry into the advanced training camp, along with the opportunity to participate in the selection for Admiral Zifa's elite camp. Chen, accompanied by several companions, entered the training ground of the advanced camp. As he surveyed the area, he noticed not only their group, but also other participants, all of whom were students of the advanced training camp. As he scanned the surroundings, he suddenly recognized a few familiar faces, such as the dashing smoker with silver hair and the sweet-looking Ain with her blue wavy locks. These individuals would soon become Zifa's students, and their strength was not to be underestimated. After reviewing everyone's information, Chen discovered that the highest ranked among them was Smoker, character, Smoker position, Lieutenant level, C fruit, Smoke fruit skills, Martial arts, C. Fruit ability, C. Marksmanship, C. Though his power was not particularly formidable, the smoke fruit presented a troublesome capability. The individuals present were also sizing each other up, assessing who might be a worthy competitor. After all, only a select few could gain entry into Admiral Zifa's elite training camp. As the grandson of Garp, Chen's presence naturally drew considerable attention. Look over there. That's Garp's grandson, Chen, isn't it? I heard he has slain several pirates and is now a lieutenant. Perhaps he had someone else do the killing. What is so impressive about that? The crowd buzzed with discussion, occasionally casting disdainful glances in his direction. Chen remained unfazed. With great strength came inevitable jealousy. Suddenly, the entire venue fell silent. One could hear a pin drop. A robust man in his 60s, with striking purple hair, strode into the room. Instantly, all the Navy personnel stood at attention, lining up in perfect order. The atmosphere had grown palpably tense. Zifa, Chen recognized him immediately, and the system indicated his power level as SS. A formidable presence, though he was now aged. He was undoubtedly stronger in his youth. After a moment, Zifa stood on the platform, gazing at the crowd before him, remaining silent for an extended period. No one dared to meet his gaze. They all lowered their heads. The air was thick with silence. After what felt like an eternity, Zifa finally spoke, his tone indifferent. So, you are the members of this batch of the advanced training camp. I wonder how many of you will make it into my elite camp. The crowd exchanged glances, too intimidated to respond. No one dared to guarantee their entry into Admiral Zifa's elite training camp. Zifa suddenly chuckled twice, a hint of challenge in his voice. What? Not a single person brave enough to speak. Are you all a bunch of cowards? Not one dared to claim they would certainly enter his training camp. Upon hearing this, the Navy personnel began to communicate with their eyes. Some were sneakily looking for someone to step forward, while others were urging friends to speak up. Suddenly, someone in the crowd raised their right hand. Zifa looked up, frowning. The one raising their hand. Step forward. Let us see who you are. Yes, instructor. With that, a figure slowly emerged. It was Chen, who, due to his age, was somewhat shorter than the others, causing Zifa to overlook him entirely. As Chen stood in front, all eyes were upon him. Zifa scrutinized him and inquired, "What is your name, Chen?" Came the reply. Upon hearing these two words, Zifa's expression flickered, though he quickly masked it. He had heard of this name, Chen, Garp's grandson, having slain 3 pirate crew captains. He had risen to the rank of lieutenant due to his battle exploits. Realizing it was Chen who had stepped forward, Zifa felt quite pleased. Not bad at all. Truly, he is Garp's grandson. He hasn't brought shame to that old man. After a moment of contemplation, Zifa continued, "Do you believe you can definitely enter the elite training camp?" "No," Chen replied solemnly, shaking his head. The room erupted in shock. Jaws nearly dropped to the floor. What is he doing? Could he be mocking Admiral Zifa? Who would dare? Is Chen out of his mind? Zifa's expression darkened, his anger palpable as he demanded, "Not." "Then why did you step forward, instructor?" "I stepped forward to inquire if merely saying this guarantees entry into the elite training camp," Chen stated earnestly. "Not." Zifa's face darkened further, shaking his head. Chen continued, "If that is the case, then why must one utter this phrase? Gaining entry to the elite training camp should rely on strength. Everything must be spoken through ability. One must dare to speak, and even more so, dare to act. Surely everyone here aspires to join the elite training camp, to train, to enhance their power, and to fight for peace on the seas. Talking is easy for anyone, but acting, who can truly do it?" Upon hearing these words, Zifa furrowed his brow, lost in thought. "You speak well. Whether one can enter the elite training camp indeed depends on your strength. Therefore, I have decided to reduce the number of spots in this elite training camp to 25. He truly was growing old, still adhering to the outdated teaching philosophies. The younger generations were certainly different. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. System reward. Energy point 1. Hearing the system notification, Lu Chen smiled faintly, secretly rejoicing. Finally, the task is completed. Just moments ago, the system had issued a task to alter Zifa's perspective, which was why he had stepped forward. He was pleased, but the others were casting resentful glances at Lu Chen, wishing they could pounce on him right then, and their .25 spots meant a direct halving of opportunities, all because of this kid. How could they not be furious? Meanwhile, high above in the training ground, three figures observed the unfolding situation. The trio comprised Garp, Vice Admiral Tsuru, and Sengoku. Garp, your grandson is quite bold, daring to confront that fellow Zifa. Sengoku chuckled. He is my grandson, Garp said nonchalantly, picking his nose. Suddenly, Vice Admiral Tsuru interrupted the conversation, suggesting, why don't we guess who will make it into Zifa's elite training camp? Lu Chen will definitely get in. Garp asserted. I think that silver-haired fellow is also promising. Yes, and that one. Not long after, the final 25 individuals standing here would be considered through my selection. Zifa commenced his discourse on the selection criteria. As his words fell, the crowd braced themselves with keen anticipation. Observing the expressions of those below, Zifa smiled lightly and remarked, the selection begins. In that instant, an immense aura erupted from his being, overwhelming the assembly before him with a force akin to a mountain. Pressing heavily upon them, a whirlwind of dust and sand swept across the arena, advancing relentlessly. In that fleeting moment, numerous naval officers nearly toppled, with only a few managing to withstand the initial onslaught. The Conqueror's Haki. Lu Chen's eyes glimmered as he sensed the familiar presence. At this juncture, Zifa's released Haki was not yet formidable, allowing many to endure. However, within less than a minute, Zifa's aura surged progressively, intensifying like a tsunami rolling across the ocean. Each wave was more potent than the last. Many struggled, gritting their teeth in defiance, their legs buckling under the pressure. Yet, this was merely a desperate struggle for survival. Soon, they fell heavily to the ground, regretfully withdrawing from the trial. One by one, naval officers collapsed in the arena. Originally a group of over 100, now only 30 remained. Zifa chuckled lightly. What's this? Can't you hold on any longer? I haven't even unleashed my full strength. Could it be that you, the elite trainees of the Naval Academy, are all worthless? With such naval officers, how do you expect to uphold peace in the maritime world? Upon hearing this, the remaining naval officers erupted in furious roars, desperately clinging to their resolve. I am not worthless. No. The faces of others were etched with agony, yet perhaps only Lu Chen displayed a flicker of a smile. So much experience. Bring on the pressure. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining 60 experience points in Armament Haki. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining 70 experience points in Armament Haki. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The relentless pressure granted him continuous experience. Moreover, as the intensity of the pressure increased, so too did the experience accrued. The more he gained, the more elated he felt. As time passed, the number of naval officers dwindled, eventually leaving only 25. Nevertheless, Zifa showed no signs of relenting, continuing to amplify the pressure, eager to see how long they could endure. Though it was an assessment for the trainees, it was an invaluable experience. Some officers even awakened their Haki during the trial. Time slipped by, and the numbers continued to dwindle. 25, 23, 19. Minutes later, only 2 individuals remained, Lu Chen and Smoker. The current Conqueror's Haki represented nearly 40 of Zifa's strength. Even Lu Chen and Smoker wore expressions of torment, beads of sweat dotting their foreheads. They both struggled fiercely to maintain their stance. Lu Chen and Smoker had exchanged glances, neither willing to yield. They did not wish to be the first to fall. Of course, aside from the prospect of gaining experience, a new task had just appeared. To secure first place in the assessment. Zifa gazed down at the two. Ah, this kid again. It seems he possesses genuine strength. I am curious to see how much he can endure. With that in mind, he decided to apply even more pressure. Boom. An even greater aura suddenly swept forth, doubling the pressure. Smoker staggered, nearly losing his footing. He swiftly activated his devil fruit ability, transforming his body into smoke to alleviate some of the burden, yet Zifa's oppressive aura was no trivial matter. Elementalization required him to keep his body upright. Lu Chen felt a weight descend upon his shoulders, causing him to plummet downward, his knees bending. Just as he seemed on the verge of kneeling, his gaze sharpened, and an aura surged forth from his being. Conqueror's Haki. The faint crimson hue of his Haki clashed against Zifa's, providing Lu Chen with significant relief. allowing him to rise and stabilize himself. Conqueror's Haki, this kid? Zifa's expression shifted in astonishment, a knowing smile gracing his lips. A wielder of Conqueror's Haki has emerged this generation. Conqueror's Haki is a rare phenomenon. Throughout the many classes I have taught, only a handful have possessed this ability. Akiji, Akainu, Kizaru. After a moment of contemplation, Zifa intensified the pressure once more. The Crimson Conqueror's Haki bearing down upon the two before him. With so many participants initially, the pressure was somewhat dispersed. Yet now, with only Chen and Smoker remaining, the Haki converged again, heightening the oppression. Boom. The colossal pressure surged forth, and Smoker, his teeth clenched, finally succumbed, his elemental form collapsing into a cloud of smoke. As he fell, the burden upon him dissipated entirely, and he cast a glance at Chen. Can he still endure? Wait, is that Conqueror's Haki? With Smoker's collapse, Chen felt the pressure spike dramatically, the powerful Conqueror's Haki weighing down upon him like a mountain. Haki entwined. At that moment, Chen no longer concealed his abilities. He drew forth the black blade. His right hand swiftly enveloped an armament Haki, the faint Crimson Conqueror's Haki spreading from his hand to the blade. The black blade was instantly ensnared by the Haki, crackling with red lightning, emitting a series of sharp sounds. With a swift draw, Chen's gaze sharpened, and he shouted as he cleaved towards the Conqueror's Haki in the air. A sword towards the heavens, a flash of red light. The faint crimson sword aura cleaved through Zifa's Conqueror's sword aura, slicing it into two segments. Ultimately, the sword aura soared into the sky, cleaving the clouds above in half. In that instant, the oppressive Conqueror's Haki was lifted from Chen, granting him a profound sense of relief. What? Haki entwined. This kid can do that too. What else can he possibly wield? Zifa's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at him, momentarily forgetting to apply further pressure. Simultaneously, at a higher vantage point, Garp and the others were left in shock. Garp, not only does your grandson wield Conqueror's Haki, but he also employs Haki entwined. That is a technique reserved for the most elite of warriors. He can't possibly be your pupil, can he? Ahem. Garp scratched his nose and replied seriously, Chen is my grandson. Is it not within my rights to teach him? Though he spoke thus, he too felt a surge of astonishment within. When did this kid learn all this? I never taught him. In the training ground, after breaking through Zifa's pressure, Chen immediately raised his hand, signaling, Instructor, I concede. He harbored serious doubts that Zifa's final surge was unintentional, especially after realizing he was the last one remaining. The competition should have concluded, yet the pressure had suddenly increased. It was undoubtedly deliberate. Cough, cough. Zifa cleared his throat twice and then declared, All right, you have all passed the first round. The others may take their leave. As soon as he finished speaking, the system's prompt sounded. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. System reward. 1 energy point. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. System reward. 2 energy points. 1 good blade. The naval officers departed one after another, leaving only 25 behind. Among those who had originally entered with Chen, only Barton and Chen remained. Zifa surveyed the remaining 25, his expression grave, and solemnly stated, Young ones, do not rejoice too soon. You have merely passed the first hurdle and temporarily entered my training camp. There are more critical challenges awaiting you. As your instructor, I must impart a few words. A new era has dawned, and the world is becoming increasingly tumultuous, with the 4 emperors and 7 warlords rising to prominence. We, the older generation, have grown weary. The world shall undoubtedly belong to you. Go forth and let the sails of justice cut through the waves of the new world, forging ahead. Yes, instructor. His impassioned words stirred the hearts of the crowd, eliciting a chorus of roars from the naval officers. Zifa nodded in satisfaction. Very well. Return and prepare yourselves. Formal training begins tomorrow. Yes, instructor. With that, the crowd dispersed towards their dormitories. Just as Chen was about to leave, Zifa called out to him, Chen, stay behind. The others may go. Yes, instructor. Upon hearing this, Chen had no choice but to remain in place, gazing at him in confusion. Could it be that he intended to reprimand me once more, after everyone had departed? Zephyr leaped down from the platform and approached Chen, inquiring, Is the Conqueror's Haki something that Garp taught you? Indeed. Chen was about to respond when a familiar voice interrupted him. Old man. Chen is my grandson. If his Conqueror's Haki isn't taught by me, who else could it be? Garp remarked, taking a bite of his donut as he strode over. Accompanying him were Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru. That makes sense. Zephyr nodded slightly. Chen, how did you awaken your Conqueror's Haki? Yours. Before Sengoku and Tsuru could finish their sentences, Garp grasped Chen's hand and said, All right then, my grandson, I'll take him away first. Don't pry too much. Ha! Garp hasn't changed a bit. Zephyr laughed heartily. However, Sengoku gazed at Garp's retreating figure and remarked flatly, he is no longer the person he once was. Tsuru and Zephyr exchanged glances. Perplexed by the meaning behind his words that on another note, Garp brought Lu Chun into his office. Once the door was shut, his expression suddenly turned serious. Lu Chun, who did you learn your haki from? Shanks? Garp could only think of Shanks that if Lu Chun had become Shanks' disciple, things could become quite complicated that I taught myself. Lu Chun replied truthfully. He understood Garp's concerns. Hearing this, Garp furrowed his brow, seemingly unconvinced at such a young age. You managed to grasp the Conqueror's Haki? Who would believe that? After a prolonged silence, he continued, regardless of who you learned it from, just say that it was me who taught you from now on. Understood, Grandpa, Lu Chun said. Garp nodded and said earnestly, this world is far more complicated than you imagine. While I am still here and able, strive to carve out your own path. No matter what happens. As long as I am around, I will support you. I believe that by the time I am no longer here, you may have already reached my level. I only have one request of you. Upon hearing these words, Lu Chun felt somewhat dazed. It was rare to see Garp speak in such a manner. Grandpa, you mentioned that Luffy and Ace are prone to getting into trouble. As their elder brother. I hope you can lend them a hand when necessary, Garp said with a smile, although the smile seemed somewhat faint, almost resigned. Rest assured, Grandpa, Luffy and Ace are both my brothers. I will surely look after them. Lu Chun assured. Good, then I can rest easy. Garp nodded and waved his hand. All right, you may return now. Yes, Grandpa. With that, Lu Chun exited the room, his mind filled with the image of Garp from earlier. In truth, Garp had grown old. Reputation and wealth had lost their significance in his eyes. What mattered more was family. His son, Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, was labeled the world's most dangerous criminal by the world government. Naturally, he was at odds with the Navy. Fortunately, he possessed sufficient strength. However, Ace and Luffy were different. They were merely children, especially Ace, as he was the son of the Pirate King, Roger, with a unique identity that the world government could not tolerate. The war at Marineford and Ace's death, surely, the greatest pain fell upon Garp, who had to watch his grandson die while feeling powerless. Because of this, he likely became more disinclined to assist the Navy. Nevertheless, Garp had saved him once. He would help whenever possible. A few minutes later, Lu Chun returned to the dormitory of the elite camp, where each individual had a private room, a rather decent arrangement. After freshening up, he lay on his bed to rest and opened the system interface. Host, Lu Chun level, C. Position, Insight skills, Swordsmanship, C. Martial arts, G. Conqueror's Haki, D. Armament Haki, C. Observation Haki, D. Navy 6 styles, Shave, D. Navy 6 styles, Gale, F-. Navy 6 styles, Moonwalk, F-. Cooking, G. Talent, Skill Simplification Energy, 6 berries, 42 million. The match in the morning had directly upgraded his armament Haki from C- to C. He could distinctly feel the solidification and increase of Haki within him, enhancing its potency. Even armament Haki possessed varying degrees of strength. His energy points had also risen to 6, allowing him to learn several skills. Now that Zephyr was the instructor, you should be able to acquire numerous skills from him. Additionally, the system rewarded him with a fine blade, reminiscent of his previous weapon, yet of a higher grade. Consequently, Lu Chun named the system's reward the second-generation Ling Thing. The following morning, Lu Chun arrived at the training ground, where everyone seemed to have arrived exceptionally early, eager for the training in the elite camp. Suddenly, a familiar figure approached. Smoker extended his right hand. Hello, let us get acquainted. I am Smoker. Lu Chun. Seeing this, Lu Chun reached out to shake hands. Although Smoker had an intimidating appearance, he was, in fact, a kind-hearted individual and often disregarded his superior's orders. Smoker stated earnestly, you are quite strong. I hope we can have a chance to spar. Sounds good. Lu Chun smiled. He had never battled against a devil fruit user before. Just then, Zephyr appeared, and the arena fell silent as everyone stood at attention. Zephyr ascended the platform and smiled. It seems you all are quite cheerful. Are you excited about entering the elite training camp? To be frank, the elite camp is not so easy to enter. Until you pass the final assessment, you cannot consider yourselves my disciples. Before you graduate, each of you must independently eliminate a pirate crew as a test objective. The strength of the pirate crew will vary depending on each individual's current prowess. So I hope you won't disappoint me. Upon hearing this, the expressions of all present turned grave, unable to muster a smile. To single-handedly take down a pirate crew? How powerful must one be to accomplish such a task? Observing the reactions of the naval cadets below, Zephyr nodded in satisfaction and continued, "All right, from today on, I will teach you new content. Haki, specifically armament haki. You can only learn new material once you have mastered armament haki. Of course, haki training will occur during the day, and you may have your own activities at night." "Yes, instructor." The crowd immediately became excited, as they had witnessed Chen and other Navy members utilizing haki. Mastering haki would undoubtedly enhance their strength. Then, Zephyr turned to Chen and said, "The others will study armament haki. Chen, you will learn observation haki with me. Instructor, I already know observation haki. Can I learn something else?" Chen asked with a smile. "What?" Zephyr's expression froze, staring at Chen in disbelief. "What nonsense is this? You can actually use all three types of haki. How could Garp possibly have produced such an extraordinary grandson? It must be a lie." Meanwhile, the others present were rendered speechless in shock. What was going on? They could barely grasp haki and had just begun learning the Navy 6 styles, while Chen had already mastered 3 types of haki. Was he even human? Especially Bartolomeo, who fixed his gaze on Chen, clenching his fists and silently vowing, "Chen, just you wait. I will surpass you, no matter what." If Chen were to know, he would probably feel quite embarrassed. Forget it. He was simply beyond reach, because, after all, a prodigy cannot be defeated. Ha ha ha. After a moment of silence, Zephyr waved his hand, saying, "All right, you may practice on your own for now. We will discuss further later." After teaching for over a decade, he had encountered such a challenging student for the first time. With so many skills mastered, there was little left to teach. "Yes, instructor." Thus, Chen began to wield his sword alone by the side. Meanwhile, the others, under Zephy's guidance, commenced their understanding and learning of haki. Zephy even personally demonstrated a bit of haki and provided a brief explanation, after which the learning of haki commenced. Essentially, the method to master haki is singular, to transcend one's limits. Consequently, the numerous trainees resumed their pressure training. Shortly thereafter, Zephy approached Chen and inquired, "Well, would you like to learn now?" Adhering to the principle of not overloading oneself, he decided not to teach Chen anything beyond this, allowing him to gradually comprehend it. Furthermore, he was curious about what Chen wished to learn. Swordsmanship. Chen replied with a smile. He was aware that Zephy's swordsmanship was merely at the D rank. Although it was inadequate to teach him, perhaps he could seek instruction from others. Currently, what he lacked most was proficiency in swordsmanship. Upon hearing this, Zephy pondered for a moment, suddenly recalling something, and said, "I will find a way to help you with swordsmanship. Focus on practicing haki for now. And you shall receive news within 3 months." "All right, thank you, instructor." Chen expressed his gratitude promptly. "Yes, practice diligently, and if you have any uncertainties, feel free to ask me," Zephy concluded. Just as he was about to depart, Chen called out to him, "Instructor, I wish to know how to unleash haki to damage an opponent's internal organs and inflict internal injuries. These 2 techniques pertain to haki and are generally challenging for most to grasp. The hardening of armament haki is relatively straightforward, and once Chen's armament haki reached the F rank, he would comprehend it automatically. Upon hearing this, a confident smile appeared on Zephy's face. As if to say, "Even you have something you don't know? It seems Garp has not taught you everything after all. All right, follow me." "Yes, instructor." Zephy led the way, with Chen swiftly following. A few minutes later, they arrived at a training ground in an open area. Zephy stood before a robust wooden post and began explaining to Chen, "You have already learned haki. There are 4 techniques for armament haki: hardening, wrapping, emission, and internal destruction. I see you have already mastered hardening and wrapping. In fact, the next step after wrapping your haki around a weapon or your body is to release it outward. This requires exceptional control to manage the intricacies of haki emission. Allow me to demonstrate." With that, Zephy extended his right hand, forming the gesture of the Marine 6 styles, Showdown. Instantly, his entire right hand was enveloped in armament haki, the vibrant red haki swirling around his hand, flickering with arcs of purple lightning. Subsequently, a small amount of armament haki coalesced into a tangible mass at his fingertips, transforming into a small sphere of purple haki. Bang! Showdown. Zephy flicked his fingers lightly, and the haki shot forth with a sound akin to a rupturing air, striking the wooden post at an astonishing speed. Boom! A dull thud resonated as a hole the size of a thumb appeared in the post. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have discovered the skill, haki emission. Would you like to learn it? Yes. Chen decisively chose to learn and then inquired, "Instructor, is there a technique for inflicting internal damage with haki?" Let me demonstrate it for you once more. ZFA proceeded to explain the technique for inflicting internal damage while simultaneously demonstrating it. As he executed the technique, he even combined Haki emission with internal damage. His Haki-infused fist struck the wooden post ahead. A fist-shaped mass of Haki was hurled, tracing a purple line through the air. In the blink of an eye, it collided with the post. Bang! A resounding explosion echoed. The interior of the post was shattered into fragments, countless splinters flying out, yet the exterior remained unscathed. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have discovered the skill, Haki, internal damage. Would you like to learn it? Yes. After making his choice, Chen quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, instructor. Take your time to practice. These two techniques will keep you occupied, but I will likely have someone lined up to teach you swordsmanship soon. Yes, instructor. With that, ZFA turned and departed. However, once he left, Chen began to practice the two newly acquired armament Haki skills. If ZFA were to witness this, he would probably be astounded to the point of having his jaw drop. After a full day of training, they could rest at night. In the elite training camp dormitory, upon returning, Chen encountered Shize standing at his dormitory door. Shize, what brings you here? Hee. I'm on break. Came to hang out with you, Shize replied. Where to? Sabaody Archipelago. You haven't been there yet, have you? Sure, let me take a shower first, and then we can go together. All right. Upon hearing about Sabaody, Chen readily agreed. Eager to explore the place, after showering, Chen and Shize set off for Sabaody together. Shize mentioned that he had initially invited Barton, but it seemed he wanted to practice Haki and thus declined. Likely still harboring thoughts of defeating Chen, the Sabaody Archipelago was quite close to the Marine headquarters, and the two arrived in under half an hour. The entire island is formed by the world's largest mangrove tree, known as the Yarka mangrove. Its roots, constantly exposed above the water's surface, created the Sabaody Archipelago. The island consists of 79 trees, each corresponding to a numbered island, and every island serves a different purpose. The Marines also have occupied areas in the Sabaody Archipelago, specifically numbers 60 and 69. However, the island Chen and Shize arrived at was not a Marine zone but rather the 40th island. The 40th and 49th islands are tourist attractions, featuring various local specialties and deemed relatively safe. In contrast, Islands 1 and 29 are notorious for human trafficking and other illegal activities, with minimal marine oversight. As they strolled through the bustling streets, both could not help but glance around in awe. The abundance of items was overwhelming, with many things they had never even seen before. Chen, this place is enormous. Far better than our city, Shize exclaimed. Indeed, it is quite vast. Why don't we split up to shop and then reconvene here in the evening? Sounds good. With that, the two parted ways. Yet, Chen remained rooted in place, observing three children clad in black cloaks lurking in the corner of the street. Despite their attempts at disguise, the system immediately detected their information. Character, Boa Hancock position, none level. F skills, Conqueror's Haki, F. Perfume femur, F. Bounty, 500, 000. The other two were naturally Hancock's sisters, Boa Marigold and Boa Sander Sonia. Of course, Chen had no intention of approaching them randomly. Instead, he had triggered a system mission. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triggered the mission. Help Boa Hancock and her sisters escape from Sabaody Archipelago. System reward, 1 energy point, 1 dual-wield sword technique. In the corner, the three sisters were peeking out, observing their surroundings, and gradually making their way toward a small stall. Taking advantage of the vendor's momentary distraction, they stealthily pilfered a considerable amount of food and stuffed it into their clothing before swiftly making their escape. However, the vendor quickly realized something was amiss and shouted at Hancock and her sisters. Hey, catch the thief. Thief, stop right there. Quick, run, Hancock urged, her expression shifting. Okay, Marigold and Sander Sonia chorused, hastening their pace forward. Meanwhile, Hancock kept an eye on the vendor chasing after them. Suddenly, a figure blocked the vendor's path. The one who intervened was none other than Chen. The vendor, upon seeing this, instantly erupted in fury. Just as he was about to hurl insults, Chen suddenly produced 1,000 berries and coolly stated, I'll cover for what they stole. The stall owner was momentarily taken aback. Swiftly grasping 1,000 berries in his hand, terrified that Chen might reconsider. After all, that meager item was only worth 200 berries. Soon after, Chen directed his gaze towards the direction in which Hancock and her companions had fled. Murmuring to himself, it appears they have indeed yet to encounter Rayleigh. According to the storyline, Hancock and her companions only returned to Snake Island with the assistance of Rayleigh and others. The fact that they were resorting to thievery for sustenance only further confirmed Lu Chen's suspicions. It was peculiar that the system had issued this task. Now, it seemed quite reasonable. Thus, Lu Chen hastened to follow the direction in which the Hancock sisters had escaped a mere 10 minutes later. The three sisters found refuge in a narrow alley. Sandersonia immediately retrieved the food from her garments, panting, "Sister, all the food is here." Whenever they ventured out to pilfer provisions, they entrusted the fastest runner. Sandersonia, with the spoils. As long as Sandersonia managed to flee, they would undoubtedly have something to eat. "Excellent," Hancock declared, dividing the food into 3 uneven portions, the largest allocated to the stoutest sister, Marigold, the second to Sandersonia, and the smallest to herself. "Sister, you always eat so little. Here, take some of mine," said Marigold, passing a generous amount of her share to Hancock. "Mine as well," Sandersonia chimed in, offering a substantial portion. However, both of their offerings were gently declined by Hancock. "No. You are still young and in need of nourishment. Besides, you both are stronger than I am now, so you should eat more." "Very well." Sandersonia and Marigold ceased to argue further, for this was the usual course of events. No matter how much they insisted, Hancock would not partake. Suddenly, an incongruous voice pierced the air. "So, it is you 3 slaves here," a portly man, adorned with a bubble mask, accompanied by dozens of Navy soldiers, encircled the trio. Character: St. Charlos. Position: Celestial Dragon. Level: G. Skill: Marksmanship, G. It's you. Hancock exclaimed in surprise. Not long ago, they had been discovered by this celestial dragon, who learned of their enslaved status and had been pursuing them ever since. St. Charlos relished in capturing slaves, deriving pleasure from their desperate plight. He, let us see how you escape this time." A sinister smile crept across Charlos's face as he commanded, "Shoot, break their legs and see how they escape afterward." Yes, with a single command, dozens of Navy soldiers raised their rifles, aiming at Hancock and her sisters. The simultaneous barrage of gunfire erupted, black bullets mingling with white smoke, all aimed at the Hancock trio. "Be careful." Suddenly, Hancock stepped forward, shielding Sandersonia and Marigold. The latter two attempted to intervene, but it was too late. The bullets were mere half a meter from Hancock, just as the projectiles were about to strike her. A dark figure appeared before Hancock, eyes narrowing, Haki unleashed. A crimson aura enveloped Lu Chen, deflecting the incoming bullets, which subsequently fell harmlessly to the ground. It's you." Hancock recognized the man clad in black, wearing a mask. It was the same individual who had previously intervened with the stall owner. Although masked, she had discerned his identity based on his stature. This recognition startled Lu Chen internally, but he maintained his composure. The individual before him was a celestial dragon, and he was not foolish enough to reveal his strength at this moment. Thus, he had retrieved a pre-prepared black outfit from his system backpack, intentionally leaving his weapon concealed. However, he had not anticipated that Hancock would recognize him. "You foolish commoner, who are you to obstruct me?" St. Charlos seethed with rage, drawing a golden pistol from his waist and aiming it at Lu Chen for another assault. Yet, his attack was thwarted by Lu Chen's Haki. "Begone," Lu Chen commanded coldly, unleashing Conqueror's Haki. A wave of red energy surged towards St. Charlos and several Navy soldiers, causing them to roll their eyes back and collapse heavily to the ground. Lu Chen then approached the Hancock sisters, inquiring, "Are you all unharmed?" "We are fine, thank you," Hancock replied, though her gaze remained fixed on Lu Chen, as if trying to discern something from his eyes. At that moment, Lu Chen took the opportunity to observe Hancock more closely. Her petite visage, exquisite features, and despite her slender frame, her beauty was undeniable. As for her 2 sisters, their appearance remained largely unchanged from childhood. After a brief silence, Lu Chen lifted his gaze to the sky and remarked lightly, "You need not conceal yourself any longer. I have already detected your presence." After unleashing his Conqueror's Haki, he had sensed the presence of others nearby, individuals of considerable strength. "Young man, it's quite impressive to wield Conqueror's Haki at such a tender age." As soon as the words left his lips, a white figure materialized before Lu Chen, positioning itself protectively in front of the Hancock sisters. So swift, Lu Chen furrowed his brow in astonishment. Upon closer inspection, he noted the man had white hair and beard, round spectacles, and a distinct scar running vertically across his right eye. Character: Silver's Rayleigh. Level: SS. Skills: Armament Haki, SS. Observation Haki, SS. Bounty: for billion. Indeed, it was him. It appeared that Hancock was encountering Rayleigh at this moment, yet the absence of that snake lady was curious. Furthermore, there seemed to be a hint of hostility in the air. Might I inquire who you are and what your intentions are in obstructing my path? Chen asked, maintaining his composure as if he were unfamiliar with Rayleigh. Hee, young man, how about you remove your mask and reveal your true self? Rayleigh suggested with a smile. From the techniques employed earlier, he had deduced that Chen was associated with the Navy. The Navy rescuing 2 slaves seemed somewhat implausible, yet he was concerned for the safety of Hancock and her companions. Very well. Upon hearing this, Chen suddenly understood Rayleigh's intentions and removed his mask. As Rayleigh scrutinized the young man before him, his brow furrowed in thought, pondering which member of the Navy could possibly possess Conqueror's Haki. However, despite his ruminations, he still had no recollection of the person standing before him. After a moment, Chen turned to Hancock and her sisters, smiling, "Come with me. I shall lead you out, for the Navy is likely to arrive shortly." "All right." Hancock nodded, preparing to leave with her 2 sisters. Without hesitation, she felt a deep-seated trust in the man before her, especially since he had dared to confront a celestial dragon on their behalf. Observing this, Rayleigh quickly followed, explaining, "You 3 are from Amazon Lily, correct? Your 3rd-generation Empress entrusted me with your rescue. Her name is Gurolio Osa, and she is at my bar. Why not come with me to my bar?" During the age of exploration, they had visited Amazon Lily and had developed a rapport with Gurolio Osa. Although Rayleigh's words instilled some belief in the Hancock sisters, they were still inclined to follow Chen. Hancock took Chen's hand gently, stating, "We will follow him." Rayleigh sighed in resignation and turned to Chen, saying, "Young man, you alone cannot provide adequate assistance to these 3. Why not accompany us to our bar?" Chen feigned deep contemplation before finally responding, "Agreed. Excellent, follow me." Thus, under Rayleigh's guidance, the group made their way to island number 13. Upon arriving at a bar, they were greeted by a sign that read, "Shaki's Knockoff Bar." This was indeed the bar owned by Shikuyaku, the former queen of Amazon Lily, which was why Rayleigh had been permitted to assist. However, the name of this establishment was somewhat intimidating. Let us proceed. "This is the bar I mentioned." Observing the expressions of Chen and his companions, Rayleigh felt a tinge of embarrassment. Very well. Fortunately, Chen still led Hancock and the others inside. As they stepped into the bar, they spotted a young woman with black hair standing at the bar, holding a cigarette and adorned with a string of pearls around her neck. It was hard to believe she was already over 60 years old. She was none other than Shikuyaku. Alongside her stood another short elderly woman, Gloriosa, with her white wavy hair and a red flower tucked into her left temple. She held a cane in her hand. She, too, was a queen of Amazon Lily, albeit one from 3 generations prior. At that moment, Shikuyaku noticed the additional presence and glanced at Chen, her demeanor shifting to one of tension as she remarked, "Why have you brought an extra person, and a Navy officer at that?" "What, a Navy officer?" Gloriosa exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. He was the one who rescued the Hancock sisters and even struck a celestial dragon. However, Rayleigh was already aware of this and thus was not surprised. Moreover, given Shikuyaku's intelligence network, it was not surprising that she recognized Chen. Shikuyaku furrowed her brows slightly and inquired with a smile, "You know he is a Navy officer, but do you know who he is? He is the grandson of Garp." "Ha ha ha." Rayleigh laughed heartily, never expecting he would bring back Garp's grandson. Surely, Garp had not anticipated that his grandson would engage in acts against his own kind. Meanwhile, the 3 Hancock sisters, having overheard Rayleigh's conversation, began to grasp the extraordinary identity of Chen, their eyes filled with a hint of suspicion. Why would a Navy officer help them, and particularly the grandson of the Navy hero Garp? Why would he? With his identity revealed, Chen candidly stated, "I am indeed Garp's grandson, but I am my own person. My grandfather is my grandfather. I simply cannot stand the actions of the celestial dragons." "Ha ha ha. Does Garp know you are doing this?" Shikuyaku exhaled a smoke ring, chuckling as she asked. It was indeed somewhat amusing that the grandson of the Navy hero Garp had struck a celestial dragon. "Are you suggesting I should have my grandfather beat me to death?" Chen retorted. Ha ha. Shikuyaku smiled brightly. "You are quite to my taste. Since you are willing to assist them, you can utilize your Navy status to help us set sail." "Very well." Chen readily agreed. Shikuyaku was taken aback by Chen's swift acceptance, as if he had not even considered it. For Chen, this was a straightforward decision. After all, it was a task assigned by the system. Shikuyaku instructed, "All right, let us meet at the bar at this time tomorrow. Remember to bring your Navy uniform. I will arrange everything." "Understood." Chen nodded, crouching in front of the 3 Hancocks to produce 100,000 berries from his pocket. Handing it to Hancock, "Take this and buy yourselves something nice to eat. It's getting late. I must return to the training camp." "Thank you, brother," Hancock exclaimed, her eyes already glistening with tears as she clutched the money. "Be good. Everything will be fine by tomorrow." Lu Chen gently patted Hancock's small head before turning to leave. Once he departed, Rayleigh suddenly remarked, "This young man is quite interesting. He does not seem to be putting on an act. And his talent is formidable. Did you know he has already attained the rank of lieutenant and has consecutively defeated the captains of 3 pirate crews? If it weren't for his sudden promotion, I would have been unaware of his existence." Shikuyaku mused. "Garp certainly has a fine grandson. Jealous? Go have one yourself." Meanwhile, Lu Chen returned to Island 40, where he met with Zifa before heading back to the Navy training base to sleep. Simultaneously, the Sabaody archipelago was abuzz with the incident involving the celestial dragon being attacked. Large numbers of Navy personnel were scouring the archipelago in search of the black-clad individual who had assaulted the celestial dragon. Initiate a thorough search in the headquarters of the Navy. Within the marshal's office, Sengoku tossed a document to Garp. "A celestial dragon has been assaulted. Garp, could you look into this matter? I can't be bothered." "I am busy," Garp replied nonchalantly as he picked his nose. Hearing this, Sengoku wore an awkward expression, explaining, "This black-clad individual possesses Conqueror's Haki and can unleash it. Their strength is likely considerable. If you won't investigate." "Who will?" "I'm busy." Garp continued to pick his nose, acting as if he had not heard. Suddenly, Zifa interjected, "Sengoku, if you agree to one request from Garp, I believe he will acquiesce." "What request?" Sengoku asked, puzzled. Naturally, Garp was intrigued. Casting a suspicious glance at Zifa, wondering, what request could possibly change my mind? "How about finding a highly skilled swordsman to teach Lu Chen swordsmanship? How does that sound?" Zifa inquired with a smile. This question was directed at both Sengoku and Garp. Sengoku fell into deep thought, realizing that the swordsman Zifa referred to must be quite exceptional. He then turned to Garp and asked, "So, what do you say? Will you agree? If it can be arranged, I will consent." Garp nodded slightly. After all, he had already promised Lu Chen, but finding a suitable candidate seemed no easy task. "All right, I will agree to this matter as well. You can proceed with confidence. If you can find that person, splendid. If not, just make it look good." Sengoku waved his hand. "Remember not to forget your words." With that, Garp turned to leave, followed closely by Zifa. He had come this time specifically to resolve the issue of Lu Chen's swordsmanship. Unbeknownst to them, they would never imagine that the black-clad individual was, in fact, Lu Chen. They would not even entertain the thought. Assuming instead that another pirate supernova was causing trouble, the following day, at the training camp, Zifa sought out Lu Chen early in the morning, speaking mysteriously, "Lu Chen, I have found you a formidable swordsmanship instructor. Prepare to learn diligently." "Thank you, instructor." Lu Chen responded eagerly, then asked, "Who is the teacher you have chosen for me?" Zifa replied, "That's a secret. Just wait for the notice at the training camp." And with a smile, he turned to leave. Watching his retreating figure, Lu Chen fell into contemplation. Who could it be teaching him swordsmanship? Fujitora. His swordsmanship was likely not particularly strong. He primarily used sword techniques. Moreover, Fujitora was no longer a vice admiral. Never mind, I'll think about that later. I must first help Hancock and the others escape. After training through the afternoon, Lu Chen donned his lieutenant's Navy uniform and set off alone for the nearby Sabaody archipelago. Donning the Navy attire proved advantageous. Many people made way for him along the route, and even some small-time pirates dared not approach him, opting instead to steer clear. After a brief journey, Lu Chen arrived at Aunt Shikuyaku's bar on Island 13, which was also Shikuyaku's establishment. Inside, Shikuyaku and Rayleigh were already awaiting his arrival. "You've arrived." Shikuyaki greeted him with a smile, puffing out a cloud of smoke. "Indeed." Lu Chen nodded and asked, "When do we set sail?" As soon as he spoke, the 3 Hancock sisters rushed out upon hearing Lu Chen's voice. Spotting the Navy uniform, they recoiled in fear. "It's me, Lu Chen," he said, crouching down with a smile, upon hearing the familiar voice. The 3 sisters ran out from their hiding spot, affectionately calling out, "Brother Lu Chen." They had learned his name from Shikuyaku. Such good girls. "I brought you something." Lu Chen affectionately ruffled Hancock's hair and produced some candy he had purchased on his way. "Thank you." The eyes of the 3 Hancocks sparkled at the sight of the candy, and they immediately began to share it among themselves. Children will always be children. At this moment, the 3 sisters of Hancock had donned new, appropriate attire, which significantly enhanced their beauty. Shikuyaku and Rayleigh exchanged knowing smiles and continued, "Let us set off now. The vigilance will be stricter in the evening." "All right." With that, everyone immediately sprang into action. Under Shikuyaku's guidance, Lu Chen, Rayleigh, the 3 sisters of Hancock, and several fishmen all boarded the ship, while the sisters were discreetly concealed within the cabin. "Set sail," commanded the captain. The sails unfurled as they headed out to sea. Lu Chen stood at the bow, clad in naval attire, while Rayleigh reclined on the nearby cargo, sipping on his drink. Shortly thereafter, a naval ship appeared ahead, blocking their path. Halt. Routine inspection by the Navy, a sergeant shouted at those aboard the vessel. As the ship came to a stop, Chen stepped forward and sternly demanded, "Step aside. Do you not know who I am, Lieutenant?" Upon seeing Chen's uniform, the sergeant immediately offered a respectful salute. A gesture echoed by the other sailors. However, the sergeant was still reluctant to let them pass, explaining, "Lieutenant, this is an order from above. We must apprehend a criminal who has harmed a celestial dragon and are required to search every ship setting sail. Even those belonging to admirals." He continued, "We hope you won't make this difficult for us. We will leave immediately after a brief inspection." Chen furrowed his brow, glancing at Rayleigh and inquiring, "Is the hiding place acceptable?" He expected Rayleigh to nod in agreement, but instead, Rayleigh gestured dismissively, indicating, "It would be best not to let them conduct a search. What is this? Do I really have to confront these sailors directly?" Chen wore a helpless expression. Suddenly, the naval sergeant pressed further, "Lieutenant, may we board the ship for inspection now?" Just as Chen was feeling cornered, a familiar voice rang out, "I will conduct the search of their vessel." Instantly, all eyes were drawn to a white-haired man wearing a dog-head hat and munching on a donut, who approached leisurely. Indeed, it was Chen's grandfather, Garp, Grandpa. Chen was momentarily taken aback, just as he was about to speak. He suddenly thought better of it and held his tongue. Naturally, Garp did not recognize Chen, walking towards the ship instead. "Yes, Rear Admiral." The sailors parted ways, allowing Garp to board. Rayleigh and Garp exchanged glances but said nothing. Garp then entered the cabin to conduct his inspection, quickly noticing the three sisters of Hancock hiding in the corner. The Navy was not only hunting the mysterious figure in black but also had bounties on the three sisters. They were easily recognizable. Trailing behind Garp, Chen wore an awkward expression and quietly asked, "Grandpa, what brings you here?" "Thankfully, I happen to be here." Garp's expression turned serious as he countered, "Is this matter related to you?" It was not difficult for him to connect Chen with the black-clad figure given that the three girls were on Chen's ship. "How could it possibly be me, Grandpa?" Chen asserted with utmost sincerity. That makes sense." Upon further reflection, Garp realized his concerns were unfounded. After just a few days, how could Chen possibly have learned to harness Haki? It might have been Rayleigh's influence. That old rascal never seems to rest. He would certainly have to settle the score with him one day for leading my grandson astray. "Well then, go ahead and do as you wished. I won't stop you. They truly do not belong here. So take them with you," Garp remarked, casting a glance at the three sisters of Hancock. "Thank you, Grandpa." Hearing this, Chen finally felt a sense of relief. Garp then exited the cabin and waved his hand, declaring, "All right, the inspection is complete. You are free to go." "Yes, Rear Admiral." With the Rear Admiral's orders, the sailors dared not refuse, immediately clearing a path. The ship that Chen occupied promptly set sail, leaving the Sabaody archipelago behind. "Did you all know that the person aiming to capture me was my grandfather?" Once the ship sailed into the open sea, Chen couldn't help but inquire of Rayleigh. "I don't know. It was all Shikuyaku's idea," Rayleigh replied with a chuckle, continuing to drink. Chen was momentarily at a loss for words. What is going on here? Suddenly, the three sisters of Hancock dashed out from the cabin. Grinning, "Thank you, Brother Chen. No need for thanks. I did what I ought to do." Chen playfully pinched Hancock's cheek. To his surprise, it felt rather pleasant. "Hee." Hancock chuckled, but then suddenly remembered they would soon part ways. Her smile fading. "Brother Chen, you will be returning soon, won't you? We want to see each other again, will we? We will meet again. If the opportunity arises, I will visit Amazon Lily to find you." Chen assured her. "All right. I will be waiting for you, Brother Chen." Hancock's face lit up again at his affirmation. "Ding. Congratulations, host, for triggering the task. Fulfill the promise made with Empress Hancock and journey alone to Amazon Lily. System reward: 50 energy points, 1 swordsmanship, and 1 designated skill level. Journey alone to Amazon Lily. It is worth noting that Amazon Lily is a windless zone, surrounded entirely by sea kings. Traveling there alone requires considerable strength. A few minutes later, Chen suddenly had a thought, entered the cabin, retrieved the wind spirit from his system backpack, and handed it to Hancock, saying, "Here, this was my sword from before, though it has developed a crack and is on the verge of breaking. It has accompanied me for quite some time, so I am giving it to you. I will take good care of it." Hancock replied, carefully accepting the wind spirit. Observing her joyful demeanor, Chen affectionately ruffled her hair. "Wife, this is how to nurture a bond from childhood. A small gift to keep a memory. Hee." Rayleigh, standing nearby, chuckled, choosing to remain silent as he continued to drink, approximately half an hour into their voyage. Rayleigh and Hancock switched to another vessel, preparing to return to Amazon Lily. "Brother Lu Chen, you must come to find me in Amazon Lily," Hancock called out from the bow, waving her hand repeatedly. "I will definitely come," Lu Chen responded loudly. Simultaneously, the system notification chimed. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. System reward: 1 energy point, 1 dual-wield swordsmanship." A dual-wielding sword technique fell into the system backpack, emblazoned with the words dual-wielding tornado. It was a sword technique capable of causing widespread damage. Following this, he boarded his original ship to return to the Navy headquarters training base. The next day, Garp specifically visited Lu Chen to remind him not to wander about in the coming days. Once he completed his task, Garp would take him to find a swordsmanship instructor. After saying this, he departed, leaving Lu Chen standing there, pondering, who could it be? Why does Grandpa have to personally escort me? Is it to seek out Zoro's master in Wano country? That seemed rather unlikely. Wano country was located in the latter half of the New World, and it was a closed-off nation that did not join the world government, making it impossible even for Navy ships to enter. Who could it be? Several days later, the tasks on the Sabaody archipelago concluded. After thoroughly searching the entire area without finding anyone, Garp's mission was considered complete. Garp directly arrived at the training camp, calling out to Lu Chen, "Lu Chen, pack your things. We are leaving." "All right, Grandpa," Lu Chen replied eagerly, quickly rushing over to Zephyr, grinning as he asked, "Teacher Zephyr, I'm about to set off. Can you tell me who my swordsmanship instructor is? You'll find out once you go." Zephyr replied with a slight smile, refusing to divulge any information. "Well, teacher, I'm off then. Wait for me to return," Lu Chen said with a wry smile before turning to leave. Meanwhile, the gazes of others were fixed on Lu Chen, filled with curiosity as they watched him depart alone. "You all needn't stare. Lu Chen has mastered all 3 types of Haki. He is going out to train and learn swordsmanship, and he will likely return in about 2 years. I hope that by that time, you all will possess the strength to contend with Lu Chen, or even defeat him. Of course, some must ensure they are not left too far behind." Zfa's expression was grave as he gazed at the crowd below, articulating each word with precision. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into deep contemplation, having long regarded Lu Chen as a surpassing goal. Meanwhile, Lu Chen prepared himself and proceeded to the naval headquarters dock to meet with Garp. The vessel they boarded was none other than Garp's military ship, accompanied by his aide Bogart and several other naval officers. "Grandfather, who are we going to find?" Lu Chen inquired, puzzled as he approached Garp. "You will understand when we arrive. You shall train there for 2 years and then return alone. If, after 2 years of training outside, you lack the strength to return on your own, then there would be no need for you to come back," Garp replied nonchalantly, scratching his nose. Lu Chen was momentarily at a loss for words. "I understand, Grandfather." He realized that Garp was resolute in his decision. It was known that Garp had employed various harsh methods to train Luffy, such as throwing him into bottomless pits or abandoning him in the forest. Suddenly, Lu Chen felt that this upcoming swordsmanship training would not be so simple after all. The sea voyage was tedious and monotonous. Fortunately, Lu Chen could still practice his swordsmanship and Conqueror's Haki aboard the ship, alleviating some of the boredom. Over a month later, Lu Chen heard Garp's voice calling from outside his cabin. "Lu Chen, come out. We have arrived." "Okay, Grandfather," he exclaimed excitedly, rushing out only to catch a glimpse of Garp's figure departing the ship's cabin. He hurried to follow him, but upon looking up, he saw no land or islands in sight. "Grandfather, where are we?" Lu Chen asked. "Are we heading to Fishman Island?" But this doesn't look like it. His understanding of the world was limited, and he thought that the absence of islands meant they must be below sea level. However, he wondered who on Fishman Island was proficient in swordsmanship. "This is not Fishman Island. The place we are going is still quite far. From here on, it will be just the 2 of us," Garp stated, his gaze fixed ahead. "Understood," Lu Chen nodded in agreement. Shortly after, Garp disembarked from the large ship onto a smaller vessel, taking Lu Chen with him while Bogart remained behind to guard the ship. Awaiting Garp's return, after traveling about a kilometer, Lu Chen asked curiously, "Grandfather, can you now tell me where we are headed?" "Kraikana Island," Garp declared. Instantly, Lu Chen's expression froze, and the image of a person surfaced in his mind: Hawkeye. Kraikana Island was indeed the residence of Hawkeye. Lu Chen was taken aback that Garp could arrange for Hawkeye to teach him swordsmanship. The world's mightiest swordsman. He wondered just how strong he truly was. Hawkeye was a pirate and also one of the 7 warlords. It was no wonder Garp and Zfa were reluctant to divulge this information. After all, where did the Navy learn swordsmanship from pirates? As they drew nearer, the sun in the sky became obscured by dark clouds, and the surrounding fog made the path ahead increasingly unclear. Thankfully, with Garp leading the way, Lucien felt assured he would find the route. Half an hour later, they finally reached Kraikana Island, which exuded an eerie and chilling atmosphere. Chen, do you see that castle? That is where your swordsmanship teacher, Hawkeye, resides. You must go on your own. This is your first trial. Whether you can earn his acknowledgement depends solely on you. Garp stated solemnly, giving Lucien a reassuring pat on the shoulder. I understand, grandfather, Lucien replied, lifting his gaze toward the towering castle in the distance. Remember, 2 years from now, I will be waiting for you at naval headquarters. Yes, grandfather, I will definitely return. Garp then boarded the small boat and departed, watching as Lucien's figure gradually faded from view, a hint of worry creeping into his eyes. Chen, you must survive. Soon after, a system notification echoed in Lucien's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have triggered the task. Complete Hawkeye's trial and reach the castle. System reward: 2 energy points, swordsmanship level 1. It seemed that reaching the castle would not be an easy feat. Lucien chuckled softly and made his way toward the forest. Judging by distance alone, it would take at least 2 to 3 days to traverse. Moreover, within this forest resided armed baboons that mimicked Hawkeye's swordsmanship. With formidable strength, the numbers were considerable, making it quite challenging for one person to defeat them. Nevertheless, he thought it was worth a shot, wasn't it? After walking for about 10 minutes, Lucien suddenly heard an unusual sound ahead, resembling the call of some animal. Lucien gripped the hilt of his sword, his eyes fixed on the front, preparing for battle. An armed baboon, donning a steel helmet and clad in armor while wielding a massive sword on its back, was swinging through the trees and rapidly approaching Lucien's position. Character: armed baboon level C. Skills: swordsmanship C. Physical combat F. Bounty 0 berries. This baboon possesses C-level strength. Lucien furrowed his brow. His muscles tensed. The armed baboon approached with astonishing speed, leaping from a tree while drawing its great sword, launching a downward slash towards Lucien. The sword's gleam flashed. 6 styles of the Navy, Saru. In an instant, Lucien stomped the ground multiple times, utilizing Saru to dart to the side, narrowly evading the armed baboon's attack. Boom! The spot where the armed baboon's strike landed was left with a deep gash. Impressive, Lucien remarked, slightly astonished. The armed baboon not only displayed formidable swordsmanship but also executed slashes. Could it be a beast with spiritual awareness? However, the armed baboon was not one to relent, charging at Lucien once more. Seeking death, Lucien's eyes narrowed, no longer holding back. His right hand instantly became enveloped in black-armed haki, gleaming with a metallic luster. The haki gradually spread from his right hand to envelop the entire blade. Meanwhile, the armed baboon lunged forward, raising its large sword to cleave down upon Lucien's head, emitting strange sounds. Whoa, whoa, whoa. One sword style, draw slash. Lucien, unfazed, appeared to slowly draw the black blade from his waist. Simultaneously, he activated Saru, rushing swiftly toward the armed baboon. As he neared the baboon, he swung his sword. The gleam of the blade flickered. In an instant, Lucien was behind the armed baboon, exhaling a breath of stale air as he retracted the black blade. In contrast, the armed baboon stood frozen in place. Suddenly, a wound appeared on its body, blood gushing forth. The massive sword it wielded was cleaved in two, and it collapsed to the ground. Boom! Lucien turned to face the fallen baboon, murmuring, "This armed baboon merely mimicked the techniques and lacked adaptability. Fortunately, I possess 3 types of haki, or else I might not have been able to dispatch it so swiftly." The observation haki allowed him to perceive the armed baboon's attack patterns. While the armed haki dealt enhanced damage to it was truly fortuitous. After resting for a moment to regain his haki, Lucien pressed on toward the castle. After advancing approximately a kilometer, he encountered a wave of baboons. Sometimes there were just a few, while other times, entire groups. A few would possess varying strengths, including D and C levels, which Lucien could manage. However, facing a swarm of baboons, especially groups of 10 or more C levels, would pose a serious challenge. With no other choice, he opted to flee. Surviving was the only hope of reaching the castle. This also presented an opportunity to continuously hone his swordsmanship and armed haki. Time passed slowly, second by second. On the first night, Lucien lay resting upon a large tree, gazing at the distant castle. Bathed in the moonlight, it appeared increasingly enigmatic and foreboding, yet it was a destination he yearned to reach. After a day of battle, Lucien's body was already marred with wounds, and his clothing had become tattered and unrecognizable. Given the current circumstances, it seemed that reaching the castle would require at least 10 days. Lucien shook his head in resignation. Had he not encountered a horde of armed baboons, perhaps he would have needed only 5 days. However, facing a large group of armed baboons necessitated retreating to evade them. Strangely enough, after pursuing him for a time, those armed baboons would often abandon their chase. The next morning, Chen set off once more, continuously battling the armed baboons within the forest, with each skirmish. He gained a wealth of experience. Ding, congratulations, host. Armed Color Haki Experience 20. Ding, congratulations, host. Swordsmanship Experience 1. Thus, he spent his time in the forest, rapidly accumulating experience in various skills. The second day passed, then the third, and the fourth. On the fifth day, Chen finally covered roughly half the distance. He had made significant progress toward the castle. Days 6, 7, and 8 followed. By the ninth day, the central castle seemed almost within reach. Yet, ahead lay the largest congregation of armed baboons he had encountered, including one that possessed a terrifying B-level strength. In total, there were over 20 armed baboons. Notably, the B-level baboon was twice the size of other adult baboons and was likely their king. It bore a large sword on its back, reminiscent of the black blade wielded by the legendary swordsman. Chen's resolve hardened. He had to confront them today. As he stepped forward, the armed baboons quickly spotted him. Emitting strange sounds as they approached, roar. The baboon king let out a furious roar. The other armed baboons seized their weapons and charged at Chen. You seek death. Chen unsheathed 2 blades from his waist, one a Lingfeng 2. The other a black blade. With both swords in hand, he activated his haki, hardening it. The black haki enveloped his body and arms instantly, covering both swords and transforming them into black blades for a fleeting moment. To transform a blade into a black sword, one must repeatedly infuse it with haki, allowing it to gradually evolve. As the armed baboons closed in, Chen's gaze sharpened. He crossed his blades and spun his body. Dual sword style, tornado. A powerful whirlwind coalesced around him, growing larger by the moment, 2 meters high, then 3, then 4. It was infused with Chen's sword energy. Just as the armed baboons reached him, Chen halted abruptly and flung the towering tornado forward. The fierce whirlwind surged forth like a tempest, engulfing everything in its path, including the armed baboons. The sword energy flowed with the tornado, relentlessly slicing through the baboons' bodies like a flurry of razor-sharp blades. The cries of the armed baboons echoed tragically within the whirlwind. As the tornado drifted into the distance, it gradually dissipated after several hundred meters, leaving behind fallen baboons, each one riddled with wounds. None emerged unscathed. With a single move, he had effectively dealt with the majority of the lower-ranking baboons, leaving only a handful, including the formidable B-level Baboon King. The Baboon King, emulating the swordsmanship of the legendary Mihawk, proved to be an exceptionally challenging opponent. Character: Baboon King level. B. Skills: Swordsmanship. B. Body technique. C. Roar. The Baboon King, witnessing its defeated subordinates, unleashed an enraged roar, drawing its massive sword from its back. It leaped into the air, delivering a slashing strike toward Chen's position. Instantly, the enormous blade unleashed a rapid sword energy, a swift and powerful attack. 6th Marine Technique. Shave. Chen furrowed his brow and swiftly dodged to the side. Boom! A deafening crash resounded as the sword energy struck the ground beside him, cleaving a gaping fissure into the earth. Though he avoided direct harm, the sheer force of the attack sent debris scattering in all directions. Chen was compelled to swing his sword repeatedly to sever the incoming stones. Yet there were too many, and he was still struck, forced to retreat several meters before stabilizing his stance. However, the Baboon King, after a furious roar, launched another assault, delivering yet another slashing attack. What the hell? Chen's brow furrowed as he rapidly retreated, employing Shave once more. While retreating, he observed the Baboon King's attack patterns. True to its mimicry of Mihawk's swordsmanship, each strike was a straightforward assault, yet its power rivaled any sword technique, augmented by its formidable physique, making its swordsmanship all the more potent. However, the Baboon King was not invincible. Chen adeptly evaded several consecutive sword energy strikes, causing the Baboon King to become increasingly agitated. In frustration, it abandoned its slashing attacks and charged directly at Chen, opting for close combat. Good. Let us see whose swordsmanship prevails. Chen smiled calmly, sheathing the Lingfeng and wielding only the black blade as he met the charge head-on. The two combatants clashed, their blades colliding and sparking vibrant flames. Neither yielded, and neither could gain the upper hand. Yet, to an expert observer, it would be evident that Chen was at a disadvantage. The Baboon King's every strike was precise and devoid of superfluous movements. Each attack executed with purpose and intent, efficient and lethal, resulting in a considerable disparity in power between the two. Lu Chen's concern deepened. He knew he must resolve this conflict swiftly, lest he succumb to defeat. The gap in perception between him and the Baboon King was unlikely to close in such a short span. He needed to devise a different strategy. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. As the Baboon King swung its blade, Lu Chen chose to forego defending with his sword and instead allowed the massive weapon to cleave into him. Haki, hardening. The black haki enveloped the area of his body under attack. Nevertheless, the Baboon King's vicious strike still forced Lu Chen downward, sinking him into the ground, as if a great mountain bore down upon his shoulders. Despite the immense pressure, Lu Chen struggled to maintain his footing with one hand gripping the Baboon King's sword. A sly grin crept across his face. Now it's my turn. In that instant, Lu Chen's right hand, wielding the black blade, had coalesced an enormous surge of energy, cloaked in red arcs of electricity, resembling a colossal black flame sword. Demon Flame Slash. Lu Chen's eyes turned cold as he raised his blade and struck toward the Baboon King. Roar! The Baboon King attempted to flee, but found itself unable to withdraw its sword. It seemed unwilling to relinquish its weapon. Yet, regardless of its intentions, it could not evade Lu Chen's impending assault. The massive Demon Flame Slash transformed into a gigantic blade, hurtling straight toward the Baboon King. Roar! The Baboon King's eyes widened in disbelief, releasing a cry of defiance. Boom! A colossal explosion erupted as the Demon Flame Slash consumed the Baboon King, cleaving a nearly 100-meter-long fissure into the ground, enveloped in black flames that refused to dissipate. As for the Baboon King, he lay prostrate on the ground, utterly unaware of his fate. At that moment, the eyes of the other armed baboons turned towards Lu Chen, now tinged with a hint of fear. Get lost! Lu Chen bellowed. The other baboons immediately parted ways, retreating to the side. Observing this, Lu Chen stepped cautiously towards the castle. Not a single armed baboon dared to obstruct him. They could only watch helplessly as he departed. Upon entering the castle, he could no longer maintain his composure, abruptly spitting out a mouthful of blood. He collapsed heavily onto the ground, resting. The earlier strike from the Baboon King had severed several of his ribs. The force was formidable, yet he was fortunate to have reached the castle. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. System reward. 2 energy points, swordsmanship level increased by 1. Meanwhile, at a window in a room within the castle, a man with eagle-like eyes revealed a cryptic smile, murmuring to himself, "Who would have thought that such a gifted monster would arise within the Navy? No wonder they sought me out for instruction. So young, yet already adept in 3 types of haki, capable of both wrapping and emitting it. Such terrifying talent, especially in swordsmanship, which rivals even haki, coupled with that fierce determination against foes. He is destined to become a vice admiral in the Navy." That night, Lu Chen lay comfortably in the hall, enjoying a peaceful slumber. The following morning, he awakened from his soreness, stretched his shoulders, and ascended, determined to seek out Hawkeye. Since he was here, he must find Hawkeye to learn swordsmanship. Room after room he searched, climbing floor after floor. Finally, Lu Chen found Hawkeye Mihawk in a room on the top floor. "You have arrived." Hawkeye was seated in the living room, leisurely enjoying steak and sipping red wine, appearing quite at ease. Upon seeing Lu Chen, he uttered a single phrase. Lu Chen nodded, his gaze fixated on the system interface displaying Mihawk's attributes. Character: Mihawk. Position: Warlord. Level: SSS. Skill: Swordsmanship. Astonishingly powerful, his strength rivals that of Garp. Truly a man capable of contesting swordsmanship with red-haired Shanks. Mihawk gestured for him to enter, saying, "Eat up, then we shall commence training." "Understood, Master," Lu Chen responded with a slight smile, taking a seat opposite Mihawk to begin his meal. However, Mihawk suddenly spoke, his tone indifferent. "I am not your master, nor will I teach you anything. You may stay here for 2 years, nothing more." Lu Chen furrowed his brow slightly, choosing not to press further. He speculated that perhaps Garp and Mihawk had reached some agreement, which allowed Mihawk to instruct him in swordsmanship, albeit not in a conventional teacher-student manner. As for the nature of this agreement, he guessed he would remain in the dark. Mihawk set down his wine glass and continued, "The medicinal herbs for your injuries are on the 5th floor. You may fetch them yourself, after you finish eating. Come to the 1st floor." "All right," Lu Chen nodded, watching as Mihawk departed. A few minutes later, after devouring the steak, Lu Chen made his way to the 5th floor to tend to his shoulder wound before heading to the 1st floor. At that moment, Mihawk had already positioned himself in the courtyard at the door, and upon seeing Lu Chen emerge, he directly stated, "Your swordsmanship is commendable, but you rely too heavily on haki. While haki can enhance the power of your swordsmanship, it detracts from the essence of the sword itself. Prepare yourself and deliver your strongest strike. I shall meet it with the sword." "What?" Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's expression froze, his eyes widening in disbelief. He was to receive a strike without any instruction. This was not how he had been taught with Zoro. Yet, Mihawk paid no mind to Lu Chen's reaction, drawing forth the enormous sword from his back. One of the supreme great swords, Knight. The blade was intricately designed, with a chaotic floral pattern, and the hilt encrusted with gems of varying colors. Seeing this, Lu Chen's expression darkened. He dared not delay, swiftly hardening his entire body with armament haki. So he wields a black blade knight against me, does he? I shall strike. As Mihawk spoke, he slowly raised the black blade knight, unleashing a devastating slash towards Lu Chen's position. The seemingly simple swing of the sword bore an overwhelming pressure. As if Mihawk were a raging tiger, in an instant, the blade's radiance flickered. A slash tore through the air, hurtling towards Lu Chen with incredible speed. The ground along its path was carved into a deep trench by the sword's fierce energy. How powerful! Lu Chen swallowed hard, feeling the immense pressure of the strike locking him in place, rendering him incapable of evasion. Ah! Lu Chen roared, summoning confidence, gripping the black blade tighter. Haki enveloped the black blade in an instant, entwining around it and gradually expanding, forming a nearly 10-meter-long black flame great blade. Demon Flame Slash. With that, he swung the longsword, directing it towards the sword energy released by Mihawk. The Demon Flame Slash resembled a black demon, opening its gaping maw, seemingly ready to devour Mihawk's modest strike. However, at the very moment their attacks collided, the white slash effortlessly cleaved the Demon Flame Slash in two. Boom. A tremendous sound erupted. The Demon Flame Slash exploded, scattering black flames in all directions, akin to a black firework display. Not particularly pleasing to the eye. What? Lu Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Suddenly, the slash retained its momentum, continuing to rush towards Lu Chen. Realizing he had no means of escape, Lu Chen could only brace himself, gripping his sword tightly. Boom! As Mihawk's slash met the blade, a colossal force surged through his arm, akin to a monstrous tidal wave crashing upon him. In the blink of an eye, he was sent hurtling backwards, colliding with the trees behind him, one after another. It was impossible to ascertain how many he had broken, only the continuous sounds of impact could be heard. After some time, Lu Chen finally came to a halt, collapsing heavily onto the ground, abruptly spitting out a mouthful of blood. Puffed. He then raised his head to gaze at the distant Mihawk. Fury boiling within him. If only he could articulate his thoughts, he would have demanded, "Is this how you teach swordsmanship? Must you attack someone without demonstration?" Hee. Mihawk chuckled lightly, leaving behind a parting remark. "You shall figure it out. When you can withstand my strike, you may leave." With that, he sauntered back into the castle. Lu Chen's mouth twitched, words caught in his throat. His insides felt as if they had been rearranged. Any slight movement elicited intense pain. Just as he pondered what Mihawk meant by figuring it out, the system's notification suddenly chimed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for discovering the skill Sword Intent. Would you like to learn it? Yes. Lu Chen decisively chose to learn it. In an instant, a wondrous sensation flooded his mind, as if his understanding of the sword had deepened significantly. It felt as though he could converse with the long sword in his hand. A mystical and extraordinary sensation. Subsequently, Lu Chen utilized energy points to simplify the skill Sword Intent. Ding! Successful simplification of the skill Sword Intent Grip Sword. Sword Intent is a profound skill. An understanding of the sword. After simplification, merely touching the sword enhances his perception of it. Feeling the continuous, remarkable sensations coursing through his body, Lu Chen could not help but smile. This was the feeling. It turned out that Hawkeye relied on this to transform each basic attack into a more formidable technique. Even without Haki, he could still break through another's armament Haki. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Thus, Lu Chen lay on the ground, gripping his sword in a state of rest, utterly immobilized. Meanwhile, within the castle, Mihawk raised his wine glass, casting a glance towards Lu Chen's position, murmuring softly, "I wonder when you will comprehend Sword Intent. It has been a long time since anyone has surpassed me." In the evening, Lu Chen could barely rise to his feet and staggered back to the castle alone. After laboriously ascending to the 5th floor, he tended to his own wounds. As he gazed at the scene before him, a sense of melancholy washed over him, and he couldn't help but shake his head in resignation. Alas! When Zoro was learning swordsmanship, he had someone to look after him. I, on the other hand, must fend for myself. How pitiful. After applying the medicine, he opened the system interface to check. Aside from acquiring new skills, he had also triggered a task. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered the task. Within 2 years, receive a sword strike from Hawkeye Mihawk. System rewards: 2 energy points, 1 for great sword, 1 for swordsmanship. 3 days later. Lu Chen's injuries had nearly healed, and he began his daily training routine. During the day, he practiced swordplay in the open, not only enhancing his swordsmanship, but also gaining experience in sword intent. Whenever he had the time, he would seek out baboons or other wild beasts in the forest to engage in combat, thereby increasing his mastery of armament haki. Comprehensive development was essential. Mihawk, observing this from within the castle, furrowed his brow slightly and remarked with a faint smile. Indeed, he possesses remarkable talent. He has grasped sword intent in just a few days. Perhaps, in the future, he may truly surpass me. Who knows? I might cultivate a swordsman who exceeds my own prowess. Ha ha ha. Though he could not comprehend the nature of Lu Chen's training, he could distinctly sense the glimmers of sword intent emanating from Lu Chen as he wielded his sword. A few days later, Mihawk ventured out alone, stating he would return in approximately 6 months, leaving Lu Chen to fend for himself. As for his destination, Lu Chen did not inquire further, even if he had. It was likely Mihawk would have remained tight-lipped. During Mihawk's absence, Lu Chen continued to train alone. However, without anyone to prepare meals, the food he cooked was particularly unpalatable, leading him to simplify his culinary skills. Ding! Successfully simplified cooking skill. Cooking chopping vegetables. It was exhausting enough already, but one must indulge in something delectable. Time passed slowly, second by second. Half a year later, while Lu Chen was practicing with his sword, the system suddenly presented him with a task. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered the task. Rescue Nico Robin's mother, Miko Alvia. System rewards. 5 energy points, 1 for physical skills, 1 for two-handed sword skills. Upon reading the task, he furrowed his brow slightly, suddenly realizing something. The tasks triggered by the system always seemed to alter this world, even influencing the paths of Luffy and those around him. Could it be that this was what the system desired? Regardless, he felt no malice from the system, as every task was optional, with no penalties for non-completion. Thus, this task was one he should undertake. Within the castle, Lu Chen approached Mihawk, expressing his desire to venture out for training. Upon hearing this, Mihawk scrutinized him for a moment before nodding slightly. You indeed require practical combat. There are no baboons left on the island suitable for you to battle. Thank you. Lu Chen expressed his gratitude before turning to leave. Watching his retreating figure, Mihawk's lips curled into a faint smile. In just half a year, he has grown to such a degree. Perhaps within 10 years, he may stand alongside me as a swordsman. Cultivating one who surpasses oneself is also a form of honor. Meanwhile, Lu Chen boarded a small boat, departing from Karaikafana Island, embarking on a journey across the sea towards O'Hara, the renowned archaeological sanctuary of the West Blue. Several weeks later, Lu Chen found himself perplexed, clutching a map. What is this? Isn't O'Hara supposed to be around here? Perhaps he had lost his way. Navigating the seas for the first time, it was understandable to be directionally challenged. Suddenly, a naval ship appeared on the horizon. Lu Chen took out his telescope and immediately spotted a massive figure with orange hair and a beard, clad in the attire of a Navy Vice Admiral. Character: Jagwa D. Sarone. Position: Navy Vice Admiral level. B. Skills: Giant Strength. B. Observation Haki. C. Armament Haki. C. It was him, Jagwa D. Sarone, the one who had rescued Robin's mother. Lu Chen recognized him through the system. Currently, he was still aboard the naval vessel, indicating he had not yet taken Alvia away. Initially intending to approach the ship as a Navy officer, Lu Chen realized he would need to adopt a different identity. Thus, he donned a set of black clothes he had previously used in Sabaody Archipelago and steered his boat towards Sarone's vessel. On board the naval ship, the lookout quickly spotted Lu Chen's small boat and promptly reported to Sarone, Vice Admiral Sarone. A ship has been spotted approaching us from behind. What kind of ship? How many people? Sarone inquired. It appears to be an ordinary vessel, not a pirate ship, with only one person aboard, the naval soldier replied. Oh. Hearing this, Sarone moved to the rear of the ship, fixing his gaze on Lu Chen clad in black, his brow furrowing in curiosity. Who is that? Why is he dressed in black? Before long, Lu Chen arrived alongside the naval ship, leaped onto its stern, and spoke in a low voice. Release Alvia. Upon hearing this, Sarone's eyes flickered as he questioned. Who are you? The black-clad figure from Sabaody Archipelago. He had been present at the Navy headquarters during the incident involving the Celestial Dragons, and was aware of the formidable strength of this individual, who even Vice Admiral Garp had failed to apprehend. You can say that. Release Alvia, or do not blame me for being impolite. Lu Chen's words momentarily stunned him. He had almost forgotten about that incident. However, what Sarone said next left Lu Chen utterly speechless. Very well, I am willing to hand over Alvia, but I hope you can spare us. Saron stated solemnly. His expression earnest. It was evident he was not speaking insincerely. Yet, Chen found it hard to believe. Remaining silent. What is this nonsense? You won't even fight back, and yet you wish to hand her over. Is Saron intentionally allowing Alvia to leave, merely using my hand? As soon as he finished speaking, a nearby naval soldier stepped forward. Vice Admiral Saron, that person is a wanted criminal by our world government. Are we truly going to let her go? If we return, we will certainly face severe consequences. What do you know? Quickly release her. If anything goes wrong, I will naturally explain to the higher-ups. Saron bellowed. The black-clad figure before him was unfathomably powerful. Choosing to fight would leave them with only one option: death. His decision was solely to protect the lives of all the Navy personnel aboard. Understood. The soldier had no choice but to comply, returning to the cabin to bring Alvia forward. At that moment, Alvia emerged wearing gray attire, her white hair framing her face, sporting striking blue eyes akin to Robin's, her beauty exuding an elder sisterly aura. Character: Alvia. Position: none. Level: F. Skills: physical combat: F. History: SS. Knowledge: S. Though not particularly strong, her knowledge was profound. Meanwhile, having just regained her freedom, Alvia scrutinized the black-clad figure before her, contemplating who he might be and why he had come to rescue her. Regardless, he was undoubtedly not one of the world government or Navy personnel. Sir, I am Alvia. I hope you can honor your promise. Saron nodded in acknowledgement, gesturing for the Navy to release Alvia. Upon witnessing this, Alvia approached Chen, though her hands remained shackled by iron chains. Since you have released her, I will naturally uphold my end of the bargain and inform the Navy that I, the knight, extend my gratitude. Chen moved closer to Alvia, wrapping an arm around her waist, leaving behind a final remark before leaping off the naval vessel, swiftly departing, if not now, when. As for leaving his name, it was merely to instill fear. The more mysterious, the better. Only after Chen and Alvia had vanished from sight did Saron promptly pick up a din mushy, contacting the Navy headquarters. Hello. Is this the Navy headquarters? I seek the General of the Warring States, for that figure in black has re-emerged out on the other side. With a resounding crack, Chen wielded his formidable power to shatter the chains that bound Olivia, liberating her from her restraints. Thank you. After stretching her arms, Olivia regarded him with suspicion, inquiring, Who are you? Why did you save me? At a loss for a suitable response, Chen replied casually, I merely wish to rescue you. You must not belong to the Navy. Could it be that you are affiliated with the Revolutionary Army? At once, Olivia's cheeks flushed slightly, astonished. The fact that he recognized her identity and was neither a member of the Navy nor a pirate left only the possibility of his allegiance to the Revolutionary Army. No need to speculate. My identity is inconsequential. What matters is that you cannot return to O'Hara at present, for it is about to be targeted by the world government's extermination order. Chen spoke with a hint of resignation. After saving Olivia, the system did not indicate that the mission was complete. Perhaps it would only be deemed fulfilled once the situation in O'Hara had concluded, and Olivia remained alive. No, I must return. The people there are waiting for my help. Even if I have to swim back myself, I will do it. Olivia declared with unwavering determination. It seemed she was prepared to leap overboard and swim at once. Hearing this, Chen shook his head in exasperation. Very well. I shall take you back. I hope you do not come to regret this decision. I will not regret it, Olivia affirmed confidently. All right. Thus, Chen turned the ship around and continued on toward O'Hara. As long as he was present, safely escorting Olivia would pose no problem. Moreover, with Robin as the protagonist, there was no chance of her encountering misfortune. Furthermore, with Akiji and Saron also present, the situation was not dire. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, Garp absent-mindedly picked his nose as he entered Sangoku's office, asking, What did you summon me for? The black-clad figure who assaulted the celestial dragons has appeared again, Sangoku stated bluntly. What? Where? Garp's expression shifted in surprise as he pressed further. The West Sea. The West Sea? Indeed. Upon hearing this, Garp furrowed his brow, lost in thought. Could it be Chen again? That lad's location is relatively close to the West Sea. It should not be him, right? Moreover, his strength is insufficient, and Mihawk would not allow him to venture out. No, I must inquire with Mihawk later. Sangoku continued, from what we gathered from Vice Admiral Saron. This black-clad individual refers to himself as the Knight and has rescued the wanted criminal Olivia. You want me to go to the West Sea to capture this black-clad figure? Yes. After a moment of contemplation, Garp chuckled. Very well, I accept. Good. You may set off immediately, and if possible, capture Olivia as well. Sangoku instructed. Understood. Garp waved his hand and departed without delay. Regardless of the circumstances, that black-clad figure was undoubtedly connected to his grandson Lu Chen. If he refrained from intervening and someone else went, would his grandson not be in peril? After Garp's departure, Sangoku pondered aloud. Why did he agree so readily today? 2 days later, Lu Chen and Olivia arrived at O'Hara, due to the absence of a delay in fleeing. They reached their destination a few days earlier than anticipated. However, because Lu Chen had rescued Olivia, the Navy was now hastening toward them, but as soon as Olivia disembarked, she rushed toward the Tree of Knowledge on O'Hara Island, while Lu Chen followed closely behind, making every effort to conceal himself. Perhaps the Navy had already set foot on this island. Suddenly, the system's notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered the mission. Acquire the historical text from the Tree of Knowledge. System reward. Energy points 2. The historical text? What purpose does that serve? It merely records a segment of history, at most detailing the whereabouts of the 3 great weapons. Nevertheless, since the system had issued the task, Lu Chen felt compelled to acquire it. Moreover, the system seemingly provided an essentially limitless space, which could not merely be for storing the historical text. After several minutes, Olivia reached the Tree of Knowledge and hurried to inform the scholars inside. Meanwhile, Lu Chen took the opportunity to slip into the Tree of Knowledge while Olivia conversed with Dr. Clover and others, stealthily making his way into the basement, aware that the Navy was soon to arrive. The scholars were in a state of heightened tension, leaving no one to notice him. Furthermore, Olivia was solely focused on alerting the scholars to flee, completely oblivious to Lu Chen's presence trailing behind her. Within the basement of the Tree of Knowledge, the atmosphere was cooler than outside, though slightly damp. The surroundings were filled with books, yet the historical text mentioned by the system was nowhere to be seen. Was it concealed? Lu Chen meticulously examined every item in the basement. Since the Navy was expected to arrive in the basement, the historical text must be hidden somewhere within. The anime and manga surely omitted certain details. Suddenly, a faint creaking sound echoed. A side bookshelf swung open, revealing a young girl in a short skirt who stepped out, asking, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Lu Chen promptly turned to face her, recognizing her as a young Robin, and smiled. "You must be Robin, correct? Dr. Clover sent me here. He said your mother has returned, and the Navy is on their way, urging you to hurry outside." The mention of Dr. Clover, the old man with a 3-leaf clover atop his head, was intended to coax Robin out while he took the opportunity to investigate the contents of the bookshelf. "What, my mother? Has she really come back?" Robin's face lit up with joy as she inquired again. "Indeed. Otherwise, why would I be summoned to call you out?" Lu Chen confirmed with a nod. "Okay, thank you." As soon as the words left her mouth, Robin dashed outside in a flurry, even forgetting to close the bookshelf behind her. "Hee." Lu Chen chuckled softly and swiftly slipped into the space behind the bookshelf. There, he immediately spotted a large piece of historical text. Square in shape, inscribed with unfamiliar characters, none of them were recognizable to him. No matter, I shall take it. The details can be addressed later. With that, Lu Chen approached and utilized the system's backpack to claim the substantial historical text. It was said that this historical text was indestructible even to the Gorosei, and was crafted from a kingdom that had been obliterated, indicating their remarkable technological prowess. Ding! Congratulations, host. Mission accomplished. System reward. Energy points 2. After securing the historical text, Lu Chen made his way swiftly toward the exit. Meanwhile, on the first floor of the Tree of Knowledge, Robin was overjoyed, conversing animatedly with her mother Olivia. "Robin, how did you come out of the basement?" Dr. Clover inquired. "Wasn't it you who sent someone to call me out, Doctor?" Robin responded, just as she spotted Lu Chen emerging from the basement and pointed, exclaiming, "It's him." Who, upon hearing this, Dr. Clover immediately turned in the direction Robin indicated, only to see nothing. "There is no one here," he replied, puzzled. "But he was just here." Robin furrowed her brows in confusion. At that moment, Olivia suddenly recalled something and urged, "Forget about that. The Navy is approaching. I must go out to intercept them. You all stay here, and remember, I am neither your friend nor an acquaintance. It is crucial that you remember this." With that, she seized a long spear and strode purposefully out of the Tree of Knowledge. "Mother!" Robin cried out in distress. However, Dr. Clover restrained her, saying, "Robin, let your mother go. She is doing this for your sake. You are still so young, they certainly will not regard you as a scholar, mother." But Robin was unwilling to listen, struggling fiercely against him. Not far away, Lu Chen sighed as he watched Olivia's retreating figure, pondering, this woman truly has a penchant for trouble. His mission was to rescue Olivia, essentially to ensure her safety. With no other option, he had to continue following her. After all, Alvia was unlikely to perish quickly. As long as they avoided Akiji and Akainu, he could lead her to safety. Before long, Alvia, armed with a gun, found Spandane, the father of Spandam and the chief of CP9. Both father and son were utterly incompetent, lacking in combat prowess and paralyzed by fear. Naturally, Spandane successfully captured Alvia with the aid of 2 bodyguards, bringing her to the location of the Tree of Knowledge. Once they departed, Chen emerged from the tree, murmuring to himself, completing a task is truly arduous. He had refrained from intervening earlier, not wishing for the Navy to be aware that Alvia had been rescued. Moreover, the 2 bodyguards accompanying Spandane were members of CP9, possessing B-level strength. Engaging in battle at that moment would have been futile and could potentially attract Akiji and Akainu. Subsequently, Chen followed closely behind Spandane and his entourage, making his way toward the Tree of Knowledge. Upon arrival, he found Dr. Clover and other scholars had already been captured and were huddled together. Robin was also present, unwilling to leave, seeing Alvia in captivity. She immediately rushed forward. "Mom, are you all right?" Spandane sneered. "Oh, you have a child too? The scholar's offspring ought to be considered children as well." "Seize her." "Yes, sir." Several men in black promptly restrained Robin. "Robin," Dr. Clover shouted anxiously. He then began a conversation with the Gorosei on the other end of the phone. Not far away, Chen kept his gaze fixed ahead, listening intently to Dr. Clover's words. According to his account to the Gorosei, the enemies of that kingdom were indeed the current world government, which had obliterated their nation. The essence of the historical text was merely a conveyance of ideology. As for its true nature, no one knew. Perhaps Dr. Clover did. However, before he could finish speaking, the Gorosei ordered his execution. Just as Chen was becoming engrossed in the conversation, a thunderous sound of cannon fire erupted from afar. Turning to look, he realized the entire island had essentially been surrounded by the Navy, with black cannonballs raining down from the sky. Is it starting already? I'm still here. Hurry, let's go. Witnessing this, Spandane cursed and fled immediately. For him, survival was paramount. That moment, the Tree of Knowledge was detonated, igniting a fire. Alvia and Dr. Clover, along with the other scholars, rushed back to the tree, hoping to salvage some books. However, the appearance of a certain individual took Chen by surprise. Sabo had reappeared, and he was escaping with Robin. Their relationship seemed quite amicable. Why was he here? Chen's expression was one of suspicion. Yet, there was no time to ponder further. Utilizing Soru, he swiftly ran toward the Tree of Knowledge. He needed to save Alvia. Minutes later, as Chen reached the World Tree, the great tree was already engulfed in flames, making it nearly impossible for ordinary people to enter or exit. Nevertheless, he could still see the scholars desperately throwing books out. He hoped they could be preserved. Yet, these efforts were ultimately futile. Even if some were temporarily saved, the Navy would inevitably choose to destroy them afterward. After a moment of contemplation, Chen raised his gaze toward the scholar's position, his eyes narrowing. With a powerful kick against the ground, he propelled himself into the air. Continuously kicking, as if treading upon air, he executed Jeppo and descended further. Eventually, he reached the window from which the scholars were tossing books. Just as he was about to enter, several books flew out from within. Chen frowned, swatting the books aside with a palm as he leaped inside. The surroundings were already ablaze, the temperature far exceeding that of the outside, and thick smoke filled the entire room. Many scholars had already collapsed. Only Alvia and a few scholars remained, struggling to throw books outward. Upon seeing a figure in black enter, they instinctively recoiled a few steps. "Who are you? What do you want?" Sensing the situation, Alvia quickly stepped forward to explain. "Don't be afraid. He is the one who saved me." She was unaware of the black-clad figure's identity, nor did she know whether he was a benevolent individual. Hearing this, the scholars felt reassured. Chen paid them no mind, turning his attention to Alvia, saying, "I am here to take you away." After a moment's hesitation, Alvia bit her lip, sheepishly asking, "Can we take them with us?" "I can only take one person," Chen replied. He had no intention of caring about the fate of the others. "Then take him. It's my fault everyone is in danger. I should stay here," Alvia said, her face filled with guilt. If it weren't for their research into history being discovered by the Navy, today's calamity would never have occurred. "No. Alvia, you are the one who deserves to live. We are already old. Your knowledge surpasses ours. You should go out and share the true history with more people." The other scholars unanimously rejected her. "You all," Alvia hesitated, acutely aware of the burden she bore. At that moment, Chen urged, "If we don't leave now, the flames will consume us." and no one will escape. In truth, he was not afraid of the fire. He feared that after the bombardment, Akiji and Akaina would arrive. All right, I'll go with you. Alvia gritted her teeth and said, let us go. With that, Lucien stepped forward, wrapping his arm around Alvia's slender waist, and leaped out of the window. From the backside of the world tree, they ran toward the shore that a small boat was waiting in that direction. All the while, Lucien carried Alvia as she was far too slow. Ultimately, he resorted to a princess carry. Holding her close, Alvia felt as if she were pressed against Lucien's chest, clearly hearing his heartbeat and the wind whistling past her ears, despite the continuous cannon fire from above. It seemed as if every cannonball was evaded by the figure before her. Who is he? Why is he saving me? Meanwhile, on the Navy ship at the shore, a sailor spotted Lucien and Alvia, rushing to report to the nearby admirals, Admiral Garp, Admiral Kazan. There's a black-clad figure and a scholar spotted behind the island. What? Let me see. Upon hearing this, Garp immediately snatched the binoculars and gazed in the direction indicated by the sailor. Indeed, a black-clad figure was fleeing with a woman in his arms. The figure bore a striking resemblance to his grandson. I'll go after them. Akiji rose, preparing to pursue, but was stopped by Garp, who said calmly, the black-clad figure is a task assigned to me by Sengoku. You stay here. Fine. Akiji replied reluctantly. Remaining behind, he had already seen his friend Sabo and simply wished to avoid an encounter. Approximately 10 minutes later, Lucien reached the shore, setting Alvia down. Get on the boat. We must leave. All right. Once Alvia had jumped aboard, Lucien hoisted the sails and swiftly steered the vessel away. However, they had not traveled far when a Navy ship suddenly appeared behind them. Its bow adorned with a large, familiar gray dog head. It's the Navy. Their ship is pursuing us. Alvia exclaimed anxiously. No worries. Lucien shook his head, focusing on Garp at the ship's bow, thinking to himself, Grandpa, I am your grandson. Even in this black cloak, you should recognize me, right? As fate would have it, Garp had indeed recognized Lucien, a vein popping on his forehead. It's really this brat. Wasn't he supposed to be practicing swordsmanship? How did he end up here, still trying to play the black-clad figure? Could it be that the last black-clad figure was him? That shouldn't be. He shouldn't be exhibiting haki at that time. Just as he was engulfed in confusion, a nearby naval officer reminded him, Vice Admiral Garp, they are about to escape. Shall we fire the cannons? Ahem. Garp cleared his throat twice to alleviate the awkwardness and commanded, bring out the cannons. I shall take matters into my own hands. Yes, Vice Admiral. As soon as he finished speaking, the sailors behind him rushed to fetch the cannonballs. With a swift motion, Garp discarded his naval cloak and seized a cannonball, hurling it towards the ship of Lucien. The act of shedding his naval cloak symbolized that he was, at this moment, no longer a naval officer, but an ordinary man. One by one, the black cannonballs rained down like celestial maidens scattering flowers, bombarding the location of Lucien and his companion. Oh no. Cannonballs incoming. Alvia's expression shifted, and she instinctively shielded her head. Utilizing his observation haki, Lucien furrowed his brow slightly. He had already discerned that the cannonballs were not aimed at them. Fear not. We shall proceed as planned. After reassuring Alvia, Lucien continued to navigate forward. The cannonballs exploded behind their vessel, creating terrifying waves that propelled them away at an accelerated pace. Meanwhile, Garp continued to launch cannonballs, exclaiming, no chance of escape. Yet, inwardly, he harbored a different thought. You little brat. Once you return, I'll show you what for. Remarkably, none of the cannonballs struck Lucien. Rather, they inadvertently aided his escape. Before long, Lucien had completely evaded Garp's range of fire, gradually vanishing beyond the horizon. Once Alvia sensed the cessation of cannon fire, she dared to open her eyes, exclaiming in astonishment, it's all right. We're safe? At that moment, the system's notification rang out. Ding! Congratulations, host. Mission accomplished. System rewards. 5 energy points, 1 in body technique, and 1 in sword technique. Glancing at the 2 skills, Lucien suddenly inquired, where do you intend to go next? I wish to check on Robin. Alvia gazed longingly at the smoke-filled, war-torn island of O'Hara, her thoughts consumed by her daughter. You are currently a wanted fugitive, and the Navy is already aware of your escape. Lucien reminded her. Alvia nodded, her awareness of her current predicament dawning upon her. She looked into Lucien's eyes, her tone laced with a hint of pleading. Could you take me to see my daughter? Just a distant glance will suffice. Very well, I shall take you to see her. Lucien replied with a wave of his hand. He speculated that Robin's escape route was likely similar to theirs, and perhaps they might cross paths. This time, it wasn't a system task, but rather an act of compassion toward Alvia, a mother yearning to reunite with her long-lost daughter. "Thank you." Alvia expressed her gratitude earnestly. Thus, as they sailed, Chen employed his observation haki to sense the changes around them. Robin had taken a direct route, traversing a path created by Akiji's abilities across the S&B, while keenly attuning to the icy aura. They could locate her trajectory. Approximately half an hour later, a small boat appeared ahead, with none other than Robin, tirelessly rowing. She was in tears, sobbing uncontrollably, merely going through the motions of rowing. "Woo, Robin!" In an instant. Alvia's eyes glistened red, tears brimming as she longed to comfort Robin and assure her of her safety. However, her remaining rationality cautioned her against approaching. Before long, Robin would surely see reports confirming her mother's survival. Moments later, Alvia wiped away her tears and stated, "Let us depart." "Where will you go?" Chen inquired. Alvia hesitated. Finally, she looked at the man before her, lowering her head, and asked, "May I stay by your side?" "Yes, I could indeed use an ally." Chen consented. The system's directive to rescue Alvia suggested her value. Providing her with a refuge might benefit him as well. "Thank you." Alvia nodded in appreciation. "Indeed." And so, Chen led Alvia back to Fan Island. Half a month later, they returned to Fan Island, only to find that Mihawk had departed, leaving behind a note stating he would return in a year. Chen glanced at the note and shook his head, feeling that this teacher was rather irresponsible. Was he the same when teaching Zoro? Is this the ruins of the West Kyali Kingdom? Suddenly, an excited Alvia approached, holding several items she had scavenged from the debris that I don't know. "I'm merely residing here for the time being," Chen replied, genuinely unaware of anyone's interest in a fallen kingdom. "Very well," Alvia nodded, though her heart swelled with excitement. On this island, she could commence her research. Without delay, Chen removed his black cloak and cautioned, "Do not venture too far from the castle, otherwise you may encounter armed baboons. There are fields behind the castle. Please tend to them when you can. The basement holds stored wine and meat. Just prepare a meal for me each day. If you wish to go out, do remember to inform me. With me around, those baboons won't dare to attack." When Alvia looked at Chen, she stood frozen, momentarily at a loss for words. "Yumi? What's the matter?" Chen inquired again. "Ah, I will remember." Realizing her lapse, Alvia composed herself. She was taken aback by Chen's youthful visage. The one who saved her was merely a boy in his early teens. No, perhaps a bit older. One might say he resembled a younger brother. Not only did he reside in the ruins of the West Kyali Kingdom, but he also possessed formidable strength. What could his true identity be? A naval officer? Certainly not. A pirate? Perhaps. A celestial dragon? Impossible. An ordinary person? Maybe. On the other hand, Chen paid no mind to Alvia, focusing solely on his training downstairs. A year later, when Mihawk returned, he would undoubtedly accept his sword. With Alvia preparing his meals, he could save considerable time for training. A few days later, a news bird delivered a new newspaper, detailing the events surrounding O'Hara. However, the report made no mention of Alvia's escape. Instead, it stated that she had perished. This seemed to be an attempt to conceal the truth, or perhaps to issue a warning to others in the world. The absence of news regarding Alvia's escape in the paper did not imply that the Navy was unaware of her bounty. Robin's affiliation with Crocodile's faction might have been an attempt to leverage their intelligence network to uncover Alvia's whereabouts. Perhaps she sought to ascertain if anyone else had survived. Moreover, the paper also contained information about a mysterious figure in black, even placing a bounty of 100 million berries on him. Chen stared at the string of zeros in disbelief, wondering if he truly possessed such overwhelming strength. Soon after, Alvia spotted the newspaper as well, but was not overly saddened. She mused that Robin knowing she was gone might be for the best. Thus, Chen commenced a year of training on Fan Island. During this time, Alvia would often request Chen to take her on expeditions in search of historical relics related to the West Kyali Kingdom. On Daughter Island, Amazon Lily, the old lady, Granny Oroheim, chuckled as she held the newspaper. "Oh, it's that Navy lad again. He even has a name now, Knight." "Who?" "Is it Brother Chen?" Hancock, overhearing, rushed over to snatch the newspaper from her hands, upon seeing the silhouette of the figure in black. Her eyes sparkled with heart-shaped glimmers as she exclaimed, "It is indeed Brother Chen. He is out there helping others again. Brother Chen is the best." Osa gazed at Hancock's appearance. Shaking her head helplessly. At the Navy headquarters, Garp, with his finger up his nose, furiously exclaimed, "You little rascal, to have a bounty of 100 million right from the start. You truly have no fear of death. Just wait until you return. I'll teach you a lesson. During the time Lu Chen was training, Ace had already set sail from Windmill Village in the East Sea. He had formed the Spade Pirates and would soon challenge the red-haired pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates. 1 year later, at Kralika Island, a bare-chested figure stood repeatedly swinging a sword at the castle gates. Strike after strike, he never paused. Sweat trickled down his arms, yet some droplets were severed in midair by an invisible sword energy, splitting into two before falling to the ground. Lu Chen, it's time for dinner, Olivia called out from the window of the upper floor, waving her hand that I'm coming. Lu Chen responded, turning to ascend the stairs. After he departed, 2 deep footprints had already formed where he had stood, and in front of them lay a gash several meters long. Such was the result of Lu Chen's year of training. In the dining hall upstairs, Lu Chen and Olivia were engaged in cheerful conversation over their meal. After a year of companionship, they had grown quite familiar with each other. As for Lu Chen's identity, Olivia had never inquired, choosing instead to silently remain by his side. Suddenly, a familiar sensation washed over Lu Chen that he immediately stood up, setting down his bowl and chopsticks, and said calmly, Olivia, prepare yourself. We may have to leave soon. Leave? Olivia momentarily froze at his words, then quickly retreated to her room to gather her belongings. She unconditionally trusted everything Lu Chen said. Meanwhile, Lu Chen picked up the black blade resting on the table. He descended the stairs and exited the castle. Hawkeye was already standing in the open space, and upon seeing Lu Chen emerge, he smiled. You've come out. Are you confident in receiving my full power strike? The blow from a year ago had not been his utmost effort. Bring it on. Lu Chen slowly drew the black blade. This black blade was no longer what it had been. Its blade was now even darker and more lustrous. It was evident it was on the verge of becoming a true black sword. You have grown stronger, and so has your sword. Hawkeye nodded, his sharp, icy gaze revealing a hint of satisfaction. He could sense the intense sword intent and battle spirit emanating from Lu Chen. Remarkably, in just over a year, he had cultivated such strength. His talent was indeed formidable. Thank you. Lu Chen sincerely expressed his gratitude, acknowledging not only Hawkeye's earlier compliment but also his teachings in swordsmanship. Prepare to receive the sword. Without further ado, Hawkeye unsheathed his supreme blade, the black sword Yoru. Raising his right hand, he brandished Yoru, his piercing gaze radiating a tremendous sword intent and aura, akin to a powerful tiger rushing forth. The released aura was far more potent than it had been a year prior. Impressive. Lu Chen felt a slight pressure just from observing, yet he would not falter. His eyes narrowed as he unleashed his Conqueror's Haki alongside his own sword intent. Countless waves of Haki converged upon the black blade, enveloping and intertwining with it, crackling with red arcs of lightning. Unlike Hawkeye, whose sword intent radiated outward, Lu Chen's gathered upon the black blade, though small. It was formidable. Soon, Hawkeye noticed his anomaly and gently swung Yoru downward. What appeared to be a soft strike unleashed a powerful white slash, cutting through the air and speeding toward Lu Chen's position. Lu Chen merely chuckled lightly, opting not to employ sword techniques but instead choosing to swing his blade in a simple horizontal cut, both hands gripping the sword. In an instant, a red slash burst forth. Not merely a slash, but interwoven with Lu Chen's white aura, still flickering with red arcs of lightning. The two slashes collided. Boom. With a resounding explosion, the ground began to collapse from the point of impact. Fissures resembling turtle shells emerging. Dazzling white and red light flared forth, scattering outward, accompanied by a powerful gust of wind that swept across a radius of at least 1,000 meters. What happened? Olivia rushed to the window, only to be greeted by the blinding white and red light in the distance, where 2 shadowy figures could be seen amidst the sword radiance. Moments later, as the sword light dissipated, the ground lay in utter disarray. Puffed. Lu Chen stood his ground, suddenly spitting out a mouthful of blood, yet he gritted his teeth and remained steadfast. It must be said that Hawkeye's basic attack was indeed formidable. Even with his current strength, he could only just manage to withstand it. Hawkeye sheathed his long sword and, without a backward glance, walked toward the castle, saying, "All right, you may leave now." "Thank you, Master." Lu Chen deeply bowed in the direction Hawkeye had departed, acknowledging that the man had indeed taught him swordsmanship. Furthermore, with such a mentor, who would dare bully him in the future? A faint smile graced the corner of Hawkeye's lips, though he did not respond. His approval was evident. Before long, Olivia dashed out of the castle, handing Lu Chen his clothes and asking with concern, "Are you all right? Who was that? So strong?" "He's my swordsmanship teacher," Lu Chen replied as he donned his garments. "Oh, let us go." Once dressed, Lu Chen took Olivia and departed. However, he did not plan to return directly to the Navy headquarters, but instead intended to make a trip back to the East Sea first. After all, bringing Olivia back to the Navy headquarters would be akin to courting disaster. Moreover, it had been many years since he had seen Luffy and Ace, and he was eager to check on their circumstances. Along the way, he could also ponder where to settle Olivia. Reclining on the ship, Chen leisurely gazed at the sky, idly checking the system interface. Host, Chen level, a position, ensign skills, swordsmanship, A. Sword intent, A. Body techniques, B. Conqueror's Haki, A. Armament Haki, A. Observation Haki, A. Navy 6 styles, Suru, A. Navy 6 styles, Range, A. Navy 6 styles, Moonwalk, A. Cooking, B. Talent, skill simplification energy, 13 berries, 41. 900,000. His strength had significantly increased, and he had just completed a task. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Energy points 2, Supreme Blade 1, Sword Technique 1. The system rewarded him with a new Supreme Blade. Its sheath and hilt adorned in red, imprinted with a maple leaf pattern. Thus, Chen named his new Supreme Blade Maple Leaf. Chen, can our ship reach the East Sea? Olivia asked with concern. Chen smiled. No worries. The ship will find its way when it reaches the bridge. It will figure it out. In truth, he wished for a ship of his own. Relying on a small boat each time was indeed rather inconvenient. It seemed he needed to procure a better vessel. A few days later, the ship carrying Chen and Olivia encountered a fierce storm. The vessel became dilapidated, and they could only take refuge on a makeshift raft pieced together from planks. Are you a harbinger of doom? Just a few days ago, and our ship is already in ruins. Chen lamented helplessly. Humph, I didn't mean for it to happen. Olivia huffed lightly, turning her head away. Suddenly, she caught sight of numerous ghostly ship silhouettes ahead and furrowed her brows. Chen, are those pirate ships over there? Why are there so many? Oh, Chen followed Olivia's gaze and looked towards the left, where at least dozens of warships were docked, among which there was an especially large 3-deck vessel adorned with a Black Panther's head at its prow. After a moment of contemplation, Chen finally recognized whose ship it was and murmured. It is actually the Click Pirates. This notorious pirate crew, known as the Tyrants of the East Sea, boasted a fleet of 50 pirate ships. However, despite their reputation as the largest pirate group in the East Sea, they were, in fact, exceedingly weak, unimaginably so. Stay put. Our ship is approaching, Chen remarked, a smile gracing his lips. Olivia observed Chen's swiftly departing figure with a look of skepticism. Yet, she soon realized something, a knowing smile creeping onto her face. Yes, quite something. Meanwhile, aboard the Delinode Saber, a pirate spotted Chen drawing near and hurried to report to Click. Captain, someone is approaching us. Why are you bothering me with such trivial matters? Blast into bits with the cannons, Click barked. Yes, yes. The pirate rushed to the cabin and pointed towards Chen, instructing the crewman in charge of the cannons. The captain says to blow him away. Leave it to me, the pirate declared, immediately beginning to load the cannonballs and adjust the firing angle. Aim. Fire. With a thunderous boom, a black cannonball shot forth from the ship's cabin, hurtling towards Chen's position. Heh. Chen chuckled lightly, gently kicking the water's surface with his right foot, utilizing the shave technique to vanish from his original spot. Boom. The cannonball detonated in the water, sending a massive wave crashing down, as if a localized torrential rain had begun to pour. Got him, the cannon-firing pirate exclaimed triumphantly. However, the pirates nearby soon noticed a figure emerging from the misty spray. It was the very man they thought had been obliterated. He is still alive. Quickly. Fire at him. Eliminate him. Understood. At the command, all the cannons on the ship were aimed at Chen. Numerous cannonballs were released from the dark muzzles, as if they were free for the taking, all hurtling towards Chen. Unfazed, Chen lightly stepped on the wooden deck, propelling himself into the air. He stepped on the air itself, executing the moonwalk technique, and appeared suspended in mid-air. In one swift motion, he drew his trusty blade, the Black Blade, and began to swiftly swing his sword, unleashing a flurry of slashes. Sword light flickered. Each slash struck down the incoming cannonballs, causing them to explode in midair, creating mushroom clouds one after another. Chen then employed the moonwalk technique once more, rapidly racing towards the Click Pirates flagship. Impressive. Hurry and inform the captain. Go quickly. At that moment, the pirates in the cabin were already in a state of panic. On the deck of the Saber, a young pirate staggered towards Click, pointing in the direction of Chen's approach, urgently exclaiming, Captain, that person, what, can't you take a breath before you speak? Click snapped angrily. The young pirate, having regained his composure, was about to speak, but suddenly noticed a familiar figure standing on the deck, smiling at him. But he's here. The young pirate's eyes widened in shock as he pointed at Chen. Stammering, that man. Who? Click followed the direction of the young pirate's finger and was astonished to see a man had appeared on the ship without them noticing. Leaping up, he seized a nearby weapon, a massive golden axe. Who are you to dare board my ship? The pride of the East Sea, Lieutenant Commander of the Navy, Chen. Chen replied with a smile, casually glancing at the system interface displaying Click's attributes. Character, Click position, Captain of the Click Pirates level, D skills, Marksmanship, D, hand-to-hand combat, F, bounty, 17 million berries. What a pitiful waste of a pirate, weaker than Arlong. I wonder how he ever came to hold the title of East Seas Tyrant, merely through numbers and ships. Naval officer, Click's eyes gleamed with malice. Seizing the moment Chen was unguarded, he swiftly drew 2 pistols from his belt and aimed at Chen, firing several rounds in quick succession. But Chen merely stepped to the left and tilted his head slightly, evading all the bullets that whizzed harmlessly past him. His observation Haki had long detected them, allowing him to dodge with ease. How is this possible? Click exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. What a cunning little rat. Chen smiled faintly, raising his sword and unleashing a cutting strike towards Click. Not good. Click's complexion shifted as he attempted to block with his golden axe. Yet, before the sword's intent, all was in vain. The blade flashed, the golden axe was cleaved in 2, and even his golden armor was sliced open, taking his entire right arm along with it. Blood gushed forth. Painting the deck red? Who? Captain, are you all right? The pirates aboard cried out anxiously, but dared not approach. Each of them gazed at Chen with eyes filled with terror. He is strong, too strong. Even our captain is no match for him in a single strike. After a few agonized cries, Click saw Chen advancing towards him and hastily knelt, banging his head on the ground in a plea for mercy. Lieutenant Commander, I was wrong, truly wrong. Please, spare my life. In a desperate bid for survival, he would do anything. But Chen said not a word, his sword still in hand as he continued to advance. With each step Chen took, the pressure on Click intensified, making it hard for him to breathe. When the distance closed to a mere meter, Click suddenly erupted, releasing the last of the poison gas from his golden armor and hastily donning a gas mask with his remaining left hand. Boom! The poison gas canister exploded, enveloping Chen in a cloud of purple gas. The surrounding pirates hurriedly donned their gas masks, some even leaping into the sea to evade the toxic fumes. Ha ha ha. You little brat, no matter how strong you are, you'll still be poisoned to death by my gas, Click boasted smugly. Yet, the next moment, a familiar voice emerged from the poison cloud. How dull. Do you really think this gas can kill me? Chen walked slowly out of the toxic mist, the gas failing to approach him, repelled by an invisible force. What? Click's jaw nearly hit the floor in disbelief, before he could process the situation. Chen raised his hand and delivered a swift strike with his sword. With a flash, the head was severed, blood gushed forth. Moments later, Click's head rolled to Chen's feet. The captain is dead. Run, the captain is dead. Flee. The pirates screamed in a frenzy as they scattered to escape. Silence. Chen's gaze turned cold as an invisible wave of Conqueror's Haki surged forth, knocking out all the pirates aboard the ship. The other pirate ships, witnessing the chaos, had already turned their bows to flee. You all shall remain. Chen's icy voice rang out as he stared at the fleeing Click pirates. Initially, he had no intention of intervening. But the system had issued a mission to annihilate the Click pirates. Until the system confirmed the task was complete, he would not relent. With that, he raised the black blade in his right hand. A dark aura coalescing around the sword, forming a massive blade that seemed to burn with flames, extending dozens of meters in length. Demonic flame slash. With a thunderous roar, he swung down the long blade. Like a sword of divine retribution descending upon the mortal realm, it struck with unerring precision towards the pirate ship ahead. The colossal black flame sword hurtled towards them. The pirates braced themselves for impending doom. Helpless to alter their fate, they could only watch in horror as the titanic blade plummeted from the heavens. Standing frozen in place, they awaited their demise. Boom! The infernal strike landed upon one of the pirate vessels, cleaving it instantly in twain. The ship's hull buckled and sank into the depths of the sea, stirring up tumultuous waves that engulfed nearby ships, either capsizing them or reducing them to splinters against the relentless surf. As the sea regained its tranquility, nearly 50 vessels that had sought to flee were utterly annihilated. Debris from the wreckage and the bodies of fallen pirates floated upon the surface. The survivors were few and far between. Chen cast a glance around, seemingly unable to spot a Jean and Tai by Bo Lu. Had they escaped? Or had they perished? At that moment, the system's notification finally chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host, task completed. System reward. 1 energy point. For Chen, this task had been as effortless as a mere wave of the hand. Thus the reward was modest. With the mission accomplished, he had no intention of pursuing a Jean and Tai by Bo Lu. He departed from the Sabros and made his way to Alvia's side, discovering her drenched from head to toe. What happened? Why are you so wet? He inquired. Isn't it all you're doing? Alvia rolled her eyes. Chen's earlier move had been overwhelmingly powerful, sending waves crashing even to her position. Haha. Chen chuckled, extending his right hand. Come on, I found the ship. With that, Alvia rose from the planks, instinctively positioning herself beside Chen. Almost pressed against him, she assumed he would wrap his arms around her as they approached the vessel. Chen furrowed his brow for a moment, realizing, so you enjoy this, do you? Yet, he did not reject her. He embraced her slender waist with one arm. Instantly, a vivid sensation coursed through him, for Alvia's clothes clung to her skin due to the water. Alvia's cheeks flushed slightly, and she instinctively turned her head away. Meanwhile, Chen maintained his composure. Though a warmth stirred within him, he swiftly executed the moonwalk on the water's surface, appearing to glide over the waves, leaping with urgency to return to the ship. Minutes later, Chen landed steadily on the deck of the Sabros, gently setting Alvia down, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. We have arrived. You should rest. I'll have these pirates assist us in setting sail. With her face still flushed, Alvia nodded and hurried into the cabin. Chen proceeded to rouse the pirates aboard, coercing them with threats of force and life to assist him. After a fortnight, the Sabros finally reached the waters near Windmill village. However, upon their arrival at the dock, not a soul was in sight. Chen, are you certain this is your hometown? How can there be no one here? Alvia queried skeptically. I don't know. Chen shook his head. He was uncertain, but according to the storyline, Windmill village was not supposed to face any calamity, especially under the protection of Garp. Thus, the two made their way to Makino's tavern. Along the way, they encountered no one. Every door firmly shut. As they approached the tavern, the entrance suddenly swung open, and Makino peeked out, waving energetically. Chen. Makino. Chen hurried over. Alvia followed closely behind, immediately catching sight of the woman inside. While Makino also took note of her, furrowing her brow in curiosity. Who is she, and why is she with Chen? Could she be a marine? Chen, come inside. Seeing him approach, Makino swiftly pulled him into the room. Sister Makino, what about the villagers? Before Chen could inquire, she quietly warned, stay quiet. The villagers saw a pirate ship approaching. It seems to belong to the Clique pirates. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chen couldn't help but laugh. Haha, Sister Makino, that pirate ship was brought here by me. I have already vanquished the Clique pirates. Ah, it's you, Makino exclaimed, both surprised and delighted. Yes, quickly, call the villagers out. There's no need for concern. All right, with that, Makino stepped outside to inform the others. Suddenly, Alvia nudged Chen's hand, asking, is she your sister? Sort of. She took care of us back in the village. Chen replied. Alvia nodded thoughtfully. Upon hearing that Chen had returned and defeated a notorious pirate, the villagers flocked to the tavern, showering him with praise and suggestions for potential wives. Some even proposed too. Eventually, overwhelmed, Chen excused himself under the pretense of needing rest and returned to his former room. Allowing Alvia to recuperate in Windmill village while he set off alone to Golbo Mountain, Golbo Mountain. At the home of Dayton, Chen called out, is anyone there? Who is that? Dayton emerged, chewing on a cigarette. And after a moment, recognized him. You're Luffy's brother. Aunt Dayton, is Luffy here? Chen inquired directly. No, he is out training. All right, then I'll wait for him here. Come in and make yourself comfortable. Thank you. Chen followed Dayton inside. Casually asking about Luffy and Ace, he learned that Ace had set sail not long ago, while Sabo had been struck by a celestial dragon ship and sunk to the depths, his fate unknown. In a few years, Luffy would also set out to SEA. As they conversed, a familiar voice echoed from outside. Ha ha ha, Chen bro. Luffy barged in, crashing through the wooden door, propelled by his rubbery body. and immediately enveloped Lu Chen in a tight embrace, exclaiming, "Lu Chen bro, why have you come back to see me?" Luffy had grown significantly taller since their last meeting, almost matching Lu Chen's height. Though it seemed he had grown a bit too quickly, perhaps due to his rubbery physique. "I took some time off, so I thought I'd come check on you," Lu Chen replied, refraining from mentioning that he feared being reprimanded by Garp at Marine headquarters. "Oh good, I thought it was Garp who sent you back to deal with me." Luffy relaxed, releasing his hold. "You rascal, no wonder you were clinging to my arms earlier. You were afraid I'd retaliate for Garp." Lu Chen chuckled. After years apart, Luffy's strength had grown considerably. Character: Luffy position, none level. C skills: martial arts, C. Fruit development, C. Bounty, none truly. As the protagonist, even training in a place like Windmill Village, he had achieved C-level strength. Luffy scratched his head, then asked, "Lu Chen bro, when are you planning to leave?" "In a few days. If I don't return soon, Garp will come after me." "Ha ha ha. I didn't expect you to be afraid of Garp's fists." "Aren't you scared? How about I give you a couple of hits, just to see if you fear my punches?" "All right, go ahead." Lu Chen was unperturbed, coating his fist with armament haki and striking towards Luffy's head. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, 2 lumps appeared on Luffy's head, causing him to scurry about in pain like a frantic monkey. Dada. "It hurts so much. Brother Lu Chen, why do your fists hurt so badly too? You'll find out soon enough." "Haha. Fine. You don't have to tell me. My fists are quite formidable now." Lu Chen chuckled without replying. After spending several days in Windmill Village, Lu Chen decided to leave Alvia behind and return alone to the Navy headquarters. Windmill Village was, after all, Luffy's home, and as long as Luffy was absent, nothing untoward would occur here. Alvia's presence in the village ensured her absolute safety. Accompanying him back to the Navy headquarters would only place her in greater peril, constantly worrying about being discovered. Furthermore, a new mission had been triggered by the system, which he needed to accomplish alone. The location in question was rather dangerous, making it inappropriate to bring Alvia along. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered the mission. Obtain the Rumble fruit and the historical text of Skypiea. System rewards. Energy points 2. Fruit development skill level 2. The Rumble fruit is located in Skypiea, and he would need to devise a method to reach Skypiea. Fortunately, prior to his departure, Garp had given him a record, which should guide him to the location of Skypiea based on the previous narrative. He could only hope that the Rumble fruit had not been consumed by Enel. Otherwise, defeating him would indeed pose a considerable challenge. A month later, North Blue, Gaia Island. I will give you 1,000,000 berries. Ensure the ship is modified properly, adding 2 gliding wings on the side, and restock supplies. The remaining funds will be yours. Lu Chen produced 1,000,000 berries and handed them to the pirate before him, issuing his instructions. The pirate's eyes instantly lit up, grinning eagerly as he nodded. All right. His name was Anthony Beecher, formerly of the Krieg Pirates, and now he had become Lu Chen's captive. More accurately, he was now one of Lu Chen's workers. From East Blue to North Blue, it was all thanks to the Krieg Pirates. It was also due to Krieg's ship that Lu Chen could safely reach the North Blue and even venture towards Skypiea. Shortly thereafter, Lu Chen wandered through the small town on the island. Awaiting the completion of the ship modifications by Beecher and his crew, as he strolled along the streets of the town, he suddenly spotted several familiar figures. "Monkey pirates, follow me," called out a robust figure resembling a gorilla. Beckoning others to head towards the it was him. The monkey. Lu Chen instantly recognized the individual. It seems his name was indeed Monkey, and his appearance resembled that of a monkey. Thus, whenever someone referred to him as such, he would be filled with joy. The monkey pirates primarily engaged in salvage operations, and their captain was none other than Mont Blanc Correa, a descendant of the great deceiver Mont Blanc Norland. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chen approached with a smile, saying, "Hello, my friend Monkey." "Ah, do you think I resemble a monkey?" The monkey stroked his chin, his face lighting up with delight, even a hint of shyness. "Of course, you do indeed resemble a monkey," Lu Chen replied earnestly. "Ha!" Upon hearing this, the monkey became even more jubilant, treating Lu Chen as a brother. "Brother, tell me whom you seek. As long as they are on this island, there is no one the monkey pirates do not know." "I am looking for a descendant of Mont Blanc Norland," Lu Chen declared. "You seek my captain." Just as he finished speaking, the monkey's eyes widened in realization, and he asked incredulously, "What do you want with him?" "Rest assured, I am not here for gold, but to reach Skypiea," Lu Chen explained. Despite this, The monkey still harbored doubts that, monkey, you know you truly do look like one that you just said you would help me. So do you really wish to go back on your word? I heard that if a monkey goes back on its word, it might turn into a real monkey, Chen said with a serious expression. Offering a solemn reminder that I see his words, the monkey's mouth twitched in fear, and he quickly agreed. All right, I will take you to meet my captain, but you must promise me it is not for gold. Very well, lead the way, Chen affirmed that he realized that searching for Skypia's location alone would be rather troublesome. He required an expert, and that expert was the captain, Conqueror. About half an hour later, the monkey brought Chen to a small seaside cabin, pointing to a man nearby and saying, "That is our captain. You can approach him yourself? Thank you." With that, Chen made his way towards the man who was busy sorting through the wreckage of a sunken ship. The man was bare-chested, with a chestnut on his head, and it was none other than Correa. Character: Conqueror position: Captain of the Monkey Pirates level. C skills: Physical combat, C. Shipwright, C. Bounty: 10 million berries. Correa was so engrossed in sorting the wreckage that he hadn't even noticed the man standing behind him until Chen spoke up. "Hello, sir. I wish to go to Skypia." Only then did Correa turn around, scrutinizing the young man before him with a furrowed brow. "Do you believe in the legend of Skypia? And who are you? Why have you come to seek me? Skypia is not just a legend. It indeed exists. As for who I am, it seems rather inconsequential, does it not? You too wish to verify the existence of Skypia, do you not?" Chen smiled lightly, speaking with an air of nonchalance. Upon hearing this, Correa relaxed, acknowledging, "Indeed, Skypia does exist. Since you wish to go there, let me share what I know." He then began to recount tales about Skypia. He explained that a type of cloud, known as kimi, frequently appeared in the nearby waters, accumulating at high altitudes, and no matter how thick it became, it would not generate air currents nor rain. Moreover, it was a dense cloud that blocked all sunlight, often causing daylight to transform into night. It could reach an estimated height of around 7,000 meters. To reach Skypia, one must utilize the upward currents generated by the shockwaves. But these currents are unpredictable and extremely perilous. Even now, I have yet to discover a method to enter. Just tell me where the kimi generally forms, and I will investigate, Chen stated candidly. According to Correa, there was indeed an empty region beneath the sea. When this area suddenly ruptured, it caused a pressure differential, resulting in the emergence of upward currents. However, based on the rudimentary knowledge Chen had acquired on Blue Star, the principle might be somewhat similar. Yet, if such upward currents were to occur frequently, it might not necessarily indicate the presence of numerous empty regions. Right over there, Correa pointed to the waters near his cabin, cautioning, "Once the kimi forms, you must leave that area quickly, or else." "Thank you." However, before Correa could finish his warning, Chen dashed past him, racing towards the indicated waters. With his formidable strength, he leaped across the surface of the sea, quickly arriving at the area Correa had described. Incredible, Correa frowned, astonished by Chen's immense power. After a moment of contemplation, Correa's eyes gleamed as he suddenly recalled something. "Oh no, I forgot to tell him theirs." Simultaneously, taking a deep breath, Chen plunged headfirst into the sea, gradually descending to the ocean floor. He sought to uncover what lay beneath the surface, completely oblivious to Correa's attempts to warn him. As he swam deeper, a colossal shadow rapidly approached him. "What is that?" Chen focused intently. To his astonishment, it was a sea king, resembling a fish, with a yellow-brown body and razor-sharp teeth, measuring nearly 20 meters in length. Character: Sea King position, none level. B skill: Bite. B bounty, none. Suddenly, the Sea King opened its gaping maw and lunged towards Chen with a ferocious bite. "Get lost!" Chen drew his long sword from his waist and executed a sword technique known as drawing slash. The sword's brilliance flickered. The slash, imbued with sword intent, cleaved the sea before him as if slicing through a watermelon, splitting the ocean into two halves. The sword energy struck the Sea King's head, severing it cleanly as if slicing through vegetables. Blood mixed with white brain matter gushed forth. The surrounding waters were instantly stained a vivid crimson, while the Sea King gradually lost its breath, drifting upwards. Meanwhile, what was happening? Had he truly encountered the Sea King? "Boss, he can't be dead. Can he?" That guy seemed quite capable. On the shore, Cooley Kai and the others noticed the commotion on the sea and fixed their gaze upon it, eager to discern what transpired. Moments later, the surface of the sea was also tainted red, and a massive Sea King corpse floated to the surface. That it's a Sea King. He had single-handedly slain a Sea King, and a mature one at that. Witnessing this, Coolie Kai and the ape-man were somewhat astonished. On the other side, Chen had finally reached the seabed and observed the situation below, contrary to Coolie Kai's claims of an empty cavern. The seabed was riddled with numerous protruding volcanoes. The largest of these volcanoes could easily span several thousand square meters, explaining the formidable upward currents it generated. This could propel a ship to altitudes exceeding 7,000 meters, even reaching 10,000 meters. Once the volcano erupted, it would undoubtedly trigger an ascending sea current. If only the GD cloud would appear above the volcano, that could instigate its eruption. Who would have thought that the knowledge he had acquired previously would prove useful here? After noting the volcano's location, Chen immediately began to swim upwards. A few minutes later, huff, huff. Chen resurfaced, inhaling the fresh air deeply. The ape-man on the shore spotted him at once and shouted, "Boss, look, he's out." Coolie Kai nodded, his expression solemn as he continued to watch Chen intently, eager to learn what he had discovered. As soon as Chen reached the shore, Coolie Kai, unable to contain his urgency, inquired, "What did you find at the seabed? Did you discover a way to the Sky Island, a colossal volcano? With it, we can reach the Sky Island," Chen replied candidly. Hearing this, Coolie Kai's eyes lit up with realization, and he chuckled in relief. "So it's a volcano. It seems we need to wait for the GD cloud to appear before we can head to the Sky Island. This time, I must go to the Sky Island and witness the Golden Bell." "Boss, I want to go too," the ape-man exclaimed excitedly. After searching for so long for a sunken ship, they had finally unearthed information regarding the Sky Island, and they were determined to see it for themselves. "All right," Coolie Kai agreed. Chen merely glanced at them, pondering, are they also going? If they wished to go, so be it. After all, the Sky Island was home to both the Sky Island inhabitants and the Shandians. Having more companions might assist him in locating the Thunder Fruit. Thus, Chen settled into Coolie Kai's residence, biding his time in preparation for their journey to the Sky Island. 2 days later, Chen and Coolie Kai's ships had been successfully modified, and they awaited the arrival of the GD cloud. Suddenly, a voice from outside called out from the ape-man, "Boss, the GD cloud has appeared." "Great, it's here." Upon hearing this, Chen and Coolie Kai dashed out of their rooms, standing at the water's edge, their eyes fixed upon the sky. Not far off, a thick mass of clouds loomed, blocking even the sunlight. The sea below had turned pitch black. Occasionally, enormous human-like silhouettes could be seen, wielding long pole-like weapons, their backs seemingly adorned with wings. Those must be the original inhabitants of the Sky Island. "Quick, set sail towards the volcano," Coolie Kai urged. "Yes, boss." With a command, the ape pirate crew sprang into action. "Bikeer, let us go. It's time for us to set off." "Understood, my lord." Chen called upon his crew to board their ship and depart. Before long, the two vessels arrived beneath the GD cloud. Coolie Kai scrutinized the sea before them, exclaiming in distress, "What should we do? The volcano hasn't erupted yet. There won't be any ascending current. Must we wait for the next opportunity? If it hasn't erupted, then we shall make it erupt," Chen declared, stepping forth. Standing at the bow of the ship, he drew his blade, the black blade, from his waist. Armament Haki, hardening. Armament Haki, constriction. Armament Haki, release, sword intent. In an instant, Chen's hands were enveloped in a dark hue of Armament Haki, swiftly extending to encompass the black blade. A massive, searing black flame gradually condensed upon the blade, forming a colossal sword measuring over 10 meters in length. The black flames blazed fiercely upon the black blade, resembling a dark demon poised to consume all. Demon flame slash. Chen narrowed his eyes, targeting the volcano's location etched in his memory, and struck downwards. The longsword cleaved through the air, unleashing a wave of black fire along its path toward the sea, slicing the entire ocean in two, as if carving an opening in a colossal cake. The surrounding waters appeared to part for the sword energy. In reality, the moment the seawater made contact, it was instantly vaporized by the intense heat. The sword energy cleaved through the waters, heading straight for the volcano's mouth beneath. Boom! The volcano was cleaved open by the sword strike, countless fragments scattering in all directions. A tremendous surge of energy surged within the volcano, awakening it and triggering an even more powerful underwater eruption. Bang! A deafening roar. The volcano erupted. The sea surface began to form a swirling vortex, the water seemingly draining into the depths. Coolie Kai, taken aback, urged, "Quick! Head to the center of the vortex." "Yes, boss." Thus, everyone promptly set sail towards the whirlpool. Merely approaching the vortex, their ships were caught in its powerful pull, spinning along with the swirling waters, gradually drawing closer to the vortex's center. The pirate crew could only cling to the ship as supports, desperately trying to avoid being thrown into the ocean's depths. Falling into the whirlpool now would mean certain death. Chen held onto the ship's edge, his gaze fixed on the surface of the water, suddenly shouting, "Prepare! Deploy the auxiliary wings!" What? The other pirates found it impossible to control their bodies, unable to move an inch aboard the ship. Suddenly, with a tremendous crash, boom, a massive upward current erupted from the seabed, propelling both ships skyward as they rode the rising tide. It seems I must take matters into my own hands. Chen furrowed his brow and swiftly moved to the auxiliary wing switch. With a swift slash, he severed the ropes. The auxiliary wings on either side of the ship unfolded, buoyed by the rising currents, allowing the vessels to ascend gradually on the opposite side. Kai's ship had also deployed its auxiliary wings. Rising steadily with the upward current, 500 meters, 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters, the ships, carrying their crews, continued to break through layer after layer of clouds. It truly felt as though they were ascending to the heavens. The ascent was rapid, and both vessels began to suffer some damage. However, they had reached an altitude of 7,000 meters. Above them loomed a vast expanse of unbounded sky, thick with white clouds, resembling a white continent. The sea currents propelled the ships into the cloud layered. In an instant, a substance reminiscent of seawater washed over them, prompting everyone to hold their breath. Inside, they could clearly see a myriad of bizarre fish species, including sea kings. Yet these fish had their bellies inflated like balloons, puffed up as if they were angry pufferfish. All gazed wide-eyed, absorbing the extraordinary scene before them, determined to etch it into their memories. Approximately 10 minutes later, the ascending currents finally carried them beyond the layer of white water, emerging above the flow. The ship stabilized, though most of the crew found themselves in disarray. Only a few managed to maintain their footing. Chen among them, gazing at the familiar yet foreign Sky Island, a smile gracing his lips. At last, they had arrived. Frauds are not frauds. The Sky Island truly exists. Beside him, Kai's expression was filled with excitement, his eyes glistening with tears. For over 4 centuries, their family had steadfastly believed in the existence of the Sky Island. Surveying the surroundings, Chen could only ascertain that he was currently located in the White Sea. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, it was impossible to determine his precise location. The Sky Island was divided into 2 major parts, Angel Island and Appiato. Appiato was lifted to the Sky Island by rising ocean currents, originally a part of Qinghai's Jiao Island. However, this place did not seem to be Appiato, nor Angel Island, as there were no islands visible in the vicinity. Kai, stop dawdling and bring out the Nan bird. Let us head to the Sky Island, Chen urged. Within 2 days of modifying the ship, Kai had managed to catch a Nan bird. All right, Kai promptly produced the Nan bird, which was plump and adorned with 3 distinct colors of feathers, possessing an incredibly fierce temperament. Yet, before Chen, it dared not act unruly, lest it find itself on the spit. With the guidance of the Nan bird, the group sailed across the White Sea. Approximately half an hour later, land finally came into view. It must be the Sky Island. Accelerate. Chen's face lit up with joy as he instructed his subordinates. Yes, my lord. He then turned to Kai, smiling. I will go ahead. You all take your time. Understood. Kai nodded. Their ship was not as capable as Chen's, leaving them no choice but to proceed at a slower pace. A few minutes later, as their vessel approached the shore, Chen stood at the bow, advising the pirates behind him. Do not wander off. The Sky Island is not as simple as it seems. If you get caught, don't expect me to rescue you. Yes, my lord. The pirates nodded vigorously, though one could only wonder what mischievous thoughts lingered in their minds. Regardless, they could still accompany Kai when they disembarked, and in Chen's heart, their lives had become inconsequential. With that, Chen leaped from the ship, entering the region of the Sky Island. The shore was predominantly forested, with no city in sight. Finding the thunder fruit would undoubtedly be a challenge, but he could first locate the historical text. He knew the location of the historical text. It was situated in Sandora. However, he first needed to find a Sky Island native to ascertain the whereabouts of Sandora. What a hassle! Suddenly, a white figure flashed past him at remarkable speed. Yet, Chen managed to discern its appearance. It was a white fox. Could it be Coney's pet? Chen's eyes glimmered as he swiftly pursued the white fox. The fox darted through the forest, ultimately reaching the coastline on the opposite side. Surrounding them were thick clouds, solid enough for one to tread upon, resembling a beach. This must be Angel Island's Angel Beach. Suddenly, Conies appeared, clad in a pink sundress, her golden hair cascading down her back. With skin as white as pearls and a charming visage, coupled with the pair of white wings on her back, she truly resembled an angel. Indeed, she was striking. Through the system, Lu Chun learned her name, Conies. You from Qinghai? What do you want with sis? Conies inquired, her brow furrowed. I merely found her appealing. Oh, you know where Sandora is? Lu Chun asked directly. What do you intend to do there? Conies pressed, her dark brows knitting together. With that, Lu Chun suddenly drew his sword, resting it against Conies' fair neck, smiling. Nothing much, just curious to take a look. That I assume you wouldn't want any scratches on your lovely face or neck. Would you? You have quite a fine figure. And of course, I wouldn't suggest doing anything else to you. Ew. Fear filled Conies' eyes as she pointed towards a direction to the left. Sandora is right in the center of that forest. Thank you. With that, Lu Chun retracted his sword and sprinted towards the direction Conies indicated. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from her sight. That Qinghai native is heading to Sandora. I must hurry to inform the priest. Conies mounted her Waiba and swiftly departed Angel Beach. Meanwhile, Lu Chun was racing through the forest at breakneck speed, eager to witness the land of gold. Suddenly, he heard a commotion ahead. Mere wingless mongrels do not deserve to live on our sky island. Go back to Qinghai. Get lost. Lu Chun lifted his gaze, discovering several Sky Island natives bullying a wingless individual. Judging by their words, he must be a hybrid of a Qinghai person and a Sky Islander. Suddenly, Lu Chun's eyes widened as he recognized the man being bullied. It was him, Enel. Those classic long earlobes and small eyes. It could only be Enel. Character: Enel. Position: none. Level: G. Skill: getting beaten. G. Bounty: none. No devil fruit ability. That means he has yet to consume one. Upon seeing Enel's attributes, Lu Chun charged towards him without hesitation. Drawing his black blade, he unleashed a wave of sword energy. The gleam of the sword flashed. The assailants bullying Enel had no time to react before the sword energy cleaved through them, reducing their bodies to 6 parts that fell to the ground. Buffed. Blood gushed from the severed wounds, splattering across Enel's face. Are they dead? Yet Enel showed no signs of fear. Instead, a faint smile crept onto his lips. You seem not afraid at all. Lu Chun stood behind Enel, nonchalantly stating. Who? Hearing the voice, Enel sprang up, squinting at Lu Chun. Who are you? I haven't seen you before. He had no awareness of when someone had appeared behind him. Then, he glanced at the sword in Lu Chun's hand, but said nothing. He had already realized that it was Lu Chun who had dispatched the 3M and doesn't matter who I am. I'm just passing through. Feel free. Lu Chun replied with a smile. He could not eliminate Enel. If he did, no one would assist him in finding the Thunder Fruit. As long as Enel remained, the Thunder Fruit would undoubtedly come into his path. He could always seize it later. With that, he turned to leave, planning to follow Enel after he departed. Enel's gaze remained fixed on Lu Chun's retreating figure. After a long contemplation, he suddenly spoke. Hey, Qinghai person, you're seeking treasures in Sandora, right? Why should I tell you? Lu Chun chuckled. Continuing onward, it was not difficult to deduce that he had come for the land of gold. However, Enel's question hinted at ulterior motives, just as Lu Chun was about to walk away. Enel called out once more. I can take you to Sandora, but you must let me accompany you and share some of the gold. All right. After a moment's thought, Lu Chun agreed. Good. Follow me. This way we can avoid the priest's patrols. Without my guidance, you'd never make it in, Enel cautioned. Lu Chun merely nodded in response. This matter was undoubtedly not as simple as it appeared. Enel had likely sought the gold long ago. Why was he now asking for Lu Chun's assistance? He either guessed Lu Chun's intentions or had his own plans. This plan likely included the Thunder Fruit. Hence, he had to comply. Consequently, Enel led the way. But the path was far from direct, winding through intricate trails, as if a taxi driver were deliberately taking a longer route. Nevertheless, they encountered no priests along the way. The journey was secure. About half an hour later, a colossal golden city suddenly emerged before them. Although the city's structures are adorned with a myriad of climbing plants, the gold continues to radiate a brilliant luster. At its pinnacle stands a grand golden bell. Genuine gold, indeed. Lu Chun has never encountered such an abundance of gold in his life. and his eyes are wide with astonishment. Even the bricks beneath his feet are crafted from gold. This is Sandora, where one can take as much gold as desired. Though I shall not take much, Enelu remarked. And how much can you truly take? Lu Chen's gaze was fixed intently on the gold, while he remained vigilant of Enelu's movements. Upon finishing his words, Enelu stepped forward, picked up a piece of gold, and suddenly began striking another larger piece, as if attempting to break off a larger chunk. The resonant sounds echoed throughout the Golden City. Suddenly, a strange, guttural roar pierced the air. Roar! The ground and surrounding structures began to tremble, as if some colossal creature were about to break free from its confinement, but a massive serpent emerged from behind the Golden City. Coiling atop the Golden Bell, its blue skin and formidable form stretching at least 50 meters long, that it was the Lord of the Skies of Sandora. Hiss! The Lord of the Skies opened its enormous maw, revealing sharp, venomous fangs, and let out a roar directed at Lu Chen and Enelu. With a gaping mouth, it lunged toward Enelu. However, there was not a trace of fear in Enelu's eyes. Instead, he charged forward. Big Ears, did you deliberately lure it out? Do you wish to be devoured by the Lord of the Skies? Lu Chen chuckled softly, observing Enelu's actions and expressions. Suddenly, with a swift kick to the ground, Lu Chen vanished from his spot. Reappearing beside Enelu, he pushed Enelu aside with a single palm, warning, "Be careful." Enelu's expression froze in surprise. He had not anticipated that Lu Chen would come to his rescue. Their encounter had been purely coincidental. In the midst of his daze, Lu Chen was swallowed by the Lord of the Skies, along with countless trees and golden bricks, sliding down into the creature's throat. Realizing this, he quickly drew two long swords from his waist, the maple leaf and the black blade, and plunged them into the flesh of the Lord of the Skies' esophagus. The swords carved long gashes into its flesh, blood seeping forth from the wounds. Simultaneously, the Lord of the Skies outside howled in excruciating pain, rolling on the ground and fleeing deeper into the forest. On the ground, a man was relentlessly pursuing the Lord of the Skies, shouting loudly, "Stop! Stop! I say! That treasure was mine." It goes without saying that this man was Enelu. By chance, he had discovered a treasure map, one belonging to a pirate, containing a powerful devil fruit. This was his objective, to obtain that fruit and exact vengeance upon those who had once insulted and oppressed him. Now, to see it escaping before his eyes was infuriating. Moments later, within the belly of the Lord of the Skies, have we finally arrived? Lu Chen surveyed his surroundings, realizing he had reached flat ground. Indeed, it must be the stomach of the Lord of the Skies. He immediately began to search for the thunder fruit. Enelu, wishing to be consumed, surely intended to enter the Lord of the Skies' belly to find something. Perhaps it was indeed the thunder fruit. However, after searching for a considerable time, Lu Chen found no trace of any devil fruit. Instead, he encountered stones, gold, bones, and various other debris. Was it possible that the thunder fruit was not within the Lord of the Skies' belly? Lu Chen furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself, if that were the case, it would mean he had been consumed for naught. Suddenly, a spark of realization flashed in Lu Chen's mind. He understood that he could not think from his own perspective. He must consider Enelu's viewpoint. If he were Enelu, he would certainly navigate smoothly into the Lord of the Skies' belly and begin searching for the desired item, regardless of whether he found it in the stomach. He would have to find a way out. Given his current strength, even if he obtained the thunder fruit, it would not guarantee he could master its abilities in such a short time. Therefore, Enelu would undoubtedly seek another exit. There were only three possible routes. The first, to tear open the Lord of the Skies' belly. He lacked the strength for that. The second, to pry open the Lord of the Skies' mouth and escape from above. Again, he did not possess the strength for that in such a short duration. Thus, only the third option remained, to exit through the Lord of the Skies' rear. What the hell? Must I truly exit from there to find the thunder fruit? At this thought, Lu Chen could not help but curse vehemently that in truth, he did not wish to do so. However, if he attempted to exit through other means, he risked not finding the fruit at all or damaging it in the process. All of this could lead to failure. After pondering for a long while, he declared, "Here goes nothing." Clenching his teeth, Lu Chen approached a dark, gaping orifice below. Utilizing his haki, he enveloped his body, ensuring that no filth would touch him as he traversed. He needed to be vigilant of the surroundings while proceeding, as though he were entering the Lord of the Skies' body to heal it. As he walked, a dark object caught Lu Chen's attention. Upon closer inspection, It appeared to be a corner of a chest. The chest had become embedded within the flesh of the Lord of the Skies, fused into it. Without hesitation, Lu Chun drew the black blade and swung it a few times. The blade glimmered. The chest was finally revealed, while the flesh of the Lord of the Skies was left marred, blood gushing forth. The chest was not large, roughly the size of 2 basketballs that Lu Chun opened it. And indeed, inside lay a blue devil fruit, crackling with arcs of blue electricity. The thunder fruit. It was worth my journey here to find you. Just as he was about to consume it, a thought struck him. And he decided to wash it first before eating that. He placed the thunder fruit into his system's backpack. Instantly, a system prompt sounded. Ding! Would you like to simplify the thunder fruit? Simplify? Can a fruit even be simplified? What is the benefit of simplification? Lu Chun questioned. Ding! Simplification requires 10 points of energy. After simplification, the thunder fruit overcomes its weaknesses, becoming impervious to the sea and sea prism stone. Alright, simplify, Lu Chun decisively proclaimed. To overcome its fatal weaknesses for just 10 points of energy was a must. Ding! Simplification of thunder fruit successful. The simplified thunder fruit entered the system backpack, appearing no different from before. However, products from the system are guaranteed to be top-notch, with no doubt about it. Subsequently, Lu Chun, wielding his long sword, directly pierced through the body of the Lord of the Skies, escaping through the opening. Finally out. Upon emerging, the Lord of the Skies lay unconscious on the ground, utterly incapacitated, with the thunder fruit secured. Lu Chun cast a glance at the Lord of the Skies, indifferent to its fate, and swiftly made his way towards Sandora. That he needed to obtain the historical text of Sandora as quickly as possible. On his return journey, Lu Chun took a direct route, thus avoiding any encounter with Enelu, who had gone to confront the Lord of the Skies. After about 10 minutes, Lu Chun returned to Sandora. Placing the historical text into the system space, a group of Sky Island inhabitants swiftly surrounded him from a distance. Among them was one clad in golden armor, riding a peculiar creature that resembled neither a bird nor a horse. Character: Conqueror. Position: Sky Island God level. B. Skills: Marksmanship, B. Riding, C. Bounty: none. Conqueror. When you are a god, you wear armor made of gold, but when you are not, you can only wear iron? Lu Chun retorted. Qinghai people, what brings you here, and where is the inscription? Did you take it? Conqueror questioned, wielding a conical spear. I don't know. Do you think I have anything on me that could have taken something? Lu Chun replied, spreading his hands in feigned innocence. Hearing this, Conqueror's expression darkened, realizing the truth in Lu Chun's words. Leave quickly. This is not a place for you to be, or do not blame me for being rude. Very well, Lu Chun smiled and departed without a backward glance. If they dared to obstruct him, he would certainly engage them in a fierce battle, since there was no conflict to be had. Why resort to fighting? Half an hour later, Lu Chun discovered a secluded spot, carefully extracted the thunder fruit, washed it thoroughly, and took a bite. He had anticipated an unpleasant taste, yet he was pleasantly surprised by its delightful flavor, which even possessed a hint of sweetness. Perhaps this was a result of the system's simplification. In a matter of moments, the entire thunder fruit was consumed. A surge of energy coursed through his body, flowing from his abdomen to every limb and sinew until it reached his entire being. Lu Chun extended his right hand, manipulating the energy within, as arcs of electricity flickered around his hand, gradually coalescing into a sphere of lightning. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task. System rewards: 2 energy points, and fruit development ability level increased by 2. Ding! Congratulations, host, on unlocking the thunder fruit skill. Discharge: Divine Judgment. With each level up, a new fruit skill will be unlocked. Immediately after, Lu Chun proceeded to simplify the fruit development skill. Ding! Simplification of fruit development successful. Fruit development sleep. To develop the fruit's abilities, one must truly understand the strength of the fruit in their own body. Thus, the simplified version amounted to merely sleeping. Once everything was in order, Lu Chun returned to the area where the ships were docked, only to find that the pirates had completely vanished. They were likely off with Kalikai in search of gold. Pirates, after all, are driven by the lust for treasure. Hence, Lu Chun took a moment to rest on the deck, awaiting Kalikai's return so they could journey back to Gaia Island together. 3 days later, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in the distance. Quick, move. The Sky Island people are closing in. Lu Chun slowly rose and looked in the direction of the voice. It was Kalikai and his crew fleeing in a frenzy. Pursued by a multitude of priests armed with various mollusks, such as slash shells and flame shells, Kalikai and his companions were caught off guard and could only retreat. Among their pursuers was a familiar face. Gonfuer. No wonder Kalikai and his crew were at a disadvantage. Coupled with the peculiar shells wielded by the Sky Island inhabitants, the situation became even more dire. Why had they stirred up such trouble? Chen furrowed his brow. Just as he was about to intervene, a prompt from the system chimed in. Ding. Assisting Kalikai and his crew in their escape grants the host 2 energy points. Upon seeing the system message, Chen's resolve to assist them strengthened. Therefore, he unsheathed his long sword, Maple Leaf, and shouted towards Kalikai and his crew. Hey, get down. It's Chen. Kalikai looked up, his expression one of confusion. Unsure why Chen wanted them to crouch. Only upon seeing the familiar long sword in Chen's hand did he recall the terrifying power of that blade, immediately ordering his crew. Get down. Everyone down. Yes, Captain. The members of the monkey pirates, seeing their leader crouch, followed suit and dropped to the ground. Some even crawled forward on their bellies. At that moment, Chen unleashed a strike imbued with a full measure of sword intent. The blade shimmered. The sharp sword energy sliced through the air like a razor, darting straight towards the Sky Island pursuers. Be careful. Gonfuer's expression changed dramatically as he leapt off his mount to confront the oncoming attack. He swung his spear and attempted to intercept Chen's sword energy with the slash shell in his hand. Unfortunately, the slash released by the shell was obliterated in an instant, cleaved in two by the sword energy. As powerless as an ant before a giant. Ding! Gonfuer had no choice but to absorb Chen's sword energy with his body. The tremendous force sent him hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing into several trees before he finally managed to stabilize himself. Pooh. Gonfuer clutched his chest, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Quick, get on the ship, he urged, prompting Kalikai to gather his crew to depart. The other Sky Island inhabitants hesitated to pursue any further, merely watching Chen with wary eyes, while a portion moved to check on Gonfuer. Are you all right, sir? Are you unharmed? Gonfuer, grimacing in pain, waved his hand dismissively. I'm fine. He had not anticipated that the young man from the Blue Sea would possess such formidable strength. His reluctance to engage previously stemmed from a sense of foreboding. After all, one does not simply ascend to Sky Island without being strong. He had never expected Chen to be so powerful that he could not withstand even a single strike. At that moment, a figure materialized before him. Hey, old man, hand over the transit pass for the Una Sky route, lest I have to deal with you along the way, Chen stated earnestly as he spoke. Those around him finally noticed the sudden appearance of another person and instinctively stepped aside, brandishing their weapons at Chen. Yet, Chen exhibited no trace of fear, his demeanor cool and indifferent. What? Do you wish to die? Upon hearing this, the Sky Island inhabitants retreated in alarm. Stop. You are no match for him, Gonfuer quickly admonished, retrieving a transit pass from his pocket. Here, take this pass and leave. Thank you. Chen waved his hand in acknowledgement before turning to depart. The Sky Island people could only watch helplessly as he left. Once back on the ship, Chen summoned Kalikai and prepared to set sail. Inquiring about his activities over the past few days, turned out he had also ventured to Sandora and obtained some evidence proving the existence of the legendary Land of Gold, which had consequently drawn the attention of the priests and led to their pursuit. After half an hour of sailing above the cloud sea, a grand gateway appeared before them, marking the exit from Sky Island. As the ship sailed through the gate, they were met with a steep descent along a winding path of clouds, culminating in a straight drop. Thankfully, with the transit pass in hand, they were able to summon 2 octopuses, which secured both vessels as they slowly descended. After several days of drifting, the ships finally returned to the surface, though they remained some distance from Gaia Island. Chen chose not to accompany Kalikai back. After bidding farewell to him, he instructed his crew to navigate the ship back to the Navy headquarters. Having been away for so long, it was indeed time to return. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, that brat has come back from Mihawk's place, yet he still hasn't returned. What is he doing in the East Blue? Garp grumbled as he perused a newspaper, indulging in a donut. The article detailed Chen's defeat of the East Blue tyrant, the Kuro pirate crew. More than half a month later, Chen finally arrived back at the Navy headquarters. However, he dared not approach Garp just yet, and instead made his way to the training grounds of the elite training camp. At that moment, Zephyr was conducting practical combat training with the cadets. Two students would be paired to fight until one conceded. Teacher, I'm back, Chen exclaimed, stepping forward with an upright posture, respectfully addressing Zephyr. Upon hearing his voice, the combatants paused, turning to the source of the familiar sound. Chen, you rascal, after 2 years of learning, you finally made it back. Zephyr responded with a smile, his gaze fixated on Chen as if attempting to peer into his very soul. Though it was merely a look, he sensed a difference in Chen's aura. It had become much more subdued, resembling that of an ordinary person. His strength must have advanced significantly. Chen humbly replied. You flatter me, teacher. As soon as he finished speaking, Zephyr turned his attention to the combat area and asked, Who among you wishes to challenge Chen? Step forward. I am willing to face Chen. I also wish to battle Chen. Count me in. In an instant, several individuals stepped forward. Among them, Chen recognized 3, Smoker, Barton, and Ein. When did I become so popular? Chen's expression momentarily faltered. Concurrently, a task notification from the system appeared. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering the task. Defeat all challengers or compel all challengers to forfeit. System rewards 2 energy points and an increase of 1 in fruit development skill level. Zephyr chuckled, saying, All right, Chen, it's your turn to choose your opponent. Though you've just returned, you must quickly adapt to our training pace. Teacher, you truly bestow upon me special consideration. How could Chen be oblivious to Zephy's intentions? He seeks not only to test his own capabilities, but also to challenge this batch of students. Yet, I must say, Zephy is indeed an exceptional teacher. Hurry up, do not dawdle, Zephy urged. All right, Chen nodded, turning his gaze towards the 5 individuals who had stepped forward. All 5 possessed B-level strength. Some stronger and some weaker, with the troublesome power of Ein's devil fruit among them. The retraction fruit, the strongest, was Smoker, rated B. After a moment of silence, he stated solemnly, You 5 should attack together. What? Could he possibly be foolish? Chen, you cannot be serious. We are 5, and you alone think you can take us all on. I advise you to reconsider. With that statement, the crowd was taken aback. No mistake, you should all attack together. Chen nodded affirmatively. Despite this, Smoker and the others exchanged glances, still hesitating to make a move, until Zephy prompted them. What are you all waiting for? Did you not hear Chen say to attack together? Do you really think 5 of you can defeat him? This remark ignited the fighting spirit within Smoker and the others, and they charged towards Luffy. Go. Fine, I refuse to believe that 5 of us cannot overpower him. Ein, we will create an opportunity for you. You go and confront Chen. Okay. In an instant, Smoker and his 4 companions agreed upon their battle strategy. Utilizing the Marine 6 styles, Soru, to swiftly advance towards Chen. Want to approach? Not a chance. Chen discerned their intentions and drew his long sword, Maple Leaf. Armament Haki instantly enveloped his right hand, which gleamed with a metallic luster as he swung the sword in rapid succession. Within a remarkably short span, he unleashed 4 consecutive strikes, forming a character with 4 sword energies, 0.4 direction slash. The 4 sword energies created an enclosed area. Anything within its grasp would be shredded by the razor-sharp energies. Be careful. Smoker frowned, loudly warning. Upon witnessing this, the 5 hurriedly employed their abilities to defend. The speed of the sword energies was far too swift, even surpassing their use of Soru, rendering evasion impossible. Smoker utilized his smoke fruit to envelop his body in mist, evading the sword energies' assault. The other 4 attempted to use Haki to block the sword energies. However, today's Chen was not the same Chen from 2 years ago. The piercing sword energies, with their tremendous impact, sent the remaining 4 hurtling backward, crashing against the training grounds wall before finally coming to a halt. Boom! With a resounding crash, a large hole was smashed into the training grounds wall. Dust and debris swirled, obscuring Ein and the others from view. Smoker's expression faltered as he turned to Chen. Astonished by the strength of his swordsmanship, you all have grown stronger as well. Otherwise, you would not have endured that strike. Chen remarked earnestly. That previous strike was executed without using Haki externally. Otherwise, Smoker would also have been injured. Now, let me see just how strong you have become. Yet, Smoker remained unyielding, most of his body transforming into smoke, leaving only his head visible, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. White Fist. As his right fist hardened with armament haki, he transformed his right wrist into mist, rapidly lunging at Lu Chen using the powers of smoke. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed. Haki infused into maple leaf transformed it into a black blade. Wrapping around the sword's body, red arcs of electricity flickered as he raised his hand, unleashing a cutting strike. The sword radiated brilliance. Haki was unleashed. The Haki-infused red sword energy slashed towards Smoker's iron fist. Sizzle! At the moment of collision, immense energy erupted, sweeping outward in all directions. However, Lu Chen proved to be the superior force, forcing Smoker to retreat repeatedly. Mystification. Smoker's mouth twitched as he once again utilized his ability to mystify his fist, hoping to evade Lu Chen's sword energies. Yet, he remained unaware of the unusual properties of the sword energies. Instantly, while the sword energy passed through his arm, he felt a piercing pain. His right hand had to revert from mystification, revealing its physical form that a massive wound appeared on his arm, blood oozing ceaselessly from the gash. Upon realizing this, Smoker was compelled to mystify his arm once more to alleviate the injury. You 5 should refrain from using your devil fruit abilities in front of Lu Chen. He has already mastered Haki's external application. ZFA cautioned that as those words fell, Smoker's countenance shifted in shock, realizing, I never thought he had learned to apply Haki externally when none of us have. They have yet to master Haki's wrapping, let alone its external application. Meanwhile, Ein and the others had recovered and stood beside Smoker. We must attack together. Otherwise, we truly cannot defeat him. All right, we will take the lead. And Ein will provide support. Prepare to utilize your abilities against him. With that, the 5 of them launched into action once more. White Fist, Marine 6 Styles, Gale Foot, observing the attacks unleashed by his opponents. Lu Chen's eyes flickered as if he could perceive their trajectories. Lightly stepping on the ground, he did not even employ Sorrow, merely using Kinbunchika Haki to evade all 5 of their assaults. However, having failed to land a hit, Smoker and his group pressed on, continuously unleashing their attacks, forcing Lu Chen to retreat repeatedly. It appeared as though he was struggling to cope. Yet, his face remained calm and unperturbed. Suddenly, a blue figure appeared behind Lu Chen. It was Ein, who had attempted a sneak attack, while Smoker's 4 were occupied, reaching out with her slender right hand toward Lu Chen's shoulder. Retreat! Just as her fingers were about to make contact, Lu Chen suddenly vanished, reappearing behind Ein with a light chuckle. I was waiting for you. Dual sword style, tornado. Unbeknownst to Win, 2 blades had appeared in his hands, and as his body twirled, waves of sword energy were unleashed. The sword energies formed a powerful tornado, sweeping towards Ein and her companions. Don't know. Ein's face paled as she hurriedly activated Armament Haki to defend. The others quickly employed Armament Haki, hardening their bodies to withstand the onslaught. But they were all caught up in the forceful tornado. As the tornado carried them dozens of meters away, they plummeted from the sky. This moment, Ein and her companions were covered in wounds from the sword energies, appearing utterly disheveled. Nevertheless, they struggled to rise, still yearning to continue the fight. Just then, ZFA slowly rose, stating coolly, Surrender. Lu Chen has not even exerted his full strength. As those words echoed, Smoker and the others helplessly shook their heads, a pang of heartache washing over them. The damage was minimal, but the humiliation was profound. 5 of them had failed to even force Lu Chen to reveal his full capabilities at that moment. A system prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. System reward. Energy points 2, Fruit Development Skill Level 1. ZFA approached Lu Chen, asking, Since you have not used your full strength, how about a match with me? Upon hearing this, everyone present became intrigued at a competition between the teacher and Lu Chen. It goes without saying that teacher ZFA is undoubtedly stronger. Perhaps we will finally witness Lu Chen's true strength. Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback, not expecting ZFA to say such a thing. Moreover, the system had issued a task. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the task. Gain ZFA's acknowledgement. System reward. Energy points 5, Sword Skill 1, Body Skill 1. Just as he was about to respond, a familiar voice suddenly rang out to ZFA. My grandson does not need you to teach him a lesson. Let me test this lad's strength today. Garp stormed onto the training ground in a fit of rage. Grandpa, Vice Admiral Garp. Instantly, all attention was drawn towards them. Ding! Task alteration. Battle with Garp. Endure for 5 minutes or gain Garp's acknowledgement. System reward. Energy points 5, Sword Skill 1, Body Skill 1. ZFA glanced at Lu Chen, offering him a look of self-preservation, stating calmly, "Do as you wish." Lu Chen, step forward. You brat have returned without even informing me. Kapu growled lowly. He was aware of Lu Chen's return, informed by Zedada. Grandpa, I was just worried about disturbing you, Lu Chen explained. However, Kapu was not one to listen to explanations. He urged, stop dawdling, step forward. And let us spar, so I can assess your strength. All right, Lu Chen had no choice but to step out, grinning as he said, Grandpa, take it easy. My strength may not be that formidable yet. Enough with the nonsense. With that, Kapu's fist was already hardened with Busashoko Haki in an instant. His figure vanished, leaving only an afterimage in place. Navy 6 style. Soru. Suddenly, Lu Chen felt a chill and swiftly utilized Soru to retreat. Yet, Kapu's silhouette had already appeared before him, delivering a powerful blow aimed at him. Oh no. Lu Chen's expression changed slightly as he crossed his sword in front of his chest. Boom. However, Kapu's iron fist packed a punch akin to a meteorite. The tremendous force sending Lu Chen hurtling away, crashing heavily against the high wall of the training ground. Bang! Stones flew, and dust rose. Moments later, a human-shaped indentation appeared on the stone wall. The shape of the indentation mirrored that of the person who created it. Lu Chen was sent flying far away and slowly rose from the rubble, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Grandpa, it was just a friendly match. Did you have to use so much force? Humph! Hurry and come over. Kapu dismissed his concerns with a glare. Grandpa, since you're going all out, I must show a bit of my true ability. With that, a surge of overwhelming sword intent erupted from Lu Chen. As if he were about to pierce the heavens, his sharp, piercing eyes resembled the edge of a sword. The A-rank sword intent was unmistakable, and the trainees present all felt that terrifying aura. How powerful! That was indeed not Lu Chen's full strength. In less than 2 years, he has cultivated to such a level. Truly remarkable. Kapu's eyes were filled with satisfaction, yet his words remained teasing. You little brat. Showing off in front of me. Grandpa, this isn't showing off. It's you who challenged me. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Lu Chen raised his right hand, wielding the long sword, Heijian, in a circular motion before him. As he swung the long sword, countless sword energies coalesced around him, gradually forming wave upon wave of crimson sword energy. The sword energies were diminutive in size, yet they were numerous, like petals of a flower. Countless petals swirled around with the sword, rapidly increasing in number. 10, 20, 40, 80, 160. That as the count approached thousands, Lu Chen suddenly halted his movements, slashing toward Kapu, executing the technique. One sword style. Heavenly Maiden's blossoms, in an instant. A multitude of beautiful petals transformed into piercing sword energies, akin to a celestial maiden scattering flowers from the heavens, all shooting toward Kapu. Meteor fist. Kapu wore a broad smile, showing no fear that he tore off his cape and charged forward, continuously swinging his iron fists. Within a short span, he unleashed hundreds of punches. As if a multitude of fists were striking in unison, he nearly intercepted all the sword energies Lu Chen released. Nevertheless, a few sword energies still grazed Kapu's body, one even slicing across his cheek, leaving a small, bleeding wound. However, the injury was minor, akin to a mere scratch from a blade. Yet, the ground behind Kapu was utterly ravaged by Lu Chen's sword energies. Reduced to ruins. Moments later, Kapu nodded with satisfaction, acknowledging Lu Chen's apparent increase in strength. That you're too kind, Grandpa. Lu Chen shook his head, smiling as he replied, what I have is nothing, not even a tenth of your strength. Forget it. I'm too lazy to continue. I'm going back to sleep. With that, Kapu turned to leave, a knowing smile lingering on his lips. Little did he expect that in just 2 years, Lu Chen's strength had grown so formidable. In a few more years, he would likely become even stronger. At that point, he would feel at ease. Goodbye, Grandpa. Lu Chen waved. Fortunately, Kapu had given up. Otherwise, after 5 minutes of insistence, he would have undoubtedly been left battered and bruised. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. System rewards. 5 energy points, 1 sword skill, 1 physical skill. At that moment, Zifa suddenly spoke. Lu Chen, you caused the damage to the training camp's wall. Fix it up before returning to training. Yes, teacher. Lu Chen replied. Wasn't this an obvious opportunity for him to rest? Kapu's punch earlier had been quite heavy. Merely repairing the wall would be a piece of cake. Of course, throughout the battle, Chen had refrained from utilizing his fruit powers, as he had his own plans. In the evening, Chen learned from Zifa about the requirements for graduating from the advanced training camp, specifically the pirate he needed to eliminate, Demon Diaz, with a bounty of 60 million berries. Moreover, he triggered 2 new tasks. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the task. Eliminate Diaz. System rewards 5 energy points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the task. Rescue the crew of the training ship, led by Zifa. System rewards 20 energy points, 1 supreme great sword. Zifa had been attacked by Edward Weevil, the man who referred to himself as Whitebeard II. He appeared somewhat foolish, possibly a simpleton. Most likely, he was merely following his mother's commands. Since Edward Weevil could severely injure Zifa's right arm, he was undoubtedly powerful, at least of S-rank strength. Now, Chen was only at A rank. Dealing with him would certainly be somewhat tricky. In the following days, aside from training at the camp, Chen would occasionally visit Sabaody Archipelago. His main purpose was to inquire with Aunt Xia about information regarding the Demon Diaz. To graduate swiftly, he needed to eliminate Diaz as soon as possible. Who would have thought that Aunt Xia would demand a hefty fee from him? 1 million berries? It was nothing short of robbery. Ultimately, Chen had to abandon the idea. After all, the Navy would provide some information, albeit not as comprehensive as Aunt Xia's. From the intelligence provided by the Navy, it was evident that Diaz was a subordinate of the warlord Don Quixote da Flamingo. He often engaged in slave trading, hence attracting the Navy's bounty. Being Da Flamingo's subordinate also meant that very few within the Navy dared to provoke him. However, why was this assassination target assigned to him? It was clearly an attempt to make him offend Da Flamingo. Did the higher-ups feel that Da Flamingo was becoming too arrogant and wanted Chen to teach him a lesson? Most likely, that was the case. A few days later, Chen received intelligence from the Navy that Diaz was about to arrive at Sabaody Archipelago to engage in slave trading. It presented a prime opportunity to eliminate him. A few days later, in the waters near Sabaody Archipelago, a man clad in a Navy lieutenant's cloak, emblazoned with the word justice, lay leisurely in a small boat, casually chewing on a blade of dogtail grass. This man was none other than Chen. He was here, of course, to await Diaz and his pirate crew. Before long, a black pirate ship appeared on the horizon. The ship was entirely black, and its pirate flag featured a black demon, the emblem of Diaz and his demon pirates. That's them. Chen slowly rose, fixing his gaze on the distant pirate ship. Chuckling softly, he then steered his small boat closer to the demon pirates. A few minutes later, the crew aboard the pirate ship spotted Chen and quickly reported to Diaz. "Captain, there's a Navy ensign ahead." "Navy? Why is the Navy out here trying to stop us?" Diaz furrowed his brow, looking ahead but seeing nothing. "Navy? Where's the Navy? I don't even see a ship. Are you trying to fool me?" "Captain, there's only one Navy. Over there, you can see for yourself with the telescope." One of the pirate crew pointed in Chen's direction. Diaz followed the direction he pointed, finally spotting Chen in the small boat. Bursting into laughter. Just one Navy. Do you really think it's necessary to inform me about that?" The crew member hesitated, feeling that there was some truth in the captain's words, not to mention that they were subordinates of the 7 warlords. What could the Navy really do to them? Just then, a terrifying aura descended. Demonic flame slash. Diaz looked up and beheld a dreadful black sword energy, cleaving down like a devil engulfed in black flames. What? Diaz's expression shifted slightly as he quickly dodged to the side. By the time the other pirates realized, the black sword energy was already looming above them. They could only feel the immense pressure and searing heat descending from above. Boom! The demonic flame slash struck, splitting the ship that Diaz was aboard in two with a mighty crash, fragments of the vessel gradually falling from the sky. Wails of despair echoed all around. Some were torn to shreds by the rampaging sword energy, others sank into the sea, while some were gravely injured and unconscious. The number of survivors was exceedingly few. Of course, Chen also caught sight of the slaves within the ship, most of whom were fishmen, each possessing an odd appearance, with scarcely any that were appealing. Next, Chen scanned his surroundings, searching for Diaz. His objective was to eliminate Diaz. Suddenly, a pirate charged at him from the side, brandishing a long knife. "I'll kill you." Without even glancing at him, Chen merely moved his hand holding the long sword. The swordlight swept across the pirate's neck. In an instant, the pirate froze in place. A torrent of blood gushing from his neck. Within moments, he breathed his last. The other surviving pirates, witnessing this, were so terrified that they hastily hid behind the wreckage of the ship, too afraid to act recklessly. Such a level of strength belonged only to their captain, who might be capable of handling it. Chen rummaged through the debris for some time, yet he still could not find Diaz. He had no choice but to confront a crew member, demanding, "Where is your captain, Diaz?" "Over there. I think I just saw him," the crew member stammered, pointing to the left side of the wreckage. He had just witnessed someone being instantaneously killed and dared not to withhold information. Hearing this, Chen headed in the direction indicated by the crew member and indeed saw a disheveled Diaz. He was quite unattractive, sporting a large, messy hairstyle that resembled a middle parting. Character: Diaz position: Captain of the Demon Man pirate crew level. B skills: Armament Haki, very happy face. Fruit development: B. Bounty: 60 million berries. How weak is his bounty so high merely because he is a subordinate of Doflamingo? At this moment, Diaz also noticed Chen, gripping a slender sword as he barked. "Navy, who are you? Why are you attacking our ship? We are subordinates of the 7 warlords. Don Quixote Doflamingo, you talk too much. Perhaps you should die first." Chen's gaze turned cold as he reached for his sword at his waist. Seeing this, Diaz quickly seized a nearby fishman, placing the sword against its neck, threatening, "Navy, if you make another move, I will kill him. What do I care? I am here to kill you. Their lives are of no concern to me." Chen replied indifferently. If he were truly concerned about the slaves' fates, would he have unleashed such a devastating attack, cleaving Diaz's ship in 2 moments ago? Diaz found himself momentarily speechless in that instant. Chen raised his hand, drawing 2 long swords, unleashing 2 streams of sword energy. 1 red, 1 black. They flew swiftly toward Diaz. "What?" Diaz's face changed as he waved his hand, releasing 2 clouds of black mist. He had never encountered a Navy officer indifferent to civilian lives. The 2 clouds of black mist gradually expanded, twisting and contorting until they morphed into 2 entities resembling Diaz, wielding long swords identical to his, effectively blocking Chen's sword energy. Interesting, Chen smiled. He understood that Diaz had consumed a devil fruit, yet he was unaware of its capabilities. According to the narrative, Diaz was also destined to be sold to the celestial dragons. Because he wore a sea prism stone around his neck and attempted to escape, he was ultimately slain by the celestial dragons. The black mist seemed capable of materializing into entities with power akin to Diaz, though overall, their strength should be somewhat inferior. "Navy, if you seek to kill me, do not blame me for being impolite," Diaz roared, continuously swinging his arms, releasing countless orbs of black substance. These black entities expanded and distorted, ultimately transforming into numerous black monsters resembling him. For now, let us call them demon men. Dozens of demon men encircled Chen, launching a collective assault. These demon men acted like thoughtless beasts, mindlessly swinging their weapons. Each possessed roughly B-level strength. Despite their numbers, they held little other advantage. Chen could easily slay several of the demon men, but alas, Diaz continued to create more. Moreover, it seemed that Diaz had not developed any other abilities with this fruit. In a dual-wielding stance, Chen prepared to unleash his sword technique. Suddenly, a faint sense of danger surged through his observation haki, prompting him to swiftly activate his armament haki, enveloping his entire body. Concurrently, the approaching demon men began to violently convulse, resembling balloons on the verge of exploding. "Demonic exploding men," Diaz bellowed. Countless demon men detonated around Chen, one after another. In relentless succession, the thunderous sounds of explosions echoed, sending shockwaves outward, further destroying the remnants of the ship. Countless splinters of wood soared with the currents, only to fall again from the sky. The area where Chen stood was instantly cleared of debris, creating a void several hundred meters wide. "Ha ha ha. A mere brat dares to come alone to kill me. He truly seeks death." Diaz laughed heartily. Such a violent explosion would be lethal even to a Navy colonel, let alone a fledgling ensign. However, as he gazed at the aftermath of the explosion, a feeling of unease crept over him. Why would the Navy target him? Could someone have leaked his course to them? There was certainly something amiss. Yet, in the next moment, Diaz stood frozen, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. You're not dead." He had not expected Chen's devil fruit ability to be so fascinating. Lu Chun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Had it not been for his armament Haki absorbing some of the damage, he might have been caught off guard. Indeed, he had let his guard down. Feigning cowardice earlier, it turned out he had been biding his time. Humph, now that he had survived, he was about to meet his end. Dias gritted his teeth, a glint of malice flashing across his face. With that, he unleashed a massive amount of black mist-like substance, larger than before. The black matter expanded, towering over 20 meters high, resembling a giant. Subsequently, Dias's body melded into the black substance, which flowed like a viscous black liquid. Suddenly, the black giant's eyes glimmered as it raised a sword, cleaving downwards. Navy 6 styles, shave. However, the speed was relatively slowed. Lu Chen deftly sidestepped, easily evading Dias's attack, and stood at a distance, observing the black giant before him. The force of that previous strike was formidable, cleaving the sea in two and creating towering waves. Yet, the black giant's speed appeared significantly diminished. Moreover, with Dias controlling it, it seemed to have gained a semblance of consciousness. "Don't dodge, brat." The black giant's voice echoed Dias's words. The Lu Chen touched his nose, chuckling softly. "Since you say so, it's time for me to show some strength." Originally, he intended to wield the powers of the lightning fruit. But he suddenly recalled that numerous others were present in the vicinity. Though arcs of electricity had already manifested in his right hand, he chose to retract them, with the two formidable blades, Maple Leaf and Black Blade. In his grasp, Lu Chun concentrated his domineering aura upon them, intertwining it with a fierce intensity. The red aura coiled around the swords, crackling like the sound of red lightning. Lu Chun emanated a powerful sword intent. His gaze turned icy as he crossed his dual blades, striking at the massive black entity controlled by Dias. Dual blade style, Demon Slash, with both hands. He swung the long swords simultaneously. Two terrifying arcs of crimson sword energy cleaved through the air, forming an X-shaped slash. Behind the fierce sword energy, the red aura coalesced into a fearsome red demon. Adorned with crimson wings and black horns, its grotesque visage extending sharp claws towards Dias. "You brat, seeking death," Dias bellowed, swinging his colossal black sword towards the red demon in a vertical strike. However, the black giant's sword was severed as easily as slicing vegetables before the demon's slash. "What?" Dias's countenance shifted dramatically, attempting to evade. It was already too late. The sword light struck the chest of the black giant, penetrating its body and cleaving it into 4 neat segments, which slowly began to slide down. "Ah!" A scream echoed from within the black giant's body. The anguished voice of Dias, the shadowy figure, darted out from within, seeking to flee. Thinking of escaping? Not a chance. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed, having already anticipated his movements. He began to dance across the surface of the sea like a dragonfly touching water. In mere moments, he closed the distance to Dias. Raising his hand, he executed a slash. The sword light swept past Dias's head. Severed head, blood sprayed forth. The system notification chimed in tandem. "Ding! Congratulations, host. Task completed. System reward. 5 energy points." By now, Lu Chun had developed a habit of decapitating his foes. After all, evildoers often perished from their excessive chatter. He had no desire to engage in lengthy dialogues, nor did he consider himself a virtuous person. Having dealt with Dias, Lu Chun held up the severed head and returned to the Navy headquarters. At the Navy headquarters, as Lu Chun entered the training camp base with the head of Dias in hand, he inevitably drew the attention of others. Is that the head of Dias, the pirate with a bounty of 60 million berries? They marveled, astonished by Lu Chen's ability to slay him, concluding that he had effectively graduated from Admiral Zifa's elite training camp. His rank would surely be elevated following this feat. The other naval officers exchanged words, their eyes filled with envy. In this training camp, Lu Chen shone like the sun at midday, overshadowing all other talents. His aptitude and strength were exceptional. Subsequently, Lu Chun entered Zifa's office and presented Dias's head. "Teacher, may I graduate now?" Zifa glanced over, not appearing particularly surprised. "You could have graduated long ago. Considering your merits, you should be promoted to lieutenant this time." "Thank you, teacher," Lu Chun replied with a smile. "For what?" "My assistance has been minimal. In a few days, I will be taking them out for practical training," Zifa stated. Upon hearing this, Lu Chun recalled the incident of the training ship being attacked and furrowed his brow. "Teacher, may I accompany you this time?" "Yes, but if you encounter pirates, Do your best to refrain from intervening. Allow them to experience some hardship. Understood, teacher, Lu Chun responded before exiting the office, lost in thought as he walked. In a few days, they would set out, and it was likely they would soon face the assault of the second Whitebeard. Given his ability to sever Zifa's arm, his strength must be formidable. Lu Chun pondered whether he could contend with Whitebeard too, Edward Weevil. Moreover, how could such a powerful Zifa be defeated in such a manner? Was he simply aging? That seemed unlikely. According to the plot of the film, it was stated that he was attacked by a devil fruit user, which led to the installation of specialized weaponry to counteract such abilities. Could it be that Weevil himself was a devil fruit user? Or perhaps he was accompanied by another. Regardless, when the day arrived, all would be revealed. After departing from the Navy headquarters, Lu Chun made his way to Sabaody Archipelago, visiting Shaki's bar for a drink. Lu Chun, impressive. You've taken down Diaz, Shaki remarked as she handed him a cup of coffee. Your news travels fast, Lu Chun replied, unfazed by Shaki's awareness of the event, though he couldn't fathom how she had learned of it. Considering how few knew. Hee, Shaki smiled, her expression suddenly becoming serious as she cautioned, by killing Diaz, you've thoroughly offended Don Quixote da Flamingo. He may seek retribution. Let him come. I await him, Lu Chun stated, blowing on the coffee in his cup. Unperturbed. You know, it's fortunate you are Garp's grandson. Remaining at the Navy headquarters is quite safe for you. Furthermore, your recent kill of Diaz will certainly have the Navy backing you. Shaki shook her head, brushing off the ash from her cigarette. Your insight is remarkable, Aunt Shaki. Lu Chun grinned as he finished speaking. Rayleigh suddenly entered, tossing a pink envelope at Lu Chun. Here, kid, a letter from Hancock. Oh, thanks, Uncle Rayleigh, Lu Chun said. Catching the envelope between his fingers, he was surprised that Hancock had thought to write to him. Upon opening the envelope, he found a recent photograph of Hancock and address, accompanied by a letter. The letter read, Brother Lu Chun, it's been years. How have you been? I've grown up now. This is what I currently look like. You must remember me. You promised to come see me. When will you come? I will be waiting for you on Amazon Lily. Suddenly, Shaki appeared behind Lu Chun, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she teased. Wow. Women change dramatically. Hancock is growing more beautiful. Aunt Shaki, it's rather inappropriate to peek at someone else's letter. Lu Chun replied with a resigned expression that I didn't see anything. I only glanced at the photo. Shaki waved her hand dismissively. Hee. Lu Chun chuckled wryly. After spending some time in the bar, he made his way back to the Navy headquarters alone. Shaki, his strength has improved significantly, and he carries an air of familiarity. Rayleigh murmured as he observed Lu Chun's retreating figure. That feeling was unmistakably familiar, yet he couldn't recall why he had heard that Lu Chun had been training diligently outside for the past 2 years. Personally sent by Garp, and few knew where he had gone. Shaki nodded slightly. You don't even know? It appeared that the man in question was not simpled at the Navy headquarters that evening. Lu Chun received notification from above along with a new naval cloak, confirming his promotion to lieutenant. Tomorrow, he would be assigned a private office. With his rank elevated to lieutenant, he would now be subject to the orders of the fleet admiral after leaving the training camp. He wondered whether he would be assigned to a specific location or remain at the Navy headquarters. Regardless, he would wait for the notification. Days later, at the Navy headquarters dock, Lu Chun boarded Zifa's training ship to set sail. Patrolling the waters near the Navy headquarters and engaging the approaching pirates. The Navy headquarters, located on the Red Line, was the sole entry point to the New World. Thus, pirates seeking access to the New World would invariably head here. Once aboard, Lu Chun stood alone at the bow of the ship, sword in hand, gazing intently into the distance, lost in contemplation. Lu Chun, have you decided your path? Suddenly, Zifa approached him. Teacher? Not yet. Lu Chun shook his head. You'll likely remain at the Navy headquarters. Garp won't let you venture out easily. Moreover, your strength has already come to the attention of higher authorities. With diligent effort, achieving the rank of admiral is not impossible. Zifa spoke earnestly. In truth, gazing at Lu Chun felt akin to observing his own child. Had his offspring not perished, he would have been only slightly older than Lu Chun. All the trainees appeared as his own children. Remaining at the naval headquarters was undoubtedly advantageous, for it would allow him to see his mentor daily. Lu Chun remarked with a smile. You rascal, Zifa replied, his face beaming with joy in the ensuing days. The training vessel sailed steadily across the sea, drawing ever further from the naval headquarters. One afternoon, as dusk approached, the sky darkened with thick clouds, heralding a potential downpour. "Everyone, into the cabin," Zifa commanded. "Yes, sir." Most of the crew rushed inside, leaving only a handful to steer the vessel. Chen, sensing that something was amiss, chose to remain on deck. Moments later, Barton emerged, frowning as he inquired, "Chen, aren't you coming in? It's about to rain." He had not seen Chen enter, hence his search. "It's fine. You go ahead," Chen replied. "All right, but make sure to come in soon. Today's rain might be heavy." With that, Barton retreated indoors. That moment, a ship, entirely white, came into Chen's view. The bow sported two upward curving white projections, resembling a pair of large mustaches. Standing atop the vessel was a robust, portly man with a crescent-shaped white mustache. Edward Weevil. Chen's eyes flickered with recognition, and he swiftly turned to Barton, saying, "Go fetch the teacher and inform him that enemies are approaching." "Ah, understood." Barton was momentarily taken aback, but promptly headed back to the cabin. Meanwhile, Chen remained on the deck, fixated on the towering figure of Weevil. Suddenly, he noticed a short, blonde-haired woman beside him, none other than Weevil's mother. Miss Bakken. She was quite unattractive and remarkably short. How could she possibly be married to Whitebeard? Character: Edward Weevil. Position: none level. S. Skills: Armament Haki, S. Observation Haki, S. Swordsmanship, S. Bounty: 210 million berries. As Chen scrutinized the system interface regarding Bakken, realization dawned upon him. So it's her. How did I not consider this? Character: Miss Bakken. Position: none level. F. Skills: Devil Fruit Development. A. Bounty: 1 million berries. It turned out that the one possessing the devil fruit was Bakken, not Weevil. Although her strength was lacking, her skill in fruit development had reached A grade, yet the nature of this fruit's ability remained unknown. However, it was surely not offensive but rather supportive, granting Weevil the capability to sever Zifa's hand. If only the system could detect it. Must it upgrade once more? The first system upgrade required 1 point of capability, while subsequent upgrades demanded 10 points of energy. As Chen pondered, Zifa emerged from the cabin, calling out, "Chen, where are the enemies?" "Weevil and his mother." Chen responded gravely, his gaze fixed upon the pirate ship before him. Following his line of sight, Zifa recognized them immediately. Those were the recent supernovas. Without hesitation, he commanded the crew, "Quick, inform all trainees to prepare for battle. The others should take shelter in the cabin." "Yes, Admiral Zifa." The naval personnel promptly descended to relay the message. The training ship was primarily crewed by ordinary sailors, while the more formidable individuals were the elite training camp trainees. Meanwhile, on the opposing vessel, Weevil and Bakken conferred about the naval ship ahead. "Mother, that looks like a Navy ship." "Indeed, it's a naval training ship." "Son, go and eliminate everyone aboard. This way, your bounty will increase again." "Ha ha ha." "Okay, Mother." Weevil brandished a nearby long-handled sword, coating his hands with armament Haki, and unleashed a slash toward the training ship. Whoosh! In an instant, a massive wave of white blade energy surged forth. The sea beneath the blade was cleaved, creating a path as if yielding to its might. "Seeking death," Zifa roared, his hands enveloped in hardened armament Haki. He leapt from the bow, delivering a powerful punch to directly counter Weevil's strike. Bang! The explosive force radiated outward, causing the naval training ship to slide back several dozen meters due to its proximity. Bakken adjusted her glasses, a thought striking her. She clapped Weevil on the arm and smiled. "Son, go and kill them." "All right, Mother." At her command, Weevil leapt from the ship, diving straight into the sea and sprinting across the surface toward the training vessel. "Kill! Kill!" The other pirates aboard erupted in excitement, charging toward the training ship recklessly as it drew near. Zifa stood resolutely at the bow, shouting, "All right, it's your turn now." "Yes, teacher," the trainees shouted in unison, seizing their weapons to confront the pirates. Chen, however, refrained from engaging, only prepared to strike when the pirates approached him. He remained an observer, analyzing the confrontation between Weevil and Zifa. Despite Weevil's stature and formidable strength, he was still at a disadvantage against Zifa. The relentless barrage of Zifa's fists landed upon Weevil's head, leaving him battered and bloodied. Each of Weevil's retaliatory strikes was effortlessly deflected by Zifa, failing to inflict significant damage. Chen's gaze shifted to Bakken, who remained hidden aboard the opposing pirate ship. He murmured, "What is her ability? Why hasn't she intervened? How can she empower Weevil to possess the strength to defeat Zifa? Perhaps it would be best to eliminate her directly." After a moment's silence, Chen drew his black blade and utilized the shave technique to navigate swiftly between the Navy and the pirates, stealthily approaching Bacon's position on the pirate ship. Yet, she seemed to sense something amiss and urged, "Son, quickly return to protect me." "Okay, mother." Without hesitation, Weevil abandoned his fight with Zifa, noticing Chen advancing toward Bacon, and swung his sword in a fierce arc. "What is going on?" she asked. "Just an old woman. Why would she sense me?" Chen thought, bewildered, as he turned to face the incoming blade, raising his sword to parry. Clang! The long sword clashed against Weevil's massive blade, producing a shower of sparks. However, the immense force sent Chen hurtling backward several meters before he regained his footing. At that moment, Zifa seized the opportunity presented by Weevil's distraction, delivering a decisive punch to Weevil's face. Bang! Weevil's facial muscles contorted, and he spat a mouthful of blood. Yet, he appeared unfazed, retaliating with another slash. Zifa dodged and glanced toward Chen's position, calling out, "Chen, are you all right?" "I'm fine, teacher, but be cautious. This fellow is no ordinary opponent," Chen warned gravely. "Good. You too, be wary. His recovery ability is formidable." With that, Zifa resumed his fierce engagement with Weevil. Upon hearing this, Chen finally took note of the wounds adorning Weevil's body. 3 horrifying gashes marred his left arm and head, suggesting he had endured severe injuries, possibly even losing limbs. If this were true, how could he have recovered? Nonetheless, it explained why he could contend with Zifa. No matter how powerful one might be, they could hardly overcome a monster that healed rapidly. It appeared that the decisive factor in this confrontation was still Bacon. "Ding. Would you like to consume 10 energy points to upgrade the system?" "Yes." Chen opted to upgrade the system. A chime resonated, indicating that the upgrade was in progress. "Success. The host is advised to take note of the changes." As the statement concluded, a torrent of information surged into Chen's mind. He now possessed comprehensive knowledge of all the new features post-upgrade, including the system's newfound ability to discern the powers of his adversaries. Moreover, he could utilize energy points to directly enhance his skills, with the magnitude of improvement correlating with the energy points expended. However, the crux of the matter lay in understanding Ba Jin's fruit abilities. When Chen cast his gaze upon Ba Jin once more, he noticed certain alterations on the system interface. Character: Mice Ba Jin position, none level, F fruit. Healing fruit skill, fruit development, A bounty, 1 million berries. Indeed, it was a fruit of healing. He never anticipated that the healing fruit could be so formidable, capable of reattaching even Weibel's severed arm. The scar on his head might very well be the result of a decapitation that left him daft. Chen's eyes turned icy as he fixated on Ba Jin. She must be eliminated to unravel Weibel's fruit abilities. Yet, should he venture to attack Ba Jin, Weibel would undoubtedly intervene recklessly. Simultaneously, Ba Jin seemed to sense Chen's murderous intent. Pointing at him, she bellowed, "Son, kill that brat." "Understood, mother." Weibel nodded, cleaving Zephyr in two with a single stroke before turning his aggression towards Chen. Chen, be careful." Observing this, Zephyr intended to assist, but Chen called out, "Teacher, there's no need for you to come to my aid. I will hold him off while you assist the others." Zephyr's expression momentarily faltered. He was initially perplexed by Chen's intent, but upon meeting his gaze, he comprehended the plan. Swiftly, he soared backwards to aid the students behind him. Upon returning to the training ship, he discovered that his students were no match for the pirates. They were being relentlessly repelled, with only a handful able to hold their ground. Furthermore, the pirates seemed fearlessly reckless, disregarding their injuries as they charged forward to slay. It's no wonder his students were overwhelmed. However, with his assistance, their burdens were alleviated significantly. On another front, Chen was embroiled in a fierce battle with Weibel. Their clash unleashed powerful energy waves, creating a massive depression in the surrounding sea. Yet, time and again, Chen found himself on the defensive. Relying solely on swordsmanship would not suffice to conquer Weibel. Yet Chen was reluctant to reveal his fruit abilities. After a moment of contemplation, he resolutely decided to utilize the opportunity to enhance his sword intent skill. "Ding, would you like to elevate the skill level of sword intent?" "Yes." "Ding, congratulations, the skill level of sword intent has been increased. Just as the system notification resonated, Weibel's massive blade hurtled towards Lu Chen with alarming speed. Die. Lu Chen's brow furrowed as he raised his sword in defense. The colossal blade descended upon him like a gigantic hand, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. Ding! The clash of blade against blade resonated. A tremendous force and energy radiated outward. The shockwave rendered Lu Chen's arm numb, forcing him to retreat several dozen meters before barely regaining his footing. Had he not upgraded his strength earlier, he would undoubtedly have been worn down by Weibel. Furthermore, he hoped Zephyr would soon discern the anomaly regarding Weibel and Bajin and eliminate her. His earlier hesitation to provide Zephyr with explicit instructions stemmed from the fear that Bajin would realize Lu Chen had uncovered her fruit abilities. Otherwise, she would surely flee. Now that he had encountered the mother and son duo, these two pirates would not escape Lu Chen's grasp. Once Lu Chen steadied himself, an aura of terrifying sword intent enveloped him. Saturating his very being, he emanated an aura akin to a razor-sharp blade, so keen that even the raindrops from above could not touch him. They were repelled before they could fall. This was S-class sword intent. Yet, Weibel remained oblivious to any changes, recklessly swinging his weapon at Lu Chen. Suddenly, Lu Chen soared into the air, one hand spinning his long sword, the black blade, as pink sword energy coalesced around him. The motion appeared slow, yet several black blades trailed his arm's movement, creating multiple phantoms. This resulted in an increasing number of sword energies swirling about, ultimately forming a rain of pink blades, reminiscent of a flurry of cherry blossom petals. One sword style. Heavenly Maiden scatter. Lu Chen's gaze sharpened as he pointed his long sword. The sword energy erupted forth, hurtling towards Weibel with the swiftness of a Heavenly Maiden shower. Get lost. Weibel roared, attempting to deflect the oncoming wave of sword energy with his large blade. Yet, the sword energies danced like petals, evading his attack effortlessly. Untouched by his weapon, the sword energies struck Weibel's body, appearing to glide past him gently, yet leaving behind grievous wounds that were difficult to heal. Each petal that passed would inevitably draw a trickle of blood. Ah, it hurts, mother. Even Weibel felt unbearable agony, akin to being gnawed by 1,000 ants. Son, hold on, you won't die. Hurry and kill that brat, Bajin urged him. Understood, mother. Weibel attempted to advance for an attack, but was thwarted by countless sword energies, rendering him unable to proceed. Once the sword energies were fully unleashed, Weibel's body was marred with scars, some of which were horrifying and grotesque. Moreover, the attacks imbued with sword intent continuously ravaged his flesh, impeding his recovery. Ah, I'll kill you. Weibel's eyes turned crimson, muscles bulging as he gripped his blade, charging once more at Lu Chen. The two clashed again. With the S-class sword intent, Lu Chen could momentarily match Weibel's ferocity. Neither able to gain the upper hand, the powerful energy waves continued to ripple from their battleground, deterring ordinary folk from approaching. Anyone who dared venture close would be swept away. However, if this stalemate persisted, Lu Chen would inevitably be the one to lose, for Weibel seemed to possess an inexhaustible capacity for recovery. Meanwhile, Zephyr had unexpectedly appeared on the pirate ship, positioning himself behind Bajin, delivering a heavy punch. Old hack. Go down. What? Bajin's expression shifted dramatically as she spun around. Before she could grasp the situation, a black fist struck her. Boom! In an instant, she was sent flying, crashing heavily into the sea. Son, save me. After flailing momentarily, her eyes rolled back, and she sank beneath the waves. Zephyr glanced back, muttering, as expected, she's a fruit user. He had sensed something amiss while dispatching the pirate crew. Their wounds healed remarkably fast. It could only be the work of a fruit user. Initially suspecting Weibel, he observed that Weibel had been engaged in combat with Lu Chen and had come into contact with plenty of seawater without any adverse effects. Thus, it could only be the old hag. In that moment, Zephyr finally comprehended Lu Chen's intent, stealthily moving behind Bajin. Mother, Weibel was struck with alarm, disregarding Lu Chen entirely as he rushed towards Bajin. Not a chance. A smirk crept onto Lu Chen's face as he raised his sword, crossing two blades, enveloping them in a fierce aura that entwined about their edges. An immeasurable sword intent coalesced. Two sword style. Demon slash. With a swift movement of his hands, two streams of sword energy surged forth. The crimson sword energy morphed into a red demon, extending its razor-sharp claws towards Weibel's back. Yet, Wielding seemed oblivious, solely focused on his mother. Get lost. Zephyr's gaze intensified as he materialized before Wielding. He unleashed a full-force punch to Wielding's face, forcing him back several steps. Simultaneously, the demon's slash descended. The blade struck Wielding's back, leaving behind 2 deep gashes, blood erupting forth and staining the vast expanse of sea crimson. The damage inflicted by this blow far exceeded all previous strikes. Without the support of Bajin's abilities, Wielding's defenses appeared to have weakened, and his mind seemed devoid of purpose. He had transformed into a veritable fool. Bang! Soon after, Wielding closed his eyes, unable to hold on any longer, and fell heavily into the sea, stirring up a massive wave. How formidable! Lu Chen's swordsmanship had grown increasingly powerful. It seemed even stronger than the last time. How had he trained? Did you not see? He merely swings his sword daily, simplicity at its finest. Do you understand? The other Navy personnel noticed Lu Chen's terrifying strike. After confirming Wielding's death, Zephyr approached Lu Chen with a smile, saying, "You must have realized long ago that Bajin was a devil fruit user, right?" "Yes," Lu Chen nodded, his gaze fixed on the notifications in the system interface. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. System rewards: 20 energy points, 1 Supreme Great Sword, 20 energy points, and an additional Supreme Great Sword. Lu Chen, are you all right? Zephyr patted Lu Chen's shoulder, frowning that he had spoken extensively moments ago. Yet Lu Chen seemed unresponsive. Teacher, what did you say? Lu Chen snapped out of his daze. It's good that you're fine. I was saying that your contribution to the defeat of Wielding deserves full credit. Teacher, that can't be right. It wasn't solely my achievement. What does it matter? I'm old now. Do you still expect me to rise to the rank of admiral? Haha. Then thank you, teacher. All right, your strength is sufficient to claim this merit. Zephyr nodded approvingly. Among all his disciples, Lu Chen ranked as one of his favorites. Subsequently, the Navy began to clear the battlefield, collecting the heads of the main pirates before returning to the naval headquarters. Time for some rest. Lu Chen, meanwhile, took the opportunity to relax in the cabin and retrieve the newly awarded Supreme Great Sword from his system backpack. The sword was entirely crimson, reminiscent of blood, and it bore its own name, War Heaven. Its blade appeared dull yet shimmered with a chilling aura, evoking a sense of intense heat. A splendid sword. Moreover, this battle had significantly enhanced Lu Chen's strength. Host: Lu Chen level. A position: Lieutenant Fruit. Thunder Fruit skills: Swordsmanship A. Sword Intent S. Physical Arts B. Fruit Development D. Conqueror's Haki A. Armament Haki A. Observation Haki A. Navy 6 Styles Shave A. Navy 6 Styles Storm Foot A. Navy 6 Styles Moonwalk A. Cooking B. Talent Simplification of Skills Energy 25 berries 118.90 million, especially the energy points. They can now be directly used to enhance skills, which is quite a remarkable new feature. A few days later, the training ship returned to the naval headquarters. The news of Lu Chen's defeat of Wielding and his mother had already spread, and everyone speculated whether it was indeed Lu Chen who had accomplished this feat. Though some doubted if Zephyr had done it, being an admiral, he would not speak falsely. Furthermore, with so many Navy personnel present, it was unlikely to be a fabrication. Thus, when Lu Chen disembarked from the training ship, he once again became the center of attention. It's Lieutenant Lu. Lieutenant, he'll surely be promoted to Rear Admiral this time. Indeed, who would have thought that he would become a Rear Admiral right after graduating from the elite training camp? He must be the first. Lu Chen naturally heard their discussions, but said nothing. Proceeding forward, suddenly, I leaned in and whispered, "Hey, Lu Chen, they're all talking about you." "Well, let them be. It's all good." Lu Chen smiled. Ein chuckled lightly and continued, "If you become a Rear Admiral, we might all be assigned under your command. Is that so?" Lu Chen inquired. "Yes. The Navy typically arranges most of the members from the same batch together to foster familiarity and ease of collaboration." Ein explained. "Oh, I see." Lu Chen nodded. He still had no idea whether he would remain at the naval headquarters or be assigned elsewhere. Just as he reached the office door, he spotted Garp waiting for him. "Grandpa, what brings you here?" "You little rascal, you've caused trouble again on this outing," Garp said, raising his hand to deliver a punch to Lu Chen's head, scolding him. Lu Chen covered his head, grimacing. "Grandpa, that hurts." "I am fine, aren't I?" "Humph." Wielding and his mother were no trifles. Do not act recklessly again, Garp cautioned. Yes, Grandpa, Lu Chen affirmed with a nod. Then Garp's expression turned serious as he handed Lu Chen a new naval cloak, which bore the notification of his promotion to Rear Admiral, but he was assigned back to the East Sea. I just can't fathom what those old geezers are thinking, sending you back to the East Sea. Even Sengoku agreed to this. As he spoke, he began to grumble. Grandpa, it's fine. Going back to the East Sea is all right. It's not like I can't travel wherever I want. Lu Chen chuckled. Garp understood immediately and warned. Just don't go stirring up trouble again. Or don't let me find out. Of course, what could I possibly do? Lu Chen replied earnestly. The implication of not letting Garp know meant not letting the world government and Navy be aware. Just between us, heaven knows, earth knows, you know, and I know. All right, prepare yourself. In a few days, you'll be heading to the East Sea. Don't forget to check on that kid Luffy. Understood, Grandpa. With that, Garp turned and left. Lu Chen returned to his office to review the system rewards he had just received. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. System rewards. 1 warship, 3 energy points, 1 sword technique, 1 physical technique. Having completed the task of achieving the rank of Rear Admiral, the system rewarded him with an iron warship, significantly larger than the Navy's vessels. Moreover, he could store the warship in his system backpack, making it incredibly convenient. Simultaneously, news of Lu Chen's impending appointment as Rear Admiral of the East Sea spread like wildfire across the globe. Dressrosa Palace that a man clad in a pink fur coat and wearing glasses stared at the photograph in the newspaper, suddenly breaking into a sinister grin. Hee hee, is it you who killed my subordinates? East Sea, Garp's grandson, New World, on a small island. Huh, that little brat Lu Chen has actually become a Rear Admiral. Shanks laughed heartily while holding a barrel of alcohol. Seated beside him, along with his crew, was a man with a large sword on his back, Hawkeye. This very newspaper was brought to him by Hawkeye. Hawkeye asked, is he the one you mentioned before? Yes, I told you that kid is formidable. Who knows, in a few years, he might even surpass you, Shanks teased. However, Hawkeye remained calm. His talent is indeed exceptional. After all, he is my disciple. Perhaps in a year, he will be able to compete with you in swordsmanship. Is that so? Just as Shanks finished speaking, he suddenly realized something was amiss and widened his eyes in inquiry. What? Lu Chen is your disciple. When did he become your disciple? 2 years ago. Garp had him train under me for swordsmanship, Hawkeye replied. Ha, you've certainly found a good disciple, Shanks said with a wry smile. Originally, he had hoped that Lu Chen would one day defeat Hawkeye, but unexpectedly, he became Hawkeye's disciple instead. A long-lost smile crept onto the corners of Hawkeye's lips. East Sea, Windmill Village. The villagers rejoiced upon hearing that Lu Chen had become a Rear Admiral and was returning to serve in the East Sea. A child waved the newspaper while running through the village, shouting, Brother Lu Chen has become a Rear Admiral and is coming back to the East Sea. In the tavern, Luffy, wearing a straw hat, stared blankly, realizing that his brother Lu Chen had become a Rear Admiral and was returning. That it seemed he needed to leave soon to avoid being caught by Lu Chen. Haha, Luffy, how could he have caught you? After all, he is your brother, Makino chuckled lightly. Perhaps, Lu Chen is certainly more formidable than I am now. Luffy picked his nose at ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, the surrounding people joined in laughter. Meanwhile, a woman clad in a black robe, standing by the window, gazed outside, a faint smile gracing her lips. Is he coming back? Daughter Island, Lu Chen is truly impressive. He has already become a Rear Admiral. Hancock clutched a newspaper featuring Lu Chen, her cheeks slightly flushed. Days later, Lu Chen embarked with a contingent from the Navy headquarters, destined for the East Blue. Among them were 2 familiar faces, Barton and Ein. Ein, a second lieutenant, served as Lu Chen's aide, while Barton held the rank of ensign. Both had somewhat benefited from Lu Chen's rise. The trio, cloaked in the Navy's justice capes, stood proudly at the bow of the ship, brimming with enthusiasm as they set sail for the East Blue. Ein was appointed as Lu Chen's aide, likely due to the awareness that Lu Chen lacked devil fruit powers, perhaps a deliberate arrangement. Moreover, Ein possessed rather extraordinary abilities. Together with Barton, it was likely that their extended time together had fostered this camaraderie. Rear Admiral Lu Chen, I can hardly believe I have truly become your subordinate. Ein smiled warmly. Indeed, both of us have benefited from your brilliance. Otherwise, we would not have ascended so swiftly. Barton concurred, Lu Chen replied. What is the big deal? We are all serving the world government. We are familiar enough that there is no need for excessive formality. I in private. Just call me Lu Chun. All right. At his words, Ein and Barton exchanged smiles. Simultaneously, atop the high walls of the Navy headquarters, Zephyr, Sengoku, Crane, and Garp stood together, gazing at the ship carrying Lu Chun as it gradually faded from view. The East Blue. One can only wonder what that young man will orchestrate upon his arrival. The mere thought gives me a headache. Sengoku furrowed his brow and shook his head. At this, Zephyr became displeased, retorting, "What do you mean? Lu Chun is my disciple. If he stirs up trouble, it will undoubtedly align with the Navy's intentions." "What's the hassle? You will understand in due time," Sengoku replied with a wry smile. Suddenly, Crane revealed a benevolent smile. "The East Blue is too small. It may not be sufficient for him to make a significant impact." Zephyr raised an eyebrow, perplexed. Unable to fathom why Sengoku and Crane expressed such sentiments, he did not perceive Lu Chun as a nuisance. Rather, he regarded him as a genius and felt quite satisfied. Suddenly, he noticed Garp beside him and inquired, "Garp, why are you silent? Isn't Lu Chun your grandson?" What are you talking about?" "I don't know," Garp replied, feigning innocence while picking his nose that he had heard everything but pretended otherwise. "It is utterly impossible for that lad to go to the East Blue without causing trouble." Upon witnessing this, Zephyr recognized Garp's act and chose not to press further. Over a month later, in the East Blue, at the Navy base, a Navy ensign stood at the entrance with all the base's personnel, every sailor standing rigidly, gazing forward. The atmosphere was tense and solemn. Nearby residents hurried past, not daring to linger. What could the Navy be up to? You don't know this. They are surely awaiting the arrival of the newly appointed Rear Admiral. I hear he is a remarkably young lad. Quite handsome. After a brief moment, a naval ship appeared on the horizon. The ensign promptly led the personnel towards the dock to welcome them. On board, I noticed the scene on the shore and chuckled. They are putting on quite the grand reception. Everyone has come to greet us. Well, primarily to welcome Lu Chun. Barton added, with a higher rank comes more trouble. Had I known, I wouldn't have dispatched so many pirates. Lu Chun sighed in resignation. The naval contingent they brought was not extensive, and with Lu Chun and the others, there were just over 50 personnel. Thus, the management of the East Blue Navy base would predominantly fall to the local forces. He pondered what they would be doing day in and day out. Barton and Ein exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of exasperation. They were struggling to achieve promotion, while Lu Chun seemed indifferent to it. Minutes later, the ship gradually approached the shore, and Lu Chun recognized the Navy captain waiting on the dock, identifiable by a distinctive metal piece on his chin. Was that not Monka, according to the usual narrative? Monka would ascend to the rank of Navy colonel and succumb to the hypnosis of the rock pirates, becoming brutal and arrogant. Yet, due to Lu Chun's actions against Rock, Monka remained a mere ensign. While Lu Chun had assumed command of the base, was this the cycle of karma? Upon spotting Lu Chun and his companions, Monka immediately approached with a beaming smile. "Rear Admiral Lu Chun, I am the ensign in charge of this Navy base." "My name is Monka. Let us go." Lu Chun nodded slightly, sensing that Monka seemed somewhat astute but not brutal, likely due to his not having been hypnotized. "This way, please." Monka gestured for Lu Chun to proceed. Arriving at the entrance of the Navy base, they were met with the sight of sailors standing in perfect formation, in unison. Every sailor shouted, "Rear Admiral Lu Chun." The deafening roar sent shivers down one's spine. Lu Chun suddenly felt an inexplicable aura, compelling him to stand tall as he stepped into the Navy base, surveying the personnel within. Their levels of capability varied, ranging from F to D rank. Upon reaching the platform at the front, Monka stepped forward, inviting everyone to welcome Rear Admiral Lu Chun as he addresses us. Clap, clap, clap. As soon as he finished, a thunderous applause erupted from the crowd. Lu Chun stepped forward, casting a serious glance over the sailors below, and solemnly proclaimed, "Everyone knows my name, so I shall not dwell on introductions. I am indeed the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp of the Navy headquarters. Many might believe my youth has afforded me this rank through connections, unworthy of the title of Rear Admiral. However, standing here is a testament to my strength, earned through the defeat of numerous pirates. As Navy officers, we must uphold the justice within our hearts, serve the people, protect the citizens, and eliminate pirates. Whether it be me or you, we should all take this as our solemn duty, at once." The crowd was stirred, their spirits ignited as they echoed his fervent call. Uphold justice! Uphold justice! Uphold justice! At that moment, both Ein and Barton regarded Lu Chun with a newfound admiration, as if they had never witnessed such a side of him before. Lu Chun nodded in satisfaction. All right, I will arrange for 6 months of intensive training. I hope the Navy at our East Blue base can swiftly enhance its strength and become the mightiest force among the 4 seas. Yes, Rear Admiral, the assembled sailors replied in unison. Disperse. Lu Chun waved his hand. Yes, Rear Admiral. Upon his command, the sailors departed in an orderly fashion. Monka then led Lu Chun and his companions to their respective offices. Lu Chun's office was the largest, situated in the center, while Barton and Ein's offices were slightly smaller, positioned on either side. However, he first summoned Ein and Barton to his office, along with Monka. Monka, once you return, please compile the jurisdiction of our East Blue Navy base and the frequently encountered pirates in the vicinity, and send it to me. Yes, Rear Admiral. Monka nodded in response. This young Rear Admiral seems poised to embark on significant endeavors. Lu Chun then turned to Ein and Barton, instructing, you two will oversee the 6-month Navy training, ensuring that the overall strength of our personnel is elevated. Yes, Rear Admiral. Ein and Barton replied in unison. All right, you may leave now. Yes, after everyone had departed, only Lu Chun remained in the office. He turned to gaze out the window, murmuring to himself, forget it, I can't be bothered to return to Donghide Up EY now. Luffy has probably set sail. It won't be long before he might arrive at this naval base. Of course, this is merely a possibility, as Monka has changed significantly. His son, naturally, wouldn't he dare to act arrogantly, lest he provoke Zoro. Ultimately, it all depends on the individuals involved. In the evening, Monka handed Lu Chun the documents pertaining to the East Seas jurisdiction and the pirates frequently encountered in the area. As Lu Chun perused the materials, the first name that caught his eye was Creek, though his image had faded to gray, slain by Lu Chun, leaving only 4 remaining. There were indeed numerous pirates in the East Sea, including some familiar faces like the Buggy Pirates and the Alvita Pirates. Unsurprisingly, several pirate crews had met their demise at Lu Chun's hands. After flipping through the documents for a while, Lu Chun removed his naval uniform and donned civilian attire. Preparing to take a stroll in the town at Shell's town, Lu Chun walked along the streets, observing the residents coming and going, and found the atmosphere quite pleasant. This suggested that Monka had not inflicted violence upon the townsfolk. Soon enough, he stumbled upon a restaurant and, upon entering, spotted a familiar figure. The striking green hair was particularly eye-catching, complemented by 3 swords sheathed at his waist, none other than Roronoa Zoro. Character: Roronoa Zoro. Position: Bounty Hunter. Rank: D. Skill: Swordsmanship. D. Bounty: none at this moment. The system's notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a mission. Defeat Zoro and make him target you as his goal. System reward: 5 energy points. This task, though seemingly simple, posed a considerable challenge. Could he simply approach and defeat him? That would be exceedingly dull, not to mention it wouldn't fulfill the latter part of the mission's requirements that a suitable opportunity must be found. Now that Zoro appeared in Shell's town while Luffy was absent, it indicated that Luffy would likely not show up here. Perhaps something was causing Zoro to deliberately avoid him. At this thought, a spark of inspiration ignited in Lu Chun's mind, and a knowing smile graced his lips. I've found a way. After finishing his meal at the restaurant, he departed. Just as he left, Zoro glanced at his retreating figure, furrowing his brow and muttering, "Who is that man? Why does he give me the same feeling as my master?" A few days later, the naval base's training officially commenced, led by Ein and Barton, who initiated relentless training for most of the Navy personnel. Previously, they had been the ones tormented by Zifa. Now, they finally had the chance to put others through their paces. And they executed their roles with a certain flair. The base's Navy personnel were being pushed to their limits. Lu Chun stood alongside Monka, observing this batch of Navy recruits. Monka, your Navy's physical conditioning is quite lacking. It seems they don't engage in sufficient training. You are correct. We have numerous responsibilities, which has led to a neglect of physical exercise. Monka quickly nodded in agreement. Haha. Lu Chun chuckled lightly. Saying no more. The Navy in other regions naturally did not possess the same level of physical prowess as those from the naval headquarters, as the latter were selected from various places. Suddenly, a man with yellow hair and a split chin entered Lu Chun's view, accompanied by another man with pink hair and glasses. It was none other than Burumub and Kobe. It was unexpected that they had joined the Navy. Though they hadn't had the chance to become disciples of Garp at that moment, the system's notification chimed again. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a phased mission. Mission 1. Become the mentor of Kobe and Burmup. System reward 5 energy points. After a brief contemplation, Chen pointed at Burmup and asked, Monka, I presume that yellow-haired lad is your son. Indeed, that is my son. From a young age, he has aspired to be a righteous Navy officer. Monka replied with a smile that, oh, he seems quite dedicated, as does that pink-haired fellow beside him. Both appear to possess some talent, Chen remarked earnestly. What he said was no mere flattery, as Burmup and Kobe were recognized by Garp. Having learned some of the Navy's 6 styles, they even awakened the observation haki later on. Their talent was undeniable. Upon hearing this, Monka's eyes sparkled with delight. Brigadier General, do you mean? Since we're here, we might as well teach them a thing or two, Chen suggested. With that, Monka immediately bowed in gratitude. Then I shall express my thanks to you on behalf of Burmup. Chen nodded slightly and departed from the training ground. In the evening, as the training concluded, most of the Navy personnel left the training grounds. However, 2 figures remained, engaged in weighted training around the track, Kobe and Burmup. They were not only training but also seemed to be in a friendly competition. At that moment, Chen had been observing everything from a nearby building, smiling faintly. Kobe's ambition truly remains to become a Navy officer. In the blink of an eye, Chen's figure suddenly appeared beside Kobe and Burmup. The sudden appearance startled both of them, causing them to tumble to the ground with a thud. They quickly got up, standing straight and saluting respectfully. Brigadier General, you two are still training, quite diligent. I wonder how strong you both are. Chen acknowledged with a slight nod. Brigadier General? Burmup and Kobe exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of his meaning. Chen smiled and continued. Come, spar with me for a couple of rounds. Instantly, Kobe and Burmup exchanged startled looks, then assumed their stances, launching an attack on Chen simultaneously. However, just as their fists were about to strike Chen, he executed the Navy's 6 styles. Chen merely stepped lightly on the ground and vanished from their sight, retreating several dozen meters in an instant. That was fast, Kobe exclaimed in astonishment. With a smile, Chen explained, this is Soru, one of the Navy's 6 styles, which allows for rapid movement by executing multiple high-speed footfalls in a moment, creating explosive reactive force for swift mobility. It may seem as though I disappeared in an instant. The Navy's 6 styles, so powerful. Brigadier General, what are the other 6 styles? Burmup and Kobe's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Chen, however, shook his head with a smile. Once you both master Soru, I will tell you the rest, and I hope you won't disappoint me. Yes, thank you, Brigadier General. Burmup and Kobe bowed once more. They were not foolish. They understood that the Brigadier General was teaching them the Navy's 6 styles that in the future, when there are no others around, feel free to call me teacher instead of Brigadier General, Chen instructed. Upon hearing this, Burmup and Kobe's faces lit up with joy, and they eagerly responded, yes, teacher. Having someone of Chen's caliber as a mentor was an immense stroke of luck. Chen nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave. Their talent was commendable. With a little guidance, they should be able to grasp served. If they couldn't manage that, then there was no need to pursue the others. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed phased mission 1. System reward 5 energy points. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered phased mission 2. Raise Kobe and Burmup's strength to D rank. System reward 10 energy points and 1 good quality sword. Phased missions were truly advantageous. One would lead to another. The subsequent training would likely depend on Kobe and Burmup's own efforts. For ordinary individuals, mastering Soru was no simple feat. Chen exited the training ground. He noticed I'm watching him from outside. Smiling as he said, are you still interested in teaching these 2 recruits? Bored? It's just too dull. Chen shook his head helplessly. It is truly boring. Haha. How about we go out tomorrow to clear out some nearby pirates? And suggested with a faint smile. In her eyes, Chen was not the type to linger in one place for long. Sounds good. We could also visit the famous seaside restaurant, Bartai. Alright. Thus, the 2 joyfully reached a decision. The next morning, Chen and left the EC Navy base together, leaving Barton alone at the base to conduct naval training. Inside the base, Barton was furiously reprimanding the naval cadets below. Hurry up. Haven't you eaten breakfast? Do you want me to send you off for a meal? Yes, instructor. The cadets replied in unison, wary of Barton's temper, especially today. Somewhere in the East Sea, Chen and AI-N were leisurely lounging on a ship, soaking up the sun. Suddenly, a Navy officer approached to report, "Brigadier, we are about to reach the seaside restaurant." Chen rose to gaze at the ocean ahead. A massive ship floated on the water, its bow and stern shaped like fish, resembling a great sea creature. "Hey, Chen, look over there. There's another Navy ship," AI-N exclaimed in surprise. The Baratai restaurant was quite famous, so it was no wonder to see Navy personnel dining there. Chen chuckled, but AI-N suddenly interjected, "Not just that. There's also a pirate ship over there." "What?" Upon hearing the mention of a pirate ship, Chen's interest peaked, just as he was about to take action. He spotted a familiar pirate vessel and its flag, the Mary, Luffy's ship. "Chen, what do you think? Should we eliminate all the pirates on that ship?" AI-N tightened her grip on her sword, already prepared for battle. Ahem. The awkward journey prompted Chen to clear his throat and seriously say, "Not so fast. We are here to dine today. Let us not allow them to affect our mood." "All right then," AI-N replied. "Let us go." "Very well." Just as their words fell, a loud bang resonated from ahead. Boom! The Navy ship opened fire on the Mary, and a figure was flung from it, gazing at that familiar silhouette. Chen shook his head in exasperation. "Always so reckless. It seems we need to intervene." AI-N smiled gently. Chen merely chuckled in silence. Before long, their ship docked beside the Mary, towering over it as if it could crush them. The sudden appearance of the Navy ship startled Zoro and the others, who tensed up, staring at the larger Navy vessel. The Navy. Another Navy ship. "This is bad." Usopp's forehead began to bead with sweat. "Be careful." Only Zoro stepped forward, gripping the hilt of his sword, ready for combat. Suddenly, a man in a Navy cloak stood at the edge of the ship, grinning widely. "Long time no see." Zoro furrowed his brow, puzzled. He could not recall when he had last encountered this man. Suddenly, a figure dashed past him, leaping onto the Navy ship, excitedly hugging Chen. "Chen Gidge." "Nami, little." Before Zoro could finish his sentence, he froze in place. "Brother, they know each other. Get down. There are so many people watching." Chen patted Nami's shoulder. "Okay." Nami responded, then excitedly said, "Chen Gidge. I didn't expect to meet you here. Are you here to eat as well? I saw it in the newspaper. You're the brigadier of the entire East Sea Navy base. Also, why haven't you come to see me all these years?" Her words seemed endless, bombarding him with questions. With so many questions, which one should I answer first? Chen shrugged. "Haha." Upon hearing this, Nami realized something was amiss and smiled lightly. "Chen Gidge, just answer whichever you prefer." "I came to eat." "Aren't you all going in to dine?" "We can't go in. Our captain broke someone else's ship. So how could we dare to enter?" Nami explained helplessly. "Come on, let us go eat together." "It's on me." "Ah. Thank you, Chen Gidge." Nami's eyes sparkled with excitement. It wasn't that she felt embarrassed to enter. She was simply afraid of paying for her meal when someone else is treating. One must certainly go. Thus, Nami called Zoro, Usopp, and Zoro's two companions to join her in heading into Baratai. Meanwhile, in the restaurant's hall, a man dressed in luxurious attire was dining with a woman in a red dress. The man, named Hobuddy, was a lieutenant from the Navy headquarters. Due to his status, he quickly became the center of attention in the restaurant. "Look, it's Lieutenant Hobuddy from the Navy headquarters. It really is Lieutenant Hobuddy. I can't believe we would run into him here. He is so handsome." The blonde woman complimented. "You're amazing. Everyone is watching you." "Not at all. They are all captivated by your beauty." Hobuddy raised his glass to toast the blonde woman, a subtle smirk of satisfaction gracing his lips. However, the next moment, the noise in the restaurant abruptly ceased. Some patrons even stood up, staring blankly at the entrance. Hobuddy's expression soured as he turned to see a man accompanied by several pirates entering. Upon realizing the Navy uniform worn by the man, he froze in place, abruptly standing upright, bowing respectfully, and exclaimed, "Brigadier Chen." And you are?" Chen nodded, returning the inquiry. "I am Hobuddy from the Navy headquarters." "Please, sit down. I'm merely here to have a meal," Chen said, patting his shoulder. "Yes, Brigadier." Hearing this, Hobuddy dared to sit, sitting very upright. With the brigadier present, he wouldn't dare be reckless. Meanwhile, others had already begun to murmur among themselves. "Is it really Brigadier Chen, the newly appointed brigadier in the East Sea?" "Indeed. Even Hobody addressed him. It must be true. Brigadier Lu Chen is truly handsome, both young and dashing. Lu Chen remained unfazed, leading Nami and the others to find a spot. Just sit anywhere. Order whatever you like. It's on me. All right. Thank you. Thanks. Upon hearing this, Zoro and Usopp sat down first. When Lu Chen took his seat, he was quickly flanked by Nami and Ain. Lu Chen could only smile awkwardly, waving to call the waiter. Take our orders. Coming right up. Just as a waiter was about to approach, a man in a black jacket with curly hair and blonde locks rushed ahead. Ladies, what would you like to order? I can make anything for you. However, the blonde man only had eyes for Ain and Nami, ignoring everyone else. The waiter, seeing this, quickly stepped forward, grabbing his arm and whispering, Hey, Sanji, do you not see? Those two are sitting next to a Navy brigadier. Are you trying to get yourself killed? What do you mean? Sanji was utterly unconcerned, asking again, Ladies, what would you like to order? I can give you a 50 discount. A discount isn't necessary. I can afford it. I'll have one of everything on the menu. As the words fell, Lu Chen retrieved a large black box from behind him. The box was filled to the brim with berries, totaling a staggering 1 million. It was a sum Lu Chen had extracted from his system's inventory for contingency purposes. So much. In an instant, Nami's eyes sparkled with delight, brimming with visions of wealth. Although Arlong had been vanquished by Lu Chen, Nami had since developed an unusual affinity for money. Sanji furrowed his brow and inquired, Can you possibly consume all of this? Our establishment does not permit waste. You needn't concern yourself with that. Lu Chen replied nonchalantly. By the way, these two ladies have no desire to engage with you. So you may take your leave. Should you dare to linger further, do not blame me for being uncivil. With that, Lu Chen's gaze turned icy, emanating a faint but palpable aura of intimidation. That a wave of pressure swept over Sanji, leaving him chilled to the bone, drenched in cold sweat, as though death loomed just a heartbeat away. All right. At that moment, a flicker of fear glimmered in Sanji's eyes as he hastily exited the restaurant. Once back in the kitchen, he gasped for breath. Huff, huff. The sensation of being on the brink of death lingered vividly in his mind. A nearby waiter admonished him. Sanji, I warned you long ago, yet you refused to heed my counsel. Sanji nodded, seemingly grasping the gravity of the situation. The man's strength was indeed terrifying. He had no desire to experience that feeling ever again. Meanwhile, in the dining hall, Thank you, brother Lu Chen, exclaimed Nami. Thanks, Lu Chen, echoed Ain as the two expressed their gratitude. It was nothing, a mere trifle. Just do not disturb our dining experience, Lu Chen replied. He had no interest in whether Sanji would eventually join Luffy's crew. That was not his concern. If he had offended him, so be it. Did he not notice that Ain and Nami were indifferent to him? Before long, the dishes began to arrive at the table. Initially, everyone ate with great speed, but as they filled their stomachs, the table became increasingly cluttered. A waiter approached and inquired, Sir, would you like any more dishes? Yes, bring them all. There will be those who will eat them. Lu Chen replied with a smile. Understood. The waiter acquiesced, returning to the kitchen to fetch more food. At that moment, a man clad in a red vest and wearing a straw hat descended impatiently from the second floor. Muttering to himself, Luffy. Just as Nami was about to speak, Lu Chen interjected, Luffy. Lu Chen. Luffy's eyes widened as he hurried over, astonished. What are you doing here? You're not here to capture me, are you? He still recalled Lu Chen's earlier jest. No, I'm just here to have a meal. You must be starving. Come and eat. All right. Thanks, brother Lu Chen. With that, Luffy began to devour the food on the table with reckless abandon. Moments later, the entire spread had vanished into Luffy's belly, and he patted his bulging stomach with satisfaction. Ah, that was delightful. I was famished. Just then, an elderly man with golden nose hair styled into 2 braids stormed out. Fuming you. I brought you here to work, not to slack off. With that, he raised his spatula to strike Luffy. Suddenly, a hand intercepted the spatula. Boss, regardless of what my brother has done, I apologize on his behalf. If there's an issue, please address it with me, Lu Chen said, lightly flicking his fingers. Instantly, a powerful force transferred through the spatula. Zeph frowned, initially intending to control the force, but his arm lacked the strength. Instead, he was propelled backward several steps before barely regaining his balance. Almost toppling over, Zeph's expression shifted as he stared at the undamaged spatula in his hand, astonished by the precision of the force. Raising his gaze, he finally noticed that the man before him was clad in a Navy brigadier's uniform. Could he be the newly appointed brigadier of the East Sea? His strength was indeed formidable. After a moment of contemplation, Zeph explained, "He damaged my ship, so he's working here. How much is it? I just paid 1,000,000 berries for the meal." "So I assume the remaining amount will suffice?" Lu Chen inquired. "It is sufficient." Zeph nodded, turning to Luffy and stating, "You needn't work here any longer." "Haha. Thank you, Brother Lu Chen. I will repay you later," Luffy exclaimed with glee. Returning to the dining table, he resumed his onslaught on the remaining food. "Hey, Luffy, save some for me." "Ah, you're eating so fast. Didn't you just consume so much?" Zoro, Usopp, and the others laughed and bantered. "Thanks." Lu Chen glanced at Zeph before returning to his seat. Character: Zeph. Position: Head Chef of Baratai level. C. Skills: Martial Arts. C. Navigation. A. Bounty. None. Truly, he is a pirate who has traversed the Grand Line and returned safely, even with a leg amputated. His strength remains formidable. Conversely, Sanji's abilities paled in comparison to Zoro's. Character: Sanji. Position: Sous Chef of Baratai level. D. Skills: Martial Arts. D. Culinary Arts. A. Bounty. None. Thus, Lu Chen engaged in jovial conversation with Luffy and the others while casually inquiring about their adventures. Their encounters diverged somewhat from the original storyline. Only Usopp's tale remained largely unchanged, still revolving around the remnants of the black pirate crew that brought the two together. As for Nami, the absence of Arlong had forged a bond between her and Luffy, courtesy of a certain clown, Buggy, leading them to travel together. Similarly, Zoro's meeting with Luffy also stemmed from Buggy's antics. After hearing their stories, Lu Chen furrowed his brow, pondering, "This is rather chaotic. I need to sort this out." Just then, a loud commotion erupted from outside. "Pirates! Pirates are here! Make way! We are the Jinba Pirates. Summon your restaurant's owner at once. This ship is under our commandeering." A smile crept across Lu Chen's lips as he looked towards the restaurant's entrance. As expected, even though the Krieg pirates have been vanquished by me, there will still be pirates seeking trouble. Regardless, Sanji would inevitably depart with Luffy. This world undoubtedly harbored its own innate will. The system's purpose must be to disrupt this world. Right. If the system intends to dismantle this world, then who is he? What is the system's ultimate goal? If this world is destroyed, can he return to his original realm? Everything seems to be shrouded in mystery. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Lu Chen found himself reluctant to ponder further. The more he contemplated, the more terrifying it became. Soon after, two figures appeared at the entrance of the dining hall. It asked them. Lu Chen's eyes glimmered as he recognized the duo. They were none other than Akin and Iron Wall Barrow, the ones who had vanished after the defeat of the Krieg pirates. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission. Eliminate Akin and Iron Wall Barrow. System reward: 2 energy points. The arrival of the two immediately stirred a commotion in the restaurant. It's the demon of the Krieg pirates. Akin and Iron Wall Barrow. Especially Akin, whose ruthless methods were notorious, known for killing without a second thought. Who would have thought they were still alive? "Did you not hear my command clearly?" Akin stepped forward menacingly, barking, "Hand over all your money and vacate this ship at once. We have claimed it." Following the total annihilation of his previous crew, he and Barrow had regrouped and rebranded their pirate crew as the Jinba Pirates in a bid for resurgence. A thunderous roar sent the nobles into a frenzy of panic. "I'll comply. I'll comply. What are you afraid of? The Navy Brigadier is right here." "Indeed. What am I afraid of?" At that moment, Lu Chen rose to his feet. His interest piqued. "Gentlemen, it has been a while. Who has not seen you for a long time?" Ajin's words were abruptly halted, leaving him frozen in place, mouth agape, stammering. "It's you." He could still vividly recall that terrifying sword strike that annihilated the entire fleet. Upon encountering Lu Chen again, the thought of fleeing had completely vanished. "Run. Hurry and run," Balu shouted in a panic, disregarding the thoughts of the other pirate crew members as he turned to flee. Hearing his voice, Ajin snapped out of his daze and immediately followed suit. If they did not escape now, death was a very real possibility. Thinking of running, Lu Chen's lips curled into a smile as he unsheathed his sword. Executing 2 swift slashes in rapid succession. Point 1 sword style. Draw and slash. 2 crimson arcs of energy surged forth, hurtling towards the backs of Ajin and Balu with incredible speed. The onlookers could only see 2 red flashes dart past them. In an instant, Ajin felt a chill on his back and suddenly toppled forward, catching a glimpse of his own lower half. Strangely, he felt no pain whatsoever. Glancing to the side, he saw that Balu was similarly reduced to just his lower half. blood gushing from the severed remains. The iron walls around them had been cleanly sliced through. Their eyes met, and all that was reflected in them was disbelief and boundless regret. Regret for coming here? Regret for remaining in the East Sea? Moments later, their bodies split into 4 pieces, trembling briefly on the ground before succumbing to death. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. System reward: 2 energy points, upon witnessing the deaths of their captain and first mate. The other pirates went into a frenzied panic. Run! Hurry and flee. The captain is dead. Run! Chen looked at Ein and commanded, "Those pirates are in your hands." Understood. In response, Ein vanished in an instant. Within moments, he had dispatched all the minions with ease. "Chef, I may need your help to tidy up here. I will arrange for the bodies to be dealt with," Chen said with a slight smile towards Zepp. "Ah, yes," Zepp responded, momentarily taken aback but quickly agreeing he was aware of the naval strength before him. Yet he had not anticipated it to be this formidable. The guests present finally grasped the situation, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, Rear Admiral Chen." "Thank you. Had it not been for Rear Admiral Chen, we would not have known what to do." "Thank you, but you are all too kind." As the Navy, "It is our duty to eliminate those who cause chaos," Chen said, his expression serious, a statement he believed wholeheartedly. Suddenly, Luffy approached curiously, asking, "Chen, your swordsmanship has improved again. Who have you been training with?" "The world's strongest swordsman," Chen replied. "The strongest swordsman? Who is that? A navy?" Luffy asked, scratching his nose, utterly confused. His understanding of swords was limited. However, Zoro beside him narrowed his eyes, fixating intently on Chen, suddenly standing up. "You seem quite idle. How about a duel?" At this proclamation, the entire room fell silent in shock. "What? Zoro, what are you saying? Chen is Luffy's brother. Why would you challenge him?" "Ha, Zoro, I support you." The only one who understood Zoro's intentions was Luffy. For Zoro's ambition was to become the strongest. Given Chen's formidable swordsmanship, he would undoubtedly become Zoro's target for challenge. Naturally, Zoro was considering defeating Mihawk first. "Sure, but what is your goal?" Chen asked with a light chuckle. Zoro, unfazed, replied, "To become the world's strongest." "Ha ha ha, so our goals align. Let us see who can claim the title of the world's strongest." Chen laughed heartily, then walked towards the dining area. Seeing this, Zepp immediately instructed, "Quick, activate battle mode." "Yes, chef." With that, several chefs dashed out from the kitchen to operate the mechanisms. With a loud rumble, 2 battle platforms emerged on either side of the ship. "You are not my match." "It would be wise to concede now," Chen declared as he stepped onto the platform. Though he knew Zoro would not relent, he felt compelled to say it. "Concede? This is my ambition and my promise to my dear friend." "I will not back down," Zoro said, tying a bandana around his head, his demeanor instantly becoming serious. He clenched one sword in his mouth while wielding 2 in his hands. "All right. In that case, I shall see how strong you truly are with this sword." Chen unsheathed the supreme great blade he had received as a reward from the system, named War Sky. As the blade emerged, its red hue glowed fiercely under the light, capturing the attention of everyone present. "What a magnificent sword! It must be the supreme great blade. I've never heard of it before. Few possess such a blade." Zoro's expression turned grave as he sensed an unprecedented pressure emanating from Chen, igniting a powerful fighting spirit within him. "Unleash your strongest move. Let one strike decide the victor," Chen said casually, not wishing to waste too much time. Zoro nodded, realizing that only by using his utmost technique would he have a sliver of a chance to succeed. Spinning the 2 swords in his hands, multiple phantom blades appeared, swiftly charging towards Chen. .3 sword style. Grand Thousand Worlds. Pointless. Chen raised an eyebrow, effortlessly slicing through the air with a single stroke. Gliding past Zoro's form without even activating his sword energy, the blade light swept over Zoro, shattering the 2 swords in his grip. Blood erupted from his chest in an instant. Pfft, a gruesome wound appeared, and he collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. Zoro, are you all right?" Luffy and the others shouted in concern. Witnessing this, everyone present was once again astonished by Chen's swordsmanship. Even Zoro's 3-sword style was no match for Rear Admiral Chen. Indeed, as expected of a naval Rear Admiral, how could he achieve such rank at such a young age? Zoro gritted his teeth, attempting to rise, but finding himself unable to move, letting out a helpless roar. "Ah! See the disparity between us. There are many whose swordsmanship surpasses yours in this world. I will be waiting for you at the pinnacle of strength. Chen sheathed his sword, his expression solemn. At that moment, Luffy rushed over anxiously, frowning. Chen, Zoro is my crewmate. Can't you go a little easier on him? A swordsman does not simply rely on recklessness to claim victory. I am merely teaching him. Chen replied. Luffy was utterly bewildered, failing to comprehend. Suddenly, Zoro raised his remaining sword, weakly calling out, Luffy. Luffy responded, I must have worried you. If I do not become the world's strongest swordsman, you will surely be troubled. However, just as Zoro uttered those words, blood began to pour from his mouth once more. Cough, cough. Brother, do not speak any further. Brother, Johnny and Joseph shouted in alarm. Yet, Zoro remained resolute, pointing his sword towards the heavens. Tears streaming from his eyes as he declared, I will never lose again. Pirate King, do you have any objections? None. Luffy grinned widely. Observing the bond between Zoro and Luffy, Chen suddenly understood why Zoro chose to join Luffy's crew. And he smiled, saying, Luffy, you have chosen a fine crewmate. Ha! Luffy laughed heartily, a satisfied expression on his face. At that moment, the system's notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. System reward. 5 energy points. Luffy, Nami, Roronoa Zoro, farewell. I hope that when we meet again, you will all be even stronger than before. With that, Chen departed with AIN.Lu Chun. Next time, I will definitely be stronger. Luffy earnestly stated, Brother Chen, remember to treat me to a meal next time. Nami waved her hand in farewell. Only Zoro remained silent, his gaze unwavering, silently vowing, next time, I shall surely defeat you. On the naval ship, Chen watched as the figures of Luffy and his companions gradually faded into the distance. Remaining silent and contemplative, the current experience of Luffy and his crew is far too limited. Their strength is insufficient. It seemed that everything stemmed from his victory over Arlong and the other pirates, depriving them of vital training. Now, even the Navy hardly noticed this pirate crew emerging from the East Sea. They hadn't even issued a bounty yet. Nevertheless, he believed that the system would not let this matter rest. Surely, he would be required to undertake more tasks in the future, as long as there were substantial rewards. Chen would be more than willing to participate. He looked forward to their growth and strength. Suddenly, An approached him and softly remarked, Who would have thought that one of Vice Admiral Garp's grandsons became a Navy officer while the other turned into a pirate? Haha, Luffy has made his own choices. Let him be. Besides, even his grandfather cannot do anything about it. Chen chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. Upon hearing this, I did not press further, as it was a matter of another's family. Just as Chen was about to return to his cabin for a rest, the system's notification suddenly chimed in. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered the task. Save Luffy in Town. System reward. 50 energy points. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered the task. Defeat Crocodile and rescue the Alabasta Kingdom. Supreme Great Blade 1. System reward. 500 energy points. 2 consecutive tasks. The system seemed quite concerned about him, recognizing his lack of tasks and promptly dispatching 2. Moreover, the rewards for these tasks were quite appealing. However, saving Luffy in Town should be relatively simple. Why only 50 energy points? Never mind. No need to dwell on it. A significant amount of energy points could be directly used to enhance skill levels. For instance, 2 points could raise Age-level fruit development skill to level. 5 points could elevate an F-level skill to level. And 10 points could. Town belonged to the East Sea. He could certainly intervene when the time came. However, the Alabasta Kingdom was a superpower in the first half of the Grand Line. Logically, it shouldn't be his responsibility. Yet, regardless of whether it was his place or not, he had to go. Acquiring 500 energy points might just allow him to elevate his fruit development ability directly to a level. After all this time, he had scarcely utilized his fruit abilities. A few days later, Chen and Ein returned to the East Sea Naval Base. Upon seeing their return, Barton fixed his gaze on them. A look of resentment on his face. You two went off to have fun while I had to manage the troops alone at the base. Ha! Chen and Ein exchanged amused glances. No worries. Ein can take over for you. You can enjoy a few days off, Chen continued. Huffed, you've made it easy for yourself while pushing the workload onto me. Ein rolled her eyes and retorted. Be careful, or I might turn you into a doll. Ha! Well, you'll have to defeat me first. Before she could finish her sentence, Chen vanished from the spot. Women could be terrifying, especially someone like Ein. One never knew when she might make you 18 years younger. For the older ones, it was manageable, but for the younger ones, like Chen, one would fear her fruit ability. However, this ability did have its advantages, allowing women to regain their youth. For example, after Robin became 18 years younger, she seemed even more enchanting, possessing a unique charm. Watching Chen flee in a hurry, I smiled and thought, just wait until next time. I'll catch you. That evening, Chen observed Kobe and Barumaba training at the training ground. The two were quite clever, beginning to engage in weighted leg training. This would expedite their learning of the technique Sar. Character: Kobe position, Navy new recruit level. F skills: martial arts, F, firearms, G, bounty, none. After approximately a month of training, both of their overall strengths had significantly improved, reaching level. To master Saru, they would likely require a few more months. By then, Luffy and his crew would probably be nearing Logtown, ready to smoothly enter the Grand Line. After glancing at Kobe and Barumaba for a moment, Chen returned to his quarters to rest. 2 months later, at the training grounds of the naval base, Kobe and Barumaba were still burning the midnight oil in their training. However, they had now removed all restrictions on their bodies and feet. Bang! Kobe focused ahead, stepping back with his right foot, and suddenly unleashed his power, rapidly stomping the ground several times. This explosive force propelled him forward, disappearing from sight as if he had teleported to a spot a dozen meters ahead. Though still somewhat unrefined, his body swayed, and he nearly stumbled to the ground. Yet, seeing that he had finally mastered Soru, Kobe leaped for joy, exclaiming, "Ha! Barumaba, I did it! I learned to." Meanwhile, Barumaba had just finished using Soru and responded with a smile. "I learned it too." Suddenly, 2 figures appeared behind them. "Not bad. You learned Soru in just over 2 months," Chen remarked. Upon hearing his voice, Barumaba and Kobe immediately turned and saluted respectfully. "Brigadier General." "Instructor Ein." "Brigadier General, now that we've learned Soru, can you teach us the other 6 forms of the Navy?" Barumaba asked with a beaming smile. However, Chen shook his head, his expression turning serious. "Not just yet. You both need to familiarize yourselves with Soru for a few days before you can begin learning the other 6 forms. Remember, do not become complacent or impatient. It took you both over 2 months to learn Soru, which is hardly impressive. The naval headquarters. Trainees can master it in just a month. A month? That fast?" Upon hearing this, Kobe and Barumaba's expressions froze in shock. They had thought that mastering Soru in such a short time was commendable, but now it seemed rather trivial. "Indeed, our Brigadier General learned it in just a day," Ein added. "What? A day? He learned it in a day?" Kobe and Barumaba stared at Chen in astonishment, their jaws nearly dropping to the floor. Chen waved his hand dismissively. "A hero does not boast of past glories. That was several years ago. You two should focus on your studies at the base. For the time being, Instructor Ein will teach you the new 6 forms of the Navy. I need to go out and patrol the East Sea." "Yes, sir," Kobe and Barumaba replied in unison. Chen then turned to Ein and instructed, "I leave them in your hands. I hope that by the time I return, they will have mastered range. Rest assured." After saying this, Chen turned and left, disappearing into the darkness. Curious, Kobe asked, "Instructor Ein, is the teacher going out to hunt pirates again?" "Yes. Over the past few months, your teacher has nearly wiped out all the pirates in the East Sea." Ein confirmed with ANOD. To be honest, she had never encountered anyone who so despised pirates as Chen did. Could it be that some family member of his was killed by a pirate, prompting his relentless pursuit of them? "Oh," Kobe nodded slightly, a hint of concern in his eyes. "I hope Mr. Luffy and the others do not encounter the teacher. Otherwise, they might also be targeted." Meanwhile, having left the naval base, Chen changed into a different outfit, donning that familiar black cloak. Once clad in the black robe, he became an entirely different person, an embodiment of the night. He boarded a small boat, setting sail for Logtown. According to the timeline, Luffy and his crew should have arrived there by now, especially since there were no pirates left along the way. They had all been eliminated by him, conveniently earning him 30 energy points. Simultaneously, in Logtown, a temporary naval base, the room was shrouded in smoke, obscuring the situation within. Crackling, a naval officer suddenly received a telegram from the naval headquarters. Upon reading it, he promptly stepped into the mist to report. "Colonel Smoker, we have a grave situation. According to the message from headquarters, the Straw Hat Pirates are heading towards Logtown, and they are the ones who defeated the Buggy Pirates. They are notorious and ruthless." Before he could finish, a figure emerged from the smoke and barked, "Silence! Who told you to panic?" Have you failed again? I apologize, Colonel. The naval officer immediately offered his apologies, with a cigar dangling from his mouth. Smoker remarked nonchalantly, making a fuss over trivial matters. I have my own methods of handling things. Yes, Colonel Smoker. The officer, feeling anxious, trembled as he held the telegram that A.S. Smoker donned his jacket. He said, "What are you panicking about? Since I took command of this town, have any pirates ever escaped?" "No." The officer awkwardly shook his head. Smoker declared, "Let us go. Follow me to capture them." "Yes, Colonel." Thus, Smoker set off with his crew to search for the pirates throughout Town. On the other side, at the gallows, Chen stood in a corner, gazing at the expansive square where a gallows towering several meters high loomed ominously. Passers-by came and went, seemingly indifferent to this execution platform that once belonged to the Pirate King. The Pirate King, Gold. Roger, appeared to have been forgotten. Had the former Pirate King truly been erased from memory? Chen mused quietly as he fixed his gaze on the gallows. While he might be overlooked by ordinary folk, he would never be forgotten among pirates, for Gold. Roger is unique, the only pirate to conquer the Grand Line. Suddenly, a striking figure caught Chen's eye. A woman wearing a white sun hat, with a slender figure clad in a crop top, epitomized beauty with fair skin and long legs that he recognized her instantly. Eureka. Character. Eureka. Position. Captain of the Eureka Pirates. Level D. Skill. Fruit development, D. Martial arts, E. Bounty. 5 million berries. Eureka. Chen chuckled softly, following the direction Eureka walked, catching sight of several men in gray cloaks with suspicious movements. Although not clearly visible, he could still discern a large red nose. Without a doubt, it was Buggy and his subordinates. It seemed that Luffy was also bound to arrive here. Chen murmured to himself, if he was to rescue Luffy, he might as well wait at the gallows. That fellow would certainly come to the gallows to witness the site where the former Pirate King once stood. After a while, a pair of arms, spanning nearly 10 meters in length, suddenly reached for the gallows, followed by a figure landing atop it, scanning the surroundings. Is this the place where the Pirate King was executed? It was 22 years ago today. Chen looked up, and indeed it was Luffy. Aside from the somewhat lost Zoro, Luffy was the one who could find this place, which was already quite impressive. Suddenly, a police officer below shouted through a megaphone, "Hey, kid, get down from there. Why should I?" Luffy replied, a look of confusion on his face. The officer explained, "That is a special execution platform under the jurisdiction of the world government. It is not a place for you to linger. Come down immediately." However, Luffy paid no heed and continued to banter. "Don't be so unreasonable, officer. Get down now, or we won't hold back. You little character, get lost." Suddenly, Eureka shouted, stepping forward to knock the officer unconscious with a spiked club. "Luffy, you were hard to find." "Huh?" Luffy looked bewildered, unable to recognize the woman before him. It was impossible for him to recognize her. Even Chen, due to the disparity in appearance, couldn't identify her. As the conversation unfolded, she intended to make Luffy her man. When nearby officers rushed in to attack, several men in gray suddenly appeared and took them all down. Buggy. Chen thought of the dismembered Buggy and couldn't help but chuckle. Buggy and his subordinates tore off their gray cloaks, laughing heartily. "Ha! The grand finale is here. Monkey D. Luffy, with the strong will of revenge, I have finally returned to my comrades. What a grand adventure it has been. Despite my body being a patchwork, I have experienced an emotional journey filled with camaraderie." In short, he rambled on. However, Luffy seemed to suffer from face blindness, furrowing his brow in thought. "Who are you again? What was your name? Baggy, Bojino? Right? You're called Manure. Manure, you little brat. Are you seeking death? I am Buggy the Clown." Buggy's face darkened as he scolded. Upon hearing that name, the surrounding residents panicked and fled in all directions. "Buggy the Clown, run. It's a pirate. A pirate. Run." Suddenly, a figure appeared behind Luffy. A wooden shackles clamped down on him, restraining him atop the gallows. A man with a distinctive hairstyle, exposing one eye, sat above Luffy. This man was Kabaji, the strategist of Buggy's pirates. "Long time no see. Rubber man that housed Zoro." "What the hell?" Luffy struggled to break free, but found himself unable to escape. Below, Buggy laughed triumphantly. "Well done, Kabaji. Look, my countless servants are about to commence a grand public execution." "How honorable, Straw Hat Kid. You shall die in the same place as the Pirate King." With that, he stepped onto the gallows, preparing to personally execute Luffy at the same time. In a corner, Lu Chun was about to take action when he suddenly felt a cold breeze pass through. Looking up at the sky, he noticed the surrounding clouds thickening as if rain were imminent. Suddenly, Lu Chun realized something. It was Dragon, Luffy's father. He had to act before Dragon did. A pure white arc of electricity flickered in his hand. Moments later, his entire wrist transformed into lightning, pointing skyward. Divine retribution. A bolt of white lightning shot into the heavens, shaking the sky and producing a thunderous roar. The brilliant lightning flickered in the air. While Buggy atop the gallows remained oblivious to the impending danger, gleefully raising his sword. Straw Hat Kid, die. As he swung his sword, a massive pillar of lightning descended from above, crashing down upon the gallows. Boom! Both Buggy and Luffy were struck by the lightning. However, only Buggy's anguished cries echoed amidst the white lightning, revealing his charred skeleton. Bang! With a deafening roar, the entire gallows collapsed, reduced to rubble, with thick black smoke billowing from the debris. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the smoke. That I'm not dead. Ha! Luffy grinned widely. The earlier lightning strike had caused him no harm whatsoever, as he was, after all, a rubber fruit user. This kid still hasn't left. Lu Chun smiled slightly. Murmuring to himself that as for Buggy, he lay amidst the ruins, charred and defeated. Captain! Captain! Are you all right? Several crew members rushed over to help Buggy up. Cough, cough. Buggy coughed violently a few times, expelling black smoke as he bellowed. Straw Hat Kid. Don't run. Ha ha ha, I am indestructible. Luffy let out a silly, hearty laugh. Suddenly, a contingent of Navy personnel stormed into the plaza. At the forefront was a familiar Navy colonel to Lu Chun. Smoker. Clown Buggy. Straw Hat Kid Monkey D. Luffy, I never expected you all to gather here. Charge, capture them. Yes, Colonel. At the command, all the Navy forces surged toward the plaza. These were officers from the Navy headquarters, their strength surpassing that of ordinary soldiers, compelling Buggy's crew to retreat one after another. Consequently, Yarlita and Buggy prepared to flee. Meanwhile, Luffy, utilizing his rubbery physique, propelled himself away from the plaza in a single leap. Smoker, however, posed a dilemma. Lu Chun furrowed his brow. Casting a glance at Smoker before pursuing Luffy, the mission from the system remained unfulfilled. He needed to ensure the safety of Luffy and his companions. Yet, shortly after he began his pursuit, he sensed a chill breeze behind him. Lu Chun raised an eyebrow, halting his steps, and called out to the empty corridor behind him. My lord, come forth. There is no need for stealth. Why attack Luffy? As he spoke, a man clad in a green coat emerged, revealing a half-tattooed face adorned with square markings. Monkey D. Dragon. Lu Chun frowned. Character, Monkey D. Dragon. Position, leader of the Revolutionary Army level. SSS, Fruit. Hurricane Fruit Skills, Fruit Development. SSS, Armament Haki. SS, Bounty. 70 berries. Dragon inquired. How do you know my name? Who exactly are you? At the execution site, he had observed that a man in black had attacked Luffy. Now, while tailing Luffy, he assumed that the man in black intended to harm him. You need not know who I am. Simply understand that I harbor no ill will toward Luffy. Lu Chun shook his head. He was not yet prepared to reveal his identity before Dragon. Although he was a member of the Revolutionary Army, the original work on One Piece provided scant information regarding Dragon, leaving him largely unfamiliar with the man's character. Humph. Dragon scoffed lightly, evidently skeptical of Lu Chun's assertions. Suddenly, he raised his right hand, gathering a small whirlwind within it. The gust gradually intensified, forming a powerful tornado that drew in all objects from the ground. Are you serious? Lu Chun's brow furrowed, his voice low. At present, he was not necessarily a match for Dragon. Hurricane Tornado. Dragon casually lifted his hand, directing the formidable whirlwind toward Lu Chun's position. Armament Haki. Hardening. Witnessing this, Lu Chun ceased to hold back. Enveloping his hands with Armament Haki, he slowly pulled his right hand back, crimson Haki coalescing above it, swirling with his movements. Suddenly, he unleashed a powerful strike. An explosive shockwave erupted. Mountain crushing palm. A colossal shadow of his palms surged toward the tornado. Boom! Upon impact, a tremendous burst of energy radiated outward, wreaking havoc in all directions. The walls on either side crumbled into ruins. The tornado dissipated, yet Lu Chun's mountain-crushing palm also lost its potency. The overwhelming force compelled both Lu Chun and Dragon to stagger back a few steps. However, while Lu Chun retreated dozens of steps, Dragon only stumbled back 3 before regaining his footing. You are not weak. Are you a bounty hunter? No. There are no bounty hunters in East Blue as formidable as you. Dragon regarded Lu Chen with keen interest. Within the Four Seas, only East Blue was known for its bounty hunters. Yet he had never heard of one possessing such powerful physical prowess. Stop guessing who I am. We have company, Lu Chen cautioned. Clad in black, he was the embodiment of night, rarely employing sword techniques. Only wielding swordsmanship and the thunder fruit, as he spoke. Smoker rushed over with his men. Hey, who are you? Capture them. Yes. At the command, the Navy swarmed forward. Hearing the sounds of combat, Smoker had hastened to the scene. Until we meet again, Dragon shot Lu Chen a glance, and suddenly a whirlwind erupted beneath him, lifting him into the air, vanishing into the sky. Don't run. Smoker attempted to pursue, only to find that Dragon's speed was utterly unmatched. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the clouds. Thus, Smoker turned his attention to the black-clad figure, barking, "You won to escape." Watching Dragon vanish, Lu Chen shook his head in resignation. You fled, leaving me to deal with the Navy. Did you? As the Navy bore down upon him, Lu Chen raised his right hand, crackling with thunder, a wicked smile gracing his lips. Electric discharge, 1,000,000 volts. Instantly, a massive surge of electricity erupted from his hand, racing across the damp ground toward the Navy with blinding speed. Zzz. The electricity enveloped all the Navy officers, leaving them paralyzed, their bodies charred, ultimately collapsing to the ground. Only Smoker, utilizing his fruit ability to become intangible, narrowly escaped the onslaught. When he reverted to his corporeal form, the black-clad figure had long since vanished. Bastard. Smoker seethed, furious enough to smash his cigarette onto the ground. Meanwhile, at the Rogtown docks, Lu Chen concealed himself in the shadows, observing the retreating figures of Luffy and his companions, murmuring to himself, had it not been for the system task, I would have been disinclined to intervene. Just then, a system notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task. System reward, 50 energy points. He then glanced at the system attributes interface. Host, Lu Chen level, a position, Lieutenant Colonel Fruit. Thunder Fruit skills, Swordsmanship, A. Sword Intent, S. Physical Arts, B. Fruit Development, C. Conqueror's Haki, S. Armament Haki, S. Observation Haki, A. Marine 6 Styles, Soru, A. Marine 6 Styles. Rankyaku, A. Marine 6 Styles. Jeppo, A. Cooking, B. Talent. Skill Simplification Energy. 119. His energy points had reached a staggering total of over 100. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chen utilized 80 energy points to elevate his fruit development skill to level C, bringing him closer to level B. In retrospect, regarding the earlier encounter, it was evident that Dragon had not exerted his full strength. Had both parties unleashed their might, the nearby populace would undoubtedly have suffered, suggesting that he was reluctant to harm the innocent. Otherwise, Lu Chen was uncertain if he could stand against Dragon in earnest. Once the matters of Rogtown were settled, Lu Chen set out alone for the Grand Line, his destination, the Alabasta Kingdom. His pace would undoubtedly surpass that of Luffy and his crew, and they were bound to encounter Princess Vivi. Lu Chen had but one goal, to defeat Crocodile. Although Crocodile would eventually be vanquished by Luffy, it did not imply that his strength was lacking. He surmised it to be at least S level. This journey would provide an opportunity for him to enhance his abilities until he could personally defeat Crocodile. Days later, Lu Chen entered the first half of the Grand Line, making his way into the territory of Alabasta Kingdom. Suddenly, a system notification echoed. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered the task. Obtain the historical text from the ancient ruins of Alabasta Kingdom. System reward, 50 energy points. Swordsmanship 1. Alone in a small wooden boat, he navigated the ocean in the distance. The silhouette of an island gradually materialized. Subsequently, Lu Chen consulted his map, confirming that it was likely the Little Garden. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered the task. Defeat Mr. 3, Miss Golden Week, Mr. 5, and Miss Valentine. System reward, 100 energy points. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered the task. Resolve the conflict between Dory and Broggy. System reward, 100 energy points. After glancing at the two tasks, Lu Chen pondered briefly before making his way toward Little Garden Island. The system rewards presented an excellent opportunity to enhance his strength. How could he possibly ignore them? The system's restriction against killing Mr. 3 was rather intriguing. It is highly likely that Mr. 3's involvement pertains to the subsequent rescue of Ace, as the system seeks to alter the original trajectory of the world, reluctant to allow Ace to meet his demise. Thus, it endeavors to preserve Mr. 3's life as well. Several minutes later, Chen arrived at the little garden island. The entire isle was lush and verdant, the trees thriving far more than those found on ordinary islands. Occasionally, peculiar sounds echoed through the forest. Chirp! Suddenly, a cerulean monstrous bird burst forth from the thicket, extending its sharp talons towards Chen, seeking death. Just as I was feeling peckish, I'll roast you. A smile danced on Chen's lips as his gaze sharpened. An invisible wave of Conqueror's Haki surged forth, engulfing the descending creature. Instantly, the bird's eyes rolled back, and it plummeted to the ground. Thud! It crashed heavily, creating a substantial crater at this moment. Chen had already approached the fallen bird. Extracting the longsword, Battle Heaven, from his system backpack, he delivered a powerful kick, sending the bird soaring through the air before swiftly drawing his sword and striking down upon the carcass repeatedly. Swish, 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 the blade glinted. When Chen sheathed Battle Heaven, the bird's remains plummeted to the earth, utterly stripped of its head, entrails, and feathers, leaving only the edible portions. The crater it had created now served as his fire pit. He gathered some dry twigs nearby, igniting them with the thunder fruit, and began his barbecue as the bird's thighs sizzled over the flames. Fat dripped down into the fire below, producing a mouth-watering sound. The aroma of the roasted meat wafted through the air. How delightful! Chen inhaled deeply, marveling his B-grade culinary skills had elevated his roasted meat to extraordinary heights, especially as he carried a plethora of seasonings. A must-have for any outing. Minutes later, the meat was ready to Chen sliced off several pieces with his sword and began to eat. With each slice, fresh juices flowed forth from the meat, rich yet not greasy. Truly delectable. Suddenly, the ground trembled slightly. The vibrations intensified, suggesting that some colossal entity was drawing nearer. Chen turned to follow the source of the tremors that a stout giant clad in warrior armor, adorned with a helmet. Wielding a massive short axe in his right hand and a round shield in his left, his beard framing his face. He was Broggy, the captain of the giant warrior pirates. Role, Broggy title. Captain of the giant warrior pirates level. A. Skills, body technique. B. Giant strength. A. Conqueror's Haki. A. Bounty. 100 million berries. At that moment, Broggy crouched down, his eyes fixated on the roasted meat, grinning broadly. Hello there, your grilled meat smells exquisite. Might you share a taste with me? As he spoke, saliva nearly dripped from his mouth. One drop of his saliva could likely drown a person. Thank you, Broggy exclaimed eagerly, seizing the roasted meat and beginning to devour it. One cannot deny that the enormous pieces of meat appeared somewhat normal in Broggy's hands. Meanwhile, Chen pondered how best to resolve the conflict between Broggy and Dory. Their initial dispute revolved around who had hunted the larger Sea King. It seemed best to set that aside for the moment. A solution would eventually present itself. Moments later, Broggy finished off the roasted meat entirely. My friend, I appreciate your hospitality. I am Broggy, the mightiest warrior from Alabasta village. You may call me Chen, said Chen. Excellent. Alas, I have consumed all my fine wines, or we could have shared a drink, Broggy lamented. Not to worry, I shall find some, and we can drink together later. Splendid. Broggy beamed at the prospect of wine. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed. Boom! Broggy glanced off into the distance and stood. Chen, let us drink another time that I must go to battle. Understood. Watching him dash away, Chen nodded slightly, knowing he was off to duel Dory. These two had been battling for a century and still remained diligent. Was there a warrior gene inherent in the giant race? Before long, the sounds of their clash resonated from afar, causing the entire island to tremble. Chen cast a glance but chose not to intervene, continuing deeper into the island. First, he must address those troublesome matters. With that, his figure darted through the forest, seemingly in search of something in a certain part of the little garden. A white structure stood out amidst the greenery. Inside, a man sporting blue-framed glasses and a blue-striped shirt, with his hair styled in the shape of the number 3, leisurely sipped coffee. Beside him was a young girl munching on sunbae. They were none other than Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week from the Baroque Works. Suddenly, a man's voice echoed from outside. So, you are hiding here? Who? Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week sprang to their feet. In the blink of an eye, a flash of sword light sliced through the room made of candle wax, cleaving it in two, causing the halves to slide apart. Lu Chen's figure materialized before them. A faint smile gracing his lips as he swung his long sword once more. Prepare to meet your end. What? The Navy? Retreat. Mr. Three's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily pulled Miss Golden Week back, attempting to create distance between them. With a flick of his hands, he unleashed a torrent of white wax fluid, gradually forming a thick wall of wax several dozen centimeters thick. Wax wall. Unfortunately, the wall had scarcely formed before Lu Chen's strike obliterated it completely, scattering wax fragments across the ground. Moreover, the fierce sword aura continued to surge towards Mr. Three and his companion. Realizing the dire situation, Mr. Three's expression changed. Fortunately, he had prepared for this. He summoned an even greater volume of wax fluid, which rapidly coalesced into a larger, wider, and thicker wax wall to shield them. Supersized wax wall. The sword aura was once more repelled by the wax barrier. However, the enormous wall was ultimately destroyed, disintegrating into countless shards. Boom! Fortunately, Mr. Three and Miss Golden Week managed to temporarily evade danger, finally catching sight of the man before them. A Navy Rear Admiral. You are Lu Chen from the Navy. What brings you here from the East Blue? Mr. Point Three inquired, perplexed. To capture pirates. Your questions seem rather excessive, Lu Chen replied with a gentle smile. The system interface displayed Mr. Three and Miss Golden Week's attributes. Role: Mr. Three, Garl D. Nero. Title: Senior Agent of Baroque Works. Fruit: Wax fruit level. B. Skills: Fruit development. B. Bounty: 45 million berries. Following was Miss Golden Week. Role: Miss Golden Week. Title: Senior Agent of Baroque Works. Fruit: None level. C. Skills: Painting. C. Bounty: 25 million berries. Neither of them possessed formidable strength. Their abilities were merely troublesome, especially Miss Golden Week, who, lacking a fruit power, relied solely on her artistic skills to influence emotions. One might say this reflects the author's acknowledgement of their artistry. Do not presume that I fear you simply because you are a Navy Rear Admiral. Mr. Point Three growled defiantly as torrents of wax fluid surged from within him. As an intelligence operative, he was well aware of Lu Chen's visage and identity. Yet, it seemed he had somewhat underestimated Lu Chen's prowess. A copious flow of candle wax seeped out, gradually enveloping Mr. Three's form, culminating in a towering suit of candle armor. The appearance resembled that of a robot, yet Mr. Three's head remained exposed. Concurrently, Miss Golden Week retrieved a palette from her waist, deftly wielding her delicate hands to paint the armored robot crafted for Mr. Three. Yellow, black, green. Candle Champion Cup. The coloring was a resounding success. Mr. Three felt an immense surge of power coursing through his body, a proud smile gracing his lips. Who would have thought that today I would also slay a Navy Rear Admiral? A mere display of skill. Boring. Lu Chen, undeterred, instantaneously enveloped his hands with armament haki. And his supreme sword, the Supreme Blade, was similarly shrouded in haki. Black flames coiled around the blade, and as the flames intensified, they gradually formed a massive black sword of several meters in length. The blade radiated with searing black fire. Demon flame slash, he bellowed, bringing the colossal sword down with unyielding force. What? Mr. Three's expression turned to one of shock. Realizing escape was futile, there was no way to flee. The sword was simply too long. Gritting his teeth, he had no choice but to fight back, relentlessly swinging his enormous fists towards the giant sword. Champion's fist, Tilling fist. However, his painted candle fist could hardly withstand such blazing flames. Upon contact, they melted away entirely, transforming into waxy liquid that dripped to the ground. Even if Mr. Three continued to unleash more wax, it would all be obliterated by the scorching heat. He could only watch helplessly as the gigantic sword descended. Boom! A deafening crash. Mr. Three was struck, crashing heavily to the ground. Dirt erupted around him, scattering in all directions, leaving behind a deep pit and spiderweb-like cracks across the terrain. As for Mr. Three, he had long since lost consciousness within the depths of the pit. Miss Golden Week, too, succumbed to the immense shockwave, collapsing to the ground. How dull, Lu Chen remarked with a slight shake of his head, binding Mr. Three with sea prism stone chains before restraining Miss Golden Week. He then dragged the two towards the seaside. Fortunately, he had come prepared with ample sea prism stone chains. Prior to this, he had already contacted the nearest navy, ready to transport them all to impel down. Though both individuals were formidable, they paled in comparison to Lu Chen.as. He dragged Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week along. He picked up a Din Din Mushi, wishing to check on the Navy's arrival. Just as he did, he raised an eyebrow, sensing something flying towards him from ahead. With a forceful toss, he positioned Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week in front of him as a small black object hurtled towards them. Striking Miss Golden Week. Bang! A thunderous explosion. The black particle detonated, sending smoke billowing around both Miss Golden Week and Mr. 3, particularly for Miss Golden Week, who had initially sustained little harm. It now seemed her injuries had worsened. Suddenly, a figure appeared above Lu Chen. 10,000 gene weight. A voice cried out, as the figure plummeted with alarming speed. Lu Chen lifted his gaze slightly, having already sensed the presence above him with observation haki, Navy 6 forms. Suru. In a flash, he vanished from his original position, while the figure crashed heavily to the ground. Boom! The earth sank deeply, forming a massive crater. By this time, Lu Chen had already materialized several meters away. Observing with keen interest the individuals before him. One was adorned with a yellow sun umbrella, possessing golden hair and blue eyes, a striking visage. Character: Miss Valentine. Position: Senior Agent of Baroque Works. Fruit: Float fruit level. C. Skill: Fruit Development. C. Bounty: 6. 00000 berries. The other, with curly hair and dark skin, clutched a black object in hand. Character: Mr. 5. Position: Senior Agent of Baroque Works. Fruit: Bomb fruit level. B. Skill: Fruit Development. B. Bounty: 10. 000 berries. The two were none other than Miss Valentine and Mr. 5. Indeed, Miss Valentine was quite impressive. How unfortunate that she missed. Miss Valentine ground her teeth in frustration. Beside her, Mr. 5 cast a glance at the unconscious Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week, his expression darkening. He spoke coldly. Navy, we are subordinates of the warlord Crocodile. The Navy is not permitted to attack us. Do you wish to violate the pact between the Navy and the warlords? What does that have to do with me? You sought me out. I was just lamenting my inability to find you too. And here you are, presenting yourselves to Lu Chen. Scoff. The mission was to defeat Mr. 3 and his companions. Perhaps Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine had just arrived. You, Mr. 5 momentarily faltered. The ability to vanquish Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week indicated formidable strength. Moreover, he seemed unperturbed by the pact with the warlords. Now, they could only hope that he and Miss Golden Week had exhausted considerable stamina in their battle. Seizing the opportunity while Lu Chen was distracted, Mr. 5 flicked his fingers, launching the black projectile towards Lu Chen at high speed. Nasal bomb. Attempting a sneak attack, Lu Chen smirked derisively, merely tilting his head slightly. The nasal bomb would not come into contact with his body. However, just as the bomb whizzed past his head, it detonated. Bang! A burst of flames enveloped Lu Chen in thick smoke. Ha ha ha. Mr. 5 cackled with delight, believing he had successfully evaded Lu Chen's defenses. I am the bomb man, having consumed the bomb fruit, capable of controlling the detonation time of my bombs at will. I had almost forgotten. That was indeed careless. Lu Chen's voice emerged from within the smoke. As the haze dissipated, Lu Chen appeared unscathed before Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine. What? How is this possible? What? Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine gasped in astonishment. Staring incredulously at Lu Chen, they realized not a single hair on his head had been singed. They had clearly seen him struck by the bomb. Your fruit is indeed formidable, but alas, your strength is woefully inadequate. Relying too heavily on your fruit's abilities will never make you a great powerhouse, Lu Chen remarked with a smirk. In that very moment of explosion, his observation haki had sensed the imminent danger, allowing him to utilize haki to form a protective shield that absorbed all damage. It seemed he had forgotten some details while watching One Piece, that I almost overlooked it. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Mr. 5 wore a look of disbelief. Once more extracting another bomb, hurling two projectiles towards Lu Chen at high speed. Nasal bomb double attack. The two bombs sped forth with incredible velocity. Yet, no matter how fast they were, they could not surpass Lu Chen. Navy 6 forms, Soru. Lu Chen's eyes glinted, his right foot lightly pressing down, and he vanished from sight, leaving only an afterimage behind. Meanwhile, the two bombs struck several large trees behind him. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted. The trunks of the trees were blown apart, and they fell to the ground with a resounding crash. Where is he? Mr. 5 scanned his surroundings, yet could not find Lu Chen's figure. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from behind him. I told you long ago. You are far too weak. You. Mr. Five's expression shifted dramatically as he recognized Lu Chen's voice, just as he attempted to turn and deploy his bomb. However, Lu Chen's sword had already landed upon his back. One sword style, drawing slash. The blade gleamed. Blood gushed forth. The overwhelming impact sent Mr. Five sprawling, rolling several times before finally coming to a halt. The gaping, bloody wound on his back was a harrowing sight. It remained uncertain whether he was alive or dead. Mr. Five. Miss Valentine's Day cried out in urgency. Just as she was about to rush over to assist, she suddenly noticed Lu Chen's cold gaze on the ground, which frightened her into an immediate retreat. Utilizing the powers of the float fruit, she reduced her weight to a mere 1 kilogram and, propelled by the wind, fled rapidly. Did you think you could escape? Lu Chen smiled faintly and raised his sword, cleaving downwards. The sword's brilliance flickered. A sharp blade of energy surged toward the fleeing Miss Valentine's Day with astonishing speed. What? Soon, Miss Valentine's Day sensed the overwhelming pressure behind her. She turned her head and perceived that the sword energy was closing in rapidly. Just as she attempted to adjust her weight and descend swiftly, the sword energy had already appeared at her back. Boom! The strike sent Miss Valentine's Day hurtling away, crashing into several large trees before finally coming to a halt. As for Miss Valentine's Day, she was in a state akin to Mr. Five that a vicious wound had appeared on her back. And with a roll of her eyes, she fainted on the ground. That moment, the system prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. System reward. 100 energy points. Not bad, not bad. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. He then shackled Miss Valentine's Day and Mr. Five with sea stone and dragged the four of them toward the coast. A few minutes later, a naval ship gradually approached the small garden. Lu Chen looked up and suddenly spotted a familiar figure standing at the bow, Charlotte Sizer, his former roommate from the intermediate training camp. That moment, Sizer also noticed Lu Chen and hurriedly waved, calling out, Lu Chen, Sizer. Lu Chen exerted force with both hands, hurling Miss Valentine's Day and the others away with a mighty throw. He then walked across the water toward the ship. What? What is that? The Navy personnel on the ship fell into disarray, some even contemplating attacking with their guns. Fortunately, Sizer promptly issued orders, sternly commanding, What are you panicking about? Everyone, stand back? Yes, at the command, all the Navy personnel retreated. When the four shadowy figures landed heavily on the deck, Lu Chen also landed steadily on the deck. Who are they? It seems they are senior agents from the Baroque Works. And there are 4 of them. Who could capture all 4? It's Brigadier Lu Chen. So it's him. No wonder. The Navy personnel finally recognized who the figures on the deck were. Sizer, it's been a while. What are you doing here? Lu Chen asked with a smile. After leaving the training camp, I was assigned here, Sizer explained, glancing at the figures on the deck, his brows furrowing as he pulled Lu Chen aside. Quietly warning, Lu Chen, there's something I must tell you. Speak. The people you captured are all senior agents of the Baroque Works, under none other than the warlord Crocodile. The Navy and the warlords have an agreement. And now that you've captured them, the rear admiral in charge of this area has some connections with them. You must be extremely cautious. Hearing this, Lu Chen waved his hand dismissively. Don't you know who my grandfather is? Should I fear him? That's true. No wonder you told me over the phone to send them to the naval headquarters. Sizer suddenly understood. With Admiral Garp around, Lu Chen truly had nothing to fear from that individual. I'll be relying on you for today's matters. If anything goes awry, just report my name to avoid any punishment coming your way. Lu Chen continued. Rest assured, I understand completely, Sizer nodded. His background might not match Lu Chen's, but Lu Chen's assurance was sufficient. After chatting for a while, Sizer set sail to leave. However, Lu Chen also asked Sizer to spread the news of Miss Valentine's Day and the others being captured, ideally ensuring that Crocodile would learn of it. Of course, without revealing Lu Chen's identity. After bidding farewell to Sizer, Lu Chen returned to the depths of the small garden, slowly walking toward the direction where Brokey and Dolly were engaged in combat. Along the way, he contemplated how to resolve the dispute between the two. A few minutes later, when Lu Chen arrived at the battleground of Dolly and Brokey, he found the two had already collapsed. Lying quietly on the ground to rest, the sudden appearance of Lu Chen caught their attention. Lu Chen, what brings you here? Brokey asked with a smile. Just came to see who the mightiest warrior of Giant Village is battling against, and whether you've emerged victorious. Chen teased. Before him, a virtual interface displayed Dolly's attributes. Character: Dolly. Position: Captain of the giant pirate crew. Level: A. Skills: Martial arts. B. Giant strength. A. Domination. A. Bounty: 100 million berries. The strength of the two giants was remarkably similar. No wonder they had battled for a century without a victor. Observing their weapons, he noted that after 100 years of wear and tear, they were nearly unusable. What? You dare claim to be the mightiest warrior of Giant Village? I am the mightiest warrior. Upon hearing this, Dolly instantly grew displeased. Yes, I am the mightiest warrior. Baroque refused to concede that I am. Let us fight again. Come on. As they spoke, the two prepared to clash once more. Grasping their weapons, they staggered to their feet, gritting their teeth to press on as they prepared to engage. Suddenly, Chen stepped between them, raising a hand to halt their actions. Hold on, both of you. Surely a competition doesn't hinge on this moment. Why not wait until you've both rested before resuming? In unison, Baroque and Dolly exclaimed, All right. Then, with a thud, both collapsed back onto the ground, utterly exhausted and unwilling to move. Baroque, why don't you introduce your opponent? Seeing that the two were no longer inclined to fight, Chen continued. This is Dolly. He is not as strong as me. I am the mightiest warrior of Alabasta Village. Baroque laughed heartily. Baroque, you're talking nonsense. Dolly gritted his teeth in anger but refrained from attacking. They had agreed to rest. Ha! Baroque's laughter grew louder. At that moment, Chen suddenly interjected with a smile. Since you both claim to be the mightiest warriors of Alabasta Village, why not compete in a different manner? You've been battling here for quite some time. Don't you wish to leave sooner? Upon hearing this, Baroque and Dolly exchanged glances, agreeing that Chen had a point. Perhaps a change in method could resolve their rivalry. Very well. Let us see who can hunt the larger Sea King. Chen can serve as the judge. Baroque proposed. Agreed. Dolly promptly concurred. This was indeed the initial reason for their duel. Thus, they joyfully settled on this new challenge. Without further ado, Dolly and Baroque rose and returned to their respective territories to prepare for the hunt. Chen remained in place, watching their retreating figures, muttering to himself, I suppose it's time for me to get busy. I must assist Baroque and Dolly in determining who can hunt the larger Sea King. This will not be an easy task. With that, Chen plunged into the forest. The only sounds were the continuous rumbling from within the woods, while on either side of the island, tremendous noises echoed, indicating that Dolly and Baroque were engaged in their hunts. Approximately 3 hours later, as dusk fell, the island was suddenly filled with the sounds of two men arguing. It's mine. My Sea King is larger. Oomph. Let Chen decide. Chen, come out. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the forest. Wait a moment, both of you. I'll be right there. A moment later, Chen appeared before the two men, gazing at the Sea Kings they had hunted. One was a Sea King with a long neck reminiscent of a dinosaur, while the other, slain by Baroque, resembled a corpulent fish with a broad head. Both Sea Kings were substantial in size, and their weight was certainly considerable. Chen, quickly take a look. My Sea King is undoubtedly larger, Baroque exclaimed. Indeed, mine must be the bigger catch. Upon seeing Chen, both Baroque and Dong eagerly voiced their claims. Now, there's no need to rush. I have a method to determine whose catch is larger, Chen reassured them. Hearing this, Baroque and Dong immediately sat down, urging, quickly tell us, what is your method? Behold, Chen smiled slightly and pointed behind him. Following his gesture, they beheld a large wooden platform, which resembled neither a ship nor a bed, leaving them puzzled about its purpose. What is this contraption? Will this truly reveal whose prey is larger? Both Baroque and Dong expressed their skepticism. However, Chen chuckled and explained, Fear not. This is based on a principle. First, we will place one hunter's catch on the platform and record the water displacement. Then, we will place the other's catch. Whose displacement is greater will prove whose prey is larger. How does that sound? Excellent. Agreed. After listening to the explanation, Dong and Baroque found it quite reasonable. Subsequently, Chen began weighing their catches. He recalled the tale of Chao Chong weighing an elephant. It was quite simple. Just moments ago, they had crafted this wooden platform in the forest. After a brief weighing, it turned out Baroque's catch was indeed heavier. Ha ha ha. It seems my prey is larger after all. Baroque laughed heartily. Nevertheless, Dong remained undeterred, stating, Next time, my catch will surely surpass yours. Very well. Let us compete again tomorrow. Biloki replied. Seeing this, Chen smiled with satisfaction and proposed, "Why don't we roast these two catches now and enjoy some drinks together?" Biloki and Dong Li responded in unison. Thus, the three of them busied themselves. Chen took charge of the grilling, while Dong Li and Biloki managed the fire and turned the meat. They feasted joyously, and the earlier tension between Biloki and Dong Li gradually dissipated. In truth, after a century, their conflicts had long since faded with time. Their daily battles had instead become a necessary ritual for both, and so, the trio feasted and drank through the night. Meanwhile, in the capital of the Alabasta kingdom, at the Baroque Works headquarters, a man with a cigarette dangling from his mouth gazed at a message in his hand, emitting a peculiar laugh. Wah! Who would have thought that a navy would dare strike at my people? Mr. Point One, go find that reckless navy and bring me his head. Understood, boss. A bald, muscular man emerged from the shadows. The next morning, Chen announced, "Well then, I must take my leave," as he bid farewell to Biloki and Dong Li. After a night of lively conversation, their bond had grown significantly that Biloki's expression shifted in surprise. "You're leaving already. Where are you headed?" "To the capital of Alabasta Kingdom," Chen replied. "What? You intend to go there?" "To reach that place, you must pass through the territory of that island eater monster. Your ship could very well be devoured," Biloki warned. "Why not let us escort you?" Indeed, both Biloki and Dong Li chimed in. Chen waved his hand dismissively. "No need. It's merely a small monster that I can handle it." He declined their offer, as he had his own mission. Ding! Congratulations! Host has triggered the mission. Eliminate the island eater. System reward: 50 energy points. I almost forgot that your strength is not to be underestimated. Ha! Biloki laughed heartily. The fact that Chen had made it this far alone testified to his prowess. Thus, Biloki and Dong Li personally escorted Chen to the shore as they watched him set sail in a small boat. He had barely ventured a distance when the sea suddenly erupted. Resembling the eruption of an underwater volcano, Chen, "Be cautious, the island eater has appeared," Biloki shouted urgently. "Understood," Chen replied, nodding slightly as he steered his boat forward, his gaze fixed ahead, with a thunderous roar. A colossal creature emerged from beneath the waves, resembling a goldfish with bulging eyes and vibrant red scales. However, it possessed a gaping maw capable of swallowing entire islands. This was the island eater, a vast goldfish that feasted on islands, with its excrement as large as the islands themselves. Character: Island eater. Position: none. Fruit: none. Level: a skill, digestion. A. Bounty: none. What a massive creature. I wonder if its flesh is delectable, Chen mused, unsheathing his sword, Tian. His right hand was instantly enveloped in armed haki, staining the sword's blade a deep crimson, even with haki covering it. The sword retained its distinct hue, a testament to its supreme quality. Haki coiled around the blade, while scarlet arcs of energy flickered upon its surface, making Tian shine like a brilliant red star. With a swift motion, Chen raised Tian, aiming at the island eater, channeling all his sword intent and haki into a single strike. In an instant, a terrifying crimson sword energy surged forth, cleaving the sky as it sped toward the island eater. The sword energy sliced through the clouds above, painting them a vivid red, as though the heavens had been wounded. As the sword energy collided with the island eater, it opened its mouth wide, emitting a wretched howl, but the sound was abruptly silenced. The sword energy had cleanly sliced the island eater in half, along with its mouth, rendering it incapable of uttering another sound. As the creature's flesh parted, blood did not cascade outward. The speed of the sword energy was so swift that not even its blood had time to react. In mere moments, the island eater's body was severed, with blood gushing forth, staining the sea a deep crimson, and even the clouds above were tinged. Red was uncertain whether the hue was due to Chen's strike or merely a reflection of the blood on the surface. Ding! Congratulations! Host has completed the mission. System reward: 50 energy points. With that, Chen sheathed Tian and called out to Dong Li and Biloki behind him. "Gentlemen, I shall take my leave now." "All right, safe travels." Upon hearing his voice, Dong Li and Biloki finally emerged from their shock. The power of that strike was overwhelming. They believed they could not withstand it. Dong Li gazed at Chen's retreating figure and asked, "Biloki, just how strong do you think Chen is?" "Stronger than both of us, for sure. Thankfully, he is not from our village. Otherwise, we would never be the strongest warriors," Biloki replied. Indeed, ha! The two shared a hearty laugh. A few days later, as Chen lay on his small boat, he suddenly sensed a drop in temperature around him that he rose, retrieving a map to survey his surroundings. This area should be the magnetic drum kingdom. I suppose? Well, let us proceed. The journey to the capital of Alabasta requires a considerable amount of time. Moreover, Chen is currently awaiting the arrival of Crocodile's subordinates, who are intent on eliminating him, along with a few of their own. Approximately 3 hours later, 4 islands emerge on the horizon, representing the 4 seasons of the Drum Kingdom. However, these islands appear to be in a state of turmoil. Smoke billows from their surfaces, as if war is raging upon them. An extraordinary sight indeed. Intrigued, Chen decides to investigate further. Who knows what tasks he might encounter? After all, Chopper is situated on Winter Island. Given the nature of the system, it is plausible that he might trigger some quests that could alter the storyline. Accumulating energy points is certainly advantageous, as it would expedite his ascent in power. Yet, before he can approach Winter Island, he observes numerous individuals clad in standard military attire fleeing from its shores, making their way toward a colossal vessel. By their appearance, they seem to be soldiers of the kingdom, among whom is a grotesque man adorned in opulent garments. What on earth? Chen furrows his brow and strides in that direction. As he draws closer, he discerns the true nature of the situation. Indeed, they are soldiers, and that lavishly dressed man is none other than Walpole. With his blue hair draped in a white fur coat, he is undeniably unattractive. Character: Walpole. Position: former prince of the Drum Kingdom. Fruit: Munch fruit level. C. Skill: fruit development. C. Bounty: none. Gazing at the information displayed on the system interface, Chen chuckles softly. So it is him. He has forgotten some characters from One Piece and is not entirely familiar with them. Suddenly, a system notification chimes. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a quest. Eliminate Walpole and his subordinate soldiers. System reward: 50 energy points. Heh. This task seems rather straightforward. Chen chuckles lightly and accelerates his vessel towards the ship occupied by Walpole. Meanwhile, the individuals aboard the ship notice Chen's approach and hurriedly report to Walpole. Prince, someone is coming. Who is it? Is it the Navy? Walpole's face brightens, grasping the hands of his subordinate soldiers eagerly. The soldier, drenched in sweat, stammers, "It is the Navy." Chen is indeed dressed in naval attire, and they recognize him as such. It is truly the Navy. Quickly, take me to them. As long as the Navy is present, we need not fear those pirates, Walpole exclaims with delight. Yes, the soldier leads Walpole to the ship's edge, pointing in Chen's direction. Prince, it is over there. Good. However, as Walpole gazes in the indicated direction, he sees merely a single Navy officer approaching in a diminutive boat. His expression immediately shifts to one of rage, and his arm transforms into a long spear, aimed at the soldier. You fool, just one Navy officer, and you dare tell me it's the Navy that has arrived? With a gunshot, the dark bullet pierces the soldier's head, and a spray of crimson blood follows, as the soldier falls lifelessly. Until his last breath, he may never have comprehended that his words were entirely truthful, nor why he met such an untimely end. In a swift motion, Walpole aims the spear formed from his arm at Chen, bellowing, "Useless Navy, arriving now serves no purpose." Bang! The bullet is fired. Indeed, a tyrant deserving of death. Chen's eyes flicker as he slightly tilts his head. The black bullet grazes past him, causing no harm whatsoever. What? He actually dodged it. Walpole's expression falters as he raises his other hand, transforming it into an identical long spear. Both spears are now directed at Chen, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. Under the enhancement of Walpole's fruit ability, the guns seem to fire without the need for bullets, wildly shooting in succession. A flurry of dark bullets is unleashed, aiming for various parts of Chen's body. Let's see how you evade this. Heh. Chen scoffs coldly, lightly stepping on the small boat. His figure vanishes in an instant, employing moonwalk to ascend into the air. Yet, to Walpole's eyes, it appears as though he has simply vanished into thin air. Where is he? Where is he? How dare you lay hands on a Navy brigadier? I hereby declare your death sentence. With a frigid gaze, Chen hovers in midair, raising his hand to unleash a wave of sword chi. You! Walpole's eyes widen in disbelief. Just as he is about to speak, the sharp sword chi hurtles towards him at breakneck speed, radiating an aura of terror. Quickly, he opens his mouth wide, his flesh colliding rapidly to form a thick iron wall. Shielding himself, His entire body morphs into a miniature fortress, Munch Munch House. Alas, he has grossly underestimated Lu Chen's power. The sword chi slices through the wall he created in an instant, cleaving both it and the fortress in twain, perfectly bisecting the two halves. As he watches his body gradually being severed, Walpole's eyes bulge like saucers. You dare to kill me? He is a noble, a prince. How could a Navy officer ever lay a hand on him? Such a thought had never crossed his mind. Moments later, his fruit ability dissipates, and Walpole's form reverts to flesh, now marred by grievous wounds, blood pouring forth incessantly. Slowly, he collapses, his eyes filled with resentment and regret, ultimately lying beside the soldier who fell earlier. Strangely, their gazes seem to share a semblance. At this moment, the remaining soldiers, witnessing Walpole's demise, descend into chaos. The prince is dead. Run. The Navy has killed the prince. Flee. Run. With an icy demeanor, Lu Chen smirks wickedly. Since you have witnessed my execution of Walpole, there is no need for any of you to survive. The Navy's actions in slaying a prince will surely have repercussions. With that thought, he gathers the intent of the Battle Heaven sword in his hand. The blade is enveloped in a blood-like aura. With a single stroke, he cleaves through the entire ship. The crew and soldiers aboard are mercilessly torn to shreds by the rampaging sword chi. Even the vessel itself is reduced to splinters. With a resounding crash, the ship and all aboard vanish as if they had never existed. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed the quest. System reward: 50 energy points. Lu Chen glances at the wreckage before turning to depart, only to be met by a resonant voice behind him. Who would have thought that a mere Navy brigadier would dare strike against nobility, especially a prince of a kingdom? Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's brow furrows, and he swiftly turns around, only to discover a man he had not previously noticed standing behind him. Marshal D. Teach, a man of rugged appearance. With dense, coarse hair, a stocky build, and wild black hair tied with a bandana. Around his neck hang two necklaces, his wrists adorned with bracelets, and each finger bears a different style of ornate rings. Character: Marshal D. Teach. Position: Captain of the Blackbeard Pirates. Fruit: Dark fruit level S. Skill: Fruit development S. Bounty: 10 million berries. At this time, Blackbeard has yet to establish a formidable reputation, resulting in a relatively low bounty, and he commands only a small crew. It is only following the Marineford War that his name begins to resonate across the Grand Line. Suddenly, the system notification sounds once more. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a quest. Eliminate Blackbeard. System reward: 20,000 energy points, 1 sword skill, and the option to elevate 1 skill by 2 levels. What? The system can trigger such a quest. Lu Chen pauses momentarily before accepting the task. After all, there is no time limit attached. Currently, he cannot confidently confront Marshal D. Teach. He must await the right opportunity. My affairs seem unrelated to you, do they not? After a brief contemplation, Lu Chen chuckles lightly. Haha, you are indeed correct. It is unrelated to me. I just happened to come here to kill him, and now that you have done it, it has saved me some trouble. Blackbeard Teach laughed heartily. Just from that one sword strike moments ago, he could ascertain that the young Navy officer before him was no ordinary individual. Moreover, he recognized Lu Chen's identity: Monkey D. Lu Chen, the hero of the Navy, grandson of Garp. This had been published in the newspapers. Garp's willingness to acknowledge this in print was tantamount to declaring to the world, Lu Chen is my grandson. Anyone who dares to harm him is opposing me. Garp, was it you who annihilated the Drum Kingdom? Lu Chen inquired, gazing at the sparse smoke rising from the island. Sort of, Teach replied with a grin. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Marshal D. Teach. I hope you will inform the Navy of my deeds upon your return, and perhaps even elevate my bounty while you're at it. His smile belied his true intentions. Lu Chen chuckled silently, watching him with keen interest. Blackbeard was also of the D. lineage. Yet, among the known members of the D. clan, which one did not embody integrity, justice, and a sunny disposition? In stark contrast, Blackbeard seemed to represent the darker side of his own fruit's powers. He was practically a textbook example of the antithesis. Fortunately, judging by his earlier words, it appeared that Blackbeard would not take action against him. Then let us part ways. With that, Lu Chen turned and walked away, uninterested in the fate of the Drum Kingdom. Perhaps it was a blessing in disguise for them. Until we meet again, Teach remarked, observing Lu Chen's retreating figure, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Days later, Lu Chen finally reached the land's edge of the Alabasta kingdom. As he surveyed the horizon, he was greeted by an expanse of golden desert. The gust of hot wind swept through, stirring countless grains of sand into a miniature whirlwind. The blazing sun bore down upon him. This place is truly sweltering, Lu Chen mused, shaking his head slightly as he stepped onto the sand. Preparing to head towards the nearest town to gather supplies for crossing the desert, To reached the capital. One must traverse the entire desert. After walking a few paces, a figure appeared ahead, their head shimmering with a bright light. Upon closer inspection, Lu Chen realized it was none other than Mr. 1. Character. Mr. 1 position, Senior Agent of Baroque Works Fruit. Chop Fruit level. B. Skills. Fruit development. B. Bounty. 75 million berries. Are you the one who defeated the people of Mr. 3? Mr. 1's cold gaze fixed on Lu Chen as he questioned him. Indeed, Lu Chen replied with a smile. Have you been waiting for me here? Just then, the system successfully triggered a mission. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the mission. Eliminate Mr. 1. System reward. 80 energy points. Mr. 0 has instructed me to terminate you. Prepare to meet your end. Upon receiving a confirmation, Mr. 1 ceased his chatter and launched into an attack. His arms suddenly transformed into sharp blades. And as he swung them, they crossed over his chest and lunged rapidly towards Lu Chen's position. Destruction slash. Heh. Lu Chen remained unfazed, merely executing a gentle slash imbued with sword intent. In an instant, a crimson sword aura sped toward Mr. 1. Mr. 1's brow furrowed as he sensed a chilling aura emanating from the seemingly innocuous sword energy. Despite this, he chose to confront it head-on, trusting in his own strength. With a powerful shout, he charged forward. The moment his blade-like hands met the sword energy, a searing pain coursed through them. The sword energy effortlessly sliced through his arms. The blade gleamed, a vivid red. It was unclear whether it was the color of the slash or the blood pouring from Mr. 1. Mr. 1 cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground, contorting his expression as he clutched his severed limbs. The ground was drenched in blood, accompanied by 2 severed hands. Too weak, Lu Chen smirked. Against such fruit-dependent individuals, a simple normal attack sufficed. During the Marineford War, Mr. 1 was also defeated by a single blow from Mihawk without the latter even uttering the name of a technique. People assumed it was just a normal attack. However, Lu Chen held no belief that Mihawk lacked any techniques. Had he reached the realm of simplifying complexity? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chen slowly approached Mr. 1. His tone I see why it is time for you to meet the Grim Reaper. Oh, Mr. 1's face paled instantly. Though he had no understanding of what Grim Reaper meant, he could see the murderous intent in Lu Chen's eyes. It was evident he was here to kill him. Human slaying. Sensing danger, Mr. 1 quickly stood, assuming a stance as various steel blades emerged from his body. His physical hardness intensified, yet rendered him immobile. Lu Chen merely smiled in silence. It was obvious he was inviting his own demise. Thus, he would not hold back. Coating his right fist in dark haki, he wielded the supreme great sword, War Heaven. With a gentle stroke, he swept across Mr. 1's head. The blade gleamed. A crimson line appeared. In an instant, the head was severed from the body. Mr. 1's head tumbled to the ground, rolling a few times before coming to rest at Lu Chen's feet. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. System reward. 80 energy points. How dull. Standing there waiting for me to behead you. Lu Chen chuckled, shaking his head as he stored Mr. 1's head, just as he was about to continue. A familiar figure appeared ahead. Ace? Lu Chen? Ace. The two exchanged names, recognition evident in their voices. Ace, at this moment, was nothing like the Ace from a few years prior. He had grown considerably taller and matured greatly. Character, Portgast D. Ace position. Captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates Fruit. Flame Fruit level. S. Skills, Fruit Development. S. Martial Arts. A. Conqueror's Haki. A. Bounty. 550 million berries. I never imagined your strength would reach such heights. Ace exclaimed, stepping forward in astonishment. He had come upon the sounds of battle, initially believing that acquiring the flame fruit would surpass Lu Chen's abilities. However, Lu Chen's swordsmanship seemed to have attained an entirely terrifying level. Your strength is not to be underestimated either. I heard you've become the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Grandpa has mentioned wanting to give you a proper lesson. Lu Chen teased. They were both aware of the latest news. Grandpa, is he doing well? Ace's expression darkened as he inquired further. Rest assured, Grandpa is as he always has been, though he hopes you can find the time to visit him. Understood. I'll talk to him when I have the chance. Right now, I have something to attend to. Hearing this, Chen did not press further. He knew Ace was currently pursuing Blackbeard, whose strength was formidable and rapidly increasing. Was it due to his continuous misdeeds? Unfortunately, Ace remained too reckless. Whitebeard had advised him against it, but he refused to listen, insisting on hunting down Blackbeard. This would inevitably lead to the ensuing Marineford War. Chen still needed to rely on Ace to accumulate a significant amount of energy points. After conversing for a while, the two set off together towards the Alabasta kingdom. However, along the way, Ace altered his course, intending to wait for Luffy here that he wished to meet Luffy and perhaps gain some understanding of Blackbeard as well. Chen did not obstruct his path. Instead, he ventured alone towards Alabasta. The royal capital, Crocodile's stronghold, lay in Rainbase, and the two locations were not too distant from one another. However, Chen needed to first obtain the historical text from the palace's basement, securing that reward before proceeding further. He intended to verify whether the historical text still resided within the palace's underground chambers. Meanwhile, in the basement of Rainbase, a table was set in the hall, flanked by numerous seats, yet the individuals occupying them were few. At the forefront, in a solitary position, sat none other than Crocodile, flanked by 5 empty seats, those of Mr. 1, Mr. 3, and the others, all defeated by Chen, lending an air of desolation to the scene. Miss all Sunday. Which navy did those fools encounter? They all fell to a single navy officer. Crocodile seethed, his tone laced with accusation. If there's been no word yet, came Miss all Sunday. Robin, with an indifferent response. Humph, a mere navy officer dares to trouble us. It seems I must take matters into my own hands. Crocodile scoffed, his eyes glinting with malice. Unbeknownst to him, a flicker of long-lost amusement surfaced in Robin's cold gaze. Approximately 10 days later, Chen arrived in Alabasta, seeking a place to rest before waiting for nightfall. As time passed, darkness enveloped the land. A shadowy figure stealthily approached the palace of Alabasta, swiftly vanishing into the night. The soldiers stationed at the entrance, along with the hidden members of the Baroque Works, could not perceive Chen's presence, as if he were in an uninhabited realm. Within the king's office, a middle-aged man with shoulder-length black hair and a black beard sat, his visage marred by worry and confusion. That he was Cobra, the king of Alabasta. Flanking him were 2 figures, one clad in white and the other in black, known as the strongest warriors of the Alabasta kingdom, Jabra and Bellamy. Your Majesty, are you concerned for the princess? Bellamy inquired softly, stepping forward upon noticing Cobra's distress. Indeed, Cobra nodded, indicating his anxiety that it had been quite some time since Vivi had departed the palace, and his worry weighed heavily upon him. Baroque Works is not to be trifled with. Rest assured, the princess will be fine. After all, he is here, Bellamy reassured, though he did not specify whose. Yes, all we can do is fulfill our duties and hope to aid Vivi. Cobra replied, clenching his teeth in resignation. Indeed, Bellamy affirmed. Just as their conversation concluded, an unfamiliar voice echoed from the shadows. You can indeed do very little, for your strength is woefully inadequate. Who goes there? Show yourself. Jabra and Bellamy immediately tensed, drawing their weapons towards the source of the voice. Even Cobra was startled, his gaze fixed on the darkness from whence the sound emanated. From the shadows emerged a man clad in black, revealing himself to be none other than Chen, who had infiltrated the palace. Who are you? How did you gain entry? Speak quickly, Jabra and Bellamy demanded sternly. Their inability to perceive the man's presence until now indicated that his strength was at least on par with their own, if not superior. Rest easy. I am not a member of Baroque Works, but a Navy officer, Chen declared, shedding his dark cloak to reveal the insignia of a Navy Rear Admiral. The Navy, the trio stared in astonishment, disbelief etched on their faces. Yet, Chen understood their skepticism, for this nation had wholeheartedly begun to idolize Baroque Works, viewing Crocodile as a hero. I am Monkey D. Chen, the grandson of Rear Admiral Garp, the Navy hero. Cobra's expression shifted to one of surprise. I've heard tales of Garp's grandson, Chen. He was said to serve in the East Blue. Cobra's confusion lingered, though his doubts were slightly alleviated, for Garp was a name known to all. Indeed, I have served in the East Blue. I come to Alabasta and not for trivial matters. If you grant me access to the historical texts of the palace, I can assist you in eliminating Crocodile, Chen stated plainly. There was no need for further elaboration. Articulating his intentions directly would enhance their trust in him. He had already searched the palace to no avail, indicating that only the king or his heir would know of the basement's location. Thus, he sought out Cobra. Is it the historical text you seek? The ancient weapon? Is it the navy that desires it? Or is it you? Cobra's expression darkened as he countered. It was difficult to fathom that the navy would covet the historical texts. It is I, Chen replied. Upon hearing this, Cobra fell into contemplation, scrutinizing Chen. Should he trust this man before him? After a moment's silence, Cobra finally spoke. I agree. If you can assist us in vanquishing Crocodile, I shall willingly hand over the historical texts. Agreed. Chen responded with a faint smile. However, Jabra and Bellamy quickly interjected, Your Majesty, you mustn't. Indeed, the historical texts cannot be carelessly entrusted to others. Cobra's demeanor grew serious as he inhaled deeply, stating, Do not attempt to dissuade me. This is for the sake of our Alabasta citizens. What is the historical text worth? In his eyes, the historical texts were merely an inscrutable stone tablet, devoid of utility. Jabra and Bellamy exchanged worried glances, yet they were powerless to alter Cobra's resolute decision. That I hope you do not regret this choice. I shall not hold back, nor will I consider my navy status. Chen smiled faintly, his gaze sharpening, revealing a hint of overwhelming dominance. That moment, a chilling aura washed over the three, penetrating to their very cores. When they turned to look at Chen again, he had vanished into the shadows. Bellamy, who is he? Is he truly the grandson of Rear Admiral Garp? Jabra queried, brow furrowed in concern. That matters little. What is crucial is that he can aid us in eliminating Baroque Works, Bellamy replied. Indeed, the greatest trouble for Alabasta lay in Baroque Works. Crocodile was one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and the earlier figure was a navy officer. The navy and the 7 warlords had an agreement not to engage one another, and their decision to trust a navy officer seemed devoid of sound reasoning. Suddenly, Cobra fixed his gaze on the spot where Chen had disappeared, stating earnestly, Trust me, he is capable. Not solely because Chen was Garp's grandson, but also due to the name he bore, Monkey D. Chen. Meanwhile, Chen had exited the palace, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he surveyed the items he had procured in his backpack. Though I did not uncover the historical texts, I still found something of value. Consider it your deposit, he chuckled, well aware of the adage that a thief never leaves empty-handed. In the same vein, Crocodile mused with intrigue before a den mushy. Oh. Is he already on his way here? Very well, I shall await your arrival. Nearby, Robin caught wind of his words, a flicker of surprise igniting in her eyes, though it quickly faded away. As Crocodile hung up the phone, a man's voice echoed from outside the window. Crocodile, sassy disregard. As the words fell, 2 flashes of sword light streaked past the window. The glass shattered instantly, scattering across the ground, revealing the figure of a man concealed behind it. Clad in a Navy brigadier's cloak emblazoned with the word justice on his back, he held a sword in each hand, a hint of an irreverent smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Under the moonlight, he appeared exceptionally handsome. Crocodile raised an eyebrow, regarding the Navy officer with suspicion. They had never met before, so why did he say, sassy disregard? However, Crocodile quickly dismissed his thoughts, his eyes flashing with recognition. Monkey D. Luffy's grandfather? Chen nodded slightly, assessing Crocodile's attributes. Character, Crocodile position, President of Baroque Works, Warlord of the Sea Fruit, Sand Fruit Level, S. Skills, Fruit Development, S. Observation Haki, A. Bounty, 81 million berries. While the bounty was not particularly high, Crocodile's strength was formidable. It was hard to fathom how Luffy had managed to defeat him. Surely, the Navy headquarters had not yet reached the point of abolishing the warlord system. What business did a brigadier from the East Blue have in the Grand Line? Moreover, he dared to attack my subordinate. Crocodile questioned with a hint of reproach. Boring, just taking down a few pirates to earn some merit. Besides, do you think we in the Navy are ignorant of what transpired in Alabasta? Chen replied, each word deliberate. In truth, it was merely a ruse to bait Crocodile. You. Crocodile hesitated, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Yellow sand gathered in his right hand, gradually forming a small desert tornado. Sandstorm. With a mighty swing, the sand tornado was unleashed, rapidly enlarging into a true whirlwind that surged towards Chen. Navy 6 style, Shave. Luching chuckled lightly. In an instant, he vanished from his previous position, reappearing on the other side, effortlessly evading Crocodile's attack. However, the tornado he conjured shattered the wall before him, creating a massive hole. Even a warlord of the sea resorts to ambushes. Then I shall arrest you for attacking the navy. Luching remarked indifferently, gazing at the gaping hole in the wall that he hadn't even made a move. Yet Crocodile had initiated the ambush. Nevertheless, it provided Luching with a legitimate reason to apprehend Crocodile. Today I shall witness just how powerful this navy supernova truly is. Crocodile sneered, his entire form transformed into yellow sand, dissipating into the air, hurtling towards Luching's position at breakneck speed. All right. Luching, undaunted, utilized Shave to swiftly retreat, stepping into the desert beyond the room, while Crocodile closely pursued him. Luching, Robin hurried forward, ready to intervene, but noticed Luching's lips forming the words, "No need to intervene." Thus, she withdrew her hands and observed quietly. Even after several years, she still remembered the man who had informed her mother of her return. That man was not from their world. He was part of the navy. Moreover, he undoubtedly had an extraordinary connection to her mother. Therefore, locating that navy officer would surely unveil the truth about her mother. Upon learning that Luching was present, Robin chose to conceal his information, preventing Crocodile from discovering it, inadvertently aiding Luching instead. Meanwhile, Luching and Crocodile had already stepped outside. You certainly know how to choose a location. Selecting this as your grave, Crocodile grinned with pride. The desert was indeed his domain. Is that so? Luching countered. Desert blade. Crocodile's eyes glimmered as he ceased holding back. His entire right arm transformed into yellow sand, forming a massive sand blade that descended heavily upon Luching. Armament Haki. Hardened. Luching stood firm, his hands enveloped in hardened armament Haki, gleaming with an obsidian glow. The two long swords, War Heaven and Black Blade, were also imbued with Haki, the energy coiling around the blades. Crimson and ebony arcs of energy flickered along the sword's edges. In the next moment, he simultaneously swung both swords. Dual sword style, Demon Slash. One red, one black. The sword energy shot forth, forming in shape. The energies expanded, morphing into a colossal demon of half black and half red, lunging toward Crocodile's descending sand blade. Boom! The two attacks collided, unleashing a wave of powerful energy that surged outward. Instantly, yellow sand billowed forth. Luching raised his hand to shield himself from the sandstorm, rapidly retreating with the gust of wind. Before the sand could settle, a chill suddenly crept up from behind him. Desert Greatsword. Unbeknownst to him, Crocodile had formed a colossal desert sword from the ground, thrusting it toward Luching's back. Armament Haki, but Luching was not to be trifled with. His observation Haki had already detected the threat. His back was completely hardened with armament Haki. He felt a tremendous force strike him, propelling him away. After sliding several meters along the ground, he barely managed to stabilize himself, leaving a red mark on his back. Though his cloak was tattered, quite impressive, as the words left his mouth, both men paused, sizing each other up. The navy, indeed, was worthy of being Garp's grandson. Crocodile's expression turned serious. His abilities primarily relied on the sand fruit, while the other possessed not only Haki but also the ability to emit it, entwining it around his weapons. He was clearly a counter to Crocodile's powers. Nevertheless, Crocodile remained confident in his strength, assured of his victory. Even if the fight proved somewhat challenging, he would never be defeated. You are not lacking either, Luching remarked with a smile. The sand fruit was, indeed, troublesome, especially in the desert. The combat style was highly variable, requiring utmost concentration. Unfortunately, you cannot defeat me. Just as the words left his lips, Crocodile suddenly launched an attack. His arm transformed into a crescent-shaped sand blade, slicing towards Luching. Navy 6 style, Shave. Luching raised an eyebrow, utilizing Shave to swiftly dodge Crocodile's strike. That previous move lacked power. It wouldn't even harm a person. However, it could drain all moisture from a body. Even Luching had to avoid it as he landed smoothly. Crocodile, now entirely composed of yellow sand, suddenly floated behind Luching, extending his golden poison hook to stab him. Just as it was about to connect, a red long sword blocked Crocodile's attack from behind. Clang! A sharp sound echoed. Luching retaliated, sending Crocodile's golden poison hook flying. He then used Shave to swiftly distance himself from the confrontation, widening the gap between them. demon flame slash. In an instant, Luching adjusted his breathing, his gaze sharpening as black energy and haki coalesced upon War Heaven's blade. Terrifying black flames formed a colossal sword, easily dozens of meters long. With a swift motion, he brought the massive blade crashing down towards Crocodile's position. Crocodile immediately sensed the overwhelming pressure and haki above him. If struck, he would undoubtedly be injured. He quickly transformed into sand, dispersing to the side in an attempt to evade the attack. However, the descending demon flame blade fell faster than he could escape. Boom! The colossal blade struck the ground, causing the earth to tremble, and countless grains of yellow sand were sent spiraling into the air, cascading down like a waterfall of sand. It over. Chen fixed his gaze upon the yellow sands ahead, oblivious to the silhouette of Crocodile lurking nearby. Perhaps he had once again transformed into a part of the endless desert, becoming one with the grains of sand. This was, indeed, Crocodile's most formidable ability. As countless grains of sand cascaded down, a small portion settled behind Chen, gradually coalescing into a golden poisonous hook that lunged towards his foot. Desert Poison Hook. The sudden turn of events caught Chen off guard, resulting in the poisonous spike piercing his right foot. Simultaneously, Crocodile fully reformed, appearing behind Chen, a smug smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I told you, you cannot defeat me. An my golden hook is laced with lethal poison. Your demise is inevitable. Oh, is that so? Chen replied with a sudden smile. His astonishment. The foot that should have been struck transformed into a right foot crackling with thunderous energy. The hook did pierce him, but it failed to inflict any poison. Discharge. In an instant, Chen unleashed a torrent of electricity that surged along the golden poison hook towards Crocodile. The electricity enveloped Crocodile's entire body, scorching him blackened, his bones starkly visible beneath the charred flesh. Crocodile let out a cry of agony, collapsing to the ground, exclaiming in disbelief, "A devil fruit user. You are also an ability wielder." According to the information he had received, Chen was not supposed to be an ability user. To his surprise, he possessed the thunder fruit. With a cold chuckle, Chen raised his hand, wielding a sword imbued with intent and dominance. Striking downwards, Vajra Desert Blade. Crocodile's expression shifted slightly as his hands morphed into 4 massive sand blades that slashed forward. Boom! At the moment of contact between the sword aura and the sand blades, he transformed once again into yellow sand, retreating into the distance, attempting to widen the gap between them. Trying to escape, not a chance. Yet, Chen had already detected his trajectory. With a focused gaze, he soared into the air, swinging his dual swords in a relentless assault against the crocodile concealed within the desert. One strike followed another. Each swing stirred up vast clouds of sand, creating deep craters in the ground. Suddenly, a figure leaped out from the sands, crashing heavily to the ground. It was none other than Crocodile, who had just fled, now marked with numerous wounds and a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. I did not expect one so young to possess such strength. No wonder you are hailed as a marine supernova. I dare say you are the strongest of this generation of supernovas, ruthless in your actions. Countless pirates will likely fall before you. Thank you for the compliment, but I shall not let you escape. Chen replied with a faint smile. In response, Crocodile suddenly erupted into a strange laughter, his entire form transforming into yellow sand, swirling together with the sands on the ground. A sandstorm began to form, gradually expanding, consuming everything in its vicinity, growing into a towering cyclone of sand. It seemed poised to devour all. Anything that entered would be instantly deprived of all moisture. Weighty sandstorm. In an instant, Crocodile's voice echoed from within the colossal sandstorm, hurtling towards Chen with astonishing speed. Good, I've been waiting for you. Chen smiled. Raising his sword high, he struck towards the sky, not targeting the approaching sandstorm. Just as Crocodile was engulfed in confusion, he noticed dark rain clouds had gathered above, unknown to him until now. That previous strike had accelerated the descent of the rain, which began to pour down heavily, unleashing a torrential downpour. This was all part of Chen's meticulous calculations. The gift he had received from the palace was none other than the remnants of the dance powder that Crocodile had framed Cobra with. 30 million volts. Thunderbird. With a smile playing on his lips, Chen gently lifted his right hand, gathering a multitude of brilliant lightning bolts. Arcane electricity flickered around him, A magnificent thunderbird materialized in his grasp. With a swift motion, he sent the thunderbird soaring towards the sandstorm. The speed of the lightning was blinding, striking the sandstorm in an instant. Boom! A tremendous roar reverberated. The thunderbird shattered into countless bolts of lightning, merging completely with the sandstorm. While the dry yellow sand might have sufficed, now that it was raining, the sand became conductive. Crocodile, hidden within, was inevitably caught in the electrifying tempest. The relentless lightning ravaged the sandstorm, transforming the once dry cyclone into a tempest of electric sand.